The global apocalypse game arrives. While other players are carefully choosing their talents, I have already obtained the unique talent of Eternal Blessing. Not only does it turn all skills into SSS level, but it also allows for unlimited stacking of proficiency. While others pursue extreme damage and choose damage talents, I chose the defensive talent Counter Armor. Not only can it defend, but it can also turn defense into offense. At this time I told my brother Zhongwen about the 3S level talent I had acquired. Zhongwen looked shocked and then said, "Perfect, you withstand the monster's damage and I'll unleash magic from behind." Then we both moved through the novice village and came before the blacksmith. I said to the burly blacksmith, "Uncle Blacksmith, I heard that our village's guard team is severely lacking weapons. I think we can help." The blacksmith didn't look up, continued to swing his large sledgehammer and forged a glowing red sword blank into shape, saying, "I need a lot of grey wolf teeth and bones. These are very hard forging materials." The blacksmith pointed to the scrap furnace nearby. "You are unarmed and it's extremely dangerous to deal with grey wolves. Take a piece of scrap weapon from there yourself." With the blacksmith's permission, I originally wanted to find a shield, but there wasn't such a large scrap weapon, so I chose a long sword instead. There were no staves here either, and Zhongwen also chose a rusty sword. Soon we arrived at the entrance of the village where a fully armed guard team was patrolling on the ramparts. We quickened our pace and entered a blazingly white teleportation point and were sent outside the village. As soon as we appeared, 7 or 8 grey wolves locked their eyes on us and charged without distinction. Seeing this, Zhongwen raised his long sword with magic flowing along the blade. I stood alone in the front facing the ferocious aura head-on. The sharp fangs of the grey wolves stabbed at my skin, but they shattered as if they had struck steel. Seeing this, I thrust with my long sword. The effect was minimal, but the real damage from the counterattack was exceedingly exaggerated. Then 8 grey wolves launched a frenzied attack on me, their sharp claws and coarse fangs repeatedly striking me. However, my health bar barely decreased, while the wolves, pierced by the damage of my counterattacks, emptied their health bars and collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Seeing this, Zhongwen said in shock, "Your counterattack's reflection almost amounts to the damage of a skill." Hearing this, I also laughed and said, "It's even stronger than I imagined. My health bar hardly moved, just about 1% decrease." Then, to increase efficiency, I charged directly into the pack of wolves. Several grey wolves immediately spotted me, their bloodthirsty instincts driving them towards me as more wolves caught the scent of humans. Even some nearby players were alarmed, wondering if there was a foolhardy player who had provoked so many monsters. Zhongwen continuously concentrated magic on his sword, creating magic bullets. The dense crowd of grey wolves attacked me furiously, almost drowning me in a grey tide. Each attack that landed on me triggered a corresponding counter-damage effect, and soon a large number of grey wolf corpses lay at my feet. Zhongping said expectantly, "At this rate we might be able to level up to 5 here." Hearing this, I replied, "Let's go deeper. Ahead should be the area of level 2 grey wolves. The experience provided by level 1 beasts is too low." We then ventured deeper into this area and saw more and stronger grey wolves. Suddenly a voice announced a hidden summoning condition: kill 5,000 grey wolves to summon the white-bellied wolf king. Current progress 987. Zhongwen curiously said, "The white-bellied wolf king can probably only barely break through your defense." Hearing this, I said, "Since we still have time, let's keep grinding here." However, just then a human in the distance spotted us wildly slaughtering the grey wolves. The man who stood amidst the pack of wolves, his health bar not decreasing in the slightest, must be an SS tier cornerstone talent. It's insane. We take minutes just to kill one grey wolf, and even then we risk getting injured or swarmed, yet he managed to slay hundreds of wolves in a few minutes without a scratch on him. Another person muttered, "They must have triggered a hidden condition in the grey wolf plains. Killing 5,000 wolves summons the white-bellied wolf king. It's no secret, what? You're thinking of taking them on? With our strength, wouldn't that be suicide?" He sneered. "We're no match for them, but some of those organization elites could easily kill those too." The brutality of the apocalypse game is not just shown by the fact that once players die they can't be resurrected, but also in the inheritance system among players. When a player kills another player, they can randomly inherit one of the opponent's cornerstone abilities, choosing whether to replace their own talent with the acquired one. If the enemy's talent is inferior, they can choose to forego the inheritance. Hence, players often fight each other fiercely to snatch powerful cornerstone abilities. Aside from the inheritance feature, every so often the newbie village faces terrifying monster sieges. If the players successfully defend the village, all inhabitants receive rewards. If they fail, the safe zone collapses and the weaker players will likely die under the onslaught of numerous monsters. only a few, either NPCs or players with formidable strength, can survive and flee to another newbie village. This movement is fraught with danger as well. Going there would be akin to marching to our deaths, but I know someone from the Huahu organization. We can sell them the information with no risk and make a good sum of copper coins, one of them proposed, eyes gleaming. Copper coins are extremely important. Millions can be spent in an instant to boost a player's combat capabilities, so everyone is desperate for money. We're 3 people here. How about we ask for 5,000 copper coins for the information? 5,000 copper coins? Man, you need to think bigger. Since it's just information, what does a little exaggeration matter? We'll say the guy has an SSS tier talent and ask for 30,000 copper coins. 10,000 each. Isn't that delightful? Said a tall player with a smile. A bit of inaccuracy in the information is understandable, even if it turns out he doesn't have an SSS tier cornerstone ability. The Huahu organization isn't likely to come after us for that. 30,000 copper coins is within their acceptable range. With that settled, they knew these 2 players would still be in the Grey Wolf Plains completing their quota of 5,000 wolves, not leaving anytime soon. Zhao Yuan, after his recent upgrade, had his defense massively boosted, allowing him to effortlessly lie flat in the Grey Wolf Plains. Though leveling up required a lot of experience points, his killing speed was hundreds of times faster than that of a regular player. Zhongwen also continuously attacked from behind Zhao Yuan, his S-tier magical power enhancement boosting his mana regeneration and magic point attributes, so he hardly ever ran out of mana. The vast expanse of the Grey Wolf Plains stretched far and wide, and Zhao Yuan delved deeper into it. A multitude of grey wolves discovered him and frenziedly attacked, only to end up fatally wounding themselves. From a distance, Zhongwen watched as Zhao Yuan was enveloped by a mass of beasts, forming a sphere around him, yet every second the corpses of grey wolves tumbled down. Zhao Yuan's long sword had completely broken, its durability reduced to 0, but he no longer needed that weapon. Standing there, even his most vulnerable spots like his eyes, neck, and the back of his head remained impervious to the wolves' attacks, a testament to Zhao Yuan's overwhelming defensive power. Isn't this just exhilarating? Zhongwen thought as he observed the kill count soaring with 2,965 grey wolves already slain. The counter-damage cornerstone ability, often the first to be dismissed by others, was proving to be extraordinarily powerful. Through the system's voice, Zhao Yuan responded, ordinary people wouldn't choose this counter-damage cornerstone because only when one's own defense and health are stacked high does the reflected damage become significant. Also, the beast's attacks would normally cause considerable pain, but my defenses are so overpowering now that I feel almost nothing. Relying on getting hurt to deal damage to enemies is a madman's choice. Even shield players cultivated by guilds for pioneering dungeons wouldn't opt for counter damage. They'd rather choose taunts to attract enemy attacks. Zhongwen chuckled, it's only your SSS grade counter damage that works like this. Lower grades don't even boost defense, and here you are dealing true damage with your reflections. At this point, Zhao Yuan was utterly at ease. The frenzied attacks of the grey wolves didn't cause him even the slightest pain, yet under the reflection of true damage, they fell in droves. Kill progress 4583/5000. System: player has killed level 3 grey wolves, earning 19 experience points and collecting 3 copper coins, triggering the talent of millionfold proficiency. The multiplier has increased to 22 times. SSS grade counter damage gains 695 proficiency points, * 22 times, rising to level 6. Player's personal level advances to level 4, enhancing all attributes. Name: Zhao Yuan. Level: for talent, Eternal Blessing, unique. All skills will constantly remain at SSS grade. Millionfold proficiency, unique skill levels are uncapped, can be upgraded indefinitely. Killing targets continuously accumulates proficiency multiplier, current proficiency multiplier, 22 times. Keystone ability: counter damage level 6. SSS grade passively provides high physical and magical defense, reflecting true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute. Skills: none. Inventory: none. Copper coins 13923. Other panels yet to be unlocked. Zhongwen also just reached level 3 inch, and with his S-grade magical enhancement being a passive effect, he too gained a substantial amount of skill proficiency, advancing to level 3. Just a few hundred more and we can summon the white-bellied Wolf King. I'm really looking forward to it. Common monsters hardly drop any equipment, but elite monsters and lord creatures might drop some. Zhongwen exclaimed excitedly. with Zhao Yuan acting as a meat shield at the front drawing all the damage. He was able to attack continuously without much need to dodge the beast's moves. What could be more reliable than having an overpowered meat shield buddy in an apocalyptic game? No wonder it takes months for newcomers in the novice village to reach level 10 before they can teleport to the towns. Leveling up requires so much experience, Zhao Yuan casually said. Over 5,000 level 3 grey wolves and still not enough to reach level 5. Ordinary players would hunt maybe a few dozen beasts a day, and that's already mid-tier performance. Zhongwen rolled his eyes. Be satisfied, will you? An SSS tier armor and you leveled up to 4 in 3 hours. Others would be envious. Are you sure it's SSS tier? The vice captain of the Huahu organization voiced his doubts over the chat channel. Of course, there's no mistake. I even recorded it. You can see for yourself. A single person against hundreds of level 3 grey wolves and his health bar didn't even flicker. It's at least SS tier, and SSS tier isn't out of the question. Brother Fu Jun, because we are close, I'm telling you first. Otherwise I could have sold this information to the other two organizations. Vice Captain Fu Jun of the Huahu organization replied, send the coordinates. How much copper do you want? 30,000 copper coins. 30,000. Thinking of the competition from the Meilon and Shangui organizations, Fu Jun decided not to bargain. Alright, I'll give you 50,000 copper coins, but you have to ensure this is exclusive information. I don't want to bump into people from Shangui and Meilon at the coordinates. I know the rules, Brother Fu Jun, but you better hurry over here or this guy will soon level up to 5, a tall player said enviously. I watched him level up from 2 to 4 in just a few hours. He's probably about to summon the white-bellied Wolf King now. I'm on my way. Fu Jun called a team of his organization's members and headed towards the coordinates. The information was sold, and by the rules each person got 10,000 copper coins, enough to significantly boost our combat capabilities. The tall player didn't mention that Fu Jun had raised the information fee to 50,000. Hey, should we sell the information to Meilon and Shangui? 2. Sell to 3 organizations? Forget it, it's better to live long than die rich. If we pulled such a stunt, there'd be no place for us in the novice village anymore. Kill progress. 5,000 out of 5,000, the level 5 white-bellied Wolf King will be summoned. Zhao Yuan glanced at his experience bar, still a bit away from reaching level 5, but with his SSS tier armor, soloing the white-bellied Wolf King shouldn't be a problem. Roar! On the plains, a magical circle marked with mysterious symbols lit up, and a huge Wolf King emerged from it. It was twice the size of a regular grey wolf, with sleek grey fur and a white belly. White-bellied Wolf King level, LV5 quality, elite skills, bleeding, tearing description. The king of the plains, possessing astonishing agility and lethality. Any enemy bitten by it is doomed to death. Here it comes. Zhao Yuan was fully alert, while Zhongwen retreated far away, waiting to see if Zhao Yuan could withstand the attack before intervening. Otherwise, the elite beast would simply ignore the front line and instantly kill the fragile mage. Zhao Yuan hadn't even clearly seen the movement of the white-bellied Wolf King when his shadow engulfed him and its massive fangs already touched his skin. Clang! The Wolf King's teeth shattered and its health visibly dropped a significant chunk. Zhao Yuan's own health decreased by only 1%, while the Wolf King lost 10% of its health in an instant. This was because the Wolf King's strength was high, converting into real damage on reflection, which was terrifying. This is the horror of an SSS grade reflective armor. Even a level 5 elite monster could barely break through the defense. A wound appeared on the body of the Wolf King and blood kept flowing out, which further enraged it. Tearing, the Wolf King bit into Zhao Yuan's body and violently shook its head in a tearing motion. If it were an ordinary player, they would have been torn in half. But Zhao Yuan lost only a little bit of health, and because the damage was too low, he hardly felt any pain. Puff! A larger wound appeared on the Wolf King's body, a reflection from the tearing skill. Good, this creature isn't very intelligent and doesn't understand the reflective damage properties, so it won't run away. If the Wolf King really tried to escape, I might not be able to finish it off. Zhao Yuan communicated to Zhongwen, now that the Wolf King's hatred is all on me, you can try to attack. This way we can share the experience, otherwise all the experience from the Wolf King would go to me alone. Zhongwen began to release magic bullets. The damage was still considerable and the Wolf King's health bar began to drop rapidly. This was because the Wolf King had released its bleeding skill, which could cause multiple damages to Zhao Yuan. This meant Zhao Yuan's reflective armor could reflect damage multiple times. Puff puff puff. Several wounds appeared on various parts of the Wolf King's body, no longer the smooth fur it had initially, and its condition was precarious. Meanwhile, Fu Jun, along with 7 level 8 players, continuously rushed towards this area. The newcomer in this video is indeed terrifying, at the very least possessing an SS grade cornerstone ability. After killing him and inheriting it, I can have an SS grade cornerstone ability. Fu Jun's eyes were fervent, knowing that he himself was only a C grade cornerstone ability holder and had reached the position of deputy head of the Hua Tiger organization. One can imagine how attractive an SS grade cornerstone would be to him. Whoever kills Zhao Yuan could instantly become a top-end player, but all this is based on the premise that Zhao Yuan has not yet grown. Clang, clang, the Wolf King wildly swung its claws. The reflective damage effect directly emptied its health bar, and the entire process took only 5 minutes. Boom, thick golden light descended upon Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen, with Zhao Yuan successfully reaching level 5 and earning a minor skill. System. Player successfully slays a level 5 white belly Wolf King, earning 852 experience points, 251 copper coins and 1 piece of white equipment. Player's personal level has increased to LV5, all attributes have been enhanced, and an S-level skill taunt has been acquired. Affected by the Eternal Blessing, all skills will permanently be of SSS rank, upgrading the S-level taunt to SSS rank. Successfully triggered the talent of Billionfold Proficiency, increasing the multiplier to 25 times. SSS rank reflective armor gains 982 proficiency points, * 25 times. Upgraded to LV8. Amidst a flurry of system notifications, Zhao Yuan quickly checked his first active skill, Draw Sword Taunt LV1. SSS rank passively increases monsters' hostility. Upon activation, charges forward a distance, dealing area damage and applying a taunting effect on enemies within 50 meters, lasting for 5 seconds. This is a large-range taunting skill with a short cooldown, allowing for frequent use. The acquisition of minor skills generally matches foundational abilities, with taunt plus reflective damage capable of dealing insane true damage reflections against intelligent creatures. The SSS rank reflective armor upgraded to level 8 now provides even higher dual resistance attributes. After slaying the white belly Wolf King, Zhao Yuan obtained a white quality oak shield. Upon equipping it, he realized the shield was only about the size of a small wash basin, barely covering his face and neck. However, the shield provided defensive attributes, making Zhao Yuan significantly more resilient. Name: Zhao Yuan. Level: LV5. Talent: Eternal Blessing. Unique: all skills will permanently be of SSS rank. Billionfold Proficiency. Unique skill levels have no upper limit and can be upgraded indefinitely. Killing targets will continuously accumulate proficiency multipliers. Current proficiency multiplier, 25 times. Foundational ability, Reflective Armor LV8. SSS rank passively provides high physical and magical defense, reflecting true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute. Skill: Draw Sword Taunt LV1. SSS rank passively increases monsters' hostility. Upon activation, charges forward, applying a taunting effect on enemies within 50 meters, lasting for 5 seconds. Inventory: Oak Shield, White, Copper Coins. 16,692 other panels remain locked. Zhongwen also basked in the thick golden light, successfully advancing to level 4, and his S-level magical amplification skill also gained a lot of proficiency. A level 5 elite monster only dropped 1 piece of white equipment. The drop rate is too low, Zhao Yuan remarked. Zhongwen, however, was visibly excited. Getting 1 piece of white equipment is already good luck for us. Many people leave the starter village with only 2 or 3 pieces of white equipment. The Wolf King has fallen and the wild beasts of this region will retreat for 3 hours. Zhao Yuan looked at the over 5,000 units of grey wolf carcass materials in his backpack. Along with the white-bellied Wolf King's body, he could definitely exchange them for a substantial reward at the blacksmith's. It had only been 4 hours and the wolves in this area had temporarily hidden themselves. Although other areas might also have wolf species, they were too far away. We should head back to the village, turn in the quest, and then see, Zhao Yuan thought. Zhongwen nodded in agreement. I'm just 60% away from reaching level 5, then I can obtain my first active skill. Suddenly a team of 8 players rushed up to them. Damn, are we too late? Was the white-bellied Wolf King killed so quickly? I remember it took 30 minutes even for a team of 10 people, one of them muttered. Fu Jun changed his mind. He had originally planned to ambush Zhao Yuan while he was battling the white-bellied Wolf King, hoping to inherit Zhao Yuan's SSS tier cornerstone ability, but Zhao Yuan's strength was even greater than he had imagined. How much time had passed? A few minutes and he had already killed a level 5 elite monster. Moreover, Zhao Yuan had reached level 5, further enhancing his strength. Fu Jun looked at his group of 7 level 8 players, feeling they were likely not a match. He was greedy but feared death more and probably was no match for Zhao Yuan. Thus Fu Jun spoke with a smile. "Gentlemen, we mean no harm. We simply wish to invite you to join the Huahu organization. Our group holds significant power among the towns. Today we are launching an operation to pioneer a new dungeon. Would you like to join us? The rewards are exceptionally generous, including potions that permanently increase your attributes." Zhao Yuan replied, "No thank you, we brothers are accustomed to operating on our own. We don't wish to join any organizations." "What's going on? Wasn't the vice captain leading us here to kill them? Why did he suddenly become timid?" A member of the Huahu organization thought confusedly. "Wait, all the wolf species here have vanished. Is this the aftermath of the white-bellied wolf king's death? No wonder the vice captain suddenly turned timid. We're simply not a match, though it's just a level 5 and a level 4. After being rejected, Fu Jun did not react much, just smiled and said, "You can consider it. Joining the organization comes with various benefits, and with less than 5 days until the monster siege, defending the village will also yield significant rewards." Then he and his members fled the area. Zhongwen cautiously said, "They seem to be here to kill us, right? The Doomsday game has inheritance functions. Killing players not only allows inheriting the deceased player's cornerstone abilities but also their items and copper money. This guy must have guessed that we killed the white-bellied wolf king and knew he was no match, which is why he left." Zhao Yuan casually said, "I was actually looking forward to trying out the new skill I acquired, but this guy turned coward. But it makes sense, who isn't afraid of death? That's why I chose the countershell ability, because I fear death." The two brothers returned the same way and using a teleportation point went back to Novice Village 401. Arriving at the blacksmith's, Zhao Yuan handed over the massive quantity of grey wolf carcass materials. "This 5,342 units of grey wolf carcass materials. How long have you two been out of the village to have killed so many wild beasts?" Uncle Blacksmith examined the materials from the corpses with surprise. "Good, very good. In 5 days a horde of ferocious beasts will attack, and with these wolf corpses I can make a multitude of bone arrows." Then a pause. "Wait, is this the corpse of the white-bellied wolf king?" Uncle Blacksmith was utterly shocked. "You actually survived the encounter with the white-bellied wolf king? With the king's body I can craft equipment of white quality. Here, take this precious potion from the old alchemist next door as a gift in return." The task of collecting grey wolf corpse materials was completed, earning 4,562 experience points, 6,000 copper coins, 2 blood activating elixirs, and 1 white quality gear. Zhao Yuan continued his conversation with Uncle Blacksmith, but there were no new tasks to trigger here. Blood activating elixir permanently increases the maximum health by 10 points. Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen each took a bottle, although 10 points might seem little, the permanent increase was precious. White paper lantern quality, white type, staff effect, intelligence +3 description, an exceedingly ordinary lantern made of white paper capable of illuminating a limited area at night. The experience from the rewards did not level them up, and the white paper lantern was given to Zhongwen since he was a practitioner. Zhao Yuan had no use for it. "It's still early. We could try a pioneering dungeon," Zhao Yuan suggested. "Really? A pioneering dungeon? That requires a 10-person team, and usually only those who are level 10 and fully geared attempt it. No one has succeeded yet." Zhongwen was full of refusal. Zhao Yuan then sent Zhongwen his SSS rank draw sword taunt attribute chart. "Another SSS rank? Are you cheating?" Zhongwen exclaimed. Zhao Yuan analyzed, "Even the level 10 creatures in the dungeon can hardly break my defense. The higher their attack, the better my reflective damage. Perhaps by the time we face the boss will be close to level 8, and along the way I can also gain a lot of skill proficiency. 2 SSS rank skills should be enough to clear the dungeon." Indeed, SSS rank skills were rare in the whole Xia country, and Zhao Yuan's strength was even higher than he imagined. After some careful consideration, Zhongwen realized the possibility of clearing the dungeon was significant, especially with SSS rank taunts combined with SSS rank reflective armor. The higher the boss's attack, the greater the damage it would suffer. Regional announcement: player Huang Xian from Newbie Village 403 has used a challenge token challenging Newbie Village 401. The first to successfully clear the village dungeon will receive a permanent attribute boost, double resources in their village, and reduced difficulty of monster attacks on the village. The party that loses the gamble will see all players' attributes permanently decreased, resources in the starter village halved, and the difficulty of monster sieges increased. The first player to successfully complete the village instance will receive a special reward. Chat channels for starter village 401 and 403 are now open. A dual command? What kind of item is that? Zhao Yuan voiced his concern. The losing side is in a dire situation with all player attributes reduced, starter village resources halved, and most critically, the difficulty of monster sieges increased. If the starter village is breached by monsters, we'll have no choice but to relocate to another starter village. Teleportation points will also be disabled, and the time spent on the road is unimaginable. Zhongwen said seriously, we need to enter the village instance 2 time is of the essence. Zhao Yuan used copper coins to buy some food and tents in the system's marketplace. Completing a village instance generally takes more than 4 days, and this is just the progress of 10 level 10 players. Zhao Yuan, think it through. The instance contains at least level 8 creatures, and the boss is a level 10 Lord creature. If you die, there's no revival, Zhongwen warned at last. Under the taunting status, the target can only choose to attack me, so you don't need to worry. Let's start the instance. The two reached a consensus and walked towards the village chief's hut, the only instance in the starter village which involved defeating a severely injured lord creature with the village chief. But the difficulty was high. No one had ever successfully completed it. These level 10 players had no choice but to leave the starter village and promote their jobs in the towns. Once they left the starter village, there was no return. Upon finding the village chief, Zhou Yuan got straight to the point. Village chief, we want to enter the instance. The village chief, dressed in dark leather armor and sporting a mustache, looked at them skeptically. Just the two of you, not even level 10, are you going to your deaths? Although other starter villages had initiated the dual command, just the two of you would surely be a dead end. We are certain we want to enter the instance, Zhao Yuan stated calmly. That's your freedom, the village chief replied, pushing back the chair behind him, revealing a teleportation point. But I only choose strong teams to help them complete the instance. Zhao Yuan and his companion stepped into the teleportation point, entering the instance. That old man, he underestimates us, only choosing teams of 10 level 10 players, Zhongwen said helplessly. Well, just the two of us is enough. Zhao Yuan opened the chat channel and discovered that the channels for starter village 401 and 403 had merged. Who the heck is Huang Xian, playing so fiercely? If we lose the gamble, won't our village 403 suffer? Not to mention the decrease in attributes and resources, these would cause a slow death for the players, and with monster sieges just a few days away, which were already hard to defend, the increased difficulty means we might not even have a safe zone left. Someone from above replied, Huang Xian is the leader of the Wild Fox organization, rumored to be a B-level cornerstone ability strongman who has already formed a powerful 10-person team. Venturing into the instance is almost a sure success. Go Huang, oh Huang Xian is really impressive. Go Huang Xian, our village 403 is counting on you. A player from village 403 who initially insulted Huang Xian instantly switched sides, now supporting him. The captain of the Mountain Ghost organization sent a message. We are of the same root, why rush to fry each other? Why choose our newbie village number 401 as the object of the bet? Huang Xian replied, what if I said I chose randomly, would you believe me? A player from newbie village number 401 said Huang Xian definitely aimed for the special reward after the bet. He was already prepared to conquer the dungeon, just added the bet for good measure. Now we're in trouble. No one here has even started organizing a team to pioneer the dungeon. Huang Xian, leading a team of 10 elites, entered the dungeon with a calm and composed demeanor. This betting order was given to me by my cousin, he thought. His guide mentioned that completing the newbie village bet could yield a powerful magical treasure that could activate the treasure function ahead of time. I must have that treasure. In newbie village number 401, three organizations that were initially at odds, Huahu Mountain Ghost and Charm Blue, joined forces. They selected their 10 strongest players to pioneer the dungeon. To leave the newbie village, they must endure a monster siege, so these level 10 players prepared to desperately conquer the dungeon before Huang Xian could. Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen entered a dark cave using torches as a source of light. The chilly wind seemed like it could extinguish them at any moment. Zhongwen carried a white paper lantern that also provided some light. Shadows flitted through the mud ahead, and Zhao Yuan immediately used his sword draw taunt, charging into the midst of the shadows. all creatures within 50 meters were taunted by Zhao Yuan wildly attacking him. Blood slave level, LV8 quality, normal skills, bloodsuck description, the lowest class of the Blood Clan, unrecognized by their own kind, merely existing in dark corners as lowly creatures. Zhao Yuan moved closer to see clearly. These creatures were indeed the lowest level of vampires transformed from villagers. Zhao Yuan raised his oak shield in front of his face, allowing the numerous blood slaves to attack him. His sword draw taunt attracted hundreds of level 8 blood slaves, but even in front of his LV8 SSS class counterarmor, they couldn't break his defense. Zhao Yuan stood firm like a piece of steel, shattering all enemy claws. Puff! 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 Under the effect of the SSS class counterarmor, a large number of blood slaves died. Each enemy's attack not only failed to penetrate Zhao Yuan's defense but also took away a quarter of their own health, especially when a blood slave used its blood-sucking skill, continuously absorbing 3 mouthfuls of blood. It reflected 3 times the damage. Zhao Yuan's magical and physical defenses were equally formidable, not losing a single drop of blood. If the blood slaves didn't use their blood-sucking skill, they were fine, but once they did, they instantly inflicted fatal damage on themselves. Zhao Yuan was like a hedgehog with many blood slaves falling to the ground, becoming his experience points and skill proficiency. Meanwhile, Zhongwen was not idle. His white paper lantern continuously condensed magic bullets, attacking from behind Zhao Yuan. With the passive effect of sword draw taunt, no blood slave could bypass Zhao Yuan to attack Zhongwen. The level 8 monsters provided a rich amount of experience points. After killing 100-inch Zhongwen advanced to level 5. He acquired a skill, summoning a great S white skeleton. Zhao Yuan curiously asked, "What skill did you acquire that has you so excited? What level is it?" "It's an S-level summon skeletons." Summon skeletons LV1. S-level allows the player or team members to use the corpses of the killed as materials to summon skeletons, with a current summoning limit of 100 units. "It's a part of the hidden scoring system," Zhongwen excitedly explained, besides the first cornerstone option being random. Every skill obtained thereafter is determined by the player's hidden score. By sticking with you an SSS level big shot, my hidden score has been boosted high enough to secure an S level skill. Otherwise, minor skills generally tend to be lower than the cornerstone ability level. Every player's actions, including damage taken, damage output, damage avoidance, are all included in the player's hidden score. This allows players who start with a low cornerstone ability to acquire stronger skills, and it might even result in players who start with an S-level cornerstone getting C-level or B-level skills later on. Zhongwen immediately unleashed his S-level summon skeletons. Intricate patterns emerged on his white paper lantern. The ground where the blood slave corpses lay began to stir, as if larvae were tearing through their skin, ripping the flesh of blood slaves apart as skeletons walked out from them, 1 by 1, 2, 3. Soon 100 level 8 skeletons rose, becoming Zhongwen's summon creatures. There was no time limit. As long as they weren't destroyed, these skeletal beings could fight indefinitely. Zhongwen began to control the skeletons to attack the blood slaves. The skeletal beings could inherit 50% of the corpse's attributes, which was already quite strong. The eye sockets of each skeleton ignited with a cold, eerie flame. Standing near Zhao Yuan, furiously attacking the blood slaves. As it was a 10-person raid, the number of monsters was exaggeratedly high, and it would normally take several days for a 10-person team to completely eliminate these blood slaves. But Zhao Yuan's counterarmor was terrifyingly effective. The higher the enemy's attack attribute, the higher the damage from his counterattacks, causing layers of corpses to continuously fall. More blood slaves charged at Zhao Yuan, falling like wheat to the scythe. The organizations Myland, Mount Ghost, and Flower Tiger selected the strongest 10 players, earning the village chief's approval, who also joined the team, constantly killing blood slaves. However, the blood slave's blood-sucking skill was extremely tricky, not only causing high damage in 3 stages but also converting it into blood to heal themselves. The village chief's team struggled to kill the blood slaves, managing to completely kill one only every minute. Fortunately, the team had area damage. Huang Xian possessed a B-level bloodthirst talent, making him the most powerful output point in the team, and he could also take the front line, progressing very swiftly, far outstripping the 10-person squad of the 401 novice village. Zhao Yuan was incredibly relaxed, feeling no pain from the blood slaves' attacks at all, just standing there while his experience points crazily increased. System: after slaying the level 8 blood slave, the talent of billionfold proficiency is triggered, increasing the amplification multiplier to 30 times. By killing the level 8 blood slave you gain 65 and 55 experience points, the SSS grade counter armor gains 65, 42 and 63 proficiency points, multiplied by 30, upgrading the SSS grade counter armor to level 10 and the SSS grade sword draw taunt to level 4, name, Jiayuan, level, LV5, talent, Eternal Blessing, unique all skills will be permanently SSS grade, billionfold proficiency. Unique skill level caps are removed allowing for unlimited upgrades, killing targets continuously. Accumulates multipliers for proficiency gain, current proficiency multiplier, 30 times, keystone ability, counter armor LV10, SSS grade passively provides high physical and magical defense, when damaged reflects true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute, skill, sword draw taunt LV4, SSS grade passively increases monsters' hatred values. Upon active release charges forward a certain distance applying a taunting effect to enemies within 80 meters for 5 seconds, inventory, oak. Shield, white. Copper coins, 21005, other panels not yet unlocked. After the skeletal creatures summoned by Zhongwen were destroyed he immediately summoned new skeletons from the corpses also gaining a large amount of skill proficiency, the level 3 cap for summoning skeletons has now reached 150 units. The blood slaves fell like a tide, and after a grueling 5-hour battle Zhao Yuan and his companion finally managed to annihilate all the blood slaves. Zhao Yuan also advanced to level 6, just a bit of experience shy of reaching level 7, while Zhongwen had just stepped into level 6. Since it was a dungeon, the bodies of the blood slaves did not drop any copper coins, only providing skill proficiency and experience points. Zhao Yuan's SSS grade counter armor eventually advanced to level 14 and sword draw taunt reached level 9, Zhongwen's magic enhancement increased to level 6 and bone summoning to level 5, Zhao Yuan remarked that was hardly challenging at all. Time is pressing, let's not rest and keep moving forward to discuss the wager after we win. Zhongwen was equally at ease having taken the path of a summoner which was even more relaxed than Zhao Yuan's, he had been resting on the ground for these past 5 hours. Thank goodness for this S-grade magic enhancement or else I wouldn't have had enough mana to cast my skills, he said as he took out a loaf of bread purchased from the system store and began to eat. Let me check number 403 Newbie Village, where has that Huang Xian who initiated the wager reached now? Huang Xian, everyone our team has passed the first phase of the dungeon and officially started the second phase. The rewards from this wager are definitely ours. Since I dare to use this item, I'm absolutely confident. I've thoroughly researched the tactics to defeat the dungeon boss and we can easily clear it without any casualties. Fantastic. Go Huang Xian. I'm still waiting for the wager to end to get my attributes enhanced and resources doubled. In the appropriate leveling areas the number of monsters is limited, and if resources were doubled the strength of the entire beginner village would be indirectly enhanced. Village 403 is already holding the winning ticket while the atmosphere in Village 401 is tense. Although the players can't see the exact situation among the 10 players who entered the dungeon, one has already died. In the dungeon, even with the village chief's assistance, the numerous blood slaves are still very troublesome to deal with. Their blood-sucking ability is disgustingly powerful. With 3 high damage stages plus blood-sucking, a player can be instantly killed if targeted. The deputy leader of the Shangui organization died this way without any chance of rescue. Damn, these blood slaves are too twisted, aren't they? Not to mention the high damage after releasing blood-sucking, they can also recover half of their health bar. How are we supposed to fight this? If we continue we'll all die. This is just the first phase. There are still the second and third phases and the final stage facing the Lord creature. Rather than being sent to our deaths we might as well prepare for the increased difficulty of the monster siege. The team's morale is already shattered and the 3 captains are considering whether to exit the dungeon. Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen passed through the dark corridor and arrived in a rocky area. Every few meters a torch fixed to the wall emitted a ghastly green glow. Zhao Yuan saw a crow with blood-red feathers and eyes filled with brutality followed by countless eyes lighting up in the darkness. Blood crow quality, normal level, LV9 skills, charge. Description: a pet raised by the Blood Clan. Mutated into a powerful creature, Zhao Yuan immediately activated his SSS grade sword drawing taunt, turning into a blur as he charged into the flock of crows, instantly killing 7 or 8 blood crows. He taunted all enemies within a 100-meter radius, then resumed the familiar tactic of standing and flipping through the chat channel, allowing the blood crows to attack him. Charge. The blood crows flapped their wings and dove at Zhao Yuan but were impaled by the counter-damage and became corpses. The damage from the charge was high, especially when hundreds of blood crows charged at once. The scene was extremely chilling and a normal player would be instantly killed by the focused fire with no chance to dodge. Zhao Yuan also controlled his Bone Legion, attacking furiously. Huang Xian's team has already reached the second phase just like us and it's uncertain if they can catch up. Zhao Yuan ignored the blood crow's frenzied dives. They are a level 10 10-man team well equipped. Especially Huang Xian, who reached level 10 long ago. For this dungeon he prepared for over 10 days, mass-producing one-time use items. Zhang Wen waved his white paper lantern, summoning bird bones from several blood crow corpses, and we are just 2 people, not even level 8, without even the village chief's assistance. Even if the village is breached by monsters and the safe zone is compromised, the 2 of us can easily move to another beginner village, but the entire village, including NPCs and players, would have likely perished at the jaws of monsters. Although these are NPCs, they are no different from real humans. I even believe these NPCs are real lives. Zhao Yuan watched as a crow's bones crawled out from a corpse capable of flight using the same dash skill to attack. What was that? Zhao Yuan saw a figure in black flash by, followed by 3 arrows shooting towards Zhao Yuan. Not good. Zhao Yuan had been relaxed and these 3 arrows could have killed him instantly. Zhao Yuan instantly used his draw sword taunt, sprinting in front of Zhao Yuan, blocking the 3 arrows. Thud, the figure in black in the distance now bore 3 bloody wounds and fled in pain. That was close, almost fell for it. It was only then that Zhao Yuan reacted, almost forgetting that he was in a dungeon run where summoning creatures required only simple controls, almost treating it as fighting ordinary monsters. Who was this person in black? Probably a vampire creature. Anyway, he got hurt badly, directly suffering backlash 3 times now. Heavily injured. 6 hours passed and Zhao Yuan was completely exhausted. Fortunately, he didn't need to focus intensely, just charging into the vampire crows could wildly inflict backlash. If not for the unexpected attack from the unknown archer, Zhao Yuan would have already started resting and sleeping, because Zhao Yuan's draw sword taunt's passive effect was also extremely powerful, making Zhao Yuan completely ignored. System. Player has killed a level 8 vampire crow, earning 102, 113, 123 experience points. Upgraded to level 7, killing the target triggered the talent of billions times proficiency, obtaining a multiplier of 33 times. SSS-level counter armor gains 7,652 points of skill proficiency, asterisk 33 times. Upgraded to level 19, SSS-level draw sword taunt upgraded to level 15. Zhao Yuan also successfully advanced to level 6, both skills gaining a substantial amount of proficiency. S-level bone summoning reached level 9, the summoning limit reached 350, as the last vampire crow fell. This rocky area no longer had an enemy, and Zhao Yuan now possessed an army of bone crows. How are you holding up? I, as a summoner, am probably the most relaxed profession, letting all the attacks be handled by summoned creatures, Zhao Yuan asked. Indeed, in this apocalyptic game where injuries felt real, pain and death meant no revival, summoner was the most suitable choice. Taking the tank role inevitably involved facing the monster's furious attacks, enduring unbearable pain. Choosing a long-range damage role, on the other hand, avoided close combat with monsters. Most monsters possessed high intelligence, opting to bypass the tanks and assassinate the backline. As a summoner not needing to engage in close combat with monsters and also able to summon tank-like creatures to protect oneself indeed made leveling up a breeze while standing. I'm still holding up, though my energy has slipped a bit, but it's just about paying attention to releasing a draw sword taunt skill. Let's fill our stomachs and then start the third phase. Zhao Yuan pulled a steaming hot Jianbing Guozi from his backpack. It was quite affordable, costing only 20 copper coins, and it was perfect for restoring energy and alleviating hunger. One thing's for sure, this Jianbing Guozi truly hit the spot. As Zhao Yuan savored his snack, he flipped through the merged chat channel of the 2 beginner villages. Huang Xian posted, "Brothers, we've finished the second phase. Let's rest in the instance overnight and continue pioneering tomorrow. Be careful of possible attacks in the night instance." Huang Xian, as long as nothing unexpected happens, we're sure to win this wager. The pioneering team from Village 401 was hastily assembled, and I heard they're stuck at Phase 2. 2 players have already died. Originally a 10-person team couldn't break through the second phase, and now with 2 players down, it's even less likely. Nice. The rewards for winning the wager are so substantial I can hardly wait. Someone replied, "Don't be so anxious. These 10-person instances usually take 4 to 5 days. It's only because Huang Xian, the big boss, spent a lot of money in advance to make a large number of incendiary bottles that he was able to pass the second phase on the first day, easily burning down the tree men. The village instance has 4 phases in total, and the difficulty increases the further you go. As long as Huang Xian keeps steady, he should be fine, a player from Village 401 lamented. We're definitely going to lose. Our pioneering team is completely stuck at the second phase. Hundreds of Blood Clan crows diving at once. Who can withstand that? If it weren't for the village chief's assistance, more than 2 would have died. Are we just supposed to accept defeat? The penalties for losing the wager are too severe. The tributes decreased, resources halved, and monster siege difficulties increased, all of which will lead us to a gradual death. What can we do? If we're not as strong as the others, we can only grit our teeth and endure the punishment. In my opinion, the pioneering team should just exit the instance and conserve their strength. We need to prepare for the upcoming monster siege. There's still a glimmer of hope for survival. Yeah, cut our losses and try the instance again. More people will die anyway. We're already certain to lose. There's no point in struggling. In the instance, the captain of the Milan organization spoke up. People of Milan, withdrawing is basically a death sentence. We can't even get past the second phase, let alone the final boss battle. I swear if I ever run into that Huang Xian again, I'll avenge my fallen comrades sooner or later. After this wager, Huang Xian's strength will surely increase. Even if we meet him again, what can we do? We still won't be able to beat him, replied the captain of the Shangui organization. I'm out too. If you want to fight, go ahead. The village chief shook his head. Indeed, no one could defeat the ultimate Blood Clan. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen continued on their journey. Unlike Huang Xian's team, each person had to dodge enemy damage, maneuver strategically, target weak spots, protect the rear from sudden attacks, and keep an eye on their own mana levels. Already exhausted, one must rest for a night to continue the battle, as mental fatigue requires even the strong who have reached higher levels to rest and sleep. However, Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen hardly ever felt tired. One stood generating counter-injury, the other summoning masses of white bones for attack, each more leisurely than the other. This was also a part of our advantage. Zhao Yuan moved to the next area, at most going without sleep for just 2 or 3 days, which saved a great deal of time. Want us to fail the bet? I'll make Huang Xian shoot himself in the foot. After an hour's journey, the dungeon's vast area meant some super large dungeons even took several hours to reach the next stage. With level upgrades, unlocking the mount feature significantly shortened the time spent traveling. The scene shifted from a chaotic stone forest to a dungeon lined with stone pillars, where Zhao Yuan encountered a bizarre creature. It had a human torso, its mouth completely torn opening like a Venus flytrap with several slimy tentacles stretching out from inside. Advanced Blood Slave quality, ordinary level, LV9 skill, agility description, civilians transformed into advanced blood slaves by the blood race, possessing extremely fast movements, capable of launching attacks in a brief period. Is this really a blood race, or does it feel more like zombies? Zhao Yuan used his draw sword taunt, sprinting into a group of advanced blood slaves. He instantly killed a swath of enemies. The charge damage of draw sword taunt was also very high, being an SSS grade skill after all. Meanwhile, all advanced blood slaves within 150 meters were taunted by Zhao Yuan for a duration of 10 seconds. These advanced blood slaves, landing on all fours like wild beasts, charged at Zhao Yuan, their multitude of attacks raining down like droplets, all reflected as counter-armor damage, instantly killing a large number of enemies. Zhongwen waved his white paper lantern and 350 level 8 bone crows took to the air, collectively using their sprint abilities instantly, piercing through many enemies. But the level 9 advanced blood slaves were strong, and the bone crows kept being destroyed, prompting Zhongwen to summon the corpses of advanced blood slaves as his own summons. While Huang Xian's team was resting, Zhao Yuan directly initiated the third phase, mindlessly progressing. Some advanced blood slaves also attempted to attack Zhongwen behind Zhao Yuan, but Zhao Yuan's draw sword taunt cooled down in just tens of seconds, allowing for continuous taunts. The advanced blood slaves simply couldn't get past Zhao Yuan, while Zhongwen also controlled over a dozen advanced blood slave bones, surrounding himself for protection. After all, Zhongwen had previously been ambushed by a man in black using a bow and arrow. He couldn't afford to be careless. Over 300 bone creatures formed a human wall behind Zhao Yuan, making it impossible for any advanced blood slaves to get through. Zhongwen leisurely browsed the system markets information and the chat channels. The monster Count in a 10-player dungeon required 10 players to fight for 4 to 5 days, and most of the monsters in this dungeon were of the high attack, low defense type. This was tricky for other players, but for Zhao Yuan, these monsters perfectly matched his SSS grade counter armor, with a large number of monsters killed by the true damage reflection becoming Zhao Yuan's experience and skill proficiency. Even with Zhong when controlling 350 bone creatures output, it was nowhere near 1% of Zhao Yuan's system. The player kills a high-level blood slave earning 135 experience points and 142 experience points. The talent of billionfold proficiency is triggered, multiplying the gain by 38 times. SSS grade counter armor gains 7,592 skill proficiency points, asterisk 38 times, upgrading to LV23. SSS grade draw sword taunt gains 2,361 skill proficiency points, asterisk 38 times, upgrading to LV19. Zhao Yuan is about to reach level 8 as he spots several tall creatures among the monsters. Ordinary blood race quality, elite level, LV9 skills, pierce blood-sucking description, civilians transformed by the essence of the blood race possessing terrifying agility and strength, their claws can easily penetrate armor. These ordinary blood race creatures appear to possess remarkable intelligence and are no longer ugly, having normal human features but with extremely pale skin. Zhao Yuan sees 4 ordinary blood race creatures communicating with bowed heads, then climbing the towering stone pillars around them, attacking Zhong when behind Zhao Yuan, pierce. The 4 ordinary blood race creatures instantly sprint to Zhong Wen's side, and Zhao Yuan immediately activates Draw Sword Taunt, colliding with the 4 enemies, pulling them into a taunted state. The attacks of the 4 elite monsters are extremely fierce and their attack speed is fast, which Zhao Yuan enjoys because it means he can reflect damage multiple times within a second. Puff puff puff, the claws of the 4 blood race creatures crazily pierce Zhao Yuan, the terrifying true damage instantly depleting the enemy's health bars, leveling him up to 8. If just the elite monsters possess such high intelligence, let alone the final boss. I'd even suggest you go into the final stage yourself, as I might face mortal danger. Zhongwen speaks out, anyway you're not short on damage output. The higher the boss's attack, the higher the reflected damage will be. Zhao Yuan is bathed in the golden light of leveling up, boosting all his attributes. System, killing ordinary blood race *4 gains 1 piece of white equipment. My heavens, finally dropped the second piece of equipment. Zhao Yuan sighs as he uses Draw Sword Taunt, rushing back into the fray. Even without wearing armor, Zhao Yuan has a layer of ethereal thorn armor, a passive display effect of the SSS grade counter armor. Iron armor quality, white wear level, LV7 effect, defense +4, health +50 description, roughly forged iron armor. Though rudimentary in craftsmanship, it can still be considered armor. In these times, having any equipment is good enough. Who would complain about crude craftsmanship? Even Zhao Yuan only has 2 pieces of white equipment, while other players mostly use nearly useless gear. Only elite quality creatures are likely to drop equipment. Ordinary quality monsters only drop copper coins. Zhao Yuan puts on the white iron armor, which doesn't offer much improvement because the SSS grade counter armor provides terrifying defense values. Protected by armor, the covered body will not feel any pain until the durability reaches 0. Name, Zhao Yuan. Level, LV8. Talent, Eternal Blessing, unique. All skills will permanently be SSS rank. Billionfold proficiency, unique skills will have no upper level limit and can be upgraded indefinitely. Killing targets will continuously increase. The proficiency multiplier, current proficiency multiplier, 38x, keystone ability, counter armor LV23. SSS rank passively provides high physical and magical defense. When damaged, reflects true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute. Skill, sword draw taunt LV19. SSS rank passively increases monsters' hatred. Upon activation, charges forward a certain distance, applying a taunting effect to enemies within 200 meters for 15 seconds. Backpack, oak shield, white, iron armor, white. Copper coins, 21,005 other panels are still locked. After a full 6 hours, all the 3rd stage monsters were extinguished and several dozen elite monsters appeared, dropping another piece of white equipment. Coarse cloth robe quality, white wear level, LV7 effects, magic +30-inch accuracy +3 description, a robe that barely keeps warm and is not conducive to limb movement, but no one cares. Naturally, this white coarse cloth robe was equipped by Zhongwen. Zhao Yuan's experience reached 60% at level 8 and Zhong Wen reached 86% at level 7. The experience required for each level up is too much. Normal players might not reach level 10 in 3 months, but Zhao Yuan, having killed over 30,000 monsters in less than 2 days, achieved a rapid level up. Exhausted, Zhao Yuan and Zhong Wen set up tents bought from the system store and went to sleep. My skeletal creatures do not need rest and stood guard, providing a strong sense of security. Zhong Wen can now summon over 450 skeletal creatures, including dozens of level 9 ordinary Blood Clan elites, essentially the skeletons of elite monsters surrounding the tents like clay soldiers, and Zhao Yuan's position allowed him to rush to Zhong Wen's side with a sword draw taunt. Before sleeping, Zhao Yuan set a 3-hour alarm and then checked the chat channel. He discovered that Huang Xian's team had started conquering the 3rd stage. Huang Xian: brothers, I've tried this 3rd stage many times. All the monsters here are tree spirits and elite monsters will appear, but my team includes 3 powerful fire mages, plus I've stocked up on burning bottles and oil, so it won't take us 7 hours to conquer this stage. Huang Xian's message completely calmed the hearts of the players in Newbie Village 403. Players in Newbie Village 401 had already given up resisting. The dungeon's difficulty was too high, and if they continued, even the remaining experts would be wiped out. Is the dare item too cool? Can it really be obtained in a Newbie Village? Player in Newbie Village 401, envious of people in Newbie Village 403. I don't want my attributes reduced. It's already hard enough fighting wild monsters, and after being penalized, who knows how long it will take to get out of the Newbie Village. Not to mention the reduction in attributes, the difficulty of monster raids has increased and everyone, including the NPCs, will die under the monster onslaught. In a previous assault on the stronghold, 3 level 10 lord creatures appeared, each of which took a massive toll in the lives of players and NPCs to defeat. If there had been one more level 10 lord creature, there would have been no point in fighting. Sitting and waiting for death would have been the only option. Damn you, Huang Xian, we didn't provoke you, yet somehow you managed to pick village number 401 as your random target. Zhao Yuan immediately fell asleep, and 3 hours later the alarm sounded. They quickly packed up their tent and headed for the final challenge. Zhong Wen controlled a skeletal creature, carrying them on its back like a mounted normal speed. Though it was bumpy, it was still more comfortable than walking. During the 3rd phase of the monster wave, Zhao Yuan's SSS grade armor skill finally leveled up to 25-inch and his drawsword taunt reached level 23, with his skill proficiency multiplier also increasing to 40 times. This meant that for every point of skill proficiency Zhao Yuan earned, he actually gained 4 points, making his skill level rise at an impressively exaggerated rate, and it could stack indefinitely. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuan saw a dilapidated, crumbling castle. As soon as he stepped inside, the castle gates sealed shut. The final stage had begun with no option to exit midway. Inside the grand hall of the castle lay a male noble dressed in opulent Western European court attire. His features were sharp and well-defined, and his 2 stark white fangs were clearly visible. Blood Baron stats: Lord level, LV10, skills, Bat Clone Hell Chains Bloodsuck. Description: a severely injured Blood Baron hiding in the village to recover himself fears sunlight and possesses terrifying power under the cover of night. Zhong Wen retreat to the outermost edge. This boss probably won't break through my defense easily, just protect yourself, Zhao Yuan said gravely. I'll have the skeletal creatures form a wall to block the boss's position. Huang Xian's team is still in the 3rd stage. As long as we can kill the boss, we will receive a large reward. Zhong Wen had over 10 elite skeletal creatures protect around him while he controlled a large number of skeletal creatures to surround the boss. We also need to be wary of attacks from the men in black, likely another elite monster, Zhao Yuan added, then activated his drawsword taunt and charged at the Blood Baron. The Baron opened his eyes blood red, his vertical pupils wild like a beast's. Vermin disturbing my slumber, I will make you my eternal blood slaves. 3 health bars appeared above the Blood Baron's head, indicating he would have 3 forms, each gaining enhanced attributes with the loss of each health bar. Hell chains. From beneath Zhao Yuan, numerous dark chains burst from the ground, binding his limbs. The nails of the Vampire Baron were exceptionally sharp, as if forged from steel, reflecting a chilling ghastly light. Attack! With a chorus of metallic clangs, the Vampire Baron's claws blurred into afterimages, striking Zhao Yuan 5 times in an instant, causing his health to drop for the first time. This round of attacks cost Zhao Yuan 3% of his health, a clear sign that the Lord creature's attacks were powerful enough to penetrate Zhao Yuan's defenses. Moreover, the Vampire Baron, a creature with high attack but low defense, used its blood-sucking abilities to compensate for its defensive shortcomings. In a flash, Zhao Yuan's ethereal foreign armor appeared, and the Vampire Baron was left with 5 ghastly wounds. A third of its health bar was gone in an instant. This was after it had fed to replenish itself, hinting at the terrifying nature of Zhao Yuan's SSS-grade reflective armor. You vermin, how can you inflict such horrific damage? This was counter damage. The Vampire Baron, not lacking in wisdom and having survived a century, instantly grasped the situation. Mere counter damage. I won't attack you, I'll just turn your teammate into a blood slave instead. Feeling the breath of death, Zhongwen hastily manipulated a skeletal creature to block the boss's path. Bat clone, the Vampire Baron transformed into a swarm of palm-sized bats, bypassing both the skeletal creature and Zhao Yuan, flying towards Zhongwen. Draw sword taunt. Zhao Yuan taunted all enemies within a 200-meter radius, forcing the Vampire Baron to attack him exclusively. Taunt plus counter damage. Even a wise boss couldn't escape the fate of being pierced by real damage. Zhao Yuan taunted all the bat clones, interrupting the boss's skills, while Zhongwen frantically attacked the boss with a level 9 skeletal creature. Counter damage, counter damage, counter damage. The boss's first health bar was completely depleted, as its own high attack power only increased the counter damage. Zhao Yuan also lost another 5% of his health, but he was still in a healthy state. The Vampire Baron entered an unattackable state, its form enlarging and revealing more of its vampiric traits. A pair of bat wings burst from its back, piercing through its expensive, elegant suit, its face becoming feral and ugly, muscles bulging. Second form. Zhongwen realized that the attack power of his summoned creature was too low, even less than the boss's. Blood recovery. He controlled the skeletal creature to hug the boss's legs, restricting its movement, but the boss was already flying in mid-air. Draw sword taunt. The SSS-grade draw sword taunt cooled down quickly. After leveling up, it could seamlessly taunt, keeping a large range of enemies perpetually provoked. The second form of the boss furiously attacked Zhao Yuan, especially increasing its attack speed, leaving Zhao Yuan only able to see crimson claw marks as his health began to drop. Thud thud thud. The counter damage turned into real damage, having the boss's health bar. The second form of the Baron had higher attack power and faster attack speed, making the counter damage effects even more outrageous. Despairingly, the Baron found that no matter what, it could not bypass Zhao Yuan. His taunt forced it to keep attacking him without respite. Zhao Yuan's counter damage absolutely crushed the boss's vampiric abilities. Just 3 minutes into its second form, its health bar was completely emptied. As it began transforming into its third form, Zhao Yuan still had 80% of his health remaining in a robust state, while at this time Huang Xian's team had already completed the third phase of the dungeon and was rushing toward the final level. In the chat channel, Huang Xian sent a message: "Everyone, our squad has successfully passed the third phase of the dungeon, there's only the boss fight left. Yay, winning this bet will bring great benefits to our entire village." It said that the final boss of the village dungeon is a war treant. Player from Newbie Village 401, damn it, we didn't provoke them, yet they challenged us. With inferior strength, it could lead to the slow death of our entire village. Is there a chance Huang Xian's team might fail to defeat the boss, die within the dungeon? If so, when the time for the bet runs out, we won't have to face any punishment, right? Heh. A player from Newbie Village 403 sent a message: "Stop dreaming. Since Huang Xian dared to initiate the bet, he must be confident of victory. He will definitely defeat this boss. Soon there will be no more Newbie Village 401. Although the players from Newbie Village 401 were furious, they were helpless and could only grit their teeth and continue leveling up to face the incoming monster attacks. The Vampire Baron's third form awakened, completely losing its human appearance and transforming into a bloated, ugly creature. The meticulously tailored suit was almost bursting with dark bluish muscles showing through. Boom! Zhao Yuan was instantly sent flying by the Baron, whose massive size significantly enhanced all its attributes. However, this form of the Vampire Baron had low intelligence and ignored Zhongwen, focusing solely on killing Zhao Yuan even though he hadn't used his sword-drawing taunt. But this was exactly what Zhao Yuan hoped to see. The higher the boss's attack, the higher the counter damage, which suited him just fine. Puff puff puff. The Vampire Baron's attacks sent Zhao Yuan flying, but his health only decreased by 10%, while the Vampire Baron itself sustained huge injuries, with its health bar instantly dropping by a third. Nice, Zhao Yuan's health was still over 60%, more than enough to counter-damage the boss to death, Zhang Wen excitedly thought. Zhao Yuan's counter-damage output alone was several times higher than that of 10 people. A team of 10 fighting the final boss would need 5 to 6 hours. Given the boss's substantial health, one misstep could lead to casualties. If the frontline fell, it would lead to a team wipeout. And Zhao Yuan's SSS-grade counterarmor turned the attacker's damage attributes into true damage reflected back. The more he thought about this passive skill, the more awesome it seemed. It had only been 10 minutes and the Vampire Baron's third health bar was already being emptied by the counter damage. Just then a figure in black darted out from the corner, quickly firing arrows toward Zhongwen. "Don't worry about me, I've been waiting for this," Zhongwen declared through his teammate's voice channel. "Just hold off the Vampire Baron, I can handle this man in black by myself." Zhongwen manipulated the elite skeletal creature beside him, positioning it as a shield in front of himself, covering every gap. 3 arrows took down one skeleton's health bar. "Think you can escape? After all the days you've had me on edge, do you think I'd let you go now?" The scattered skeletal creatures, inheriting the agility skills of the higher-tier blood slaves, moved swiftly to encircle the man in black, launching continuous attacks. The man's cloak fell, revealing a face somewhat similar to that of the village chief, but he had been transformed by the vampires. His stats appeared: lower-tier vampire elite level, LV10 skills, blood-sucking, triple arrow. Description: the village chief's brother who had been transformed into a vile creature years ago while fighting against the vampire baron. The village chief's brother approached the vampire baron, willingly becoming sustenance for the baron. The vampire baron bit off the upper half of the chief's brother's body, rapidly restoring his own health. Draw sword taunt. Zhao Yuan made a sword-drawing gesture, colliding directly with the boss's face, pulling the vampire baron into a taunted state. The boss couldn't swallow the remaining vampire corpses and his health only recovered partially. Such detail, a well-timed interrupt during health recovery, Zhongwen admired from behind. If the boss had fully recovered his health, who knows who would have won? Zhao Yuan's health was also less than half. Zhongwen controlled the skeletal creatures, throwing them madly onto the boss, attacking recklessly. Although the damage was low, the sheer number of skeletal creatures was an advantage. A large number of them were smashed into pieces by the vampire baron. Zhao Yuan's sword-drawing taunt cooled down again and he charged at the boss, inflicting massive damage while forcibly taunting him. Pft, pft, pft. Deep bone-exposing wounds appeared on the boss, and after another 5 minutes the vampire baron's health bar was finally emptied. The baron fell powerlessly and Zhao Yuan's health was left at only 35%. The entire process of fighting the boss took only 13 minutes, a task that normally required a 10-person team grinding for 5 to 6 hours to defeat. Boom, a dazzling golden light enveloped the two players. Zhao Yuan leveled up to 9-inch and Zhongwen to 8. The regional announcement declared, "The wager ends, and number 401 Beginner Village is the first to pass the village instance. Wager successful." The Huang Xian team, still in the middle of their boss fight, was dumbfounded. What happened? We haven't killed the boss yet. How could the wager have ended? Is this number 401 Beginner Village? We lost. The team members were in shock, their morale completely shattered. If not for the boss's attacks being lethal, these players would have already given up. Everyone hold steady, let's kill the boss before we talk further, otherwise we all die here, and that punishment is better than losing our lives. Huang Xian's face was grim, but he could only urge his teammates to kill the boss quickly. Damn it, wasn't number 401 Beginner Village supposed to have given up? What exactly happened? In the next moment the gigantic war ant swung its branches at Huang Xian. The chat channel was in an uproar as the players from Novice Village number 403, having realized that their side had lost the bet, started cursing in the chat. Why did we lose? This doesn't make sense. Huang Xian's team was about to successfully pioneer the area. Could it be that there's another team from Novice Village number 401 secretly making progress? This is a mess. The penalties for losing the bet are no joke. This damn Huang Xian, why did he initiate this bet in the first place? Now we all have to suffer the consequences. Players from Novice Village number 401 were just as puzzled. Their strongest team had already given up, even getting stuck at the second stage and losing 2 players. How could they suddenly win the bet? Could there really be some top player secretly advancing in a dungeon in Novice Village number 401? That couldn't be right. The village chief would only choose the strongest team, and he had clearly picked a team from one of the 3 major organizations. Regional announcement. Betting results are in. players from Novice Village number 401 receive a 5-point increase in all attributes, double area resources, and a decrease in monster siege difficulty. Players from Novice Village number 403 suffer a 5-point reduction in all attributes, halved area resources, and an increase in monster siege difficulty. Huang Xian, as the initiator of the bet and having lost, will have all his attributes reduced by 10 points and lose 9,000 experience points in an instant. Players from Novice Village number 401 saw their attributes increase by 5 points. Meanwhile, in Novice Village number 403, there were cries of despair as their attributes decreased by 5 points, effectively stripping them of 1 level's worth of attributes. Zhao Yuan within the dungeon also received his system prompt. System player as the first to clear the village dungeon and a member of the winning betting team, all attributes increased by 10 points. As the team leader, he received a special reward: the White Jade Lotus Platform, a white-grade magical artifact. Zhongwen also received a 10-point increase in all attributes, effectively gaining the equivalent of 2 levels of attribute points. These past 3 days leveling up to level 8 with you have been incredibly thrilling, exclaimed Zhongwen excitedly. There's too much system information here, let me finish reading it. Zhao Yuan, now level 9 and just 1 level away from being able to choose a cornerstone talent from 3 options, was empowered by an SSS grade counter armor allowing him to solo dungeons. His new cornerstone talent would lead to a qualitative change in his abilities. System player kills a level 10 lord creature, the Blood Clan Baron, earning 4,563 experience points, 1 silver coin, and 2 pieces of green equipment. Player's personal level advances to level 9, all attributes plus 5, talent triggered, billionfold proficiency, current multiplier, 43x, SSS grade counter armor gains 7,653 proficiency points, asterisk 43x, advancing to level 27, SSS grade quick draw taunt gains 2365 proficiency points, asterisk 43x, advancing to level 23. Player has unlocked the magical artifact feature early. Please check individually. After Zhao Yuan defeated the Vampire Baron, he was rewarded with 2 green tier items, a huge loot indeed. The items were a pair of bronze boots and a bronze staff. The bronze boots were of green quality, requiring a minimum level of 5 to wear. They provided an agility boost of plus 5 and an evasion increase of plus 3. The boots, adorned with bronze patterns, were designed for comfort and suited for close quarter combat. Zhao Yuan equipped these boots immediately, bringing his total gear count to 3. The bronze staff, also green in quality and requiring level 5, boosted intelligence by plus 5, increased mana by plus 150 and added plus 1 mana regeneration. Made of bronze, the staff was not only effective in channeling magical power but also sturdy enough to be used as a weapon to strike enemies. Zhao Yuan, however, had no use for the staff and passed it to Zhongwen. System notification: instance dungeon settlement in progress. Time spent 26 hours. Participants 2 final grade SSS. The team has earned an SSS tier clearance gift box. Dungeon monsters typically drop little to no rewards except for the final boss, which dropped equipment. All rewards, including copper coins, items and gems, were distributed at the end of the dungeon. Zhongwen, now wielding the bronze staff, opened the SSS tier gift box. Inside the gift box, they found 50,000 copper coins, 10 level 1 enhancement stones, 3 level 1 gems, and 1 piece of green tier equipment. The enhancement stones could be used to strengthen equipment, though Zhao Yuan had not yet unlocked the forging feature. Gems could be set into equipment to enhance attributes, but equipment slots needed to be available. The green tier equipment was a set of bronze bracers which boosted both attack and defense attributes, and Zhao Yuan equipped them. With this new addition, Zhao Yuan's attribute panel now read: name, Zhao Yuan, level 9, talents, eternal blessing, unique, all skills are permanently SSS tier. Billions of proficiency multiplier, unique skills have no level cap and can be upgraded indefinitely. Killing targets continually increases the proficiency multiplier. Current multiplier 43x. Keystone abilities: reflective armor LV27, SSS tier passively provides high physical and magical defense, reflects true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute. Skills: sword draw taunt LV23, SSS tier passively increases monsters' aggro, actively charges forward a distance, taunting enemies within 250 meters for 15 seconds. Inventory: oak shield, white, iron armor, white, bronze boots, green, bronze bracers, green, level 1 enhancement stones x10 level 1 gems x3 currency, 70,000 copper coins 1 silver coin magical artifact, Jade Lotus platform other panels not yet unlocked. Zhao Yuan's basic attributes had significantly improved with these 4 pieces of equipment, but more importantly, the activation of his billions of proficiency multiplier talent, now at 43x, was crucial. This talent was key to rapidly upgrading his SSS tier skills. The 2 unique talents were the cornerstone of his strength. The magical artifact feature, typically unlocked at level 20, was made available early to Zhao Yuan as the leader of the successful challenge team, granting him a special reward. Jade Lotus platform quality, white level, LV1, upgradable, attributes, health plus 300 regeneration plus 5 defense plus 20 special effect, upon activation restores a small amount of health continuously for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. After equipping the Jade Lotus platform, a fist-sized magical artifact floats beside Zhao Yuan, moving along with the player. Even as a mere white artifact, the attributes it provides are astonishingly high, and this is just at level 1. The artifact can be continuously upgraded through spending copper coins, enhancing its attributes and effects. In the later stages, the attributes provided by a powerful artifact can surpass those of 2 or 3 pieces of equipment combined, not to mention the active effects of the artifact. Zhongwen uses an S-class white bone summoning using the corpse of a vampire baron as a sacrificial material and obtains a level 10 lord creature's bones. Although it only retains 50% of the original attributes, all skills are inherited. This is indeed the correct way to use the S-class white bone summoning. After defeating a boss, one can obtain the boss's bones, which can then be stored indefinitely in the summoning space. Zhongwen exclaimed excitedly. However, once the health bar of the bone creature is depleted, it disappears completely. Zhao Yuan opens his artifact panel. Upgrading the artifact by 1 level costs 1,000 copper coins. He frantically upgrades as copper coins only have value when converted into combat power. Spending 1,000 copper coins raises the artifact to LV1, spending 5,000 copper coins raises it to LV2, spending 10,000 copper coins, spending 20,000 copper coins, spending 30,000 copper coins. He runs out of copper coins and the upgrade is interrupted. The artifact level reaches LV5. Jade Lotus platform quality, white level, LV5, upgradable, attributes, health plus 2000 inch regeneration plus 25 defense plus 100 special effect. Upon activation restores health continuously for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. The attributes of a level 5 white artifact completely overshadow those of white and even green equipment. However, artifacts seldom drop and are mostly obtained from the final stages of mega dungeons or large events. Therefore, many players at tiers 4 and 5 typically possess only white or green artifacts. This level 5 white artifact directly makes Zhao Yuan the player with the highest health in the entire novice village. Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen decide to exit the dungeon. At the location where the boss's corpse was, a teleportation point appears. Stepping into it, they return to the village chief's cottage. World announcement: the LV10 village dungeon world record has been refreshed. Current rating: SSS, world announcement, LV10 village dungeon world record. It was indeed you two. The village chief has been waiting at the teleportation point for a long time. Did you two defeat the vampire baron? Zhongwen smiles and says, not only did we pass through the dungeon, but we also saw your brother. However, he has been turned into a vampire, becoming nourishment for the vampire baron. Alas, the village chief sighed deeply. 10 years ago, the vampire baron attacked the village, but the vampire's vitality was incredibly tenacious. Despite many sacrifices, they barely managed to inflict severe injuries on him. Finally, seeing his brother die, the chief felt his existence was now justified by personally ending the life of his brother, who had turned into a grotesque creature. Zhao Yuan tried to speak up. Chief, the monster attack on the village is imminent. Is there anything we can do to help? The chief responded, of course there is. The guard team is severely short of arrows, spears, black oil and logs for fortifying the walls. These are all crucial for our fight against the monsters. System: player has accepted the mission. Collect black oil, collect logs, collect bones. The final reward will be determined upon completion of the task. This was Zhao Yuan's 3rd day as a player, and he was eager to level up to 10. Even the high experience points gained from defeating bosses only brought him to 5% of level 9. Reaching level 10 would unlock the forging feature, allowing him to enhance equipment, embed gems, and most importantly choose a second cornerstone talent, News of Zhao. Yuan achieving an SSS rating and refreshing the level 10 village dungeon flashed across the world announcement 3 times. Players from novice villages 401 and 403 couldn't help but suspect that it was a mysterious team from village 401 that had achieved the SSS rating, because the timing coincided. Huang Xian's face was grim. Although he had also managed to kill the boss, his attributes were permanently weakened and 3 of his team members had died. As the initiator of the wager, he was punished with a 10-point reduction in all attributes. He had faded from his position as a top-notch expert, and now players in Village 403 were relentlessly mocking him online. He brought this upon himself. Huang Xian harmed others and himself, leading to the death of his teammates and a reduction in his own attributes, and he dragged the rest of us players into this mess. Damn it, hey, weren't you the happiest when he initiated that wager? Ha, in the world of this apocalyptic game, everything is judged by success or failure. If Huang Xian hadn't been obsessed with the wager, wouldn't he have avoided all this trouble? Players in Village 401 were nearly jumping with excitement. My god, I was all prepared to be punished, but it turns out we won. Could there be a big shot hiding in this little novice village? Did everyone see the world announcement just now? The timing is too coincidental. It's highly likely that our players from Village 401 successfully passed the village dungeon and received an SSS rating, not just an SSS rating, even an A-level clearance would be the work of a top-level expert. I'm genuinely in awe. To achieve an SSS rating, I'm stunned. The leaders of the 3 major organizations also had mixed feelings. They thought that Mountain Ghost, Flower Tiger and Charm Blue were the limits of Village 401, but apparently there was someone capable of obtaining an SSS rating. Fu Jun muttered, "It can't be him, can it?" The team leader of Fu Jun asked him, "Who's him? What do you know?" Fu Jun's face turned awkward. "I once met a player who might possess an SS level cornerstone talent. You might not believe this, but initially I planned to kill him." Meanwhile, players in Village 401 hunting in the wilderness discovered the benefits of doubled resources. After the reward for doubled resources, the frequency of finding herbs, timber stones and random treasure chests in the wild had increased significantly. This is just too awesome. Originally, a task of collecting medicinal herbs would take about 5 hours, but now it can be completed in just 3 hours. Let me check. Zhongwen examined the map, noting that black oil was clearly the most important resource capable of burning monsters, and it only appeared in level 10 wilderness areas. The materials for arrows and spears were substitutes made from the bones of wild beasts. The higher the grade of the bones, the better the items produced. Decided, let's head to this area. Zhao Yuan pointed to the level 10 area at the edge of the map. Zhao Yuan casually remarked, "Let's set off. With our combined strength, we can almost lay flat through the level 10 wilderness. Even if a wilderness lord appears, we can attempt to kill it." Both stepped into the teleportation point with Zhongwen choosing the outermost edge of the known map. Once the light returned, Zhao Yuan had already arrived above the wilderness, a desolate and dangerous aura permeating the entire area. With a wave of his bronze staff, Zhongwen summoned all the skeletal creatures from the space, a total of 246 level 9 blood slaves, all inheriting the swiftness skill. During the battle with the vampire baron, all other skeletal creatures were shattered, the most significant being the summoning of the vampire baron's skeletal remains. This level 10 lord creature's appearance was not much different from ordinary skeletal beings, but a pair of bat wings formed from white bones protruded from its back. All 3 skills of the vampire baron were inherited by the skeletal creature. In view, level 10 ordinary quality monsters noticed the duo, and Zhongwen controlled his army of skeletons to attack the surrounding monsters. In the game of Apocalypse, the attributes of wilderness creatures doubled under the night, and occasionally during a blood moon, their attributes would double again. Zhongwen easily controlled the skeletal creatures to attack, only keeping 10 level 10 elite creatures close to him for protection. The appearance of a blood moon was unpredictable, and even for the 2 of them, leveling up by grinding monsters in the wilderness at night was challenging. The effort and output were disproportionate, and they also needed sleep to recover their energy. Red spotted mushroom quality, ordinary level, LV10. Skill, poison gas. Description: a creature mutated from red-spotted poison mushrooms, possessing human limbs. Its bright appearance matches its deadly toxin. A walking mushroom, somewhat disgusting. Zhao Yuan activated his sword draw taunt, charging directly into the horde of monsters, forcibly taunting all of them. from the red spots on top of the mushroom monster's head a gap appeared emitting a thick green poisonous gas. Zhao Yuan was instantly enveloped by the poison gas, but his defense was so high that the poison buff couldn't even scratch his health. Instead, the continuous damage reflection triggered by the gas depleted the health bars of the mushroom monsters attacking him. The poison was triggered once every second, effectively reflecting true damage every second. These level 10 ordinary monsters couldn't last even 8 seconds and fell one after another. A regional announcement blared, catastrophe event. The monsters' siege times for newbie villages number 401 and number 500 have been reduced and will commence in 24 hours. Zhao Yuan frowned. 24 hours, it's impossible for us to reach level 10 by then. The game world was fraught with disasters like natural calamities, beast tides, and invasions by alien races. Larger human cities could randomly suffer from these disasters, including massive monster sieges. The most terrifying and fitting theme of the apocalypse was the invasion by alien races, players from other civilizations invading this plane, competing with players from different civilizations. Let's hurry and gather materials that will help us defend the village. Carrying the onslaught of hundreds of mushroom monsters, Zhao Yuan continued to advance, leaving a trail of corpses behind. Zhong 1 controlled a blood baron named Baigu who, although only at 50% of his attributes, could easily annihilate these level 10 ordinary monsters. The two of them ignored the swarms of monsters and pressed on. An hour later, Zhao Yuan came across an oil field. Black crude oil continuously gushed out from the well, but this area was already within a foggy zone not shown on the newbie village map. Black oil fields, this is a strategic resource point. If we can fully harvest and transport it back, it would be a powerful weapon against the monster siege. Lurking around these black oil fields were numerous level 13 monsters with dark, glossy-skinned, giant boars stomping around near the oil fields. Black mountain boar stats, ordinary level, 13 skills, fangs, charge, description. With hard fangs and thick skin, these wild boars can easily kill any creature that intrudes into their territory. Charge plus fangs looks like they're not low level, even though they're level 13 monsters they can still become my experience points. Zhao Yuan activated his sword drawing taunt and charged into the oil field. Dozens of nearby black mountain boars charged at him with their sharp fangs, but he remained unscathed. Instead, the boars were left with deep wounds from the damage reflection effect. Standing near the black oil resource point, Zhao Yuan received a system notification. Strategic resource point. Once occupied, it takes 12 hours to fully exploit the black oil. Not bad, 12 hours. If we hurry, we can get back to the village before nightfall. Zhao Yuan chose to occupy the resource point directly. Normally, players would clear out the nearby monsters before peacefully occupying and exploiting the resource, but Zhao Yuan simply stood at the resource point. All the boars attacking him were killed by the damage reflection effect. Bodies fell one by one, collected by the backpacks that came with the mission. The quills of the porcupines could be used as materials for arrows and spears, and the wild boar meat could be turned into food. Wave after wave of black mountain porcupines charged at Zhao Yuan, only to become corpses one batch after another. Zhao Yuan didn't even need to activate his sword drawing taunt. These black mountain porcupines would actively attack any creature that occupied resource points. Zhong Wen also had a great time grinding, gradually replacing the skeleton creatures with the bones of level 13 porcupines, which were of higher strength. The resource point was successfully occupied. Mining progress 1% per 100%. The progress bar in front of Zhao Yuan moved extremely slowly. It would take 12 hours to fully mine the resources. However, the two of them found grinding monsters quite easy, as the level 13 creatures provided decent experience points. Combat notification. Defeated a level 13 black mountain porcupine, gained 213 experience points and obtained 5 copper coins. Triggered the talent billionfold proficiency, current multiplier increased to 45 times. SSS ranked counter armor gained 5,632 proficiency points, asterisk 45, level increased to LV 30. SSS ranked sword drawing taunt gained 2,362 proficiency points, asterisk 45, level increased to LV 25. Zhao was still stuck at level 8, progressing very slowly, but his S-ranked magic enhancement and bone summoning levels had increased. Zhao could now summon 650 skeletal creatures. Over 600 skeletal wild boars formed a neat legion and charged together, creating a spectacular scene. A player from beginner village number 401 opened his friend list, selected a person named Taku Shin and sent a message. World announcement: a player from our beginner village number 401 completed the village dungeon with an SSS rating. A few minutes later, the other party replied, "Oh, are you sure?" "Sure." Our two villages had a bet on which one would pass the village dungeon first. The result just showed the bet was successful, and the next second the world announcement came out indicating it was a player from beginner village number 401 who achieved the SSS rating. Good. Ditaku Shin sent a message, "I need his detailed information. As a reward, I'll give you 200,000 copper coins, 10 level 1 enhancement stones, and 1 green piece of equipment. First, if you get me detailed information about this player who completed the SSS rated dungeon, I'll pay you 100 times the resources. I value integrity most. If you deceive me with false information, you know the consequences. If your information is true and you get his name and coordinates, even if you switch to being a player from our Sakura country, I can help you achieve that." Takushin said with a smile. "Don't worry, at this point I have no way out but to see this through." The player from beginner village number 401 ended the call, used the resources sent via email to strengthen himself, and then hid among a crowd of players. Apart from beginner village number 401, the other 100 beginner villages were plunged into panic as a disaster event caused the monsters to attack the villages earlier. With only 24 hours left, we had nearly 5 days left to strengthen our abilities and complete the mission, but now we have no choice but to face it head on. The fate of novice village number 403, having lost the bet, is tragic. All players will have their attributes reduced by 5 points, resources cut in half, and the difficulty of monster sieges increased, and there's less than 24 hours left. Damn Huang Xian, he brought this disaster upon himself, and now we all have to suffer with him. Where has he hidden himself now? Isn't he a B-level cornerstone talent? I doubt we can hold our ground in 24 hours. Over 80% of the players are going to die here. Brothers, there's no time to complain. Hurry up and gather materials, fortify the walls, collect arrows. We have less than 24 hours. If we don't unite, we're truly doomed. I'm just so infuriated." A good hand ruined by Huang Xian. That guy lost the bet and had his attributes reduced by 10 points, basically dropping him from the ranks of top-tier fighters. Looking at the 100 novice villages hit by this sudden catastrophe, only number 401 seems a bit better off since the difficulty of monster sieges there has decreased. Alas, envy won't help us now. 6 hours have passed and Zhao Yuan's mining progress bar has already passed 50%. Wave after wave of boars slam into him only to be pierced by his SSS class counter armor. It's a pity. Zhongwen murmurs, "These skeletal creatures can't level up. They remain at the level they were before death. Otherwise, I could have had a high-level lord creature by now. This is just an S-class skill, already quite powerful. If the skeletal creatures summoned could level up, that would probably be an SS-class skill." Zhao Yuan uses his sword draw taunt again, slaughtering a large number of boars in a charging massacre. Dark shackles, life drain, bat duplication. Zhong, when controlling the skeletal baron, is having the time of his life, commanding a level 10 boss summon and over 600 skeletal wild boars. Boom, a rich golden light showers over Zhongwan and he finally reaches level 9, gaining 5 points in all attributes. Leveling up is too slow. Even with our terrifying efficiency in monster clearing, leveling up remains a grueling challenge. Ordinary players struggle to defeat monsters of the same level, exhausting all their strength and facing the risk of injury. Zhao Yuan helplessly says, "I've been fighting for so long and I've only reached 25% of the experience needed." The materials from the boar corpses are automatically stored in the system backpack, amounting to over 6,000 units. Another 6 hours pass and Zhao Yuan finally completes the black oil collection. Resource point completely harvested, yielding a total of 7,623 units of black oil. Throughout the battle, Zhao Yuan continuously uses the active effects of his magical treasures, which fortunately have no consumption cost after activation, allowing for a continuous 15-second regeneration of health. A quite practical effect. More importantly, the magical treasures panel attributes with over 2,000 health points give Zhao Yuan the possibility to recklessly dive into enemy mobs in the upcoming monster sieges. As the sky gradually darkened, the faint glow of the evening sky could still be seen before nightfall, while the monsters on the wilderness became increasingly ferocious, their pupils turning blood red and their bodies enlarging. With the Knight's Embrace, the attributes of all creatures outside double to players. Please take caution. With so much dark oil, it's uncertain how much reward it could fetch. The village chief better not think about getting something for nothing from us. Zhongwan controlled the skeleton legion, making their way back. he also had the corpse of the vampire baron carry two people moving swiftly, albeit somewhat unsettlingly. After casually slaying the enraged monsters along the way, the two returned to the teleportation point, which would persist as long as the safe zone was not breached. After 3 seconds of teleportation, they returned to the newbie village 401. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire village was extremely solemn, the quiet before the storm chilling to the bone. Upon finding the village chief, Zhou Yuan handed over more than 7,000 units of dark oil and tens of thousands of boar corpses to the chief. Dark oil, so much of it, the chief exclaimed in surprise. He spread the oil on the roads, igniting it to cause massive damage to the monsters, and the oil's prolonged burning effect was very strong, capable of burning continuously for 10 minutes. How did you find this oil? There are no such resources near our village, Zhao Yuan responded. There weren't any before, but after a successful bet, the village's resources doubled and we found the oil in an area still shrouded in mist and undiscovered. And these tens of thousands of boar corpses, can they be processed within the remaining 10+ hours? Of course, the logistics personnel in the village will work through the night to complete the defensive works, the village chief said confidently. Your efficiency is impressive, worthy of those who have cleared the village instance. In my early years, I obtained some enhancement stones, and I will give them to you as well. Mission reminder: the task of collecting materials for defensive works has been completed. Reward: 60,000 copper coins, 10 level 1 enhancement stones, and 1 piece of white equipment. The level 1 enhancement stones can enhance equipment attributes once the forging function is unlocked, which Zhao Yuan can use only after reaching level 10. Copper coins are always in demand, and even billions of them can be quickly spent to enhance combat power, dropping to single digits. The white equipment is a warhammer, which Zhao Yuan lacked, although his main damage output came from an SSS grade counter armor. Warhammer specifications: white gear, requirements, LV5, attributes, physical attack +5, strength +3, description: a heavy hammer with hard spikes, difficult to lift for those with weak strength. The village chief hurried off, taking the materials to the logistics personnel to process them, ensuring to utilize these resources within the 11-hour countdown. He then rushed to the blacksmith's forge. With the copper coins from the task reward plus those Zhao Yuan picked up from slain monsters, he had enough to upgrade his white magical artifact by 1 level. Zhao Yuan dropped over 70,000 copper coins, upgrading his white magic treasure to level 6, the Azure Jade Lotus platform. Its quality was white level 6, upgradable, with attributes of plus 2,800 health points, plus 30 health regeneration, and plus 125 defense. Its special effect could restore his own health for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. After upgrading his treasure, Zhao Yuan's copper coins dwindled back down to just over 10,000. At this time, he could see hundreds of NPC guards and players spreading buckets of black oil outside the village, layering the ground with dry grass. This simple yet effective disguise, meant to mimic ordinary ground, wouldn't waste much time and could fool the more intelligent creatures among the monsters. Meanwhile, numerous workers dug pits outside the village, sharpening wild beast bones into long spears to create spiked traps. Since the village walls were made of raw wood, the black oil could also scorch the walls and was therefore only laid outside the wall area. Although there were many stones in the village, there was no technology available to form these into walls, nor materials to make cement. A massive blood-red countdown hung over the village with less than 11 hours remaining. Blacksmiths and their apprentices continuously sharpened wild beast bones into spears or arrows, while the players in the village also contributed in their own ways. We should rest first, gather our strength to face the monster siege. Right now, there's nothing we can do, and venturing out into the wilderness under the cover of night is too risky, Zhou Yuan said. He and Zhongwen headed to an inn where, after paying some copper coins, they took up residence. Zhao Yuan noticed the innkeeper's children crying continuously, and the innkeeper's face was filled with worry, unsure if they would survive the monster's siege. According to the strategy guides on the forums, a monster siege typically comes in 3 waves, possibly including flying creatures and long-range attackers. Zhongwen flipped through the chat channel, saying of course the most terrifying are the lord creatures in the last wave. Moreover, monster sieges generally last more than 24 hours, which means Zhao Yuan took over. It means we'll face beasts with double attributes under the cover of darkness. But the good news is I'm only 45% away from reaching level 10. That means I have a high chance of leveling up after the first wave of the monster's siege. with a new cornerstone talent, my strength will skyrocket enough to withstand the attacks of 3 lord creatures even under nighttime conditions, Zhao Yuan added optimistically. Zhongwen also looked forward to it, and I can level up to 10. During the second wave, I'm currently at level 9 with 5%, and before facing the lord creatures I can obtain my second cornerstone talent, and so I teamed up with you, a top player, and we managed to clear the village dungeon with an SSS rating, earning frightfully high hidden scores. We had a 100% chance of acquiring S-level skills, and I pushed hard to see if we could reach SS level. After our conversation we each returned to our rooms in the inn. As long as the safe area wasn't breached, the rooms in the inn were absolutely secure. Without one's own permission others couldn't enter. Meanwhile, the 3 major organizations of Newbie Village 401 were holding a meeting to devise a plan against the monster siege. Wang Mu, the leader of the Mountain Ghost organization, spoke up first. Even though our gamble paid off and the difficulty of the monster siege has decreased, we must not be careless. If we hold them off, we will receive a rich system reward. If we fail, we are likely to die in the onslaught of monsters. I predict that half of the players in Newbie Village 401 will perish on the battlefield. Quan Yin, the leader of the Blue Charm organization, shook his head and said, "Half, you're being too optimistic. At least 2/3 will die. This is a semi-digital world after all. Losing an arm means it's hard to regenerate, and while healing can save a life, only higher-level medical skills can restore limbs. If the village players coordinate well, losing 2/3 of the players might just be enough to hold our ground," the leader of the Tiger Flower organization added. "But who wants to be cannon fodder? Everyone wants to be among those who survive. Have you forgotten? There's still a team hidden in our village that has successfully cleared the dungeon. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as we think." Village 403, on the other hand, should be panicking with the punishment imposed by the wager. They're likely to be wiped out. Quan Yin of the Blue Charm organization stood up and said, "We can't concern ourselves with the hidden team. We must do our part. I want command over the 3 organizations. Only by properly coordinating all players can we minimize losses." Wang Mu scoffed, "Oh Quan Yin, you think you're a genius strategist. How am I inferior to you? You just want to use this command to gain more battle points and eventually trade them for rewards. Fine, I don't understand tactics." The leader of the Tiger Flower organization, resting his elbow on the table, said, "You two fight it out. But there's not much time left to decide who leads and who follows, and although I don't know much about command, if anyone sacrifices my brothers as cannon fodder to preserve their own forces." He stared at them both and continued, "I won't care about the monster siege anymore. I'll take care of the traitor myself." Newbie Village 401 had a total of 5,000 players plus over 2,000 combat-capable NPCs. Excluding those recently deceased, there were nearly 7,000 combatants. Of these, about 700 were reserves, and some players had support skills such as smithing, potion making, and engineering. These support personnel had worked through the night to transform all usable resources into weapons of war. The next day, the preset alarm woke Zhao Yuan. He went downstairs and spent some copper coins to buy food at the inn. Zhongwen also joined the breakfast table with only 1 hour left until the monster siege. After eating and drinking their fill, they filled their hidden hunger stat to over 90% and headed to the city wall. The terrain of Novice Village 401 is highly advantageous for defense, flanked by mountains on 2 sides and a turbulent river on another. The direction from which monsters attack the village is singular, whereas some other novice villages must fend off enemies from multiple directions. For Village 401, the defenders only need to focus their manpower on guarding the northern wall. With just 1 hour left on the countdown, Quan Yin, the leader of the Milan organization, spoke in the regional channel. "Everyone, as the temporary commander of Novice Village 401, I urge you to follow my orders to ensure our survival. Rest assured, if we cooperate effectively, we can definitely defend our village and minimize casualties. With our successful bet, the monster's siege will lessen and all players will receive attribute rewards. Among the 100 villages facing calamities, we have the best chance of success. My command skills may not be genius, but they're sufficiently rational. Trust in me is essential for reducing the number of fatalities. I've also communicated with the village chief and have been given command of the village guard. Lastly, our village harbors individuals capable of breaking through the village instance. We have the right conditions, the right location, and the right people." Zhongwen chimed in from the side. "Who is this guy? He has inspired all the players here." He first highlighted the importance of teamwork, then noted the presence of strong players within the village, and finally his own adequate command abilities plus the rewards for successful betting. all these are our advantages and he has fully mobilized the players' enthusiasm. Zhao Yuan also nodded. The three major organizations have ultimately chosen Quan Yin as the commander, which certainly means he has unique qualities, otherwise with the competitive nature among these organizations no one would willingly follow another, and with the monster's siege numerous players will perish, there will always be players who want to sneak through without contributing, surviving till the end. His speech will likely bring those players into his team as well. At least he's set the right tone for the battle. Meanwhile, in the chat channel, players were fervently discussing, who is this guy, Quan Yin? He's the leader of the Milan organization, don't you know? As the commander he is relatively safe, plus he can earn a significant amount of battlefield points. Quan Yin has managed to make the other two organizations respect him and follow his command. Looks like he really has what it takes. Let's trust him this time. Unite and repel the monster siege, then use the battlefield points to claim our rewards. Man, I'm fired up too. What Quan Yin said makes sense. If we can't hold out, then the other 100 disaster-stricken villages stand even less of a chance. Let's charge and get it done. Regional announcement. The monster siege on Novice Village 401 is about to begin. The battlefield points leaderboard will be activated and points can be exchanged for rewards after the disaster event ends. Player actions such as kills, assists, commands and damage taken will all be converted into battlefield points, rewarding both support and combat players. The chat channel was closed and the wartime command channel opened. Ordinary players could not speak, but the top 10 players in the rankings were given several opportunities to speak. Commanders were allowed to speak once every 5 minutes. The monster's siege was imminent and all players were urged to proceed with caution. Zhao Yuan glanced at the rules and mentioned players who heal teammates can also earn battlefield points, and those who play defensive roles and take damage can earn corresponding points. Those building defensive fortifications will also gain points when these structures play a role, ensuring everyone is on equal footing. Zhongwen looked up at Quan Yin on the city wall. This guy was sitting idle, merely issuing a few commands, yet he was able to earn a massive amount of points, making him a strong contender for the top 3 spots on the leaderboard. However, having a commander truly made a difference. A disorganized defense simply couldn't hold up. Effective utilization of combat power could determine half the battle's outcome. Before the chat channel was closed, Quan Yin glanced around. The vast majority were following his commands, even if a tiny minority were reluctant. But faced with the threat of death, these dissenters would eventually follow the crowd, especially as the effectiveness of his commands became apparent and almost all players would end up obeying his orders. Quan Yin spoke in the wartime chat channel. Thanks to the efforts of the support staff last night, we have covered the ground with a large amount of black oil and produced numerous incendiary bottles. There are 56 spike traps laid out and poison-coated barbed wires have been placed. The city walls have been reinforced with stones. There's an ample supply of arrows and we have a large stock of healing potions. Given the urgency, this is the extent of the defensive works we can muster. Now we will divide all players into defensive, healing, ranged attack and melee attack teams. The defensive players will be at the forefront, followed by the melee fighters and then the healing team. Core members of our 3 organizations including myself will also stand on the front lines. We don't have much time, let's get moving. There are 7,000 of us, mostly level 7 and 8 players with a few at level 10. Although it's annoying to have Quan Yin bossing me around, he is also on the front lines, so he seems alright. Zhongwen joined the ranged attackers. Zhao Yuan also joined the defensive team, wielding a white wooden shield in one hand and a long-handled barbed iron hammer in the other. As time passed, the countdown finally reached 0. Regional announcement. The monster siege has begun. Players, please proceed with caution. If the newbie village is breached, the safe zone will lose its protective effect and the teleportation points will also become inactive. Hey, brother, you've got quite a lot of equipment there. You're almost fully equipped. Help me out if you can. During the fight, a tall defensive player called out. They're just common white gear, not worth much. Zhao Yuan responded casually, then noticed a dark tide of beasts surging towards the village. It was a terrifying number of wild animals madly charging forward, with many being crushed to death by the fierce beasts behind them. Yet the speed of the monster tide did not slow down at all. Just seeing these, there must be more than 60,000, right? This is just the beginning. Zhao Yuan messaged Zhong when even 600000 couldn't withstand your SSS tier armor, and you've got a healing team right behind you, who could reduce your health below 80%. Zhongwen from the back lines replied, probably only the 3 lord creatures under the night status boost. This is a real doomsday game. Players feel intense pain when injured, and being hit in a vital spot or losing one's head results in instant death, Zhou Yuan explained. Moreover, losing limbs isn't something that can be healed just by regeneration skills, it requires advanced healing skills. Commanding such a real battle is like commanding an ancient battlefield filled with uncertainties and countless times more complex than battles in online games. Zhou Yuan also added in a private message to his friend, "It's up to Quan Yin now, this isn't like an online game where tankers pull aggro, damage dealers control the output and healers release skills with precision." Quan Yin stood atop the city walls, exposed at the forefront alongside the frontline fighters. As the tide of monsters approached, they entered the area covered by the dark oil. "Don't rush, let all the monsters come in first." Now, Quan Yin commanded over the battle channel. "Ignite the arrows." Clang clang clang, numerous archers from the rear launched their flaming arrows. The ground soaked in black oil immediately ignited, casting a sinister green flame and enveloping most of the monsters within it. The range of remote damage dealers was generally about 20 meters. They could only wait for the monsters to come closer before they could attack. The arrows just launched had skill effects added to them, enabling them to be shot from such a distance. The monsters trapped in the sea of fire screamed in agony, experiencing real pain just like the players. One could see the monsters' health bars rapidly decreasing, and the black oil sticking to their bodies made the flames inextinguishable. Finally, these monsters madly charged toward the village. The sea of fire could not stop them but merely depleted their health. As the monster tide drew closer, various traps were triggered, including spike traps and steel wires coated with poison. Zhou Yuan's battle score began to rise as the black oil was his contribution, and the players who laid the traps also earned battle points. Leading the score was Quan Yin, who earned a massive amount of battle points just by commanding the team. In this monster siege, none of the monsters dropped rewards. Instead, they were converted into corresponding points. Only after the siege ended could these points be exchanged for rich rewards. This effectively cut off the possibility of becoming stronger during the battle. Besides experience points and skill proficiency, these monsters provided no other rewards. If the monster's assault on the fortress failed, these points would be voided, and whether the players could survive was questionable. As the monster wave approached within 100 meters, 1/3 of them were killed by traps and the rest bore serious injuries, leaving no creature at full health. Only then were the attributes of the monsters visible to everyone: level 10 grey wolves, level 10 monkeys, level 10 hyenas, level 10 spike creatures. The first wave of monsters, all of ordinary quality and level 10, made the impending difficulty of the next two waves quite apparent. When the monsters were 50 meters from the city walls, Quan Yin ordered through the battle command channel, "Archers, launch long-range volleys." Typically, an archer's range was only about 20 meters, but by shooting upwards at an angle, the arrows would rise and then, losing power, fall back to the ground due to gravity. Although this type of shooting reduced the power of the arrows, it allowed for a longer distance, and the village had a large stock of arrows, thus they could cover the area with these volleys. Hundreds of arrows fell among the monster wave, killing many, but more continued their charge with arrows sticking out of their bodies. The collision was imminent. "Everyone get ready, we must not let a single monster climb over, it would severely disrupt our formation," Quan Yin declared. All players and NPCs' faces grew tense, but then a figure jumped down from the city wall, landing outside the village as if going to his death. "Who is that fool, who rushes to their death like that?" Quan Yin cursed loudly. The other players were also stunned, wondering what was going on. Why would he jump down without taking advantage of the architectural benefits of the city walls? Did he slip and fall? Wait. Our beginner village number 401 must still be hiding some top-level players, maybe it's him. The players quickly realized that no one would recklessly waste their life. This player with a shield must be the one who cleared the village dungeon and won the bet. But wait, even if he could clear the dungeon, he's just one person. Is he planning to face tens of thousands of level 10 regular monsters alone? Where are his teammates, his 10-man squad? I don't understand. The battlefield situation didn't give players much time to think as Zhou Yuan collided with the monster wave. Holding a hammer, he activated his sword-drawing taunt, a swift charge smashing into the mass of monsters, instantly killing a group and forcing a wide-range taunt that left everyone dumbfounded. Quan Yin now understood that this person was the hidden powerhouse of beginner village number 401, but even more formidable than he had imagined. His thoughts whirled and he commanded, "Ranged teams, attack with full force. Melee teams, throw your fire bottles." In no time, arrows, bolts, fireballs, ice shards and wind blades rained down from behind the lines. With a friendly fire system in place, Zhao Yuan was not injured by attacks from the city wall. He stood like a statue, unmovable in his spot. Countless attacks fell upon Zhao Yuan, but his health bar remained utterly unscathed. Instead, the beasts nearest to him saw their health bars plummet in an instant, a sight baffling to onlookers. The passive effect of his taunt ability also increased the monster's aggro towards him, thus Zhao Yuan alone held back the onslaught of tens of thousands of creatures, causing the players behind him to nearly pop their eyes out in astonishment. What kind of defense is this? His health bar doesn't even flicker, and he doesn't even need any healer's support. Can one man really withstand the assault of tens of thousands of monsters? Quan Yin said incredulously. You see that phantom thorn armor he's wearing? That's the visual effect of the counter thorn's passive skill. Just by standing there and taking hits, he's dealing retributive damage that has killed hundreds of beasts, Wang Mu added from the side. And the most outrageous part must be his taunting skill, right? A single taunt has pulled the attention of a third of the monsters, leaving them to lose interest in us on the city walls and focus solely on attacking him. The team leader of Huahu Group said with a twitch of his mouth, momentarily stunned. Even the leaders of the three major organizations were shocked, not to mention the ordinary players. Zhongwen released all the skeletal creatures from his summoning space in one go, 800 level 13 wild boar skeletons, including several elite ones. But what drew more attention was the skeleton of a vampire baron he summoned, a level 10 lord creature. What the heck is this? Players murmured amongst themselves. If it weren't possible to see the attributes of summons between teammates, they might have mistaken these skeletons for actual monsters. He summoned over 800 level 13 skeletal creatures by himself. Are we even playing the same game? This is ridiculous. I'm dumbfounded. A level 10 vampire baron labeled as a lord creature with 3 skills. Isn't this just like a boss from the village dungeon? Everyone quickly realized this was the teammate of the player who had jumped off the city wall to face tens of thousands of monsters alone, each more exaggerated than the last. This is from killing the boss and then using the boss's corpse as material for his summons. Though Quan Yin was surprised, he had already braced himself and quickly regained his composure, speaking over the communication channel. This is the big shot who got an SSS rating in the village dungeon. With them here, should we even worry about defending the village? Everyone who coordinate your abilities properly and victory will surely be ours. Zhongwen's 800 skeletal boars leaped off the city wall and charged forward recklessly, leaving only about a dozen to protect him. Even if these skeletal boars were shattered, he could always summon more from the corpses on the battlefield, as his S-rank magical enhancement granted him high mana and mana regeneration rates. With Zhongwen's skeletal army's support, many more beasts were trapped at the 20-meter mark at the base of the city wall, right within the range of the ranged players, especially the vampire baron's skeleton, which crazily slaughtered level 10 beasts using its skills of blood-suck, dark shackles and bat duplication continuously. Zhao Yuan had acquired a multitude of healing effects thanks to the rear-line healers continuously casting skills on him. Suddenly he received 2 powerful aura buffs, the regeneration aura, restoring 50 health points per second and slowly healing limb injuries, the life aura, adding 3,000 points to the health limit. These 2 aura skills were definitely S tier, as their effects were incredibly potent. The regeneration aura could even heal limb injuries, a rare capability for an aura skill, which could cover a wide range of players. The larger the area it covered, the weaker the individual effects became. It was unexpected to find a hidden S-tier talent in Novice Village number 401. On the battlefield leaderboard, Zhao Yuan spotted a player named Yun Ning, ranked 5th, likely the one who had activated the S-tier talent with the aura skills, otherwise her points wouldn't have risen so rapidly. Level 10 beasts fell one after another around Zhao Yuan, slain by the reflective damage from true injuries along with the effects of skills from rear-line players. Quan Yin, the commander, was the first to notice that every player was now under the effect of 2 terrifying aura skills. He spotted a young girl among the crowd. She was enveloped in 2 mottled glorious lights, the source of the auras that covered all players. Were these 3 in the same team? Such demons! No wonder they could achieve an SSS rating in the dungeon. Quan Yin instinctively thought that the aura girl Yun Ning must be in a team with Zhao Yuan and others. He immediately broadcasted over the communication channel, "Our team has a powerful player with aura skills. The scales of victory are already tipping in our favor. With 3 top-tier players on our side, how could we possibly lose? We can't lose." Quan Yin then continued to speak, boosting morale. Wang Mu and others thought to themselves, this guy really has a way with words. Right now, the morale is incredibly high. Everyone is dreaming of defeating monsters in the siege and exchanging points for rewards. Although I can command too, I certainly don't know how to inspire people, or rather, I'm not good at it. The aura was so powerful? Restoring 50 health points per second was like having a level 10 support player beside each 1 inch constantly healing them. The players defending the city were ecstatic. Moreover, with the ability to heal limb injuries, the players exclaimed, "Wow, we're taking off. Now I'm not afraid of dying." Covered by this aura, I feel like jumping down and taking on the wild beasts head on. Just don't throw your life away. Caution another player. If you're targeted and barraged, you'll be killed instantly. Forget about being healed then. Do you think you're him? A melee player pointed down at Zhao Yuan, who was single-handedly holding back tens of thousands of beasts at the city wall. The second aura directly added 3,000 points to the health limit. I only have 600 health points total, and this increases it by 5 times. Tell me, how can we lose now? Attention, attention, the great Zhao Yuan couldn't taunt all the beasts. The ones at the far sides are our responsibility now, shouted a shield-bearing player. Damn these monsters, turning into points for me. This isn't a disaster, it's a blessing. Zhao Yuan stood at the very center of the battlefield, surrounded by countless monsters. As soon as his taunting skill cooled down, he used it immediately. However, the ferocious beasts on the far sides were not taunted and rushed to the base of the city walls, colliding with the tanks and melee players. Quan Yin pierced the eyeball of one beast with his sword, pushed the corpse off the wall, and then turned to his teammates. "You 3-inch go protect Yun Ning." Just by activating her 2 aura skills, she's already shot up to 5th place in points, and this is just the beginning. Also take her some mana potions. Those high-level aura skills must drain a lot of mana, and she's not even level 10 yet. Her skills are all auras without any mana boosting capabilities. Yes, Captain. 3 players from the Charm Blue organization positioned themselves near Yun Ning and handed her over a dozen mana recovery potions. Yun Ning didn't waste any words. She saved her own potions and drank those given by others. If they weren't currently fighting off a monster wave, these 3 Charm Blue players would be cozying up to Yun Ning. Who wouldn't want to be close to a sweet, youthful-looking, powerful aura user? Who wouldn't want to always be covered by such auras? Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Zhao Yuan, with a relaxed expression, had his SSS grade counter-armor level raised to 30, offering terrifying physical and magical defense. The level 10 normal and elite monsters in front of him couldn't breach his defenses, continuously pierced by the real damage of his counter-armor, turning into experience points, skill proficiency and battlefield points for Zhao Yuan. And under the precise control of Zhongwen, the skeleton baron targeted only the tank-type monsters, as the counter-damage effect wasn't very effective on them. The SSS grade counter-armor was extremely terrifying against high-attack type enemies, and Zhao Yuan could keep forcing taunts. This aura is too useful, isn't it? It's like a major weapon on the battlefield. Could this Yun Ning possibly become a teammate like Zhongwen? Then a duo could become a trio, Zhao Yuan mused to himself. After all, everyone here is an S-level or higher cornerstone talent. There's a possibility. Iron spikes flew towards Zhao Yuan, a type of long-range attacking monster that could shoot spikes from its body, but they had no effect on Zhao Yuan. Instead, the spike monsters 20 meters away were killed by the counter-damage, inexplicably dying even from such a distance. Boom, 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 countless spells and arrows fell around Zhao Yuan, almost all aimed at his head. This too was Quan Yin's command, as Zhao Yuan attracted the majority of the monsters, targeting him for bombing was absolutely the most efficient strategy. Zhao Yuan even saw bullets whizzing past him. Was this a player with firearm skills? In the post-apocalyptic game, there were countless types of skills available. Players could use firearms, supernatural powers, summon creatures from other worlds, or even wield magic. Some skills even required players to fight unarmed without any weapons. It wasn't just about the typical online game classes like warriors, priests, assassins, mages, or archers. Everyone could carve out a unique path for themselves by mixing and matching skills. However, the highest level present was only 10, so everyone seemed quite similar at this stage. Eventually, in the late game, it wouldn't be impossible to see players piloting 20-meter-tall mechs or becoming cultivators battling against heavenly tribulations, depending on the foundational skills they chose. Players also saw a man holding 2 pistols with a dark iron hue, continuously firing at the monsters below the city walls. Of course, firearms as a type of weaponry also had their own damage stats, not as outrageously powerful as in reality, but still more terrifying than arrows and spells of the same level. Tisk. The player wielding dual pistols ejected his magazines to reload, continuing his barrage. Isn't that too expensive? 10 bullets for 100 copper coins? This gun-centric play is purely a Dubai-style extravagance. The damage and firing rate were high, but it was a drain on the wallet. The earnings couldn't keep up with the spending, and these were just the most common lowest quality bullets. Rare or enchanted bullets could cost tens of thousands of copper coins each. It seemed like a road of no return. Meanwhile, in Novice Village 401, with 3 top-tier powerhouses as pillars, both the atmosphere and the players' spirits were much more relaxed. Other novice villages, however, were currently facing the desperate assault of monster waves, with some already experiencing heavy casualties. Additionally, the durability of the walls was plummeting rapidly. This was just the simplest first wave. The most severe case was in Novice Village 403. Having lost a bet, all players in Village 403 saw a reduction of 5 points in all attributes and a halving of resources, meaning there were far fewer materials available for building defensive structures. Plus, with the difficulty of the monster siege increased, the first wave had 10% more monsters than usual. Players were constantly battling the beasts, cursing Huang Xian ferociously. Where the hell is Huang Xian? He didn't even show up to defend the village. Damn it, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be in such a mess, bellowed a team leader. If he dares to show his face, I don't even want to kill the beasts anymore. I'd rather take him down first. What a waste of a B-level foundational talent. I'd rather kill him and take it for myself. Stop talking and hold back the beasts. We can't let them break through to the rear where we're all done for. At that moment, Huang Xian was hiding in a corner of the village talking to a player named Albert. So, Brother Huang, are you ready to accept our terms? Albert asked. I will serve you and provide the coordinates of the talented players from Xia country, Huang Xian responded. Huang Xian spoke with a cold gaze. However, I now need a village teleportation charm. No problem, Abut laughed. Is the difficulty of the monster siege in the novice village too high? Are you preparing to teleport and run away? You don't need to mock me. Right now I'm no different from a stray dog, utterly loyal to you, Huang Xian responded. Brother Huang, don't get me wrong, I never mock others, but your loyalty is just lip service, Abut said. You want a village teleportation charm just with a word? I'm not running a charity here. I want information, and only with equivalently valuable information will I reward you. Huang Xian suppressed the anger and humiliation in his heart. There are countless players in this world facing death, many of whom would betray everything for the sake of benefits in their lives, Abut said. I'm not short of spies for information. In Village 401, there's a team of players who cleared the level 10 village dungeon and received an SSS rating. Huang Xian quickly said, those who can achieve such a rating are definitely talents with S-tier potential or above. Isn't this the person you want to assassinate? Give me the resources and I'll help you kill him. Ha, Abut laughed so hard he doubled over. You help me kill him? Do you think I'm a fool? If you killed him, wouldn't you inherit the S-tier skills? I'd naturally send my country's genius to kill him and inherit the S-tier skills. You're thinking too beautifully. This piece of information is barely worth the price. I'll gift you a village teleportation charm in the Doomsday game. Countless guilds clash with numerous casualties, not to mention the confrontations between kingdoms. I look forward to future transactions with you, Abut ended the conversation. Subsequently, Huang Xian received an email and took out a teleportation charm that could transport him to other village safe zones. With this item, even if the village was destroyed, he could still survive. Revitalized, Huang Xian continued to hide in a corner, silently waiting for the monster siege to end. This way, he wouldn't teleport to Village 401 or 500-inch because once the monster siege ended, the breached areas would no longer be safe zones. The teleportation charm would only send him to a safe area. Over at Village 401-inch, the battle had raged for 3 hours and not a single player had died yet. Zhao Yuan alone held back 2/3 of the monsters and the players noticed it too. Zhao Yuan's iron hammer was practically decorative, dealing low damage and relying mainly on a thorns-like attribute to kill a large number of monsters. Any beast that touched Zhao Yuan saw its health bar plummet drastically. After watching for 3 hours, anyone could see it was a thorn skill. Zhao Yuan occasionally swung his spiked hammer, aiming for the monster's weak spots like the eyes, abdomen and head, honing his combat experience. Combat alert. Encountered level 10 monkey attack, reduced 0 health points, triggered SSS-level thorns, dealing 962 true damage. Killed a level 10 hyena, gained 762 experience points. Gained 632 experience points. Gained 451 experience points. Player level increased to LV10, all attributes increased by 5 points. Upon killing the target, the talent activates, yielding millions of times proficiency with the current multiplier at 55 times, killing a level 10 yak gaining 56 points of skill proficiency, asterisk 55 times. SSS-level counter armor increased to LV 35-inch. SSS-level sword drawing taunt increased to LV 30, finally reached level 10. It was not easy at all, however a typical player would need to spend 3 months to possibly reach level 10, which is even more terrifying. Zhao Yuan was radiant with brilliant golden light, and all players were guessing what kind of cornerstone skill Zhao Yuan would obtain upon entering level 10. After all, being teammates they could see each other's levels. Zhao Yuan was even more expectant, almost to the point of sending Zhao Yuan a private message. 3 options appeared before Zhao Yuan: Option 1, /strong, Option 2, repair mechanics, Option 3, berserker. Drawing from his memory, Zhao Yuan knew that /strong was an active skill for melee output essential for swordsmen and warriors. Option 2, repair mechanics, was an active skill chosen by players who follow the mechanical route, which is to repair summon mechanical objects. Zhao Yuan, having no related skills, immediately dismissed this option. The berserker option, which would increase the maximum health and rapidly restore health after disengaging from combat, was a skill many melee players would choose because, in an apocalyptic game, preserving life is most crucial while output is secondary. Zhao Yuan didn't hesitate for long and directly chose the berserker talent, which matched his SSS-level counter armor and sword drawing taunt. Player has obtained S-level berserker skill. S-level berserker passively increases health by 1500 points, restores 30 points of health per second after disengaging from combat. Triggered the talent Eternal Blessing. All skills will permanently remain at SSS level. S-level berserker promoted to SSS level. Berserker LV1, SSS level passively increases health by 300 points, restores 5% of maximum health per second, and quickly heals self from limb injuries. Active effect: instantly heals all injuries upon activation with a cooldown of 24 hours. Strong, very strong. Zhao Yuan looked at this SSS level berserker skill. Apart from strong, there was no other way to describe it. At level 1 inch it provided 3000 points of health, and one should know that before level 30 achieving 10,000 health, a property only a few players could manage. Zhao Yuan upgrading his SSS level berserker a few times would directly break through 10,000 health. Then came the removal of the restriction of only recovering health after disengaging from combat. Now he could recover 5% of health every second at any time. This was almost like a perpetual motion machine, and as the skill leveled up, this healing effect would further increase. Percentage-based health recovery might seem insignificant in the early stages, but Zhao Yuan could soon break through 10,000 health, making percentage-based health recovery absolutely the most suitable attribute. Encountering limb injuries under the passive recovery effect, he could quickly regenerate them, and with a daily active effect that instantly restores full health upon activation, all injuries are healed even if one's head is chopped off. As long as there's a sliver of health left, one can be resurrected from the dead. Currently, Zhao Yuan's attribute panel reads as follows: Name, Zhao Yuan. Level, LV10. Health, 100% mana, 23% talent, Eternal Blessing, unique. All skills will permanently be SSS rank, billionfold proficiency, unique skill levels are uncapped, allowing for unlimited upgrades. Killing targets continually increases the multiplier for proficiency gains. Current proficiency multiplier, 55x. Core ability, counter armor LV 35, SSS rank passively provides high physical and magical defense, reflecting true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute when damaged. Berserker LV1, SSS rank passively provides 3000 points of health, regenerating 5% of maximum health per second, and rapidly heals from limb injuries. Active effect: instantly heals all injuries upon activation with a 24-hour cooldown. Skills: sword draw taunt LV 30, SSS rank passively increases monsters' aggression towards the user. When actively used, charges forward, taunting enemies within a 500-meter range for 20 seconds. Inventory: oak shield, white; iron armor, white; bronze boots, green; bronze bracers, green; iron hammer, white; level 1 enhancement stone *20, level 1 gem *3 copper coins, 40,000 magical item, jade lotus platform LV6, white. Additional panels remain locked. Players reaching level 10 unlock the forging function. Please check this on your own. During the time Zhao Yuan was reviewing his attributes, a large number of monsters were slain by his counter armor. Zhao Yuan casually sent a screenshot of his SSS rank Berserker skill attributes to Zhongwen, then began to explore the newly unlocked forging function. The forging function allows for equipment enhancement, gem inlays, equipment decomposition, inheritance, and even inlaying gems into magical items. However, here the gems are called souls and are considered high-level items, which Zhao Yuan has yet to encounter. Zhao Yuan now has 20 level 1 enhancement stones, which can enhance equipment up to level 10. Beyond that, level 2 enhancement stones are needed. He currently has 5 pieces of equipment, 2 green and 3 white. Naturally, it's more cost-effective to enhance the green ones. Zhao Yuan uses a level 1 enhancement stone and 3,000 copper coins to enhance his green quality boots once, then he wildly spends more money and stones on enhancements. Enhancement notification: 7,000 copper coins and 2 level 1 enhancement stones spent. Bronze boots enhanced to +2 copper coins and a level 1 enhancement stone spent. Bronze boots enhanced to +3 bronze boots enhanced to +4. As the enhancement level increases, the cost of the next enhancement goes up. After enhancing the bronze boots to +4, Zhao Yuan runs out of copper coins, though he still has some enhancement stones left. Zhao Yuan glanced over the process briefly. Each enhancement of the equipment would yield a 5% increase in attributes, but the consumption for each subsequent enhancement grew progressively. Moreover, there was an enhancement success rate to consider. Players who possessed forging skills could significantly increase the likelihood of successful enhancements. Should the enhancement fail, both the copper coins and enhancement stones used would vanish. Furthermore, the equipment was inheritable. The resources spent on this piece of green equipment could be transferred to newly acquired higher level equipment, ensuring that painstakingly enhanced weapons, enhanced over 20 times, would not be left behind as a player's level progressed and ultimately abandoned. After enhancing his bronze boots to +4, the attributes increased by 20%, but this was of little significance to Zhao Yuan. 3 hours passed and the first wave of monster assaults finally ended. Zhao Yuan remained in full health, his surroundings littered only with the corpses of monsters. Unsurprisingly, he topped the battlefield score rankings. First place, Zhao Yuan, 692 points. Second place, Zhongwen, 325 points. Third place, Quan Yin, 251 points. Fourth place, Yun Ning, 246 points. The first wave of monster assaults had ended and the second wave was scheduled to arrive in an hour. Players were advised to prepare. Zhongwen glanced at his experience points, missing only 5% when the monsters depleted. Wasn't there another wave in an hour? He would reach level 10 soon enough. Zhao Yuan returned to the village. The other players felt hardly any pressure. 2/3 of the monsters had been blocked by Zhao Yuan and they only needed to handle the remaining third. Quan Yin exhaled slowly. This was easier than expected. Zhao Yuan alone had held back tens of thousands of fierce beasts without losing a single hit point. It was no wonder he could achieve an SSS rating. Wang Mu, the leader of the Shangui organization, commented, "This must be SS grade counter armor, right? Plus, there's the skill of charging with taunt, at least S grade, and both skills are of a high level." According to the timing, if the second wave of monsters also lasted about 6 hours, then by the third wave, it would already be the middle of the night. The leader of the Huahu organization added, "Under the night status, the beasts double all attributes and there are 3 lord-level bosses. Can Zhao Yuan hold them off?" Quan Yin countered, "I think he can." Zhao Yuan just acquired a level 10 cornerstone skill, his strength must have increased significantly. Plus, with over 100 of us healers and Yun Ning's aura skills, Zhao Yuan should be able to withstand the lord bosses under the night status. The leader of the Huahu organization chuckled, "I wonder how newbie village 403 is doing now? Didn't they think they could handle us easily, and now their walls are nearly collapsing?" Quan Yin spoke in the wartime command channel. "Everyone rest for 40 minutes and replenish your strength. So far, none of us has died, and the reason is clear for all to see. Zhao Yuan's strength is evident. This disaster event is literally sending points our way." The other players also got excited, feeling truly invincible with Zhao Yuan's overwhelming power blocking 2/3 of the monsters alone, not to mention his high damage output, which was equivalent to the sum of all other players combined. "I really want to add him as a friend and hang on to his coattails, but the big shot surely won't agree, so I'd better forget about it." The players in the back row also began to sit on the ground and chat. "Let's not talk about points and rewards. As long as I can survive, I'll be satisfied." It's not just Zhao Yuan. the Xiongwan and Yunning are unimaginably monstrous too. It was Zhao Yuan alone who held off tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, preventing other players from getting injured. Otherwise, Yun Ning's healing aura could have earned a ton of points and she might have been the top scorer. And then there's Zhongwen, a one-man army with a boss-level summon, incredibly thrilling. At this moment the village chief approached Zhao Yuan and presented him with dozens of mana recovery potions, saying, "Thanks to you our village's civilians were spared from disaster." Zhao Yuan unhesitatingly accepted the potions, and as the level of his sword-drawing taunt rose, so did his mana consumption. "Take a rest," Chief Zhao Yuan declared confidently, "I've got this monster siege under control." Following that, Zhao Yuan received numerous friend requests, but among them he noticed Yun Ning's request. Her aura skill is terrifying and could play a crucial role in future dungeon raids, guild wars and even national conflicts. Zhao Yuan thought to himself, if he could become comrades with her, nothing could be better. Zhao Yuan chose to accept Yun Ning's request. As for the players in Newbie Village number 403, they were all lying on the ground gasping for breath, severely battered by a massive monster siege that tested them through hellish trials. The wooden walls of the village had collapsed significantly, with only a third of their durability remaining. The surviving players were all wounded, some missing arms or legs, and without high-level healing skills. Even if their health was fully restored, it was only enough to scab over the wounds. This is too hard. I almost thought I was going to die." The commander of Newbie Village number 403, covered in blood, some from comrades, some from beasts, exclaimed, "We will surely die in the second wave. I don't want to defend anymore. Even if the village is destroyed, I'd rather flee into the wilderness than continue defending this place." A player sent a private message to his friend. To wander in the wilderness, there's still a chance to escape to other Newbie villages, although the beasts along the way are high level and it's a perilous journey. "But it's still better than staying here. I see no hope at all." His friend replied privately, "Let whoever wants to defend it defend it. I still want to survive. The commander only makes us go to plug the gaps while he stands at the back. Princes and generals, have they ever been kind? Why should he order me around? Let's sneak away." The morale of Newbie Village number 403 had completely collapsed, and the players didn't want to hold out any longer. Seeing no hope, they'd rather flee. Many members of the organizations also began to waver, and the commander cursed, "Where has Huang Xian gone? This beast has likely already fled. I should have slaughtered him earlier." At this moment, Huang Xian, blending in among the NPC civilians, is waiting for the monster siege to end so he can escape to another beginner village using a teleportation charm. As for the other 98 villages, each faces its own challenges, but all are struggling. Zhao Yuan opened his forging panel where during his dungeon run he received a gift box with an SSS rating. In addition to enhancement stones, he also obtained 3 level 1 gems, 2 mana gems and 1 mana regeneration gem, level 1 mana gem, plus 30 mana level 1 mana regeneration gem, plus 2 mana regen. 3 gems of the same type can be combined into a higher tier gem. Zhao Yuan spent a large amount of copper coins to drill gem sockets into a white hammered green boots and green wrist guards, then set the 3 gems into these sockets. Originally the size of a thumb, the gems once set shrank to the size of a rice grain. Zhao Yuan could remove the gems at any time for a fee using copper coins, which are essential in enhancing equipment, magical items, or combining gems. The mana gems were light blue and the mana regeneration gems were a deeper shade of blue, though of poor quality since they were only level 1. Zhao Yuan, who was already running low on mana, found his combat power greatly enhanced after setting the gems. Different quality equipment can accommodate different numbers of gem sockets. White equipment can have 1, green can have 2, and so on. Just then Zhao Yuan received a private message from Yun Ning. "Yun Ning, big shot, you and Zhongwen the second on the leaderboard are teammates, right? Did just the 2 of you clear the level 10 dungeon designed for 10 people? Zhao Yuan: "Yes. We've been friends since childhood. There are only 2 of us in the team." Yun Ning: "Can I join your team? I have 2 S-rank aura skills. But it seems you don't need healing. Your health bar never drops." Zhao Yuan: "Of course, with your aura skills you'd be the top protective target in any major guild. I'd like to invite you to join my team, but I was planning to send you a friend request after the monster siege ends." Zhao Yuan's high EQ response was subtly strategic, making it seem as if he had long intended to invite her to join the team. Zhongwen also sent Zhao Yuan a message. "That aura user is too strong. Her aura covers my summons, increasing their maximum health and regeneration. We definitely need to invite her to join our team." Zhao Yuan, the invitation has already been successfully sent, we can always benefit from Yunling's aura. What efficiency, Zhongwen joyfully replied, true, and with you as a top-tier tank in the team things go smoothly. At that moment Quan Yin approached Zhao Yuan. Quan Yin, boss will need you at the city wall later, your defense is terrifying, I think even without the nighttime bonus the boss can't touch you. Zhao Yuan waved his hand dismissively, just handle the commands from the back, leave the front to me. If your commands are sensible enough, perhaps no one will need to die to end the monster siege. Of course, with a top-tier shield player like you defending the city, there's virtually no pressure. If I were to make a common-sense mistake in command, that would truly be incompetent. Quan Yin then left without resting, directing the support players to spread the remaining black oil and repair the damaged traps as much as possible. An hour quickly passed, and Zhao Yuan jumped down from the city wall again, guarding the village gate alone, no, rather the country gate. Zhao Yuan's current attribute panel is as follows. Name, Zhao Yuan level, LV 10 health, 100% magic, 100% strength, 65 constitution, 65 agility, 65 intelligence, 65 talent, eternal blessing, unique all skills. Will permanently be SSS rank, billions of proficiency, unique skill levels will have no upper limit, can be upgraded indefinitely, killing targets will continuously accumulate proficiency multipliers, current proficiency multiplier, 55 times, keystone ability, counter armor LV 35, SSS rank passively provides high physical and magical defense, reflects true damage according to the attacker's strength attribute when taking damage, rogue LV 3, SSS rank passively provides 9,000 health points. Regenerates 5% of maximum health per second, can quickly self-heal in case of limb injuries. Active effect, instantly heals all injuries when activated, cooldown 24 hours, skill, sword draw taunt LV 30, SSS rank passively increases monsters aggro, actively charges forward a distance when released, applies a taunt effect to enemies within 500 meters, lasts for 20 seconds, inventory, oak shield, white, iron armor, white, bronze boots +4, green, bronze bracers, green, iron hammer, white, level 1 enhancement stone * 12 coins, 70,000 magical item, green jade lotus platform LV 6, white. When each player starts at level 0, the 4 basic attributes are 5 points each. For every level up, all attributes increase by 5 points. Zhao Yuan has completed the bet, increasing each attribute by 10 points, so the base attributes are 65 points. These are just the basic attributes, not including bonuses from equipment, magical items, gems or skills. Both health and magic values are displayed as percentages. The second wave of monsters is even larger and consists of level 13 creatures, including many elite beasts. The ground begins to tremble as a massive, pitch-black tide rolls in, crushing everything in its path. Even if some monsters are trampled to death, the beasts approach faster and faster. If not for the SSS rank counter armor providing substantial defense, allowing Zhao Yuan to feel relatively little pain, he wouldn't dare be so reckless. As the battle is about to erupt, Zhao Yuan activates sword draw taunt, charging into the monster tide and instantly annihilating a swath of monsters. He then forcefully taunts all enemies within 500 meters, maintaining the taunt for a whopping 20 seconds. Zhao Yuan, wielding his sword, drew an exceedingly high aggro value. Even beyond a 500-meter range, numerous ferocious beasts still chose to attack him. Apart from level 13 ordinary beasts, Zhao Yuan also spotted level 13 flying monsters and ranged attackers. Among them were the red-tailed birds, characterized as elite level 13 creatures with a skill called Feather Arrow, which allowed them to turn their feathers into arrows for attacking. Though their flight speed was average, they were easily targeted by ranged attacks. Another notable adversary was the Goblin Wizard, also an elite level 13 gifted with Wind Blade, a magic skill. These goblins possessed basic intelligence and a natural affinity for magic. In an instant, Zhao Yuan found himself under a barrage of close-quarter attacks from countless beasts, with a multitude of ranged attacks raining down on him. His health dipped by several points but was quickly restored to full thanks to the SSS tier Berserker's healing effect, not to mention the additional boosts from Yunling's dual aura skills. Zhao Yuan was clad in a phantom suit of thorn armor, the manifestation of an SSS tier counter armor skill at work. A goblin wizard 20 meters away succumbed to the counter damage, and a red-tailed bird in midair was pierced by true damage. Zhao Yuan was unconcerned about his vulnerabilities being targeted by enemies with the SSS tier Berserker ability, even if he were to lose limbs they would regrow in minutes. He no longer needed to swing his spiked hammer as the damage was minimal compared to the satisfying returns from his counter-armor. Zhongwen's Bone Legion also joined the fray. These summoned creatures impervious to pain served as a secondary line of defense on the battlefield. Death for them was inconsequential as the battlefield was never short of corpses. Quan Yin, commanding over the communication channel, declared level 13 elite creatures can't breach Zhao Yuan's defenses. This second wave of monsters will also turn into our points. Everyone coordinate and let's get through this wave without injuries. Under Quan Yin's leadership, the 7,000 personnel worked seamlessly together without any disorder. The monsters that neither Zhao Yuan's taunts nor the Bone Legion could stop began scaling the city walls. Shield-bearing warriors held them back fiercely while melee attackers struck through gaps in the shields, and mages and archers continued their assault from behind. Not a single person died, for the pressure was minimal, most of the monsters having been lured away by Zhao Yuan's taunts. Additionally, with Yunning's powerful aura, even those with chewed-off limbs could slowly regenerate. 2 hours later, a clear golden light bathed Zhongwen, who amidst the monster assault along with many players had leveled up. Now, 3 cornerstone abilities appeared before him. Option 1, Summon Statue. Option 2, Thunder Strike. Option 3, Bone Colossus. The choice was obvious, definitely the Bone Colossus, clearly an advanced S-tier summoning skill. Without hesitation, Zhongwen chose the Bone Colossus skill. Player Zhongwen acquired the SS-tier skill Bone Colossus. He could barely contain his excitement, almost laughing crookedly. He immediately sent the attribute chart of the SS-tier Bone Colossus to Zhao Yuan and messaged him privately. Bro, I'm sticking with you, the hidden score is too high, this round I'm going to soar. The Bone Colossus at level 1, SS-tier, could upon activation dismantle all controlled bone units and assemble them into a gigantic bone colossus. The more skeletal creatures there are and the better their quality, the higher the attributes of the skeletal behemoth that is ultimately formed. Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up. Such a powerful skill, a behemoth formed from over 900 skeletal creatures, could it possibly be at the Lord level? Zhongwen released an SS-grade skeletal behemoth skill, his staff gleaming with a dusky purple radiance, and a massive magical circle appeared at the base of the city wall. Numerous strange patterns and mysterious symbols were engraved in the magic circle. Is this such an exaggerated skill effect? Definitely an S-grade or higher skill, Quan Yin said enviously. Other players also looked towards the huge formation under the city wall. Over 900 skeletal creatures were directly dismantled into segments of bones, which were then covered and assembled onto the body of the skeletal baron under the effect of the skill. Click click. Just a few seconds later, a 6-meter-tall skeletal behemoth appeared before everyone, clearly a Lord-level boss. Has this guy hacked the game? The effect of a level 10 skill more complex and mysterious than that of a level 40 player. Wang Mu was both envious and shocked. Zhao Yuan also looked back. Wasn't this just a magnified version of the skeletal baron? Zhongwen replied via private message. Correct, my SS-grade skeletal behemoth selects the strongest skeletal unit as the base to form a new behemoth, and its appearance doesn't differ much from the selected unit. Unfortunately, this skeletal behemoth occupies 900 unit counts. If it only occupied 1 unit count, I could continue to awaken more bones. Zhao Yuan responded irritably. Be content, you're still thinking about exploiting bugs. If the skeletal behemoth only occupied 1 unit count, wouldn't that be an SSS grade skill? This behemoth is 2 meters taller than the city wall, and its massive bone wings, larger than the Baron himself, give a tremendous sense of oppression. This beast looks even more terrifying than the Lord creatures encountered in the wild. The leader of the Flower Tiger organization exclaimed in shock. Compared to them, my C-grade skill is just trash. No, remove the word just, we are all trash. Wang Mu sighed helplessly. Since it's a friendly unit, its attributes could be directly inspected. Skeletal Baron, Behemoth, Quality, Lord level, LV 14 skills, Bloodsuck, Dark Shackles, Bet Duplication. Description: a genuine Lord creature with no flaws except for weak defense. A level 14 Lord creature, ordinary players exclaimed in surprise. This was 4 levels higher than the boss in the village instance. Not just the players, NPCs were also extremely shocked, and their morale soared. With such a friendly unit, even a dog could win. Zhongwen controlled the behemoth baron, smashing straight into the battlefield, and with a casual sweep he annihilated dozens of monsters. And that was just a normal attack. Releasing skills was even more terrifying. Awesome. This is just too awesome, Zhongwen excitedly sent a private Message to Zhao Yuan as a multitude of monsters climbed onto the carcass of the baronial beast, gnawing at it incessantly. Zhao Yuan maneuvered the giant beast, flapping its bony wings to ascend into the mid-air. Zhao Yuan replied, "Don't take this lightly. If such a giant creature gets overwhelmed by the monster tide, it's not a big loss if it's just ordinary bones, but if the corpse of the vampire baron gets destroyed, that would be a huge setback." Zhao Yuan smiled and responded, "Don't worry, I'm confident. Moreover, with Yun Ning's aura enveloping us, the range of a regular healing player's skills won't suffice." But Yun Ning's aura extends much further. Zhao Yuan added, "Just wait till I slay the third waves boss for you, then you'll have 3 new lord-level skeletons." Damn, Zhao Yuan also realized, right, I almost forgot about that. Although this bone giant seems strong, it's no match for you. With your force taunting and SSS class reflective armor, this beast would be wrecked. The higher the attack attributes, the more terrifying your reflective armor becomes. SSS class skills really are powerful. Meanwhile, a splendid golden brilliance erupted from Yun Ning as she leveled up to 10. Being a support class player in the battle allowed her to gain assist points, sharing the experience, which was mostly enveloped by her aura. At that moment, 3 options appeared before her. Option 1, Mana Regeneration Aura. Option 2, Ice Dragon. Option 3, Magic Resistance Aura. The Ice Dragon was an active magical skill that could conjure a dragon-shaped ice sculpture, dealing damage and also altering the terrain to block enemies. Both the Mana Regeneration Aura and Magic Resistance Aura were wide-range amplification skills. Yun Ning chose the Mana Regeneration Aura because activating her aura consumed mana every second, and with the Mana Regeneration Aura she could potentially sustain all her auras indefinitely without depleting her mana. Moreover, mana regeneration was more critical than magic resistance at this stage for both Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yuan, whose skill levels were so high that their mana consumption had increased significantly after casting. Player Yun Ning obtained an SS class Mana Regeneration Aura. Mana Regeneration Aura LV1, SS class. Upon activation, it regenerates 20 mana points per second for friendly units within a 500-meter radius around her. An SS class Mana Regeneration Aura. Yun Ning's first 2 aura skills were only S class. At level 1, the SS class Mana Regeneration Aura already had a 500-meter range, regenerating 20 mana points per second. Once the level increased, it would become even more formidable than the previous 2 S-class auras. As Yun Ning activated this SS class Mana Regeneration Aura, the pale blue halo spread outward from her, covering all players and NPCs within its scope, albeit not as extensively as the previous 2 auras, but sufficient enough. Zhao Yuan immediately noticed an amplification buff on himself. Mana Regeneration Aura regenerates 20 mana points per second. This was Yun Ning's 3rd skill. Indeed, she was purely following the path of an aura support, albeit lacking self-defense capabilities, but both I and Zhao Yuan could perfectly protect her. Quan Yin also noticed the power of this Mana Regeneration Aura, regenerating 20 mana points per second. There's no need for mana potions anymore. Just imagine, this is only the first level of the aura. If the level goes up, who knows how powerful it will become. Wang Mu also sighed. Unfortunately, Yun Ning, Zhao Yuan and Zhao Yuan are in one team. At our level, we simply don't stand a chance. With the regenerating mana aura, the frequency of attacks from the backline increases. Various spells and enhanced arrows can be released more frequently, healers can cast their healing skills more often, and the output of melee players is also significantly enhanced. Zhao Yuan sent a private message to Zhao Yuan. After my skeletal behemoth is formed, the mana cost of releasing skills actually comes from my own mana. With Yun Ning's regenerating mana aura, my skeletal behemoth can become even stronger. I'm still okay, I only have the draw sword taunt as an active skill, but with the regenerating mana aura, it's indeed much more comfortable, replied Zhao Yuan. At this moment, Newbie Village 403 has completely collapsed. The walls have crumbled and countless fierce beasts have stormed into the village. Players are torn into pieces and the real agony fills the area with desperate cries. NPCs are also slaughtered as the beasts flood the village like a tide, leaving no survivors and turning buildings into ruins. Meanwhile, Wang Xian has fled into the wilderness, silently waiting for the monster siege to end. Area announcement: Newbie Village 403 has been destroyed. The safe zone is deactivated and the teleportation point is closed. It's not surprising that Newbie Village 403 was breached. The penalties for betting failures are quite severe, Zhao Yuan murmured. All 100 newbie villages affected by the calamity received this area announcement while still struggling against the onslaught of the monster siege. 3 hours later, as dusk fell, the second wave of the monster siege was nearing its end. The difficulty of this second wave lies in the increased proportion of elite monsters and the inclusion of flying creatures and ranged attack beasts. Flying creatures can bypass shield-bearing players to strike the backline directly, and as for the ranged attack beasts, they can also target the backline. But Jia Yuan alone counteracts these difficulties with his SSS-grade armor, which excels against ranged attacks, inflicting heavy counter damage. During this second wave of the monster siege, not a single player in Newbie Village 401 died. And under Yun Ning's aura effect, there were almost no cases of severe injuries or incapacitated players. Area announcement: the second wave of the monster siege has ended, the third wave will arrive in 1 hour, please prepare players. Finally, it's over. Even with Jia Yuan, a top-tier tank, we still feel extremely exhausted. Quan Yinsong sighed with relief. After fighting for a full 13 hours with our nerves always on edge, even we are this worn out. How much worse must it be for the other newbie villages? Wang Mu spoke up. We didn't lose a single person in either wave, which is already a miracle. Although only village 403 was destroyed, the other villages must have also suffered heavy losses. I see in this last wave 80% of the villages are doomed to destruction, no escape from death. The captain of the Hua Tiger organization also expressed his relief. With these 3 top fighters we can all survive to the end and exchange our points for exceptionally generous rewards. I'm already looking forward to it. Both regular players and NPC guards are visibly excited. Despite their physical exhaustion, their hearts are filled with anticipation to finish off the monster siege and obtain their rewards sooner. It has now entered the night status, where the monster's attributes double. Zhao Yuan should be able to hold on, right? A level 9 archer chatted with his teammate. Of course, with Zhao Yuan here not a single one of us will die, we can perfectly get through the third wave. The rewards from battlefield points are unimaginably generous. It's written in the forums that the survival rate from monster sieges is 25%, meaning out of 100 new villages, 75 will be trampled by beasts. With such brutal survival odds, the rewards for those who do survive could be even more extravagant than pioneering dungeons. Of course, it all depends on the number of battlefield points. At our level, we only have a few dozen points at the end, but that's enough to boost our combat power significantly. Many players have sent Zhao Yuan friend requests, but Zhao Yuan has not accepted any. In this cruel, realistic apocalypse game, the most important thing is to survive, followed by output. A top tier tank player like Zhao Yuan is truly worth his weight in gold. Zhao Yuan has set up a friend group chat, pulling in Zhongwen and Yun Ning, allowing the 3 to chat freely. Zhongwen, Yun Ning, your magic aura was incredibly powerful this time. From now on the 2 of us brothers will protect you. You just need to activate your aura from the back. Yun Ning, I was considering whether to pick a few offensive or survival skills, but meeting you in Zhao Yuan, I can choose to become a pure aura power user. No need to worry about survival or output. From now on my skills will all be aura-based. The current battlefield point ranking is: first, Zhao Yuan, 1562 points; second, Zhongwen, 962 points; third, Yun Ning, 563 points; fourth, Quan Yin, 491 points; fifth, Wang Mu, 336 points. Combat reminder: killed a level 13 elite wild boar, gained 265 experience points, gain 291 experience points, gain 305 experience points. Killing the target triggered the talent billionfold proficiency. Current multiplier is 65 times. SSS-level counter armor gain 9,653 proficiency points. Asterisk 65 times, level increased to 35. SSS-level quick draw taunt gains 6,532 proficiency points. Asterisk 65 times, level increased to 30. SSS-level berserker gains 6,163 proficiency points. Asterisk 65 times, level increased to 15. Current stats for Zhao Yuan are: level, LV 10, 65% per 100%. Health, 100%. Magic, 100% strength, 65 constitution, 65 agility, 65 intelligence, 65 talent. Eternal blessing, unique. All skills will constantly be at SSS level. Billions of proficiency, unique. This skill removes the level cap, allowing for unlimited upgrades. Killing targets continuously increases the proficiency multiplier. Current multiplier, 65x. Keystone ability, reflective armor, LV 40. SSS grade passively provides high physical and magical defense, reflecting true damage based on the attacker's strength when damaged. Berserker LV15. SSS grade passively provides 45,000 health points, regenerates 7% of maximum health per second, and rapidly heals from limb injuries. Active effect: instantly heals all injuries when activated with a 24-hour cooldown. Skill: Sword Draw Taunt LV35. SSS grade passively increases monsters' hatred value, actively charges forward a certain distance, applying a taunt effect to enemies within 700 meters for 20 seconds. Inventory: Oak Shield, white; Iron Armor, white; Bronze Boots +4, green; Bronze Wrist Guards, green; Iron Hammer, white; Level 1 Enhancement Stone *12 Copper Coins, 130,000 Magic Item. Green Jade Lotus Platform LV6, white. Other panels not yet unlocked. At level 30, players struggle to break the 10,000 health mark, but Zhao Yuan's level 15 Berserker has already added 45,000 health points. With a 700-meter range and a 20-second force taunt duration, Zhao Yuan's path is starting to take shape. Yun Ning is taking a pure aura support path, Zhongwen is following a bone mage style, and Zhao Yuan is taking the ultimate tank path. With a top-tier tank, many dungeons, secret realms and disaster events will become simpler. Zhao Yuan's presence is more sought after than Yun Ning's, though he has no plans to join a guild yet. During rest times, a few players with severed arms or internal organ damage are slowly recovering under Yun Ning's S-grade healing aura. Internal organ damage is a severe injury, and low-level healing effects can only restore health, not heal organs. Zhao Yuan buys a hot and steaming pancake from the system store. Having played for 13 hours, he is indeed getting hungry. Most players are currently eating food silently, waiting for the last wave of monsters to attack the stronghold. Yun Ning, munching on a steaming meat bun, said in the team chat, "I saw some strategies on the forum. The rewards for battlefield points can be chosen according to what kind you want, like equipment, potions, gems or copper coins. It all depends on personal needs." Zhao Yuan replied, "That's great to know. I wonder if they also include skill books." Zhongwen commented, "Skill books are among the rarest resources, hardly appearing in campaigns below level 30. Zhao Yuan added, "Right, since we are all teammates, we should get familiar with each other's skills for better coordination." Zhao Yuan then shared the attributes of his 3 SSS grade skills in the team chat. Wow, SSS level Reverse Armor, SSS level Sword Drawing Taunt, SSS level Madman, and the skill levels are very high, level 100 is the max, Yun Ning exclaimed. Then Zhongwen also posted his 3 skill attribute charts in the group chat. S-level Magic Enhancement, S-level Summoning Skeletons, SS-level Skeletal Behemoth. Are you going for a Necromancer build? Yun Ning also posted her skill attribute chart in the group chat. S-level Health Regeneration Aura, S-level Health Aura and SS-level Mana Regeneration Aura. Zhongwen said, "No, I should be considered a rather rare skeleton mage. Necromancers control corpses while I use the power of skeletons." The village chief came to Zhao Yuan's side and asked, "Under the night state, the monster's attributes will double, and this last wave will bring a lord level creature. Don't worry, although I can hold off the lord level creature by myself, don't forget I have 2 teammates." Zhao Yuan smiled, "They will help me share the pressure. Moreover, under the night state, these beasts can finally break my defense, otherwise I wouldn't be able to use my newly learned skills." That's good. The village chief smiled with relief. An hour hurried past, and Zhao Yuan hardly felt the time slipping by. Suddenly, the regional announcement sounded, "The third wave of monster assault is about to arrive, please prepare. Warning, under the night state, the attributes of the beasts will double. Warning, lord-level creature incoming." Each warning from the regional announcement sounded like a death knell for the 99 novice villages. Zhao Yuan still jumped down from the city wall alone. By now the sky was completely dark and torches were erected on the wall, dispersing the darkness around. The first thing he saw were 3 huge figures even larger than the skeletal behemoths, followed by a larger number of ferocious beasts than the previous 2 waves. It was clear to see that under the night state these beasts were completely frenzied, with red eyes, enlarged bodies and becoming increasingly brutal. The 3 huge figures were 3 lord-level bosses walking behind the tide of beasts. Orc Shaman Quality, Lord level, LV 14 Strength, 200 Constitution, 200 Agility, 100 Intelligence, 300 Skills. Drumming Mass Healing Description: an Orc Shaman capable of invigorating units within range, 6 armed. Blue Demon Quality, Lord level, LV 14 Strength, 300 Constitution, 260 Agility, 300 intelligence, 100 skills, charge whirlwind/description, a 6-armed demon race creature fearless of death and natural battlefield meat grinder. Goblin Grand Wizard quality, Lord level, LV 14 strength, 100 constitution, 160 agility, 160 intelligence, 360 skills, fire rain chaos wind description, a rare goblin creature with extremely high magical talent capable of easily destroying village-level buildings. The 3 level 14 lord creatures brought a heavy sense of oppression, each standing 7 meters tall with ordinary ferocious beasts like a tide beneath their feet. Zhao Yuan, lacking a second active skill, activated his sword drawing taunt and directly charged in, forcibly taunting a large number of monsters. Zhongwen's skeletal behemoth also stationed beneath the city walls, its massive bony wings spread wide, matching the opposing boss in grandeur. All players and NPCs present were enveloped in Yunling's 3 auras, and at that moment the ranged attack team unleashed a frenzy of coordinated fire. Zhao Yuan was bombarded with countless attacks in an instant, especially from the ranged assaults that rained down upon him like a deluge. Among the last wave of fierce beasts, there were many that specialized in ranged attacks. Meanwhile, the ranged attacks from the player's team behind him also chaotically landed near Zhao Yuan. Battle notification: hit by a level 14 goblin archer, reducing 0 health points, triggering SSS grade retaliate armor, dealing 965 true damage. Boom, boom, boom. The orc shaman used the drumming skill, invigorating all the fierce beasts and significantly increasing their movement speed. At the same time, the boss, a goblin great wizard, released a fiery rain that formed a crimson magical array above Zhao Yuan's head, from which a barrage of fireballs plummeted. Zhao Yuan was engulfed by the fiery rain and his health began to decline. Battle notification: suffering from the level 14 lord creature goblin great wizard's fiery rain skill, reducing 600 health points, reducing 552 health points, reducing 632 health points, triggering SSS grade retaliate armor, dealing 2635 true damage, dealing 3212 true damage, dealing. This wave of fiery rain skills caused Zhao Yuan's health bar to slide down every fireball's impact, reducing his health by 1%. However, it also repeatedly triggered the SSS grade retaliate armor, instantly reducing the boss goblin great wizard's health by a third, leaving the players behind stunned. The lost health under the passive effect of the berserker in Yunling's healing aura was instantly replenished. The mage boss's health was directly reduced by a third. It is well known that boss creatures require hundreds of players relentlessly attacking for 3 hours to possibly deplete their health. Quan Yin sliced open a monster's abdomen with a single sword strike, causing its organs to continuously spill out. Although this was a mage-type boss with relatively less health, the effect was still shockingly exaggerated. Wang Mo exclaimed, "I understand now, the higher the attacker's strength the more terrifying the reflect damage effect. That means the time Zhao Yuan needs to take down the boss is no different from dealing with ordinary monsters. It's merely a gap between 1 minute and 5 minutes, whereas for us to take down a boss, 100-person team battles for several hours, only able to defeat it by sacrificing numerous players' lives." Then the combat-type boss, the 6-armed green demon, charged at Zhao Yuan. Its 6 arms, each wielding a bronze dagger, furiously slashed at Zhao Yuan. Ping, 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 ping. Zhao Yuan raised his shield in front of his face, his health declining and a slight pain could be felt. Battle notification: suffered from the LV 14 lord creature's 6-armed green demon's charge and whirlwind/skills, reducing health by 6%, triggering SSS grade retaliate armor, dealing 2365 true damage, dealing 1963 true damage. Dealing. Zhao Yuan's lost health was quickly replenished, but the 6-armed green demon's health continuously decreased due to the reflect damage effect. Finally, I began to understand the pain of melee players a bit, feeling real pain from taking damage. A normal person might faint from the pain of losing an arm. The 3 bosses have their own intelligence, but Zhao Yuan's forced taunts are truly annoying. Even if the bosses want to bypass Zhao Yuan and avoid touching this hedgehog, they simply can't. The taunt effect, lasting 20 seconds, forces all monsters within range to attack him, unable to even stop their assault. Quan Yin spoke in the battle channel. Even the lord bosses in the night state can only chip away at Zhao Yuan's outer layer of health, and he alone can deplete the boss's health bar. It's hard for us to even lose. Everyone pay attention to coordinating your skills properly. How much you can earn in battle points depends on your own abilities. The players were thrilled. following Zhao Yuan made things incredibly easy. One man blocked tens of thousands of monsters and 3 lord bosses, and in the night state Zhao Yuan didn't even need others to deal damage to the bosses, his own reflective damage was enough. The orc shaman used a mass healing skill restoring the health of the other 2 bosses and the monsters within range. The orc shaman was too far away for Zhao Yuan's taunts to reach, so Zhongwen controlled the skeletal behemoth, flying directly behind the enemy lines to the orc shaman, unleashing dark shackles and life-draining skills. The mage boss and the warrior boss tried to rescue the orc shaman, but Zhao Yuan taunted again with his sword, a wide area forced effect. This made the 2 bosses attack him with all their might, then they were severely damaged by Zhao Yuan's SSS grade reflective damage. Zhao Yuan even saw several grenades explode beside him, the shrapnel scattering wildly, causing more damage than regular magical skills. These were weapons used by the players in the team who favor hot weapons. The monsters Zhao Yuan hadn't taunted rushed towards the back, where they were blocked by players with shields and melee combatants. For a moment, basketball-sized fireballs, blade-sharp wind blades, hundreds of arrows and bullets too fast for the naked eye to see resounded across the battlefield, weaving a symphony of victory and survival. Meanwhile, in other newbie villages without top players to defend them, they were in peril during the 3rd wave of monster attacks in the night state. Many villages had already become ruins, overwhelmed by a massive tide of ferocious beasts devouring players and NPCs alike. Area notice: Newbie village number 500 destroyed, number 496 destroyed, number 413 destroyed. It took Zhao Yuan just half an hour to kill the mage boss and the warrior boss through reflective damage. These 2 bosses, not lacking in intelligence, chose to attack the players at the rear after Zhao Yuan's taunt ended. But driven by the apocalypse game, they couldn't escape and could only die in battle, ultimately pierced through their health bars by Zhao Yuan's SSS grade reflective damage and taunts. Battle tip: the player has defeated a level 14 Lord boss, gaining 9,685 experience points, and another 8,563 experience points. The current experience points have reached the cap. After the first transformation, subsequent upgrades can be made. Zhao Yuan's experience is already at 100% for level 10 inch, and he can instantly level up to 11 after the transformation. Meanwhile, the orc shaman was killed by Zhongwen's bone behemoth, a skill Zhongwen directly used at S-level bone summoning. During the battle he gained a lot of skill proficiency, and after the skill level was increased, the summoning limit for the bones increased to 1000 units. Thus Zhongwen directly used his skill on the 3 boss corpses. Crack, crack, the sound of flesh being torn apart was heard as 3 level 14 Lord-level skeletons crawled out from the corpses. One wielded a bone staff, another had 6 bone arms, and another carried a drum made from human skin. The players felt their scalps tingle as Zhongwen summoned the skeletons of the 3 bosses. These 3 boss skeletons could potentially be assembled onto the bone behemoth. Isn't that a bit too monstrous? With Zhao Yuan helping him kill bosses, he could easily collect high-quality bones, making him increasingly powerful. Zhongwen again used an SS-level bone creature, merging over 100 ordinary bone units and 3 Lord-level skeletons into the bone behemoth. Additionally, the main unit Zhongwen chose was the skeleton of a 6-armed blue demon. In just a few seconds, an even more terrifying 6-armed bone behemoth appeared before everyone, each arm clutching a bronze dagger. Green flames flared in its eye sockets, and everyone hurriedly checked the attributes of this bone behemoth. Bone behemoth, 6. Armed, quality, Lord level, LV 20 strength, 400 constitution, 300 agility, 300 intelligence, 100 skills. Charge whirlwind / description: a behemoth formed from over 1,000 bones centered around the 6-armed blue demon. These terrifying attributes. Note that bosses double their attributes in the night state, and this bone behemoth's attributes even surpass those of the bosses in their night state. Quan Yin envied. Wang Mu looked at the remaining fierce beasts, but even this bone behemoth stood no chance against Zhao Yuan, whose reflective armor dealt damage back based on the attacker's attribute levels. Moreover, it also had a compulsory taunt skill, knowing full well about Zhao Yuan's reflective armor, but unable to control itself, it must attack him. Once the 3 bosses were dead, the other ordinary monsters could only become points for the players on the battlefield. The fight continued until dawn, and the 3rd wave of monster attacks finally ended. Several players were seriously injured, but none died, and those who were seriously injured continued to recover under Yunning's aura. Area announcement: the disaster event has ended. This monster siege destroyed 82 novice villages, and battlefield points rewards are being distributed. Zhao Yuan checked his combat notifications. Players' current experience points are capped. Please complete the advancement to unlock further experience gain. Target killed, triggering the talent of gaining billions of proficiency points. Current multiplier is 80x. SSS grade counter armor skill proficiency gain 10,863 points. Asterisk 80, level increased to LV 47. SSS grade draw sword taunt skill proficiency gained 5,632 points. Asterisk 80, level increased to LV 40. SSS grade berserker skill proficiency gained 4,523 points. Asterisk 80, level increased to LV 25. Player killed 2 lord creatures, earned 200 battlefield points. Total battlefield points now 3,652 points. Zhao Yuan's fundamental combat strength came from 3 SSS grade skills, and with the talent of gaining billions of proficiency points, he was now obtaining proficiency at an 8x rate. This meant that every single point of skill proficiency was effectively 8 points. The enhancement of his 3 SSS grade skills had drastically boosted Zhao Yuan's combat power, rapidly approaching the achievement of breaking through 100,000 health points. At level 25, the Berserker alone provided 75,000 health points, while a typical player could barely reach 10,000 health points by level 30, and it would take a significant amount of time to increase from 10,000 to 20,000 health points. The current leaderboard showed, first, Zhao Yuan, 3,562 points, second, Zhongwen, 2,152 points, third, Yun Ning, 1,236 points, fourth, Quan Yin, 963 points, fifth, Wang Mu, 652 points. Area announcement: battlefield points can now be exchanged for rewards. Please make your selection. Excited, Zhao Yuan thought of the hard battles fought not just for experience points and proficiency but for this very moment. Looking at his battlefield points being consumed, several options appeared before him. Option 1, Fashion. Option 2, Equipment. Option 3, Attribute points. Option 4, Guild Order. Option 5, Gems. Option 6, Copper coins. Players could choose 4 out of these 6 rewards. Choosing 4 out of the 6 available options was quite satisfying. What exactly was Fashion? Guild Order. He understood, it was an item needed to establish a guild. Zhao Yuan first ruled out the attribute points since his combat strength was already high and increasing attribute points would not be significantly impactful. As for gems, they were a consideration, but Zhao Yuan preferred the tangible value of copper coins. Nearly every player was poor, and whether it was millions or tens of millions of copper coins, they hardly made a splash. After much thought, Zhao Yuan excluded the gems and attribute points rewards and chose the other 4 options. Congratulations to the player for acquiring a set of white fashion, a set of green equipment, 1 guild order and 1 million copper coins. At this moment, all players were checking their rewards, barely hiding their smiles. Zhao Yuan immediately opened his inventory to inspect the 4 rewards he received. Barbarian Bull Fashion Equality, White Category, 3-piece set. Were requirement, LV10 Effect 1. Health regeneration plus 60 Effect 2. Maximum health plus 4,000 Effect 3. Actively initiate. To gain 5 seconds of invincibility effect. With a quick glance, Zhao Yuan understood the concept of fashion. It was essentially a skin that added attributes. It could be layered over his existing equipment, providing it with a splendid decorative look. A 3-piece suit in the game is equivalent to having 3 extra pieces of equipment compared to an average player, and importantly, these fashion items don't occupy any equipment slots. Each piece of a 3-piece suit triggers 1 effect, culminating in 3 effects when the set is complete. Higher tier sets could have 4 or 5 pieces. This particular set, the Barbarian Bull outfit of white quality, has a grayish-white primary color. It looks much more dazzling and exquisite than the standard green equipment when worn. The final special effect of the Barbarian Bull outfit grants Zhao Yuan a 5-second invincibility effect, allowing him to ignore control skills. This is significant for Zhao Yuan, who, although tanky, still lacks resistance to control skills. Zhao Yuan immediately dons the Barbarian Bull outfit, significantly boosting his attributes, and then proceeds to examine a full set of green equipment. In the game Doomsday, there are 9 equipment slots: weapon, offhand weapon, helmet, chest armor, shoulder pads, gloves, belt, leggings and boots. Accessories like the fashion items are categorized separately and do not occupy these slots. Thus, Zhao Yuan acquired a complete set of 9 pieces of green equipment. Wilderness set quality, green quantity, 9. Requirement, level 10. Zhao Yuan stripped off his mismatched pieces and equipped the level 10 green gear, filling all 9 slots, which once again greatly enhanced his attributes. There is a significant difference in attributes between level 5 and level 10 green equipment. Feeling fulfilled with all 9 equipment slots filled and the barbarian bull suit equipped, Zhao Yuan then acquired a guild token, a special item needed to establish a level 1 guild, and finally 100,000 copper coins, the weapon in the wilderness. Set as a one-handed sword and the offhand weapon is a shield, clad in armor he looks imposing. Zhongwen and Yun Ning also received their own rewards, updating their gear from a patchwork to a more unified set. Zhongwen mentioned in the team chat, "Let's teleport to the town quickly. I need to complete my first class advancement, which significantly increases a player's attributes." Yun Ning added, "After the first advancement, players receive attribute points based on their focus. For instance, as a support player I would gain a lot of intelligence and constitution points, while a warrior type player would gain strength and agility points. Moreover, after this advancement, the attribute points gained per level change and are no longer simply +5 to all attributes." Zhao Yuan saw that the village chief and leaders of the 3 major organizations wanted to talk, but he didn't want to waste time. After a brief response, he led his 2 companions to the village's teleportation point and selected a destination called Qingyun Town. After a 3-second teleportation delay, the trio appeared in the bustling Qingyun Town, which was 10 times more thriving than the village, with a heavy flow of NPCs and players on the streets, mostly moving in groups. The grandeur of the architecture was something the village couldn't compare to, with a population exceeding 400,000. Zhao Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed by the noise, as the streets were lined with numerous shops. From equipment stores, snack shops, potion houses, auction houses, Qingyun Town's notice boards, players' private buildings, to official buildings of Qingyun Town. Everything was systematically arranged. Currently, Zhao Yuan's attribute panel displayed: name, Zhao Yuan, level, LV10, 100% per 100%, health, 100%, mana, 100%, strength, 65, constitution, 65, agility, 65, intelligence, 65, talent, eternal blessing, unique. All skills will permanently be at SSS rank. Proficiency multiplier, unique skill level caps are removed, allowing unlimited upgrades. Killing targets accumulates proficiency multipliers. Current proficiency multiplier, 80x. Keystone ability, reflective armor LV47, SSS rank. Passively provides high physical and magical defense, reflects true damage based on the attacker's strength. Berserker LV25, SSS rank. Passively provides 75,000 health points, recovers 1% of maximum health per second, and can rapidly heal from limb injuries. Active effect, instant recovery from all injuries with a cooldown of 24 hours. Skill, sword draw taunt LV40, SSS rank. Passively increases monsters' aggro. When activated, charges forward a distance, applying a taunting effect on enemies within 900 meters, lasting 25 seconds. Inventory, oak shield, white, iron armor, white, bronze boots +4, green, bronze bracers, green, iron hammer, white, level 1 enhancement stones *12 wilderness set, green, guild token *1, copper coins, 120W, magical item, green jade lotus platform LV6, white, fashion, barbarian outfit, white. The rest of the panel remains locked. Yun Ning spoke up, "I just checked in the trading channel, a guild token costs 2 billion copper coins, 2 billion. That's really valuable." Zhongwen's eyes lit up. Just now, the 3 of them had shared their battlefield score rewards. Zhongwen received attribute points, equipment and gems. Yun Ning received equipment, copper coins and attribute points. The fashion item and guild token were exclusively for Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan recently bought a map of Qingyun Town from a nearby shop for 100 copper coins, which only had rough markings and outdoor level area divisions. "We need to go to the job change hall for our first job change right here," Yun Ning pointed on the map. Meanwhile, in newbie village 401, players were still basking in the joy of survival and generous rewards. An ordinary-looking player opened the communication channel and sent a video of Zhao Yuan to a player named Tuozhen, the genius of newbie village 401. "I've found him, or rather, the whole village has witnessed his strength." Tuozhen quickly replied, "What's the name and location?" "I need 6 green items and attribute-enhancing potions." "Tuozhen, a name and a location, and you want that many resources?" An ordinary-looking player chose to teleport to Qingyun Town, responding with a smile, "You've seen the video too. These are three geniuses. If they develop, they might even become top powerhouses of Xia country in the future. The coordinates and names of these three geniuses in exchange for these resources is completely reasonable. Pleased, he continued, alright, I've sent the resources via email, now send the intelligence. Takuzan's lips curled up in a smile. Lu Qingjun also teleported to Qingyun town, as the village's teleportation point could only transport to the nearest town, leaving him with only one option. Lu Qingjun sent the names and coordinates of Zhao Yuan and his two companions along with Yun Ning's aura effects and Zhongwen's attributes of the skeletal beast to Takuzan. Takuzan's face lit up with a smile, delighted that his long efforts had finally paid off. Takuzan said, tell me, don't you plan to sign a system contract with us? Under the system's certification, neither party can violate the contract. Once you sign the system contract, you will gain our absolute trust in Sakura country and we will make you a top-tier powerhouse. Lu Qingjun replied, I'm waiting to see if you really have the energy to assassinate the Xia country's talents across national regions and inherit their SSS-level skills. If you really are that powerful, then naturally I will choose to sign the system contract with you. Takuzan explained, under the system's restrictions, cross-national area teleportation is indeed difficult and towns cannot admit players above level 30, but our assassins can definitely complete the mission snuffing out the Xia country's talents in their initial stages? Just wait and see. Lu Qingjun collected the resources sent via email and strengthened himself. Zhao Yuan and his companions arrived at the job change hall, which was bustling with people. Yun Ning spoke up, we need to find a job change mentor to receive the corresponding tasks. There were many job change mentors in the hall, both male and female. Zhao Yuan casually approached a middle-aged male NPC displayed as level 20. Zhao Yuan said, the three of us want to take on a first job change task. The job change mentor explained, the first job change is simple, but there's also a possibility of death. You only need to pass through a job change secret realm to obtain the corresponding certification. The difficulty of the secret realm can be chosen by yourselves, ranging from normal, elite, hard, nightmare to hell levels. The higher the difficulty of the secret realm, the more attribute points you will gain after clearing it. This is one of the few ways to gain attribute points besides leveling up. If you are in a team of 3, the difficulty of the job change secret realm will also increase. Finally, the job change mentor pointed towards the door at the end of the hall. Through that door you can enter the job change secret realm. After the trio entered the door at the end of the hall, 5 difficulty options appeared before them. Zhongwen spoke up, ordinary players usually choose elite level. It's safer and offers considerable attribute points, and the difficulty of the secret realm isn't too high. While skilled players might opt for the difficult dungeons, how should we choose? Zhao Yuan said, hell level, our strength is sufficient to pass through the hell level. Yun Ning initially wanted to caution that the highest difficulty, the hell level, could potentially be lethal for players. However, remembering Zhao Yuan's 3 SSS tier skills and his full set of gear, she held back her objections. Zhongwen agreed, yes, let's go for hell level, anything less is too easy. Zhao Yuan wouldn't even feel challenged. His health has never dropped below 50%, there's no challenge at all. As the team leader, Zhao Yuan chose the 5th difficulty level, hell level. Soon, the trio was transported inside the mysterious realm. A towering stone statue appeared before them, slowly coming to life with its eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Stone golem stats: Lord level, LV 25 strength, 600 constitution, 700 agility, 50 intelligence, 50 skills. Petrify smash description: a creature in the hell level job transfer dungeon, possessing an almost indestructible body and earth-shaking strength. With 700 points in constitution and 600 in strength, this truly was hell-level difficulty. Zhongwen summoned his 6-armed skeleton to attack it. Creatures and equipment both receive significant upgrades every 5 levels. Yun Ning activated 3 auras and moved to a corner of the dungeon, thinking, if I get hit by a punch from this level 25 stone golem, I'd probably be killed instantly. She added, the healing health and mana recovery auras enveloped Zhao Yuan, and after the monster's attack, the levels and effects of these aura skills significantly improved. The stone golem's petrify skill was a passive effect, meaning its body was made of hard rock, immune to most damage. Smash was clearly an active attack skill. Zhongwen, controlling the 6-armed skeleton, used a charge plus whirlwind/combo, sparking bright sparks on the stone golem's body, but only a few stone chips were shaved off. Its health bar barely decreased. It's so tough, my 6-armed skeleton can't even break its defense? Zhongwen exclaimed in surprise. The stone golem used its Smash skill, slamming its arms heavily onto the ground, causing the entire dungeon to tremor, and Zhongwen and Yun Ning were stunned. Zhao Yuan, just before getting stunned, activated his draw sword taunt using the skill's properties to dodge a control effect. Boom, Zhao Yuan was hit head-on by the stone golem, sending him flying back, and his health decreased by 6%. Combat alert. Hit by the level 25 Lord Creature Stone Golem, health decreased by 6%, triggered SSS tier thorns, dealing 8652 true damage. The stone golem's body instantly lost a large chunk of rock and its health bar dropped by a tenth. Nice. Zhao Yuan's reflective true damage was the perfect counter to such defensively monstrous foes, be they rock or steel, they all fall before true damage, Zhongwen exclaimed excitedly. Yun Ning also mentioned in the group chat, and after taking one hit from the stone golem, Zhao Yuan only lost 6% of his health. With his own berserker recovery and my surrounding auras, he can recover in just a few seconds. As long as Zhao Yuan could withstand the monster, he could easily kill it with his counter damage. This time in the Hell level Secret Realm, it seemed a sure win. The combination of SSS grade counter armor and SSS grade taunt was invincible. Bone Behemoth. Zhao Yuan chose the skeleton of the Goblin Grand Wizard as the main unit and reactivated the SS grade Bone Behemoth skill. A massive bone constructed from bones holding a bone staff appeared. Fire Rain, Wild Wind, Zhong Wen's mana rapidly depleted again as the two magic area damage attacks bombarded the gargoyle, causing substantial damage. It seemed that the creature had high physical defense but only average magical defense. I couldn't breach its defenses with the six-armed bone creature, but the wizard bone could inflict effective damage. With Yun Ning's mana regeneration aura, I no longer needed to consider using mana potions. As long as I wasn't casting spells madly, the mana regeneration was enough. The outcome of the battle was already decided. Although the level 25 Lord Gargoyle was powerful, in front of Zhao Yuan's true damage, its defense was as weak as paper. Without true damage, even if Zhao Yuan could withstand the monster's attacks, it would take hours to gradually reduce the monster's health. Crack, crack. Pieces of rock fell from the monster's body, its health reduced to 1/3, its body already missing an arm and half of its torso shattered. But under Zhao Yuan's sword-drawing taunt, the gargoyle could only attack him non-stop every second, releasing its skills as soon as they cooled down. Battle notification. Hit by the gargoyle, health reduced by 6%, triggered SSS grade counter armor, causing 9,653 points of true damage. 15 minutes later, the gargoyle completely collapsed, turning into a pile of rubble. Player kills level 25 Lord Creature Gargoyle, obtains 3 Hell level advancement certificates. This was a pitch-black nameplate, the front featuring a crimson abstract skull symbolizing the Hell level difficulty. Near the rubble of the gargoyle, a teleportation point appeared. 3 seconds later, the group stepped through the portal. Just use this certificate to change classes, Zhao Yuan said. He consumed the certificate, his body surrounded by a layer of blood-red specks, and his attributes changed. Congratulations to the player for successfully advancing, consuming a Hell level advancement certificate, gaining 50 free attribute points. Player successfully changed class, obtained the Apprentice Earth Knight title, with each level up increasing Constitution by 20 points, Strength by 20 points, Agility by 5 points, and Intelligence by 5 points. Player has leveled up to level 11 Constitution. Strength plus 20 points, Agility, Intelligence plus 5 points. Yun Ning said, after advancing, each level up will give me plus 15 points in Intelligence and Constitution, but only plus 5 points in Agility and Strength. As I'm on the support path, Intelligence and Constitution attributes suit me best. Zhongwen, my Intelligence attribute increases by plus 25 points per level, but the other 3 attributes only by plus 5 points. But this Hell level advancement certificate directly gives 50 free attribute points, which is awesome. Zhao Yuan allocated the 50 attribute points from the Hell level advancement certificate entirely to his Constitution. His current attributes were: name, Zhao Yuan level, LV 11, 0% per 100%. Health, 100% mana, 100% strength, 90 constitution, 140 agility, 70 intelligence, 70. The combat power of all 3 had significantly improved. Only a Hell level certificate could provide so many free attribute points. Zhao Yuan began. As players enter the town, the first thing they do is class change to get a boost in attributes, and the second is to complete the accessory task to unlock the first accessory slot. Yes, these are all basic strategies you can find on forums, Yun Ning agreed. Every time players level up 10 levels, they can get an accessory slot. everyone has the same accessories, but you can spend resources to upgrade them indefinitely. The first accessory every player gets is a ring and it boosts attack power. Let's go. Zhao Yuan led the way up front. Xingyun Town looked prosperous and peaceful, but under the main theme of the Doomsday game, a sudden catastrophic event could destroy the town. We must enhance our combat power as much as possible to protect ourselves, said Zhongwen, carrying his newly acquired level 10 green staff. To unlock the accessory slot, we need to find this artisan. Zhongwen pointed to a mark on the map indicating that the accessories were all crafted by him. Xingyun Town had 5 third-tier guilds. 3 of them were the Mountain Ghost, Blue Charm and Tiger Blossom guilds, with the remaining 2 being Rain Mansion and Forest Tomb guilds. Besides these 5 third-tier guilds, there were other smaller guilds, but they were very weak. From number 401 Newbie Village, Quanin Wang Mu and others also found their organizations. Quanin naturally reported to his guild leader as soon as he arrived. I met a player with an SSS level talent in the Newbie Village. Wu Fangbo spoke. Is it really SSS level? Quanin respectfully replied, there is no mistake, guild leader. I have recorded videos, you can see his performance for yourself. He is definitely a talent of SSS level. And this Zhao Yuan also has 2 powerful teammates. If we can recruit them for our Blue Charm guild, then in Xingyun Town our organization will dominate, crushing the other 4 guilds and becoming the strongest force. However, the Tiger Blossom and Mountain Ghost guilds have also seen Zhao Yuan's strength and will definitely compete with us for him. Wu Fanhua asked, based on your understanding of this Zhao Yuan, what do you think we should do? Quanin answered, I think Zhao Yuan won't easily join any force. An SSS level talent definitely has his own pride and won't easily subordinate himself to others. We should try to befriend Zhao Yuan while trying to recruit him, offering our terms. Even if he doesn't agree to join our guild, it doesn't matter. Wu Fangbo responded, alright, let's do as you suggested. Extend our goodwill to Zhao Yuan and avoid provoking him. The members of the Mountain Spirits and Flower Tiger guilds were also aware of Zhao Yuan's information and wanted to recruit him into their guilds. Their goal was to end the chaotic situation in Xingyun Town and unify the town's power. Just as Zhao Yuan and his companions found the artisan Lu Qingjun appeared in the nearby area, he sent a message to Tuozhen. Zhao Yuan and his 2 companions plan to undertake a mission to unlock the accessory slot. The missions related to the accessory slots in Xingyun Town involved escorting and protecting transports, which meant they would have to venture into the wilderness. Tuozhen noted killing in town would attract the NPC guards' wrath and murder must be carried out in the wilderness. Alright, I'll arrange for an assassin to be teleported from another country. Lu Qingjun added, Zhao Yuan is cautious in his actions. If the assassination fails once, he will become very vigilant. We need to eliminate him in one go. Tuozhen replied, isn't that obvious? I will send an SSS tier talent from our Cherry Blossom country to assassinate him. He has reached level 26, with overwhelming attributes and talent, also SSS tier. The trickiest part about Zhao Yuan is his reflective armor and taunting ability, but wearing a full set of vampiric gear can negate the damage from his reflective armor. Lu Qingjun concluded, in that case Zhao Yuan is indeed doomed. His intelligence has revealed too much and targeted assassination leaves him no hope of survival. Zhao Yuan and his group approached the artisan and said, we are here to acquire accessories. The artisan replied, making accessories isn't difficult, but the materials required are found outside Xingyun Town in the purple gold mine area. The journey there is fraught with monster attacks and there are no teleportation points established between the mine and the town. You just need to escort a mining team to the mine and safely return to Xingyun Town and I can make the accessories for you. Zhao Yuan agreed, alright, we will take on this escort mission. 6 difficulty options appeared before Zhao Yuan: normal, elite, hard, nightmare, hell and abyss. The elderly artisan continued, the higher the difficulty you choose, the higher the quality of the mine products and the more monsters you will encounter along the way. However, the higher the quality of the accessories you will receive after completing the mission. Yun Ning, puzzled, asked, aren't all players' accessories the same? How can there be different levels? The artisan, seeing that the question came from a young and sweet girl, softened his tone. Indeed, accessories are items that can continuously evolve. They can be upgraded from white quality all the way to gold by spending copper coins and upgrade stones, but this process costs a lot. The higher the difficulty of the mission you complete, the better the accessories I can make for you, saving you a lot of resources. If you complete the Hell level escort mission, I can make you a top tier blue quality ring. To upgrade a white ring to blue quality on your own, you'd have to spend millions of copper coins, not to mention the upgrade stones, which are priceless. But little girl, you should measure your abilities wisely, he cautioned in the team's group chat. High quality accessories are rare indeed, but life is more precious. Choosing a difficulty that is too high could very well lead to death along the way, Zhao Yuan added. With the three of our strengths combined, we can definitely pass the hell level, but this highest abyss level might be dangerous. Zhongwen chimed in, but we should be able to get through the abyss level, shouldn't we? Zhao Yuan's skills are unrivaled. The stronger the creature, the quicker it dies in front of him. The reward for the hell level is a blue quality ring, so wouldn't completing the abyss level possibly yield a purple ring? Yun Ning spoke up. I think we should be more cautious. First off, since we are a team of 3, the number of monsters we encounter will triple, and out in the wilderness we might encounter wild bosses or even attacks from other players. Killing a player can net us their talents, copper coins and equipment, which is a very profitable business. Many players specifically follow the path of hunting others for wealth. Instead of choosing the risky abyss level, why not go for the hell level, which we are 100% sure we can pass? In this apocalyptic game, survival is the paramount principle. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yuan replied in the chat, let's go for the abyss level difficulty. I am confident enough in my abilities to face any dangers we might encounter. Alright, Yun Ning agreed, then the abyss level it is. Once Zhao Yuan confirmed the abyss difficulty, the artisan spoke with a grave tone. It's good for young people to have courage, but this is undoubtedly courting death. It is your choice and I have no right to intervene, but I still hope you'll reconsider. If you've decided, the carriage is waiting at the East City Gate. At this time, it will be dark by the time you reach the Zijin mining area. You'll need to spend a night there before returning the next day. On their way to the East City Gate, the trio saw an arena. That's where players compete against each other, Yun Ning explained. Once we reach level 20, we can enter the arena anytime, anywhere without having to travel to the location. Winning in the arena earns exclusive coins, which can be used to buy extremely rare items like wings, costumes, and guild NPCs. At that moment, Zhongwen asked Zhao Yuan, what do you plan to do with this guild token? Auction it for copper coins, or? I want to start my own guild, Zhao Yuan declared. Owning 2 unique talents, he was destined to be a top-tier powerhouse and naturally did not want to be subservient to others. If others can become guild leaders, why can't I start my own powerful guild from scratch? You want to use the guild token yourself? Yun Ning was slightly surprised, but we only have 3 people and all the talents in Qingyun town have already been divided up by the 5 major guilds. If we want to recruit more people, it will affect the interests of the other 5 guilds. These are third-tier guilds, each with at least 3,000 members. Zhao Yuan replied, I want to establish a guild for high-end players with a minimum requirement of S-tier talent. Essentially, I'm looking to form a small team of elites, maybe just 10 or 20 people, but that will be enough. As the 3 of them chatted casually, they arrived at the East City Gate, where a team of carriages was already waiting for them. The carriages, manned by NPCs, numbered 6 in total, capable of carrying a substantial amount of goods, and were escorted by 10 swordsman NPCs. Each at level 15-inch, equivalent to minor soldier-level combatants. The bulk of the monsters would have to be dealt with by Zhao Yuan and his 2 companions. The leader of the escort team, a burly man with a full beard and dressed in a black robe holding a broad-bladed long sword, spoke up. You are the ones in charge of protecting the caravan, right? Let's set off. We must reach the Zijin mining area before dusk or we'll encounter monsters with double attributes. Yun Ning asked curiously, have you always taken this route? Yes, to make a living. The pay for escorting these carriages is quite generous. Get on the carriage. The sizable caravan left the safety zone, heading towards the Zijin mining area. At the East City Gate, Lu Qingjun watched Zhao Yuan and his friends leave the safety area, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he received and stored a large amount of resources sent by Tuzhen into his own backpack. Zhongwen felt his crew cut, remarking, there are 6 carriages in total, which means we have a large area to protect. The distance front to back is over 10 meters. It's really not easy for melee players to handle. Zhao Yuan added, my sword drawing taunt has already reached a range of 1,000 meters. This trivial number of carriages can easily be covered. The real fear is encountering monsters with large area of effect attacks. Yun Ning supplemented, even if they are taunted by you, the carriages could still be damaged under area attacks. The mission requires that the caravan returns safely, meaning the horses mustn't die, the goods must remain intact, and the death of NPCs probably won't matter much. And while the carriages have durability, despite it not being low and able to withstand many attacks, this is abyss level difficulty we're dealing with, and that durability is simply not enough. Zhao Yuan stepped out of the carriage and sat on top. I'll keep watch outside. It's roughly a 7-hour journey. Zhao Yuan then summoned a bone giant to follow the carriages. He controlled the bone giant to spit out a cluster of bone shards, a skill from the orc shaman. The bones of the orc shaman reformed, using the skill to beat a drum, which increased the movement speed of allied units. The speed of the caravan noticeably increased. The caravan leader, watching the bone giant follow the team, wasn't too surprised. They had seen many players with bizarre abilities before. He said to Zhao Yuan, "We have a specific route that will avoid high-level monster areas as much as possible, but danger is inevitable." Before Zhao Yuan could finish speaking, he spotted a group of level 15 elite creatures numbering over 30 in the distance. Before Zhao Yuan had a chance to react, Zhong Wen's Bone Behemoth, a wizard, unleashed a fiery rain skill, instantly killing the group of level 15 elites. Zhong Wen's attributes had been enhanced and his SS grade skills made him an extraordinarily formidable force in battle. 20 minutes later, a level 15 Lord Boss appeared on the road ahead, accompanied by hundreds of elite creatures. True to the abyss difficulty, they had barely started when they encountered a level 15 boss. Zhao Yuan activated his sword draw taunt, forcefully taunting all enemies within his line of sight. The level 15 boss, a warrior type wielding a massive spiked club, swung it down towards Zhao Yuan's head. Clang! It was as if the boss had struck iron. The spikes on the club broke off and Zhao Yuan's health dropped by a few hundred points, less than 1%. Battle notification. Attacked health decreased by 365 points. Triggered SSS grade spiky armor, dealing 6,532 true damage. With the boss and the other monsters forced to attack Zhao Yuan, the damage from the spiky armor continuously pierced through them. In the carriage where Yun Ning was, 3 dazzling halos spread out covering a radius of 3,000 meters. Most crucially for Zhao Yuan was the mana regeneration halo. For every player, a lack of mana could significantly weaken their combat effectiveness. Under Zhao Yuan's SSS grade sword draw taunt, the 6 carriages sustained no damage and maintained full durability. Each attack from the monsters not only failed to reduce Zhao Yuan's health but instead inflicted terrifying damage upon themselves. Yet, they had no choice but to attack Zhao Yuan due to the 25 seconds of forced taunting. Without abilities to break free from control, they could only grit their teeth and continue their assault. 5 minutes passed and all the smaller monsters were killed, partly due to Zhao Yuan's spiky armor damage and partly due to Zhong Wen's Bone Behemoth's skill damage. The level 15 boss was left with only a third of its health. Zhao Yuan's sword draw taunt had cooled down and he charged at the boss, stabbing directly through its eyeball. It was a critical hit, dealing massive damage. The boss let out a painful howl, unable to escape while tightly taunted by Zhao Yuan. The Bone Behemoth's whirlwind skill whipped up a wind as sharp as blades, emptying the boss's last bar of health. After the boss's death, it dropped only a few thousand copper coins with no other items. Perhaps it was because this escort mission would reward them with high-quality accessories, so the monsters along the way only dropped copper coins. Zhao Yuan pondered. Battle notification. Target killed, gained 6,324 experience points, gained 1253 skill proficiency points. *8 rate. Under the passive recovery of the SSS grade berserker, Zhao Yuan's health was fully restored within a few seconds and the convoy continued on their journey, moving forward for another 2 hours. A band of over 50 brigands burst forth from all directions, each looking ferocious and menacing as they drew their weapons, almost as if declaring ownership of the tree and the road. These are criminals who have committed serious offenses in the town and then fled to Qingyun town, turning into bandits in the nearby mountains, explained the leader of the caravan. Zhao Yuan glanced over. All the roadblockers were NPCs, not players. Their levels were at least 15, with the bandit leader being a level 20 lord creature. Spare the women and horses, kill all the others, commanded the bandit leader, his face marred by irregular scars, as he directed the remaining bandits. I thought they were players, he said. Zhong Wen controlled the skeletal behemoth to protect the carriage, facing off against the criminal NPCs. These bandits, with malevolent looks in their eyes, drew their sharp knives and charged at the carriage. Zhao Yuan, still employing his sword drawing taunt, charged at the bandit leader, managing to control all the enemies with his taunt. The bandit leader's stats were formidable. A lord-level creature with skills like Horse Slayer, Mighty Strength and True Chi. He was formerly the captain of Qingyun Town's guard, who after committing heinous crimes fled and claimed the mountains as his own. The swordsmen protecting the caravan recognized the bandit leader's past identity, pinning their hopes on Zhao Yuan and his companions to counter the bandit leader. As various minions attacked, Zhao Yuan, unfazed, faced the bandit leader, who wielded a large 9-ring saber glowing with a pale golden true chi. With his muscles bulging under the enhancement of his mighty strength skill, the bandit leader swung a heavy blow towards Zhao Yuan's neck. Zhao Yuan raised his shield, blocking the strike, but stumbled back a few steps. The combat alert flashed. Suffering from mighty strength and true chi attack, health reduced by 1563 points, triggered SSS grade counter armor, dealing 9,863 points of true damage. Clang, clang, clang. Strike after strike, Zhao Yuan blocked with his shield, while the bandit leader's body started showing gruesome wounds, blood spilling onto the ground. "Damn it, this is counter damage," exclaimed the bandit leader. As his brothers were being slaughtered by the skeletal behemoth. "The wind is picking up, time to scram," he shouted, trying to run. Zhao Yuan's sword drawing taunt refreshed, taunting every target within a 1,000-meter radius, keeping everyone in place. Even under taunt, the bandit leader retained his sanity enough to speak, though his actions were uncontrollable as he unleashed all three powerful skills at Zhao Yuan. "Young hero, spare our lives, we were only trying to make a living, we won't be bandits anymore, give us a chance to reform." As the bandit leader's injuries worsened and his health bar nearly depleted, he pleaded, "Young hero, spare us." With a swift motion, Zhao Yuan decapitated the bandit leader, dealing a fatal blow, instantly killing him. Though human-shaped bosses are agile, their critical human vulnerabilities often become their downfall, and under the taunt of drawing swords, even with the enhancement of true chi skills on movement speed, it was all in vain. After Zhao Yuan killed the bandit leader, he collaborated with Zhongwen to attack the remaining bandits. Seeing their leader dead, these foot soldiers immediately lost the will to resist and were successively slain by Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen. Even the carriage team leader managed to chop off a few bandits' heads. These true chi skills are quite interesting. The bandit leader just now dealt a high amount of damage to me, which, aside from his skills and attributes, included a large amount of damage added by true chi, Zhao Yuan remarked. These true chi skills are attributes that players who follow the ancient martial arts path possess, similar to mana, but true chi can enhance many attributes. For example, covering one's weapon with internal energy can increase damage, and covering one's legs can increase running speed, Yun Ning replied. However, players who follow the ancient martial path, unless they have a very high skill level, won't deal as much damage as traditional combatants. The ancient martial path is weak in the early stages but becomes very powerful later on. For instance, after learning the lone sword technique, one can duel bosses without losing a single point of health. With graceful movements and high damage sword techniques, Zhongwen added. Zhongwen then summoned the skeletal remains of the bandit leader, turning it into his own combat force. Just like before, besides some coins, no items were dropped, suggesting that these enemies were arranged by the system for us under abyssal difficulty. Time waits for no one, and the convoy continued to move forward. The carriage moved swiftly, only slightly slower than ordinary mounts because it was empty. After killing these bandits, Zhao Yuan also gained a substantial amount of experience and skill proficiency, looking forward to reaching level 15 soon so he could acquire the next SSS tier skill. When the journey was about a third of the way through, the convoy entered a valley flanked by towering cliffs. A group of 50 players ambushed here. A convoy is coming. This route is a mandatory path for the escort mission, and our guild just needs to ambush here. The rewards from killing alone are enough for us to become second-tier powerhouses. This was a team from a first-tier guild. Instead of choosing to fight monsters to the death, they hid and ambushed players, inheriting their opponents' talents and obtaining all their coins, equipment and items. The leader carried a live ammo rifle and had previously installed landmines on the road at the bottom of the valley. Once their convoy fully entered the minefield, they could easily destroy their carriages. However, in the Doomsday game, the power of landmines wasn't that great. It could only reduce their health, not kill them, so they still needed to finish them off with their weapons. Once Zhao Yuan's convoy entered the minefield, the enemy pressed the switch and a tremendous roar spread out. A red wave of heat surged upwards, overturning the carriage. The swordsman guards were all injured, and so were Zhongwen and Yun Ning. Yun Ning instantly activated a triple-layer aura, and Zhongwen's skeletal behemoth also guarded the surroundings. Brothers, charge! This skeletal behemoth has high attributes, surely the strongest combatant of the enemy. If we slay this beast, we might even inherit its powers. A team of 50 players rushed down from the cliffs, some even firing rifles as they charged. The enemy leader pondered in secret. The players on escort missions are usually level 10 newcomers just entering the town to unlock accessory slots. Here we are at level 20 already. Slaying such level 10 players carries no risk at all. Even the most talented players, under the suppression of levels, must perish and relinquish their unique abilities. By employing this tactic, this band of players had ambushed many newcomers, gradually becoming stronger. The quality of this skeletal behemoth is surprisingly high. Without our level advantage, we would stand no chance against it. Yet with a 10 level difference and overwhelming numbers, slaying this player will grant us the skeletal behemoth's skills. This is the thrill of killing. The equipment, resources, and skills that others painstakingly accumulate can be ours in an instant. At minimum, the skeletal behemoth skill seems to be of S rank. From now on, I can be an S rank ability holder too. The excitement is palpable. Zhao Yuan waited for the enemy to approach within 1,000 meters, then unleashed his draw sword. Taunt, instantly striking an enemy, killing them on the spot. The other enemies were stunned. These were level 20 players who, through slaying others, had received substantial rewards and were considered mid-tier in strength. How could they possibly be killed in seconds by a level 11 player? Then came a 25-second obligatory taunt. Damn, the player summoning the skeletal behemoth wasn't the strongest. This shield-bearing warrior before us was the real threat. A 25-second mandatory taunt? No matter, we'll shoot him into a sieve. He wants to taunt, we'll drain his health bar, sneered the enemy leader. In an instant, a barrage of bullets tore through the air, striking Zhao Yuan's armor, but his health bar barely decreased. Combat alert, damage taken, health reduced by 35 points, triggered SSS grade counter armor, inflicting 3,526 points of true damage, Within seconds of the gunfire, Zhao Yuan's health barely dropped, whereas the gunmen saw their health bars falling like water, chunk by chunk. A level 30 player might have 10,000 health, a high attribute, but these level 20 players hit by the counter 3 times were doomed for sure. Is this counter armor? Is there such an overpowered counter armor skill? I hit him for 36 points of damage and he counters with over 3,000 damage. The enemy leader's eyes nearly popped out. It's over, we're doomed for sure. No wonder he taunted us. The one summoning the skeletal behemoth was just his subordinate. This shield-bearing warrior is the real terror. Little did we know we had kicked an iron plate. These players tried to flee, but without skills to break control, they could only attack Zhao Yuan uncontrollably. Those using firearms were mostly killed by the counter, while the melee players were still alive, having not yet reached Zhao Yuan. At this moment, the enemy leader used a purifying skill, but its tier was too low, failing to break the taunt effect. Meanwhile, with the SS grade mana regeneration aura from Zhong, when there was no longer a need to worry about running out of mana. Controlling a skeletal behemoth in the form of a sorcerer, it unleashed a frenzy of firestorms and wild winds. Enemies enveloped by these skills were almost instantly annihilated. To Zhao Yuan's amazement, under Yun Ning's healing aura, the durability of the carriage slowly began to recover. The damage from the landmines was not as severe as expected, only destroying about half of the carriage's durability, which was quickly restored to normal. Zhao Yuan stabbed an enemy combatant in the abdomen, slicing downwards, causing a cascade of organs to spill out. However, the enemy's body was semi-digitized, and despite the health bar not being empty, the clear consciousness still experienced extreme pain. Zhao Yuan then decapitated him with a backhand stroke. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. Both Zhao Yuan's counter-armor and Zhongwen's skeletal behemoth's area of effect magical attacks were forms of group attacks. Over 50 players fell, their blood congealing in the soil. Battle prompt: killing a level 20 player. Zhao Yuan gained 14652 experience points, 100,000 copper coins, all the opponent's equipment, and 325 skill proficiency points, multiplied by 90, and that was just for one player. Zhao Yuan had killed 32 players, the lowest level among them being 20, with the leader at level 25. Zhao Yuan's experience points skyrocketed, propelling him to level 12. Battle prompt: the player gained 56,324 experience points, advancing to LV 12. By killing enemy players, he accumulated a total of 900,000 copper coins, 65 white items, and 3 green items. Triggering the talent billionfold proficiency, the current multiplier was 90 times. His SSS tier counter armor skill proficiency rose to 23,651 points, multiplied by 90, advancing to level 50. His SSS tier sword draw taunt advanced to level 45, and his SSS tier berserk advanced to level 30. The rewards are incredibly generous, aren't they? Zhao Yuan exclaimed. Apart from lacking high-quality rewards, the quantity of lower-tier rewards was enormous. The experience gained from killing players was nearly 10 times higher than that from killing monsters of the same level. The proficiency gain was also about 10 times more. Plus, inheriting the enemy's talents, all their copper coins and equipment, it seemed like the system was pushing players to compete against each other. For Zhongwen, it was his first time killing a person, and he found it not too different from killing monsters, except that the sight of human corpses was more startling than that of monster corpses. The expression of despair on their faces before death frozen in their features and eyes. And the scent of human blood was far more potent than that of monster blood. It might be because these players are high level. They're all at level 20. When we at level 10 take down level 20 players, the rewards are undoubtedly substantial. Numerous inheritance options appeared before Zhongwen, all from the talents of players he had personally slain. Most were D or F grade junk skills, with the highest being only C grade. Naturally, Zhongwen chose to forego all of them. Zhao Yuan also saw a plethora of inheritance options before him. After a quick glance, they were nothing but enhancements like increased movement speed, strength and stamina, all rather useless abilities. Upon reaching level 12, a player's strength and constitution would increase by 20 points and agility and intelligence by 5 points. Now Zhao Yuan's attribute panel reads, Name, Zhao Yuan level, LV 12, 5% per 100%. Health, 100% mana, 100% strength, 110 constitution, 160 agility, 75 intelligence, 75 talent, eternal blessing, unique. All skills will permanently be at SSS grade. Billions of proficiency, unique skills will have no level cap and can be upgraded indefinitely. Killing targets will continuously accumulate a multiplier for proficiency gains. Current proficiency multiplier, 90 times, keystone ability, counter armor LV 50. SSS grade passively provides high physical and magical defense, reflecting true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute. Berserker LV 30, SSS grade passively grants 90,000 health points, regenerates 1% of max health per second, and can rapidly heal from severe injuries. Active effect, instantly heals all injuries, cooldown 24 hours. Skill, Sword Draw Taunt LV 45, SSS grade passively increases monsters' aggro, actively charges forward for a distance, taunting enemies within 1,100 meters for 25 seconds. Inventory, Oak Shield, Common, Iron Armor, Common, Bronze Boots +4, Uncommon, Bronze Wrist Guards, Uncommon, Iron Hammer, Common, Level 1 Enhancement Stone *12 Wilderness Set, Uncommon, Guild Command *1 Common. Equipment * 65-inch Uncommon Equipment * 3 copper coins, 210W Magic Item, Green Jade Lotus Platform LV 6, Common, Costume, Barbarian Outfit, Common. Other panels have yet to be unlocked. These common and uncommon items are not very useful to us given their ordinary attributes. We might as well sell them for some copper coins. Sitting atop the wagon, Zhao Yuan continued with the convoy. The rewards from killing are richer than I imagined. This is a shortcut to leveling up, exclaimed Zhongwen. But these are all living humans just like us, interjected Yun Ning. Zhao Yuan responded, we don't initiate killings, but if others trouble us I won't hesitate. Zhongwen also advanced to level 11, and with Yun Ning's assist bonus she gained quite a bit of experience. Yun Ning, sitting inside the wagon, said this is just the beginning. The hardest part of the escort mission is loading up the goods and the journey back. Exactly, Zhao Yuan nodded in agreement. The monsters we face now are only as tough as those in Nightmare or Hell levels, but the real danger will come during our return trip, fully loaded with goods. In Qinyun Town, there are level 20 and level 30 dungeons available, and once we unlock the accessory slot, we can opt to clear the level 20 dungeons. After clearing them, we should be able to reach level 15. Zhongwen sat in the carriage resting his face on his hand. A level 20 dungeon. I'll have to check the forums. It's a 25-man dungeon, normally takes 7 days to clear, and just the travel time within the dungeon is counted in half days. Zhao Yuan currently had 21 million copper coins. He originally wanted to save them for unlocking an accessory slot to spend all on accessories, but he chose the Abyss level difficulty, and the accessories he might get could be purple. To upgrade a purple accessory you'd need billions of copper coins, so these 21 million copper coins were essentially useless for that purpose, better used to enhance other aspects, whether upgrading equipment or magical treasures, either would do. but Zhao Yuan didn't have many level 1 enhancement stones, so he decided to spend all 21 million on a white magical treasure. After spending 196 million copper coins, the white magical treasure was enhanced to level 17. The Blue Jade Lotus platform, a white grade item now at level 17, upgradable, offered plus 60,000 health, plus 900 health regeneration, and plus 1,230 defense. Its special effect: upon activation it regenerates the user's health for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. A level 30 Berserker just added 90,000 health, and this level 17 treasure added 60,000 health. Zhao Yuan was now pushing towards the achievement of 200,000 health. With such a high amount of health, an SSS-level Berserker would regenerate 1% of health per second, which means over 1,700 health per second, plus SSS-level Thorns and Taunt, making it nearly unsolvable, having spent all 21 million in Zhao Yuan's attribute sword, giving him a better chance at the Abyss-level escort mission. Zhongwen spoke up: murder, guild battles are just a legitimate opportunity to kill. You can also show off wealth, then go into the wilderness, draw evildoers to you, and then counter-kill. I've just killed 18 players and jumped straight to level 11, if I reach 200 kills, wouldn't I hit level 15? Yun Ning laughed beside him. Don't get carried away, 200 players mean 200 lives. I know, but under this apocalyptic game, these people won't live long anyway. Zhongwen muttered. Hey, when Zhao Yuan establishes his own guild, won't I be the vice president? Then I'd have the authority to initiate guild battles, and wouldn't my experience points skyrocket? Oh, Zhao Yuan replied with a chuckle. Who said you'd be the vice president? Come on, you're not giving the position to your own brother, you'd give it to Yun Ning instead. Zhongwen panicked. Why can't Yun Ning be the vice president? I think she's perfectly capable, Zhao Yuan said while sitting in the carriage. Yeah. I'm not inferior to you. As an aura ability user, I can play a much bigger role in guild battles than you can, Yun Ning stated calmly. Moreover, the guild has its own troop types, and my aura can also work on these troops. Isn't there a quota for 3 vice presidents in this guild? Zhongwen said with a smile. It depends on your performance, you're always in a rush. Besides, it's still early days for setting up the guild. The convoy arrived at the Zijin mining area safely before nightfall. This place is also a small safety zone, just a mining district with few people and even fewer shops. The bearded swordsman captain said to Zhao Yuan, I'll lead the men to load the minerals onto the horse carriage now, and we can set off early tomorrow morning. After saying that, he led the convoy deeper into the mining area. Nearby was an inn where some copper coins would get you food and a room. Outside Qingyun town, in the magma mountains of the level 30 monster zone, a colossal creature soaked in the crimson lava. Only its ugly head, 3 stories tall, was visible as it carved out its own heart, transforming it into a creature similar to itself but of a dominant quality. Launch an attack on the town in 3 days, the enormous flame demon said. The creature split from the flame demon, left the magma area. A bird with an old man's face landed on the flame demon's shoulder. Why did the great flame demon use his own heart to create a weakened version of himself? The bird-headed creature asked, puzzled. The flame demon's large dark gold pupils shifted slightly. Qingyun town's forces are chaotic, but with a formidable enemy like me watching from the outside, these human forces will not be able to descend into chaos. Instead, they will unite to fight the external threat. The bird-headed creature spoke. Is the great flame demon's plan to have the human forces of Qingyun town kill this weakened flame demon creature? Then, thinking there are no more threats in the magma mountains, they will start infighting? Exactly, the flame demon continued. Although I am powerful enough to destroy Qingyun town entirely, there are many strong humans there. If they all join forces, they could pose a significant threat to me. Let them kill a false flame demon. Given human nature, the forces within Qingyun town will surely compete against each other with heavy casualties. When that happens, I will personally descend, easily annihilate Qingyun town and consume the life essence of all the humans there, which could allow me to evolve qualitatively and potentially become a king-level creature. Back at the inn in Zijin mining area, Zhao Yuan and his 2 companions ordered a lot of delicacies. After all, as long as a player isn't doing too poorly, affording meals is quite manageable. Yun Ning pointed to the map of Qingyun town and its surrounding areas. Near Qingyun town, there are monster zones of levels 15, 20, 25 and 30. Each area hides a powerful wilderness boss, with the lowest being at the Lord level and above the Dominator level. Zhongwen was puzzled. Could it be that players with scouting skills have explored these areas? How else could you know this in such detail? Probably, Yun Ning replied. there are so many types of skills, ancient martial arts, mechanical firearms, traditional special abilities, freeloading. It's not surprising to have skills that can scout large areas. Wait, did something strange get mixed in there? Zhao Yuan thought he misheard freeloading. What kind of stream is that? Soft rice style? Huh, I know about that. I even did some research on it before. Zhang Wen explained. Soft rice style refers to players who choose to provide various buffs for single targets. These include enhancing beauty, improving clothing, and increasing leveling speed, making them exclusive personal assistants to some high-level female bosses. Of course, if you have a pretty little face, you're even more in demand. Soft rice style isn't gender specific, that's the gist of it. Wait, why are you all looking at me like that? Zhang Wen's face stiffened as he spoke. I'm just trying to understand, isn't that allowed? Clinging to the powerful is also a survival strategy, right? Okay then. Zhao Yuan took a bite of his food and then asked, so what about the traditional style? Yun Ning replied, traditional style refers to the usual class categorizations in online games like mages, warriors, assassins, archers, priests, and so on. Although it's standard, the combat power is generally not too weak. Yun Ning then pointed to a spot on the map in the level 30 region marked with a crimson skull known as the Magma Mountain Range. There resides one of the most fearsome boss-level creatures. Every player who has entered this mountain range has died. Not a single one has come out alive. However, our return route is far from the magma mountain range, so we don't need to worry about attracting the attention of the creatures there. Zhao Yuan spoke up as the evening approached. It's getting late, everyone should rest early. Tomorrow we'll start our journey back. If I'm not mistaken, after completing the Hell level escort mission, we should receive a purple accessory. You know, we don't even have a single blue piece of equipment yet. The next day, a caravan filled with 6 horse-drawn carriages was already waiting outside the inn. Zhao Yuan and his companions bought some dry food and started on their way. Due to the carriages being at maximum capacity, their movement was slow, but still faster than running on foot. Additionally, Zhong Wen's skeletal orc shaman's drumming skill could increase the movement speed of friendly units. Halfway through the journey, they encountered monsters that were not very challenging, easily converting them into experience points and skill proficiency for the trio. In the latter half of the trip, a massive buffalo appeared on the road ahead, Earth Vein Buffalo boss level. LV 20-inch strength, 1000 constitution, 1500 agility, 600 intelligence, 300 skills, burrow wrestling earth split. This is the first time we've encountered a boss-level creature, exclaimed Yun Ning as she activated 3 aura skills. Layers of richly colored halos spread out from her, expanding in all directions. The carriage must not be destroyed, otherwise our mission will be considered a failure. Even if we defeat the boss, we won't be able to unlock the accessory slot if the carriage is destroyed. Zhao Yuan initiated his taunting slash, transforming into a shadowy figure that darted past the carriage and collided with the Earth Vein Buffalo. The swordsman hurriedly directed the carriage towards the edge, but confronted with a Dominator-level creature, the horses were terrified, their legs weakening, unable to move an inch further. In an instant, Zhao Yuan taunted this 30-meter Dominator creature, causing the Earth Vein Buffalo to swing its massive head. Its huge curved horns struck Zhao Yuan, sending him flying backward, crashing into a nearby rock wall. Seeing Zhao Yuan struggling alone against the Dominator-level creature, Zhong Wen switched the main unit of the Bone Giant to the 6-armed Bone Beast. This summon, made of Battle Earth, could withstand several hits from the Earth Vein Buffalo. Battle notification. Attacked by a Dominator-level creature, health reduced by 18%, triggering an SSS grade counterarmor, dealing 15,632 true damage. Zhao Yuan emerged from the rubble looking disheveled, but his health not overly diminished thanks to the passive regeneration of an SSS grade berserker in Yun Ning's healing aura. He would soon be fully restored. This was the most severe injury Zhao Yuan had suffered. A single blow had taken 18% of his nearly 200,000 health points. The strength of a Dominator-level creature was far more terrifying than that of a Lord level. However, the Earth Vein Buffalo was also not unscathed. Its tough, coarse skin now bore a huge gash. Although it didn't reach the boss's internal organs, it significantly reduced the boss's health bar. Zhong Wen's 6-armed Bone Beast unleashed all its abilities but only managed to scratch a bit of the boss's health. Instead, the Bone Giant's health was halved with just a light touch from the buffalo. Dominator-level creatures represented the highest quality level in the region around Qingyun Town and its surrounding areas. The terrifying existence in the Magma Mountains was also of the Dominator level. Such level bosses at a minimum required a team of 3,000 people working together and sacrificing a great number of lives to possibly secure a kill, Yun Ning anxiously stated. Moreover, Dominator-level creatures possess high intelligence. Sensing danger to their lives, they might even flee, causing players to lose their lives in vain without completing the kill and receiving rewards. Zhao Yuan roared, "Worthy of the abyss-level difficulty. Now this is satisfying." He activated the active effect of a white artifact, continually restoring his health for 15 seconds. As the artifact reached level 17, what was once a weak active skill had now become powerful. Under the triple healing effect, Zhao Yuan recovered to full health, standing directly in front of the boss. Wrestling match. The Earth Vein Buffalo, measuring a full 30 meters, bore horns covered in moss and shells, the horns twice as long as its head. With a wild aura, the horns aimed at Zhao Yuan's body, pinning him directly against the rock wall. Yet Zhao Yuan's defense was high, only his armor was damaged, his flesh unscathed. Battle alert. Hit by a skill-based grapple attack, health reduced by 25%, triggered SSS-level counter armor, dealing 19,632 true damage. Not bad. This boss's skills can only take 25% off my health. As long as I can withstand it, there's no boss I can't kill. Zhao Yuan continued to use his sword-drawing taunt. He must protect the carriage from being destroyed by the boss, or else the mission would fail. Zhongwen's bone giant also dealt considerable damage, roughly 1/10 of Zhao Yuan's, its greatest utility being to block several attacks for Zhao Yuan when his health was in danger, allowing Zhao Yuan to recover his health to a safe level. Meanwhile, the swordsman forcibly dragged the carriage to a relatively safe location as the cargo inside was extremely valuable. Earth split, the Earth Vein Bison began a frenzied stomping of the ground, the mixed mud and rocks causing the ground to crack, dealing terrifying damage and stunning all units standing on the ground. The durability of the 6 carriages instantly dropped to 1/10, and 10 swordsmen were all severely injured, spitting blood and losing consciousness. Yun Ning also sustained injuries, but fortunately Zhao Yuan's taunting time was long. Even when Zhao Yuan was stunned, the boss's primary target was still Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan was trampled by the massive bison, feeling a slight pain from the beginning. His defense was barely adequate against the tyrant-class creature. Finally Zhao Yuan outlasted the boss's stunning skill duration and once again activated the healing effect of his white talisman while also taking a health recovery potion. This was the first time Zhao Yuan used a potion to restore health. The boss's strength was too high, a level 20 tyrant, the absolute ruler of the entire region. But the higher the boss's attack, the more terrifying Zhao Yuan's counter damage became, and now the boss had only one skill left unused. This burrowing skill, seemingly used for escaping, should be easy to handle. The Earth Vein Bison's health was already reduced by half, and true damage, the highest class of damage type, completely ignored the boss's high defense and the tyrant creature's damage reduction. Zhao Yuan's taunting time ended, and there were still more than 10 seconds left for the sword-drawing taunt to cool down. The boss released its burrowing skill, leaving a huge hole in the ground and disappearing. Suddenly, there was an anomaly at the location of the carriages. Not good. The boss was going to attack the carriages directly. It couldn't be allowed to hit the convoy. The carriages were already down to a sliver of durability. Zhao Yuan roared. The Earth Vein Bison was about to emerge from the ground, threatening to swallow both the convoy and Yun Ning. Boom! Zhongwen's bone giant switched to its vampire baron form, gaining the ability to fly, lifting all 6 carriages into the air, hovering and saving both Yun Ning and the convoy. That was close. The mission was nearly a failure, and Yun Ning's defenses were not high. If touched by the boss, she probably would have truly died. Zhongwen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Now that the Earth Vein Bison had used all 3 of its skills, even if it reused any, Zhao Yuan would have enough time to react and respond. And though Zhao Yuan found it somewhat strenuous to resist, his health never once dropped below 50%. By using the tactic of alternating damage absorption with the skeletal behemoth, it didn't take long to slay this overlord-level creature. Lord-level creatures require hundreds of players to besiege, while an overlord-level boss needs at least 1,000 players, and even 3,000 might not be enough to handle it. Since no one wants to be cannon fodder and everyone wants to survive till the end, it leads to a situation where the boss's onslaught is practically unstoppable. Next, the Geomantic Buffalo used a series of skills like wrestling, earth-splitting and burrowing, continuously struggling. But Zhao Yuan's SSS-grade reflective armor dealt terrifying true damage, severing one of the buffalo's hooves with the backlash. With the boss down to 20% health, it began to panic, trying to flee and recover with its robust physique. But how could Zhao Yuan let this boss escape? It was his first time killing an overlord-level creature and the pressure on him was immense. He even had to continuously use healing potions. Drawing his sword, he taunted. Zhao Yuan forced the boss into a taunt, preventing it from using its burrowing skill to escape. As the final moments approached, Zhao Yuan became even more cautious. At this point, an ambush from other players could have dire consequences, not just failing the mission but possibly leading to teammate deaths. However, it seemed Lady Luck favored Zhao Yuan, and perhaps the sheer pressure of the overlord-level creature kept others at bay. Zhao Yuan's reflective armor ultimately claimed the life of this level 20 overlord boss, with no ambushing players making a move. Phew. Finally, it took him down, and it took 30 minutes in front of the SSS grade reflective armor, a whole half hour. Zhao Yuan sighed. The boss's healing properties were strong, but this time we won. Zhao Yuan was also scared after the fact. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to check the rewards for killing the overlord creature, a shadow suddenly touched his, rendering him immobile. SSS grade ninjutsu dragon flame song technique. Zhao Yuan found himself starting to make hand seals, completely unable to control his body. He immediately thought of the shadow under his feet, a sense of death pervading his heart. In an instant, Zhao Yuan felt an extreme heat as hundreds of golden dragon head-shaped fireballs bombarded him from above. Zhao Yuan could feel the terrifying destructive power contained within these golden fireballs, and with only about 50% of his health left, he might be instantly killed. Moreover, the attack range of these fireballs was so extensive that Zhong Wen and Yun Ning would also be engulfed, and while he might survive, they would surely die. Boom! Zhao Yuan had little time to think. He instinctively used the active effect of SSS grade Berserker, instantly healing all injuries. As long as there was a sliver of health left, he could perfectly revive. Seeing Zhao Yuan's health fully restored, Zhong Wen immediately commanded the skeletal behemoth, now in the form of a vampire baron, to leave the area, taking Yun Ning and the carriage along. Meanwhile, Zhong Wen awakened the skeletal remains of the earth vein water buffalo, summoning a dominator-level creature to serve under him. Boom, boom, boom. Golden flames shaped like dragon heads rained down. Zhong Wen was swallowed by the white bones of the earth vein water buffalo. Zhao Yuan took the full brunt of this skill attack. As the flames dissipated, Zhao Yuan was not dead. He still had 10% of his health left, which continued to regenerate. It was then that Zhao Yuan finally saw who his opponent was. Dressed in ninja attire, his face masked, his shadow underneath touched Zhao Yuan's shadow, binding him tightly. How could this be? After so many attacks, almost dozens of times being hit, how could he still be at full health? Zhao Yuan looked incredulously at his opponent. As layer after layer of barriers on the enemy broke, these were items that could resist damage. Without these barriers, the enemy would have been instantly killed by the true damage of an SSS grade counter armor. And this ninja gave no time for Zhao Yuan to react, starting again with his hands forming seals. Zhao Yuan still unable to move. The skeletal remains of the water buffalo summoned by Zhong Wen were nearly shattered, but his health bar was still 1/3 full, as most of the attacks had landed on Zhao Yuan. SSS grade ninjutsu dragon flame song technique. Boom! Another terrifying skill was hurled at Zhao Yuan. This time he was bound to die. Earth split. Zhong Wen controlled the skeletal water buffalo to use the earth split skill, causing all enemy units standing on the ground to be stunned and dealt damage. The ninja's dragon flame song technique was interrupted, entering a stun state, but Zhao Yuan was still bound by the shadow. He decisively activated the final special effect of the barbarian bull costume, a 5-second invincibility, freeing himself from the shadow's bind and regaining mobility. Although the stun from the earth split skill lasted only a few seconds, Zhao Yuan had to kill the enemy within these few seconds, otherwise he and his teammates would all perish. At this critical moment of life and death, Zhao Yuan calmly aimed for the enemy's neck. Severing the head would undoubtedly mean the enemy's death. The semi-digitalized body couldn't save a human without a head. Zhao Yuan, using all his strength, drove his green single-handed sword straight into the enemy's neck. As it caused damage, the enemy regained consciousness from the stun. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Zhao Yuan's sword slicing through his windpipe. Groaning in pain, the enemy desperately grabbed at Zhao Yuan, attempting to struggle, but the real sensation of pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, leaving only his instincts. The instinct of experiencing extreme pain, the pain of having his windpipe and spine severed by the knife, crazily surged into the enemy's nerves. Snap! the head fell, blood flowed everywhere, brilliant golden light fell upon Zhao Yuan, instantly elevating him to level 13 and Zhongwen to level 12. Recovering from a near-death state, a series of system prompts finally started to ring out. Killing a level 20 Earth Vein Water Buffalo, earning 56,852 experience points, 12365 skill proficiency points, 10 times multiplier, and 20,000 copper coins. After slaying a player from the international zone, I gained 23654 experience points and 1355 skill proficiency points, asterisk 10 multiplier, triggering the talent for billionfold proficiency. The current multiplier is at 10 times. This bumped up my character to level 13, increasing my constitution and strength by 20 points and agility and intelligence by 5 points each. An international zone player, ninja talents are only found in Sakura country. Could it be that someone from Sakura country is after me? Zhao Yuan voiced his concern. Zhongwen collected the nearly shattered bones of the Earth Vein Water Buffalo into the summoning space where it could slowly regenerate health. Could it be Sakura country's organization is trying to suppress the talents of Xia country, stifling our nation's development from the roots? Defeating enemy players, one can inherit a talent skill from them and acquire all their items, copper coins and equipment. SSS tier Dragon Flame Aria, S tier Chakra, S tier Shadow Bind. Is this truly a genius? But even such a genius has fallen to our combined efforts. Zhao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. If you hadn't controlled the Bone Baron to use the earth-splitting skill to stun the enemy, I suspect I would have been down too. This S-tier Shadow Bind controls the target, then followed by the SSS-tier Dragon Flame Aria to blast them. It's virtually unbeatable. Zhongwen seemed a bit agitated, but when it really counts, he can make calm decisions, showing great combat qualities. Stop it, you're scaring me. We were so close, a slight mistake in our coordination and we could have been the ones dead. Zhongwen controlled the Bone Baron, bringing back both Yun Ning and the carriage. Zhao Yuan briefly explained the situation to Yun Ning while also starting to guard the surroundings as more miscellaneous soldiers began to approach. Under the abyssal difficulty, monsters nearly always obstructed our path. Zhongwen, controlling the Bone Baron, slaughtered them all, ensuring no damage to the carriage, and under Yun Ning's healing aura its durability kept increasing. Yun Ning spoke up. What about the ninja's SSS tier skills? We can't just abandon them, right? But you already have 3 SSS tier skills and they fit you better. Zhao Yuan, it seems we have to abandon them. Wait, there's a special item among the ninja's possessions. Zhao Yuan directly obtained 1 million copper coins from the ninja along with all his equipment and items. Among them was a skill talisman capable of copying the skills of deceased players and preserving them indefinitely. This makes sense, as the ninja's own skills were very apt and he wouldn't inherit my SSS tier skill. He must have planned to use this talisman to copy it and take it back to Sakura country for a shield-type player to inherit. Zhao Yuan used this talisman to copy the SSS tier Dragon Flame Aria, a skill that even a Dominator-level boss could only reduce Zhao Yuan's health by 25%. This Dragon Flame Aria directly took 90% of Zhao Yuan's life, a truly SSS tier offensive skill. The carriage continued forward with Zhongwen's Bone Giant guarding beside. The enemies now were just fodder, easily defeated. Why would people from Sakura country know our exact location? Do you know the effect of your counter-armor skill? Yun Ning began to analyze. This ninja came prepared, wearing many disposable defensive barrier items, perfectly countering your armor. He also chose the moment when our guard was down after killing the Geovane Buffalo to release the Shadow Bind technique, ensuring a 100% hit rate, a skill that could have been avoided by moving. Traitor, Zhao Yuan spoke up. It must be a player from the 401 Novice Village who sold my information to Sakura country. In Qingyun Town I'm not well known, but in the 401 Novice Village almost everyone has seen my counter-armor and taunt skills. Such a beast. Zhongwen cursed angrily. The traitor better hide well, otherwise when I catch him I will seek revenge for today's events. Zhao Yuan recalled the battle that had just occurred in the past 2 minutes, which was extremely thrilling. If Zhongwen hadn't sent Yun Ning away immediately, if Zhao Yuan didn't have the SSS grade Berserker's active recovery skill, if Zhongwen hadn't awakened the Geovane Buffalo's bones immediately to release the Earth Split group control skill, if Zhao Yuan hadn't had the 5-second invincibility effect of the Barbarian Bull costume, now it would definitely be the 3 of Zhao Yuan who turned into corpses, and the ninja would have completed his mission, strangling a genius of Xia country and bringing back an SSS grade terrifying skill allowing Sakura Country to have an SSS grade counter armor player. Yun Ning patted Zhongwen on the shoulder forcefully saying, "Well done, I didn't expect you to be able to remain extremely calm in a critical moment just like Zhao Yuan. I take back what I said before, you can be the vice president." Zhongwen scratched his head saying, "Not bad, not bad." Zhao Yuan added, "Hey, didn't someone say they almost peed themselves just now?" Zhong Wen's face turned red. Zhao Yuan, "You just can't stand to see me do well. I finally tried to show off in front of a girl." PFF, Yun Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud and the three survivors' laughter echoed in the carriage. Takuzan looked down at the name turning black, indicating that this genius player with an SSS grade skill had died in Xia Country. How is this possible? Yamashita was a genius player with an invincible skill, the pillar of our future in Sakura Country. Today's battle was supposed to be his debut. How could he die in Xia Country? Lu Qingjun, it must be this Lu Qingjun who concealed the information. Damn the people of Xia Country. Takuzan's eyes were blood red. This plan not only failed to eliminate Xia Country's genius player but also buried our own SSS grade skill holder. Even he could not bear this blame. The greatest challenge of the Abyss level escort mission is encountering the Overlord level bosses. The three have already passed, the remaining fodder easily cleared. 6 hours later the carriage entered the precincts of Qingyun town where towering classical buildings met the eye. Nice, after completing the Hell level escort mission we can get a blue quality ring, but we completed the Abyss level mission. If that old man doesn't forge us a purple ring I won't accept it, Zhongwen exclaimed excitedly. The ring boosts attack attributes which are crucial for any player, except for Zhao Yuan who relies on counter damage. The higher the summoner's own attack attributes, the more they can be inherited by the summoned creatures. The trio didn't even stop to eat, heading straight to the artisan's shop. The artisan exclaimed, "It's incredible you actually survived the Abyss level difficulty without damaging a single carriage." Zhongwen urged, "We almost lost our lives on the way, where's our reward?" The artisan came down from behind the counter and said, "For the Abyss level escort mission each of you will receive a purple quality ring. However, crafting such quality jewelry requires endless effort and painstaking work. Jewelry is not like other equipment, it involves bold carving, inlaying and molding on such precious materials. Equipment is just the quick work of crude craftsmen, whereas jewelry is the artistry honed by masters bleeding over their work." Zhongwen got angry. "Are you saying the purple rings still need months to forge and polish?" "Of course not, I have stock, understand? It's like how authors have manuscripts and reserve fearless because they are prepared." The artisan walked to the farthest counter, took out 3 exquisitely made sandalwood boxes and said, "Here are your rewards. These 3 pieces of jewelry together took me 3 years to complete, but they are well deserved by you. Task completed, receive purple jewelry *3 experience points 12,563. The additional experience points were a surprise, but clearly the purple jewelry was more important. Even that ninja from Sakura Country only has 4 blue pieces of equipment. Zhao Yuan opened the sandalwood box. Inside lay an exceptionally exquisite ring, a silver band with a deep translucent purple gemstone set into it. Purple Sha ring. Quality: purple, upgradable. Wearing requirement: LV10, upgradable. Attributes: physical attack plus 2000. Description: a master craftsman's exquisite piece of art can be upgraded using coins and materials. The player has received the first piece of jewelry, unlocking the jewelry slot with the second slot opening at level 20. All 3 received the same jewelry, but Zhongwen and Yun Ning's boosted plus 2000 in magic attack, which also amplifies Yun Ning's aura recovery effect. 2000 magic attack. 2000, my current magic attack is only 300 plus. Zhongwen was overjoyed. A purple quality ring directly increasing my attack power by more than 6 times also means that my summoned creatures can inherit a huge amount of attack attributes. Although the difficulty of this Abyss level mission was high, the rewards were unbelievably exaggerated. Yun Ning joined the conversation saying, "My aura's effectiveness is influenced by multiple attributes. Enhancements to my intelligence, attack attributes and skill levels can significantly boost the aura's impact. With this purple ring equipped, my aura has been strengthened by about 4-fold. Zhao Yuan felt slightly disadvantaged and said, "Helplessly, my skills are defensive. Increases in physical attack don't enhance my skills' effects, but with a boost of 2000 points in physical attack I can now kill enemies in one strike without relying on skills." The second accessory was an amulet that increased health attributes. reaching level 20 and acquiring this purple accessory marks the beginning of my strong phase. Strong phase? Zhongwen couldn't help but laugh. When have you ever not been in a strong phase? The higher our attack, the more devastating the counter damage from your terrifying SSS grade armor becomes, and the quicker we die. After bidding farewell to the artisan, the trio left the shop as it was getting late. The heavily loaded carriage moved slowly, making it nearly evening and not feasible to hunt monsters in the wilderness. Yun Ning suggested we could go to the arena and battle other players. Winning in the arena grants coins, experience, skill, proficiency, and precious arena tokens. Some exceptionally rare items and materials could only be purchased in the arena store. Among these, wings were the most famous. The lowest grade wings were equivalent to an extra piece of equipment that boosted players' attributes. Higher tier wings allowed players to glide from high altitudes, while the top tier wings enabled players to soar freely in the sky. Naturally, the higher the quality of the wings, the longer the flight time. Zhongwen also looked forward to this, as wings were not just flying equipment but a symbol of a player's status. The leaders of top guilds in our Xia country possess unique wings, not only with high attributes but also incredibly glamorous. Let's go to the arena, Zhao Yuan declared. After reaching level 20, players could unlock the feature to enter the arena at any time. Currently, they had to physically reach the arena to initiate battles. Upon arriving, they found many players there because in the arena death meant unlimited respawns and pain was relatively diminished. Winning a PK battle yielded rewards and losing simply meant some wasted time. For now we only have the option for solo matches, but as we level up we can even team up for group battles, Yun Ning explained. Let's fight for an hour, then regroup. Huh, Zhongwen was puzzled. But aren't you purely an aura user without any offensive means? Yun Ning replied, that was before, but now with the purple accessory, I can easily kill just with basic attacks. With the addition of the Halo's boost to my own abilities, I can easily overpower ordinary players. If I encounter stronger enemies and lose, it's just a loss, which is a good opportunity to hone my combat experience with other players. Each player can wear 3 sets of equipment. The first set consists of 9 equipment slots, followed by a fashion slot and finally an accessory slot. After reaching level 100, one can obtain 10 accessories. Zhao Yuan equips the purple Doom Ring, instantly boosting his physical attack by 2000 points. Zhao Yuan's current attribute panel reads: Name, Zhao Yuan, level, LV 13, 18% per 100%. Health, 100% mana, 100% strength, 130 constitution, 180 agility, 80 intelligence, 80 talents, eternal blessing, unique. All skills will permanently be SSS grade. Billionfold proficiency, unique skill levels are uncapped and can be upgraded indefinitely. Killing targets will continuously increase the multiplier for proficiency gain. Current proficiency multiplier, 100x. Keystone abilities, reflective armor LV 51, SSS grade passively provides high physical and magical defense. When taking damage, reflects true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute. Berserker LV 31, SSS grade passively provides 93,000 life points, regenerates 1% of maximum health per second and can quickly heal severe injuries. Active effect, instantly heals all injuries, cooldown 24 hours. Skills, Sword Draw Taunt LV 46, SSS grade passively increases monsters' hatred, actively charges forward a distance, applying a taunt effect to enemies within 1,100 meters for 25 seconds. Backpack, Oak Shield, white, Iron Armor, white, Bronze Boots +4. Green, Bronze Bracers, green, Iron Hammer, white, Level 1 Enhancement Stone *12 Wilderness Set, green, Guild Order *1. White equipment * 65-inch, green equipment * 6, blue equipment * 4 copper coins, 114W magic item, Jade Lotus platform LV 17, white, fashion, Barbarian Bowl outfit, white, accessories, purple Doom Ring, purple. Zhao Yuan's physical attack power wasn't actually over 300 points, but now with an additional 2000 points in physical attack, he can definitely dominate in the arena. Zhao Yuan checks the upgrade requirements for the accessory. Purple Doom Ring quality, purple, upgradable, or requirement, LV10, upgradable. Attributes, physical attack +2000. There are 2 ways to upgrade an accessory. The first is to upgrade the wear requirement using pure copper coins, allowing a level 10 accessory to gradually increase to levels 20-30. The second method uses exceptionally rare materials to directly enhance the quality of the accessory. Beyond purple is the pale gold. quality, but such upgrade materials are extremely difficult to obtain. Now to raise the purple Doom Ring by one level requires 2000 W copper coins, which Zhao Yuan cannot afford in the short term. Zhao Yuan enters the arena space and chooses to start competing. After a 10-second wait he is teleported to an arena-like setting. In some high-level player arenas there are many spectators who pay to watch. However, since Zhao Yuan is still low level and this is his first competition, naturally there are no spectators around. Zhao Yuan was competing in a first-tier arena where players above level 20 were not present. In front of him a countdown of 3 seconds began, during which the level number of wins and win rate of the opponent were visible. Zhao Yuan's adversary was a level 15 scythe player who seemed to follow a close combat damage route. The scythe wielder, noticing that Zhao Yuan had not yet competed in any matches and was only level 13, thought he was in luck to face a beginner. This should be an easy win, he thought, equating it to a free reward of 1 competition coin. However, he reminded himself to exert full effort, as one should never underestimate their opponent. Zhao Yuan could be a formidable player. As soon as the 3-second countdown ended, Zhao Yuan instantly executed a taunting draw cut, charging straight into the scythe player. Before Zhao Yuan could even draw his blade, his opponent was obliterated, his body dissolving into streams of shattered light that vanished from the arena. Zhao Yuan almost forgot that his purple ring, which added 2000 to his physical attack, also amplified the charge damage of his taunting draw cut, causing his opponent to shatter upon impact. The most perplexing part of Zhao Yuan's skill set was his combination of counterarmor and taunting abilities, but winning quickly in the arena also meant more competition coins as rewards. Arena information displayed. Player wins the match earning 300 copper coins, 653 experience points, 456 points in skill proficiency, multiplied by 10, and 1 competition coin. Zhao Yuan briefly explored the items available in the competition market, where one could directly purchase attribute points, wings, and guild NPC characters. As long as one had enough competition coins, significant enhancements were obtainable. However, Zhao Yuan noted that in the first-tier competition market, one could only buy up to 100 free attribute points before reaching the buying limit. Upon advancing to the second tier, more attribute points and even materials for upgrading accessories were available. Choosing to continue matching with opponents, Zhao Yuan soon faced a new player, a female swordsman dressed in an ancient skirt, likely following a traditional martial arts path. Her light clothing lacked any armor but enhanced agility and dodging attributes. This time Zhao Yuan did not immediately activate his taunting draw cut, instead waiting for the 3-second countdown to end and allowing the opponent to strike first. A newcomer with only one match, the female swordsman, using her internal energy, empowered her sword and launched a grade C sunset sword technique. Her movements were agile, targeting areas of Zhao Yuan's body not covered by armor. Zhao Yuan unexpectedly did not react at all, standing there dumbfounded. Is this guy foolish, or is he simply mesmerized by beauty? Wondered the female swordsman. Despite her confusion, she exerted all her strength in her sword strike, determined to win her 5th consecutive victory, a feat becoming increasingly challenging as the strength of her opponents rose. The swordswoman, wielding her blade with a flourish of her wrist, directed swift stabs towards Zhao Yuan's neck, abdomen, and forehead. Impressive. Zhao Yuan admired the charm of the ancient martial arts style as undeniable. However, its early stages are rather weak, making it difficult to accumulate substantial internal power. Suddenly, the swordswoman realized with shock that Zhao Yuan's health bar hadn't decreased at all. It still showed 100%, whereas 3 gaping wounds appeared on her own body, bringing sharp pains. Her health had dropped to a mere third, her clothes soaked in blood, her pupils filled with confusion. Could this be a reflect damage attribute? How can the reflect damage value be so high? She checked her own combat information and found to her dismay that she had suffered true damage. Facing a truly formidable opponent, Zhao Yuan at level 13 was unexpectedly strong. Indeed, Qingyun Town was a place where many hidden dragons and crouching tigers lay. Without wasting more time, Zhao Yuan tested his reflect armor effect and then initiated a taunting draw sword strike. With one blow, the swordswoman was defeated, teleported out of the arena. Arena updates flashed. Player wins earning 600 copper coins, 982 experience points, 452 skill proficiency points, *10, and 2 arena coins. Victory seemed to mean facing increasingly stronger opponents, and the stronger the enemy defeated, the higher the rewards. This swordswoman was evidently stronger than the first scythe-wielding player, hence Zhao Yuan earned 2 arena coins. Glancing at the clock, he noted there was still plenty of time, another hour of battles before meeting up with my teammates. Zhao Yuan planned. Relying on his SSS grade reflect armor and taunts, he secured a series of victories in subsequent matches, even against tank players where the reflect damage effect was less pronounced. Zhao Yuan's high physical attacks ensured easy victories. As he continued, Zhao Yuan began to grasp the arena's mechanics. The stronger the enemies he defeated, the stronger the opponents he was matched against. The stronger the defeated enemy, the more arena coins he earned. Thus, spending long hours in the arena was unnecessary. With sufficient player strength, one could earn hundreds or even thousands of arena coins in just a single match. Moreover, the more consecutive victories, the higher the reward multiplier. In those 40 minutes, Zhao Yuan fought 35 battles, achieving 35 consecutive victories, amassing a vast amount of experience points, copper coins, skill proficiency, and 600 arena coins. Now facing generally players of levels 18 and 19 with considerable skills, Zhao Yuan wondered if he could match against players from other countries. Muttering to himself, he initiated another match. A bespectacled young man with messy black hair appeared opposite him. The spectacles gave him a scholarly air, and floating beside him was a mechanical device. Apparently he favored a mechanical style. Only level 14? Zhao Yuan noted during the 3-second countdown that his opponent had an impressive 86% win rate after more than 50 matches, achieving such a high rate in a first-tier arena before even reaching level 15. Zhao Yuan's anticipation grew palpable. Su Yuxian, on the other hand, was utterly astounded. A level 13 player had achieved a 100% win rate in 35 matches. Although it was just 35 matches, one might attribute it to luck, and perhaps after a few more games he might encounter formidable opponents who could break his win streak. But more likely this player possessed abilities of an S or SS level. Su Yuxian's excitement surged. He pushed up his glasses as the mechanical drone by his side unexpectedly touched down on the ground. It began to rapidly transform and expand, and within a mere 3 seconds it had morphed into a turret of black iron and gray-white hues right on the ground. Zhao Yuan too was intrigued and didn't interrupt the turret's transformation. If this turret attacks me, where does the rebound damage go? On the turret's durability or the player himself? Clearly, this was a player who favored mechanical strategies. Observing the turret's shape and outline, one could tell the skill level was not low. The turret, approximately half the height of a man with a 3-legged mechanical stand fixed to the ground, was immovable. At the front of the turret were a machine gun and missile launch ports, and a red infrared beam had already locked onto Zhao Yuan, targeting his heart. Seeing Zhao Yuan simply waiting without any reaction, Su Yuxian naturally did not hold back. The machine gun port of the mechanical turret began to spin wildly. With an ultra-high rate of fire, it unleashed a torrent of brass-colored bullets towards Zhao Yuan. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets were large calibers similar to a regular heavy machine gun, and their rate of fire resembled that of a Gatling gun. In an instant, Zhao Yuan was hammered by the bullet storm, and visibly his health began to drop. Can it actually penetrate my defenses? The damage isn't high, but the rate of fire is too fast. Zhao Yuan muttered to himself. Boom, boom. 2 small missiles launched from either side of the turret, striking Zhao Yuan directly and igniting orange-red flames upon impact. Zhao Yuan, with a single hand, swatted away the thick fireball, his health dropping to 80%. Meanwhile, the opponent's fixed turret, as if struck by a massive force, was severely deformed, yet it still retained half of its durability. Zhao Yuan checked the combat prompt. Under attack, health reduced by 124 points, triggered SSS-level counter armor, inflicting 1652 points of true damage, causing 1231 points of true damage? Su Yuxian then said, so it's counter armor ability, no wonder you stood still and let me attack. Beside Su Yuxian, a backpack filled with various professional tools was rapidly repairing the turret, clearly another skill effect. It made sense. The rebound damage affected the turret itself. Zhao Yuan activated his sword draw taunt, slashing at the turret. Even with the purple Sha ring equipped, he could only reduce 1/10 of the turret's durability. This person is strong, no wonder he has an 86% win rate. If it weren't for me, this turret's firepower could easily annihilate hundreds. Not only does it have a high rate of fire heavy machine gun, but it can also launch missiles. Although it is a fixed turret, placing it on a movable vehicle such as a carriage allows it to function as a mobile artillery position. Zhao Yuan felt a sense of cherishing talent. Anyone who could reduce his health by 20% surely possessed an S-level skill or even SS-level capabilities. Zhao Yuan took the initiative to say, I am currently recruiting for a powerful squad. If I'm not mistaken, your turret skill is of SS level, right? The minimum requirement for my squad members is to have an S level skill, and I would like to extend an invitation to you. By the way, my counter armor is of SSS level, and so is my taunting skill. I am more than qualified to be your teammate. Suyu leaned on his glasses, glanced at the countdown in the arena. A competitive match has a time limit of 3 minutes and victory is determined based on the remaining health after time is up. A 25-second taunting effect that inflicts true damage with counter armor, and in just these few seconds, your health is nearly fully restored. You indeed qualify to be my teammate, but let me make it clear in advance, I need to join your team for an assessment. If I find our styles of conduct too different, I will choose to leave. Suyu then sent a friend request to Zhao Yuan and they added each other as friends. Zhao Yuan asked, you're a player from Qingyun Town, right? Of course, all matched players are from Qingyun Town, and you need to go to the major human cities to match with the strong players from the entire Xia Kingdom. Curiously, Zhou Yuan inquired further, the bullets fired from your turret, do they require spending copper coins to purchase? The gunner style is most wasteful of copper coins, spending more on ammunition than one earns. So you replied, no, this is an SS level fixed turret. It consumes mana, and only after the mana is depleted does it start consuming copper coins. After the reply, Zhou Yuan swiftly killed him, securing his own 36th consecutive victory and a large amount of rewards. Arena information: player has completed 36 consecutive wins, earning 2,253 experience points, 3,000 copper coins and 1,523 skill proficiency points, multiplied by 10, and obtained 32 competition coins. Zhao Yuan's experience level was now at 45% of level 13 inch, and he was about to reach level 15 to acquire a new skill. Since Suyu wasn't even level 20, he could only compete in the arena, making him an easy target for Zhao Yuan. Why did you have to strike me with your final blow? There's still a sense of pain, you know. I could have surrendered myself, Suyu said, feeling downcast. You can surrender. This is my first time in the arena, Suyu curiously asked. Didn't you say we have a squad? How many people are there altogether? All must be S-level skill holders, including you. That makes 4, I'm only level 13 myself. Where am I supposed to gather so many talented individuals? 4 is already a lot, Zhao Yuan explained. At that moment, Zhong Wen and Yun Ning also emerged from the arena and joined Zhao Yuan. To think there are also female players in this squad, this addition is too valuable. Suyu thought excitedly, who is this person? Their body is half digitized. Surely they don't need glasses anymore? Zhong Wen asked. This is a requirement of my skill, not because of nearsightedness, Suyu replied. Zhao Yuan led the group to the inn as the sky turned dark. On their return journey, Zhao Yuan and his 2 companions had only eaten some dry food and were now quite hungry. Let's go. This guy is Su Yuxian, whom I met in the arena. He has an SS level skill and has now become one of us. Oh right, he still needs some time to assess us. If he thinks our ideals don't align, he might leave on his own. Zhao Yuan introduced. Su Yuxian thought to himself, you should have mentioned the beautiful female players earlier. A girl who is a mix of innocence and maturity, she's perfect. I'd never leave. Oh, SS level. You're really lucky to have come across such a rare skill, Yun Ning commented. With the purple Sha ring equipped, Yun Ning's 3 aura effects were enhanced by about 4 times. She was now self-sufficient. By activating the mana regeneration aura, the mana she recovered was now exceeding the consumption needed to maintain the 3 auras. In other words, Yun Ning could keep the 3 aura effects active indefinitely while keeping her mana at 100%. It was like a perpetual motion machine. What was supposed to be an active aura effect had turned into a passive ability. Su Yuxian quickly noticed the 3 aura buffs on him and his eyes lit up. Mana regen of plus 600 per second, she's a pillar of support. My cannon turret skill consumes mana, and a barrage of bullets nearly depletes my mana. With this mana regeneration aura, my output can increase by more than 4 times. Cannon turret, a cannon-based player. Yun Ning murmured. Even without experiencing a ninja's assassination attempt, Zhao Yuan and his companions couldn't fully trust Su Yuxian yet. After all, he was a newcomer and needed time to be observed. But to any sane person who had witnessed Zhao Yuan's strength, they would want to be his teammate. In the apocalyptic game, what could provide more security than being allied with the strongest tank? Thus Zhong Wen and Yun Ning could understand Su Yuxian's mentality. Becoming Zhao Yuan's teammate promised unimaginable achievements. Su Yuxian was likely not to backstab them. Upon returning to the inn, Zhao Yuan's group purchased 4 rooms. While eating their meal, they conversed. It's already night. Unless we're doing a dungeon run, there's not much else to do, Su Yuxian said. Let's call it a day. We've been escorting a convoy for 7 hours today. We'll rest today and see about tomorrow, Zhao Yuan replied. Escorting a convoy? Were you guys unlocking ring accessories? Su Yuxian asked. Yun Ning nodded. Too bad you missed it. You could have gotten a purple ring. Purple ring? No wonder Zhao Yuan could defeat me in one strike. I only got a green ring from completing the nightmare difficulty. I was worried about the convoy being attacked during the escort because of the limitations of my skills. Su Yuxian adjusted his glasses. Zhao Yuan began to plot. Tomorrow I want to use the guild token to establish my own guild. After opening the guild, we can enter a guild-exclusive secret realm similar to instances, but the rewards are all guild funds, guild materials, guild experience, guild NPCs. After clearing this guild secret realm, the 4 of us can reach level 15 and obtain our next skill, which will enhance our combat power, and then we can attempt the level 20 instance. In the instance, we can acquire a large amount of high-level equipment and materials and also improve our skill proficiency. For us S-rank ability holders, the level of our skills is the most important. Zhongwen nodded and said, you're going to be the future guild leader, so it's your call, but after we establish the guild, we're likely to be targeted by the existing 5 major guilds of Qingyun Town. Su Yuxian added, Huahu Shan Gui Mei Lan Yuxia and Lin Fan. These 5 major guilds are all level 3 each with at least 30,000 members, and their guild leaders are all level 30 entities. As long as they get the equipment they need, they could enter the state city at any time. It doesn't matter, the new guild will have a 7-day protection period during which it can't be attacked by other guilds or beasts, Yun Ning said. I'm really too tired, Zhongwen yawned. See you all tomorrow. In the Sakura Country region, within an unnamed guild building, Taku Shin knelt in the grand hall. Beneath 4 ruling figures, one of them sternly scolded, Is this your assassination plan, sending our Sakura Country's genius to Xia Country only to be killed by the enemy? Taku Shin's face turned ashen as he replied, Honorable Lords, Xia Country is becoming increasingly dominant in national wars and the abyss challenges, and one after another of Xia Country's geniuses are rising. The plan to fundamentally eliminate Xia Country's geniuses, I believe, is without fault. It's precisely because Yamashita was killed that it further proves the talent of this Zhao Yuan. If Zhao Yuan grows beyond level 100 then facing Xia Country in a national war, wouldn't we be undoubtedly doomed? The 4 rulers on the stage seemed persuaded. The current strength of Xia Country was indeed too formidable, with a large population base and a continual emergence of geniuses, allowing Xia Country to continue developing. It was not hard to imagine that in the future the strongest national region would belong to Xia Country. Humph. Taku Shin, spare us these useless words. Now that Yamashita is dead, he was one of the future pillars of our Sakura Country. How will you compensate? The ruling figure on the far left said. As for eliminating the geniuses of Xia Country, there are plenty of others who can take over your job, if you can't prove you're not useless. As he spoke, the ruler on the left threw his own ornate sword, which landed in front of Taku Shin, cracking the luxurious tile. Cold sweat appeared on Taku Shin's forehead. Honorable Lords, my life is not too dear to lose, but I must personally kill Zhao Yuan to avenge Yamashita. Moreover, I have already made contact with the personnel from the beautiful nation, and we will join forces to eliminate the geniuses of Xia Country. I hope the Lord will allow me to fulfill my mission. One who holds power laughed and said, What I fear the most is a hard-working waste. If you fail again, bring your head to see me. Tuazhen left the guild building, facing the cold wind, repeatedly muttering the name Zhao Yuan. The next day, after the 4 had eaten and drunk their fill, they gathered in the inn's lobby. Zhao Yuan took out a token made of special material, distinct in black and gold and engraved with many strange patterns on its surface. Confirm use of the guild token. After using the guild token, you will obtain a random guild building and 7 days of protection period. Confirm use. At this moment, outside the territory of Qingyun Town, a dilapidated guild building appeared out of nowhere between the mountains. A panel about the guild also appeared in front of Zhao Yuan. He pulled the other 3 into the guild and then began to check. Level 1 guild, unnamed, guild leader, Zhao Yuan deputy guild leader, none guild funds, 0 guild supplies, 0 guild troops, none guild buildings, guild hall warehouse city wall guild members, 4, limit 500. Zhao Yuan pondered the name of the guild. His original intention was to gather a team of strong fighters, the minimum requirement being S-level skill holders. He entered the name Zhu Bing into the guild name. Oh, Zhu Bing? Yun Ning laughed. Could it be referring to a cunning army? Something like that, as long as the name sounds good, Zhao Yuan said. Let's enter the guild headquarters. The four chose to teleport into the guild headquarters, and when their vision returned, they found themselves in front of a seemingly abandoned building established in the wilderness. If the 7-day protection period passes, we will continuously face beast tides. Invading. A lot awaits us to be done, but I thought guild headquarters were built within Qingyun town, yet it's built in the wilderness, Zhongwen said. The land deeds in Qingyun town are too expensive, and as the guild level increases, the covered area will also expand. How could we establish it within Qingyun town? Suyu explained. As the guild leader, a triggered mission appeared in front of Zhao Yuan. Guild trial. The newly established guild will face beast tide invasions successfully. Defending the guild headquarters will earn a large amount of guild fund supplies and troops. If the trial fails, the protection period is reduced to 3 days. There are still 6 difficulties: normal, elite, hard, nightmare, hell, abyss. Zhao Yuan shared the guild trial mission with his teammates. Yun Ning analyzed. We only have 4 people, unlike other guilds that start with a limit of 500 members. I suggest we play it safe, as choosing too high a difficulty could easily lead to our annihilation in the beast tide. Zhongwen countered. Indeed, we only have 4 people, but each of us can match 1,000 ordinary players, can't we? Oh, Zhao Yuan alone is worth 10,000 players. Plus, we just obtained the purple Sha Ring. Our combat power has soared. We are guaranteed to clear the hell level. This abyss level, although risky, is acceptable. Wait, Suyu exclaimed, feeling too thrilled. Hell level. Abyss level. Do you know what level the Mei Lan organization chose back then? It was only hard level. Is your life always this thrilling? Zhongwen asked. Scared now? Are we scared? Suyu responded without a hint of emotion. Who isn't afraid of death? How could anyone choose hell level or abyss level? Isn't that just asking to die? Zhao Yuan and the others shared their skill attribute charts in the team chat. After all, it was only a matter of time before he found out, so they might as well show him to put his mind at ease and boost his confidence. Wow, Suyu's eyes widened. Zhao Yuan, you only mentioned that the lowest level in the team was S grade, but both of you have SS grade skills, and Zhao Yuan, your skills are outrageous. 3 SSS grade skills, and the synergy between them is perfect. SSS grade Thorns, Taunt, and Berserker. If I join, it's just hell level or abyss level, right? After seeing your skills, I feel maybe it's not so difficult. Zhao Yuan then spoke. The last escort mission we chose was abyss level, and the difficulty was within an acceptable range. If it hadn't been for the SSS grade fire ninja who suddenly appeared to assassinate me, my health wouldn't have dropped below 50%. And I didn't even use the active skills of Berserker or the active effects from the costume. For this guild trial, there are no external enemies to interfere, so I choose abyss level difficulty. Zhao Yuan decisively chose the highest difficulty. Zhongwen patted Suyu on the shoulder and said, relax, kid. In the last abyss level escort mission, I awakened the bones of a dominant creature. It only had 50% of its attributes, but you understand what this means, right? Suyu was shocked again. A dominant creature, a forbidden existence in the Magma Mountain range, also at the Dominator level. If even Yun Ning isn't scared, what do I have to fear? Abyss level it is. I was only hesitant before because I was running out of mana, but now with Yun Ning's mana regeneration aura, my firepower will have virtually no cooldown, more than 4 times stronger than before. Zhongwen rubbed his buzzcut. Brother, we really want you on the team. We've shown you our skill charts without any reservation. Aren't you a bit impressed? Right. I was just stunned. Here's my skill chart. Suyu then shared his 3 skill descriptions in the team chat. S-grade summon float. Summons a mechanical float that can fire bullets, small missiles, and perform long-range reconnaissance. Current summon limit 2. S-grade mechanical repair. Can quickly repair any mechanical product back to normal status. SS-grade fixed turret. A follow-up skill to summon float. The mechanical float transforms and derives into a fixed firepower turret with ammunition costs deducted from mana and copper coins. My S-grade summon float skill, with every 10 levels up, increases the summon limit by 1. Right now, I can only summon 2 mechanical floats, and I really haven't had much chance to brush up on my skill proficiency. It's indeed a bit lacking. Very strong skills, Yun Ning praised. Aside from the fact that the turret is fixed, everything else is quite terrifying. And while other players need to spend copper coins for bullets, you only need to use mana. Su Yuxian summoned two mechanical drones resembling streamlined sci-fi versions of unmanned aerial vehicles equipped with small-caliber machine guns and missile launchers. They hovered silently beside Su Yuxian. Trial information: the Abyss-level guild trial is about to begin, comprising 3 waves of beasts. Protect the guild's base from destruction and exterminate all the ferocious beasts to pass the trial. Suddenly, Zhu Yuan slapped the back of his head. Oh no, I forgot to buy attribute points with my 600 competition coins. 1 point of free attribute can be purchased with 10 competition coins. That's 60 attribute points. I forgot about this after meeting Su Yuxian yesterday. Su Yuxian responded, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Yun Ning added, Zhou Yuan's strength lies in his 3 SSS level skills. 60 attribute points are just a drop in the bucket for him, hardly necessary. It might be better to save up 1000 competition coins and buy 100 free attribute points reaching the purchase limit. Zhongwen called out, Su Yuxian, come and set up your fixed turret, the beast wave is about to arrive. Zhao Yuan walked outside the guild building, silently waiting for the first wave of monsters. Su Yuxian stood on the city wall, though calling it a wall is generous as it was barely 2 meters height, built from irregular stones and half a meter wide, fixed turrets. Under Su Yuxian's control, the 2 floating mechanical devices were spaced 20 meters apart and then settled on the city wall. The floating machines began to transform and expand, forming 2 sci-fi turrets about half a person tall, each mounted on a 3-legged stand fixed to the wall. The turret's firing mouth could rotate 180 degrees, and Yun Ning's health aura and healing aura could also be applied to the turret. As a friendly unit, the fixed turret had enhanced durability and could quickly repair itself under the healing aura, even if damaged. Click-clack, Su Yuxian's mana was rapidly depleted by more than half. Converted into ammunition for the turret, which included 1,000 rounds of large-caliber bullets and 40 small missiles. Moreover, reloading the turret only took a few seconds and consumed Su Yuxian's mana. Guild trial information: the first wave of beasts is approaching, please prepare. Zhu Bing Guild. Zhao Yuan stood in front of the guild base, while Su Yuxian's firepower turret had a long range exceeding 600 meters. Yun Ning naturally stayed inside the guild hall, her aura's range extending over 3,000 meters, easily covering the entire battlefield. Zhongwen used his SS-level skill, Giant White Bone Beast. Using the bones of an earth vein buffalo as the main unit, assembling over 1,500 bones to form a massive white bone buffalo, the white bone water buffalo, behemoth, quality, overlord level, 23 strength, 700 constitution, 800 agility, 100 intelligence, 100 skills. Burrowing wrestling earth split. The white bone water buffalo boasts a massive body stretching 30 meters long, composed of countless white bone fragments. Its hollow interior and fearsome curved horns strike awe into all who see them. While 2 green flames flicker in its eye sockets, a truly overlord-level summon. Isn't it just so reassuring? Su Yuxian exclaimed, looking up in admiration. Zhongwen stood atop the city walls, his summoned creature limited to a mere few hundred meters of movement. My summoned white bone inherits only 50% of the original creature's attributes, but this behemoth, formed from over 1,500 high-quality bones, almost reaches 80% of a level 20 overlord boss's attributes. With Zhao Yuan around, we'll have more than enough overlord-level bones in the future, and I can become even stronger. Zhao Yuan added in the team chat, indeed, with the purple ring and overlord-level bones that Zhongwen has acquired, his combat power has skyrocketed. You must be on a winning streak in the arena, right? Zhongwen chuckled, a 40-match winning streak. I'm not like you, forgetting to buy attribute points. I spend as much money as I have to boost my combat power. With the mana regeneration aura, not only can Su Yuxian's firepower be insanely boosted, but my white bone behemoth can also continually unleash skills, which is terrifying. Boom boom, in the distance a herd of giant elephants charged towards the guild's base, numbering in the tens of thousands. While not an extraordinary number, the quality of these elephants is elite, none are ordinary. This is absolutely ridiculous. Wilderness giant elephant quality, elite level, 15 strength, 300 constitution, 350 agility, 200 intelligence, 50 skills. Group charge trample thick skin description: a herd of elephants from the wilderness, rarely having natural predators. Their sharp tusks and large size make them formidable. Tens of thousands of level 15 elite beasts, and this is just the first wave. Exhilarating. Zhao Yuan charged into the herd, towering at 3 meters tall. Drawing his sword with a clang, he charged into the elephant herd, slaughtering many and taunting all creatures within a 1,100 meter radius. Meanwhile, Zhongwen controlled the white bone water buffalo to use its burrowing skill emerging from beneath the core of the herd. He then used the Earth Split skill, stunning the entire herd and dealing massive damage. The front line of the herd also came within the firing range of the fixed turrets, which, styled like something out of a sci-fi movie, began automatically targeting the enemies. Despite having single-barrel machine guns, their firing rate was comparable to a Gatling gun, and the missile launchers on either side continuously fired small missiles, bombarding the giant elephant herd and causing extensive damage. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Su Yuxian, wielding a black iron-colored rifle, also began furiously firing into the herd. This is just too thrilling. The magic was sufficient, allowing the two fixed turrets to unleash their firepower without limit. Moreover, the machine gun barrels on the fixed turrets wouldn't overheat. As long as there was enough magic, they could continuously spray bullets indefinitely. Exciting. Zhongwen watched Su Yuxian, who was beside him, caught in a frenzy mimicking gun sounds while firing wildly, his lips twitching as he said, "Hey! Don't spray bullets randomly and hit Zhao Yuan, or else with such a high firing rate he'll be instantly killed by the SSS grade counter armor." Su Yuxian laughed and said, "Isn't there damage immunity from friendly units? You're really not professional." It was then Zhao Yuan realized that Zhongwen, after a period of growth, had begun to show signs of becoming a formidable fighter. Relying solely on his Dominator-level skeletal buffalo, he could hold off the first wave of elephants. And with the skeletal buffalo's massive size, using the Earth Split skill, he could nearly hit tens of thousands of elephants in one go. Such large-scale output, coupled with the regenerative magic aura, meant the damage inflicted on the elephant herd far surpassed Zhao Yuan's capabilities. Since Zhao Yuan did not yet possess a true area of effect damage skill, Earth Split, wrestling, burrowing, Earth Split, since there was plenty of magic to go around, Zhongwen controlled the skeletal buffalo to wildly unleash skills, wreaking havoc among the giant elephants. Since this was a guild trial, rewards could only be obtained after the trial ended. Thus, these monsters wouldn't drop any items, only providing basic experience points and skill proficiency. Zhongwen and Su Yuxian's experience points and skill proficiency sword and Yun Ning as a supporter also shared a portion of the experience and proficiency. Zhao Yuan moved through the monster herd as if in his own domain, with any giant beast that collided with him suffering tremendous damage. Battle prompt. Suffering from the wild giant elephant's trampling attack, health decreased by 152 points, triggering SSS grade counter armor, dealing 6,523 points of true damage, triggering SSS grade counter armor, dealing 4,532 points of true damage, triggering SSS grade counter armor. Target killed, triggering the talent of a billion times more proficiency. Current multiplier is 11 times. Gain 1253 skill proficiency points, asterisk 11 times, gained 1563 experience points, gained 2135 experience points. Zhao Yuan felt that even without him, Su Yuxian and Zhongwen were enough. He returned to the top of the city wall, sitting next to the two, watching Su Yuxian's firepower release and Zhongwen's skeletal buffalo trampling. At this moment, the elephant herd launched a group-skilled group charge. Nearly 10,000 beasts charging at the same time was certainly the most terrifying sight on the battlefield, but Zhongwen controlled the skeletal buffalo to use the wrestling skill, charging wildly among the elephant herd, its curved, hard horns piercing through the giant elephants it touched. Earth Split. The skeletal buffalo once again trampled the ground, causing large-scale group damage and stunning effects. A large-scale stun effect directly halted the elephant herd's charge. Su Yuxian's two fixed turrets continuously spewed a torrent of bullets and small missiles that could cause area damage. After enduring for 3 hours, during which the elephant herd attempted to destroy the guild's base, Zhao Yuan activated his sword draw taunt to protect the guild buildings from being damaged. 3 hours passed and the first wave of beasts was completely annihilated. The valley was filled with corpses, and blood flowed downwards incessantly. Guild trial update. The first wave of beast tide has ended and the second wave is imminent. Please prepare. Ju Bing Guild. Warning: a large number of Lord-level creatures are approaching. Exercise extreme caution. In this first beast tide, aside from Zhao Yuan, the other three gained a substantial amount of skill proficiency and experience points. Zhongwen and Yun Ning are close to leveling up to level 13. The acquisition of skill proficiency has once again enhanced their capabilities. Su You even summoned a third mechanical floater and transformed it into a fixed artillery. Meanwhile, Zhongwen replaced his bone summons, which were originally ordinary creatures, with the bones of a fallen wilderness giant elephant from the battlefield. These were level 15 elite creatures with powerful skills. By replacing all non-boss bone creatures with giant elephant bones, Zhongwen's combat power received another boost. "Your skills are truly shameless on the battlefield," Suyu commented. Zhongwen shrugged. "It's about fighting to support war efforts. The more and better bones I have, the safer my position. Yun Ning is the real weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Her aura's range exceeds 3,000 meters, and once her skills reach level 100, they will undoubtedly extend over 10,000 meters. Just imagine all allied units within 10,000 meters benefiting from such an exaggerated aura effect. That's what you call a true battlefield rogue." Both Zhongwen and Suyu, in a sense summoners, finished the first wave without feeling much fatigue. One relied on bone creatures and the others. Fixed artillery could automatically aim at enemies. Any other player would likely feel somewhat drained by now. 5 minutes passed and the second wave of the trial beast tide appeared, numbering in the tens of thousands, mostly comprising elite monsters with hundreds of lord-level creatures. Wild mouse stats: Lord level, 15 strength, 400 constitution, 300 agility, 500 intelligence, 200 skills. Claw strike, knob burrow. These were mini-boss level wild beasts, numbering in the hundreds, with the rest being elite level wild mice forming a terrifying mouse tide. Although not as large as the giant elephants, their strength was significantly higher than the first wave. Zhongwen summoned a new formation of over 1,600 bone units, now composed of giant elephant bones, which enhanced the bone giant's attributes significantly. Suyu's 3 fixed artillery turrets consumed more mana, but fortunately, the mana regeneration aura was powerful, restoring 600 mana points per second. If he added one more turret, Suyu would only need to spend coins for the ammunition for the 4th turret. The intensity of the second wave's mouse tide was high, and Suyu and Zhongwen alone were insufficient to defend the guild's base. Zhao Yuan drew his sword and stood up, stepping atop the bone buffalo's head and charging towards the mouse tide. Sword draw taunt. Zhao Yuan alone taunted the majority of the wild mice, landing amidst a group of lord-level wild mice. These minor boss-level wild rats clearly possessed some intelligence, but Zhao Yuan mocked them, claiming that whether they had intelligence or not made no difference. They could only desperately attack him. The lord-level wild rats, their pupils glowing red, unleashed claw strikes and biting skills, with hundreds of attacks hitting Zhao Yuan in an instant. However, when the player countered, these rats would use their burrowing skills to escape far away, leaving the player helpless, only to be slowly tormented to death by the rats. But Zhao Yuan was different. An illusory suit of thorn armor appeared on him, displaying the effects of an SSS grade counter armor skill. When hit by a claw strike, his health decreased by 1653 points, triggering the SSS grade counter armor, dealing 6,532 points of true damage. Triggering the SSS grade counter armor again, it dealt 4,563 points of true damage. As the wild rats attacked Zhao Yuan and then tried to flee using their burrowing skills, the counter damage effects hit them directly. Being a species with naturally low health, they were nearly killed by the counter damage. But these lord-level wild rats, having no other choice and being taunted, could only mindlessly attack Zhao Yuan, watching themselves being killed by their own attacks. Centered around Zhao Yuan, large groups of monsters fell, but his health remained above 80%. Although these wild rats had low health, their attacks were indeed formidable, able to break through Zhao Yuan's defenses, and their numbers added up. However, Zhao Yuan, equipped with the Berserker and Regeneration aura, was unconcerned about this minor health consumption. His SSS grade counter-armor was most effective against agile beasts like these rat swarms. The faster the wild rats attacked, the more often the counter damage occurred. This second wave was very intense, and Suyu and Zhongwen alone would definitely not have held out, but after Zhao Yuan joined the battlefield, it took only 2 hours. This was even an hour less than the first wave, as he killed all the rat monsters with counter damage and his health never dropped below 70%. The high-quality beasts provided a lot of experience and skill proficiency, allowing Zhao Yuan to successfully level up to 14. Battle notification. Kill a Lord-level beast, gain 5,638 experience points. Gain 4596 experience points. Player levels up to 14 in strength and constitution attributes increase by 20 points, agility and intelligence attributes increase by 5 points, triggering the talent of billionfold proficiency. Current multiplier is 13 times. Total skill proficiency gained is 25,671 points. 13 times. SSS grade counter armor increased to level 55. SSS grade draw sword taunt increased to level 50. SSS grade berserker increased to level 40. The bright and brilliant golden light was not only cast upon Zhao Yuan but Jun Ning and Zhong Wen also leveled up, advancing to level 13. Meanwhile, the skill levels of the teammates also saw significant improvements, though not as exaggerated as Zhao Yuan's. Under the talent of billionfold proficiency, Zhao Yuan gained skill proficiency 13 times faster. And with no upper limit to skill levels, while ordinary players' skills would cap at level 100, Zhao Yuan's did not. Zhao Yuan's current attribute panel reads, name, Zhao Yuan level. LV 14, 11% per 100%. Health, 100% mana, 100% strength, 150 constitution, 200 agility, 85 intelligence, 85 talent, eternal blessing, unique. All skills will remain at SSS rank. Billionfold mastery, unique skill level caps are removed, allowing for unlimited upgrades. Killing targets continuously increases the mastery multiplier, current multiplier, 130x. Keystone abilities, counter armor LV 55, SSS rank passively provides high physical and magical defense. When damaged, reflects true damage based on the attacker's strength. Berserker LV 40, SSS rank passively provides 120,000 health points, regenerates 1% of max health per second, and quickly heals from dismembering injuries. Active effect, instantly heals all injuries upon activation with a cooldown of 24 hours. Skills, sword draw taunt LV 50, SSS rank passively increases monsters aggro, actively charges forward taunting enemies within 1,800 meters for 30 seconds when released. Inventory, oak shield, white, iron armor, white, bronze boots +4, green, bronze bracers, green, iron hammer, white, level 1 enhancement stone *12 wilderness set, green, guild command *1 white equipment *65. Green equipment *6 inch blue equipment *4 skill talisman, SSS rank dragon flame technique, copper coins, 114 million competition coins, 635 talisman, green jade lotus platform LV 17, white, fashion, barbarian bull costume, white, accessory, purple Sha ring, purple. Zhao Yuan's health has easily surpassed 200,000 and is approaching 300,000. After the death of ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country, 4 pieces of blue equipment were dropped. However, these are level 20 mage robes and are not suitable for Zhao Yuan. The level 55 counter armor, level 50 sword draw taunt and level 40 berserker skills have rapidly improved thanks to the unique talent of billionfold mastery. Zhong Wen naturally uses the S-rank summon skeleton skill to awaken the lord-level rat monster's bones as his summons, replacing some elite-level bones. It's unimaginable. Suyu sighed, just yesterday I was struggling with whether to play the hard or nightmare levels of the dungeon, and now I'm already tackling the abyss trial. I'm only halfway through the experience bar to level up to 15, which will grant me a 4th skill. Zhong Wen sits atop the city wall observing the second wave, consisting of hundreds of lord-level and tens of thousands of elite-level creatures. The most challenging third wave will definitely bring sovereign-level creatures. Zhao Yuan picks up the conversation. Perfect. The sovereign-level bosses provide more experience, perhaps enough to propel me directly to level 15. Yuning mentioned in the team group chat, what rewards can we get after completing this abyss-level guild trial? I checked the forums and it seems that upon completion we can gain some basic NPCs for the guild capable of managing daily activities. The higher the difficulty of the trial, the better the quality of NPCs we receive, which is beneficial for the guild's development. Then there's the matter of the troops. In some of the larger guilds in Xia country they breed troops of purple and gold quality numbering up to hundreds of thousands, even as many as 350,000. Such a formidable legion can be a hidden trump card in guild wars or even national conflicts. I have some understanding of this. So you added, our top guild in Xia country, Heavenly Court, has 250,000 celestial soldiers and generals. Heavenly Court is a level 13 guild. The soldiers are of orange quality and the generals are usually of pink quality, but Heavenly Court is just one among many top-tier guilds in Xia country with many others at the same level. Yuning continued, however, the higher the quality of the troops, the more terrifying the resources needed for explosion. A level 13 guild can have up to 100 million members. It's only because Heavenly Court has a troop reincarnation pool of unknown quality that they can continuously reincarnate celestial soldiers and generals using resources. I wonder what quality of troop reincarnation pool we could get after completing this SSS-level guild trial. Guild trial announcement. The third wave of beasts is approaching. Please prepare your guild for defense. Warning. A Dominator-level creature is incoming, extremely dangerous. Yuning added one last thing. It's said that the leader of Heavenly Court is nearly level 300 and there are millions of level 200 players in the guild. As one of the pillars of Xia country, they have been the strongest force in combating enemy states' alien players and abyssal creatures for years. Level 300. Zhao Yuan, carrying his sword, heads alone towards the third wave of beasts. It sounds like a long journey, just leveling up 15 levels nearly wore me out. Zhao Yuan counted on his fingers. Level 300, that's like 60 skills. Zhao Yuan looked into the distance, assessing the attributes of the Dominator level boss. Mountain Ogre quality. Dominator level, 15 strength, 900 constitution, 800 agility, 800 intelligence, 400 skills. Barbaric bloodline wild strike. This level 15 Dominator boss, and there are two of them along with tens of thousands of elite creatures are crazily rolling towards the guild's base. Zhao Yuan still uses the old tactics because there are only 3 skills and no new tricks, but simple is most effective. Similar to wild men, these mountain ogres have very high attack values and Zhao Yuan's counter armor can deal a significant amount of true damage. Zhao Yuan activates his sword drawing taunt, charging into the beast tide, covering an impressive area of 1,800 meters with his taunt lasting for 30 seconds. Most of the ferocious beasts are taunted by Zhao Yuan alone and instantly a Dominator level mountain ogre grasps him with its palm. The mountain ogre tries to use brute force to tear Zhao Yuan in 2-inch, but Zhao Yuan's high defense and health, along with the phantom thorn armor emerging on him, cause the ogre's palm to ache, forcing it to release him. Boom! Another dominant mountain ogre landed a heavy punch on Zhao Yuan, smashing him into the ground and relentlessly hammering him into the earth, creating a huge crater. This was the Chaos Strike skill. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain ogre delivered dozens of punches, but its own body began to crack open, revealing deep wounds from which blood flowed freely. Zhao Yuan, however, climbed out of the crater unscathed, having lost only 15% of his health, whereas the mountain ogre had lost a quarter of its health. Zhao Yuan activated the active effect of his white artifact, allowing him to rapidly recover health over 15 seconds. The passive effect of the Berserker in Yun Ning's healing aura also continuously restored his health. Meanwhile, Zhong Wen's white bone buffalo, having fused with a large number of bone units, had reached level 25. Whether it was equipment or beasts, every increase of 5 levels marked a significant improvement. Under Zhong Wen's control, the white bone buffalo continuously unleashed ground-splitting and wrestling skills, slaughtering the beasts. Suyu Xian's 3 fixed artillery pieces also fired non-stop, their large-caliber bullets piercing through the bodies of beast after beast. Small missiles trailing thick smoke and blazing yellow flames dropped into the midst of the beasts, igniting a massive firestorm, sending flesh flying everywhere. Although Zhao Yuan alone held back 2/3 of the beast towards the remaining creatures furiously charged towards the guild's stronghold, thus Zhongwen and Suyu Xian could not assist Zhao Yuan and had to defend the guild buildings. This meant Zhao Yuan had to face 2 level 15 dominant creatures and a host of elite and lord-level monsters alone. The mountain ogre, though intelligent, could not resist the 30-second taunt effect and was compelled to attack Zhao Yuan fully. Both mountain ogres used the Chaos Strike skill, continuously pounding Zhao Yuan with their fists. Covered by a dense barrage of punches, Zhao Yuan held his shields in front, the immense force causing him significant pain. Boom, boom, boom. The ground under Zhao Yuan's feet cracked hugely and his feet sank into the ground, plowed into furrows by the tremendous force. Zhao Yuan's health kept dropping, reaching 50%. He activated the 5-second invulnerability effect of the barbarian costume, no longer retreating but standing his ground against the relentless assault of the 2 mountain ogres. Battle prompt: suffering from Chaos Strike damage, health reduced by 4563 points, 6,538 points, 5897 points. Triggering SSS grade counter armor, dealing 7,896 points of true damage, 9,653 points of true damage. As Zhao Yuan's health continued to plummet, so did that of the 2 mountain ogres, their bodies increasingly cracked and leaking copious amounts of thick blood. Watching his health bar when it dropped to 15%, Zhao Yuan used the active effect of the SSS grade Berserker, a healing skill with a 24-hour cooldown, instantly restoring him to full health. Meanwhile, both mountain ogres were left with only 20% of their health, driven by the apocalyptic game system. Even after breaking free from Zhao Yuan's taunt, they could not retreat even a step. By the time Zhao Yuan's cooldown for his mocking sword draw had refreshed, he activated it again. Two mountain ogres, unable to escape their fate, perished under Zhao Yuan's reflective damage. Their massive bodies fell to the ground covered in wounds resembling fist marks. Boom, with the slaying of two level 15 overlords, Zhao Yuan's experience bar instantly filled up, bathing him in a familiar, dazzling golden light. Battle notification: player Zhao Yuan has killed level 15 overlord mountain ogres, gaining 70,000 experience points, gaining 80,000 experience points. Talent triggered, billionfold mastery, current multiplier at 14 times. Player level advanced to 15, strength and constitution attributes increased by 20 points, agility and intelligence attributes increased by 5 points. Player level reaching 15-inch acquired S-rank skill Flame Coat. Influenced by the talent Eternal Blessing, all skills are perpetually at SSS rank. S-rank Flame Coat upgraded to SSS rank Judgment Coat, skill proficiency gained. Zhao Yuan completely ignored the attacks from nearby lord-level beasts as he felt no pain at all. He sat at the center of the battlefield beginning to inspect his fourth SSS rank skill. After killing two overlord-level mountain ogres and advancing to level 15, what kind of skill would Zhao Yuan obtain next? Zhongwen was immensely curious, while Yin Ning and Su Yu were even more eagerly anticipating. Sanction Code LV1, SSS rank, passive effect. Creates a burning effect with flames centered around the user extending up to 50 meters radius. The higher the health and defense attributes, the stronger the burning effect. Active effect: upon activation, each second deducts 1% of the user's maximum health, doubling the range and damage of the burning zone, and the burn comes with a severe injury effect. After reading the introduction of the SSS rank sanction code, Zhao Yuan realized it was meant to be used in conjunction with the Berserker SSS rank Berserker plus sanction code. The latter, when activated, doubles the range and damage of the burning area and also includes a severe injury effect, but at the cost of deducting 1% of the maximum health per second. The passive effect of the Berserker, however, exactly restores 1% of the maximum health per second, effectively neutralizing each other. This means Zhao Yuan can indefinitely activate the sanction code without changing his own health level. Moreover, the burning damage of the sanction code is determined by his own health and defense attributes. Zhao Yuan's health is nearly reaching 300,000 inch, and the SSS rank counter armor adds a high amount of physical and magical defense. The burning damage from the sanction code will be extremely exaggerated, making it a super wide area attack skill, precisely what Zhao Yuan currently lacks. This is just level 1, already possessing a 50-meter skill range. As the levels increase, a kilometer radius will be enveloped within Zhao Yuan's burning domain. This skill is simply heaven-defying, and when activated, the burn also carries a severe injury effect. Under the severe injury effect, the healing received by the target will be reduced by 50%, meaning in the later stages, enemies attempting to offset Zhao Yuan's reflective damage with lifesteal properties will find themselves at a significant disadvantage. It's pretty much game over. After the grievous wounds effect is added, the blood-sucking effect is directly cut in half. It's a real killer. For those using bloodsuck strategies, grievous wounds is an extremely rare attribute, only slightly weaker than true damage and mostly affects individuals. Zhao Yuan's skilled sanction cloak applies grievous wounds over a wide area, rendering any player who relies on bloodsucking virtually useless against him. While Zhao Yuan was still marveling at the power of the SSS tier sanction cloak and quietly appreciating the essence of this skill, his team's group chat exploded. Zhongwen exclaimed, "Zhao Yuan, quick! What skill did you get? My curiosity is killing me." Su Yushan joined in. "Right, it must be a skill not weaker than Thornmail, right?" Yun Ning demanded. "Post the skill image now, or the aura is off for you." Zhao Yuan with a smile shared the skill image of the SSS tier sanction cloak in the group chat, leaving everyone speechless for a moment. Clearly his teammates were shocked by the description of the skill. Indeed, it's still an SSS tier. Zhao Yuan now possessed 4 SSS tier skills. And the sanction cloak was a wide-range attack ability, Zhongwen exclaimed excitedly. SSS tier Thornmail plus Taunt plus Berserker plus Scorching Domain, Yun Ning added in the group chat. The key is that the sanction cloak determines damage based on health and defense attributes. With Zhao Yuan's high health and defense, the area damage under the Scorching Domain will be ridiculously high, Su Yuxian supplemented. This grievous wounds effect is very valuable. After it is applied, the target's healing received is halved. It affects not only the healing skills of support players but also their own bloodsucking, which is also reduced by half. Plus, the grievous wounds effect is calculated based on the target's percentage of health. If the target's injury is severe and only 10% of health remains, the healing effect will be reduced by 90%. That is, the lower the enemy's health, the stronger the reduction in healing effect by the grievous wounds. Basically, under grievous wounds, the player's healing methods become ineffective and they can only wait to die unless it's a very high-level healing skill that can revive the grievously wounded. Zhao Yuan's new skill, the SSS tier Sanction Cloak, transforms into a cloak of flames that clads him. Similar to the exclusive capes in Naruto, it has short sleeves and a long tail with very luxurious skill effects. Boom! Within 50 meters of Zhao Yuan, all the ferocious beasts were touched by a few faintly visible yellow flames. Though these yellow flames didn't seem very powerful, the damage was terrifying. Battle prompt: the passive effect of the skill Sanction Cloak is active, causing 1562 points of scorching damage per second to the target, 1423 points of scorching damage per second. 1768 points of scorching damage per second. The health of monsters within 50 meters of Zhao Yuan began to plummet rapidly. Attacking Zhao Yuan, they would be hurt by the reflective true damage, and staying near Zhao Yuan, they would be covered by the terrifying scorching domain, losing health crazily every second. With Zhao Yuan's forced taunt, it was basically unsolvable. Sanction Cloak. Zhao Yuan activated the active effect of the skill and the fiery yellow cloak instantly turned dark and sticky, transforming into a cape of black eerie fire. The scope of the scorching domain has doubled and its damage has doubled as well, with the scorching now bringing severe injury effects. Combat alert: 1% of the maximum health is deducted every second. The sanction code is activated, causing 3,642 points of scorching damage per second to monsters within a 100-meter radius. It inflicts 2,964 points of scorching damage on the target. It inflicts 3,115 points of scorching damage on the target. After activating the SSS tier sanction code, the fiery yellow flames turned into black flames. The health of the surrounding monsters plummeted crazily. Within seconds, swaths of monsters were depleted of their health and turned into corpses. Moreover, Zhao Yuan possesses the Berserker skill, which allows the health regeneration effect and the blood deduction cost of the sanction code to offset each other. Zhao Yuan could even keep the sanction code's active effects on permanently. Clad in the black flame coat, he began to slay the remaining monsters. After the two most formidable boss-level mountain ogres perished, the remaining beasts posed no threat and could be gradually worn down over time, ensuring a perfect completion of the Abyss-level guild trial. Zhongwen remarked from atop the city wall. Zhao Yuan's original flaw was the lack of area of effect skills, but now with this SSS tier sanction code, his output will far surpass ours in the future. I need to level up quickly too. Once the three of us reach level 15, our combat power should see a substantial increase. Suyu expressed, I should be ahead of you guys. I only need 10% more experience to reach level 15, Yin Ning added. It seems I won't level up today. The number of trial beasts isn't high and they will soon be cleared. 2 hours later, Zhao Yuan, draped in the black flame coat, saw all the surrounding monsters scorched to death, marking the end of the final wave. In total, the battle lasted about 8 hours. A golden glow enveloped Suyu, who officially advanced to level 15 and was checking the skills he had acquired. Meanwhile, Zhongwen and Yin Ning were still some distance from reaching level 15. Once the guild affairs were arranged, the four could opt to pioneer the level 20 instance in Qingyun Town. Guild trial information. Abyss level trial concluded. Guild building integrity 100%. Participants. For duration 9 hours. Gue Bing Guild achieved an SSS rating. Gue Bing Guild received 300,000 in guild funds, 300,000 in guild supplies, 300,000 in guild experience, acquired 2 purple NPCs, and received a pale gold quality troop rebirth pool. Plus 1,000 troop rebirth tokens. Gue Bing Guild has been upgraded to level 2, a pale gold quality troop rebirth pool, Zhao Yuan exclaimed. Pale gold quality is above purple, and among the 5 major guilds of Qingyun Town, their troops are only of blue quality, and even then, they are at the lower end of the blue spectrum. At this moment, the Guibing Guild's panel is as follows: Level 2 Guild, Guibing, President. Zhao Yuan, Vice President. Non-Guild experience, 300,000 guild funds. 300,000-inch guild supplies, 300,000 guild troops, winged dragon cavalry, pale gold, guild buildings, guild hall warehouse city wall guild NPCs, butler, purple, barracks commander, purple, guild members, 4, maximum 3,000, the guild funds are the copper coins needed for the guild's development, and by increasing the guild experience to 1 million the guild level can reach level 3. Guild resources can be transformed into anything the guild needs, such as materials for constructing buildings or creating troops. Naturally, the more of these resources the better. After the guild was upgraded to level 2, its area expanded significantly, shedding its former dilapidated and desolate appearance to become more resplendent and imposing. Whether it was the guild hall, the walls, or the warehouse, all were renovated, and with the guild's level increase, the durability of the buildings was significantly enhanced. On the empty land of the guild, a vast pool appeared from which troops could be infinitely regenerated using guild resources. Zhao Yuan obtained 1,000 troop regeneration tokens, allowing him to instantly create 1,000 units. Zhao Yuan chose to use these tokens, and one by one Wyvern Riders emerged from the regeneration pool. Wyvern Rider stats: pale gold quality, LV5, can upgrade by killing enemies, strength, 500 constitution, 500 agility, 500 intelligence, 300 skills, dragon blood, dragon flame projectile. Description: wyverns with partial dragon bloodline having a high synergy with their riders are formidable airborne cavalry that strike terror on the battlefield. A 3-meter-long wyvern crawled out of the regeneration pool carrying a knight in armor on its back who was equipped with bows and arrows and carried several long spears. The pale gold quality surpasses the overlord tier. At just level 5, they possess such formidable attributes. These wyvern riders can continually improve their levels by slaying fierce beasts, and the riders possess intelligence akin to that of humans. 1,000 wyvern riders were sprawled on the ground, their bodies covered with rock-like gray-white scales, their vertical pupils exuding a wild aura with sparks continuously shooting from their nostrils. Everyone looked on in awe. These were 1,000 pale gold quality flying cavalry. You're done for, Yun Ning spoke up. Troops need food, otherwise their loyalty will decrease. How can you regenerate so many troops all at once? Where will you get so much food? Zhao Yuan replied. Indeed, the wyverns consume a vast amount of food, but the wilderness is never short of fierce beasts. The corpses of the many monsters we just killed are our food reserves. Moreover, these wyvern riders can also go out to hunt fierce beasts themselves, being self-sufficient. After all, this is a randomly assigned area and few players would know these coordinates. Can we take these troops to fight in dungeons? Suyu Xian asked eagerly. If we could freely take them out of the guild, wouldn't that be awesome? At this moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the guild hall, the newly acquired purple quality steward. President, the guild's troops cannot be directly taken out of the guild nor used to pioneer dungeons, the steward explained. Troops can only be used to protect the guild itself or participate in guild wars, national wars, or disaster events. Of course, if the president possesses a precious troop dispatching charm, it can be used to teleport a large number of troops to any location as powerful reinforcements, and the troops can also be teleported back afterwards. So it is, Zhao Yuan replied. Steward, I'll leave the various affairs of the guild in your hands. Of course, it's my duty to oversee the development of the guild, the steward replied respectfully. Should you have any queries regarding the guild, feel free to ask me. Zhao Yuan then said, there are a lot of monster corpses outside the guild building. Can our guild's warehouse accommodate all of them? Certainly, the steward explained. These monster corpses, once moved into the guild's warehouse, can be stored indefinitely as food for the pterosaur cavalry. At that moment, a camp commander dressed in silver-white armor wielding a long spear and a square shield appeared before everyone. Guild leader, I can lead the pterosaur cavalry as the general of this troop. The camp commander's stats were as follows. Quality, purple level, 20 strength, 1000 constitution, 900 agility, 800 intelligence, 500 skills. Troop command group encouragement. Guild leader, exposing this pale gold quality troop might attract a lot of enemies, the camp commander explained. If rival guilds launch a guild war, they could directly steal your troop reincarnation pool and destroy everything here, including the guild's funds, experience, and supplies. Yun Ning spoke up. No wonder there's a 7-day protection period for new guilds. It's not just about guarding against other guilds, but also defending against nearby ferocious beasts. Zhao Yuan then ordered the 2 NPCs. I now entrust you both with the guild's development rights and the right to raise troops. You may manage the guild's funds and supplies as needed. be sure to develop enough power to protect ourselves during this 7-day protection period. Yes, guild leader. The four then teleported back to the inn in Qingyun town. The guild members can teleport into the guild and the town at any time, of course only when not in combat. Zhao Yuan continued, with 2 purple quality NPCs our guild's development will surely be swift. We might not even need to worry ourselves. The wisdom of purple quality NPCs is very high, even surpassing ordinary people, Yun Ning added. Zhao Wen remarked the attributes of the pale gold quality troops are just too high. At only level 5 they already have 500 strength, constitution and agility. As they level up they will definitely form a formidable army, but with only a 7-day protection period it's hard to say how much we can develop. So you exclaimed, have you all forgotten that I've reached level 15? Are you all too shocked by the pale gold quality troops? Right, what's your new skill? Show us, Zhong Wen asked curiously. SS-class mechanical tank. Gain a mechanical device that can transform into a mechanical tank within seconds. A tank? We can actually drive a tank? Zhong Wen exclaimed excitedly. Your car, or rather our car, isn't this essentially a large capacity mount? We're just about to choose to enter a dungeon, and for the long transitional sections inside we can ride your mechanical tank. Suyu displayed a slight pride as he said, it's like a team's battle mount equipped with a super large caliber main cannon, and there's a special spot on top to place my SS class fixed turret. The durability of the mechanical tank is quite exaggerated. The 3 of us who are not close combat players can hide inside it and approach the battlefield without any danger. Yun Ning added, perfect. All 3 of us lack melee combat skills and have no means to counter when approached. With your mechanical tank this problem will be completely solved. Yun Ning, an aura ability user, can only perform basic attacks when enemies close in. Zhong Wen uses a necromancy style, and Suyu, being vulnerable, relies on firearms typical for fragile types. Zhong Wen suggested, why don't we enter the level 20 dungeon to start pioneering? I can't wait to level up to 15. Yun Ning agreed, I'm in. Suyu said, I have no objections, but once we enter the dungeon it normally takes a player team 7 days and nights to possibly reach the end. Of course, most end up failing, killed by the beasts inside, and some players may even quit halfway, gaining nothing. The rewards of the dungeon can only be obtained after clearing it. Quitting midway is a huge waste of time. Zhao Yuan said, let's not rush. Once we enter the dungeon it will take at least a few days and our guild has just been established. I still want to see how efficient these 2 purple NPCs are. Night is approaching and I want to spend a few hours in the arena to buy 100 free attribute points. The arena also gives experience. I'll go ahead. Zhong Wen was the first to run out of the inn. Just right, I also want to test how strong my SS class mechanical tank is. It's a pity our levels are too low for team competition, so you also rushed to the arena. Yun Ning on the other hand bought some snacks from the system shop and slowly walked towards the arena, thinking competing in the arena is so boring. I don't have a single damage skill, but what? Wu Zhao Yuan continued. But after these opponents checked the buffs on me they all wanted to apply to be my friend. Zhao Yuan checked the guild panel and noticed a significant consumption of guild funds and resources, while the number of troops had increased substantially and the resources continued to rise. The Pterosaur cavalry's level was also steadily increasing, now showing level 6 and 7 Pterosaur cavalry. These pale gold quality troops are so strong any normal person could use these troops to rapidly develop the guild, not to mention we have 2 purple quality NPCs, one a strategist and the other a military general. Zhao Yuan mused to himself. In addition to the guild's 7-day protection period, no forces or fierce beasts can attack the guild's buildings. By taking advantage of this mechanism, the barracks commander can lead the Pterosaur cavalry out on hunting expeditions without interruption, enhancing their troop level and acquiring guild supplies, then use these supplies to rapidly increase troop numbers, thus creating a positive cycle. Zhao Yuan had a rough understanding of the guild's gameplay from the start. It wasn't difficult to comprehend. The key factor was the quality of the troops. Weak troops would make any strategy futile. With strong enough troops even an ordinary person could make progress. Zhao Yuan glanced again at the guild panel. The number of Pterosaur cavalry had reached over 1,500 inch, but the guild supplies had decreased by nearly 200,000. This pale gold quality troop was indeed a money burner. No matter, he thought, let's head to the arena first. As the arena battles progressed the enemies became stronger. Zhao Yuan wanted to see if he could match up with a player with an S-level skill, which could potentially bring a new teammate into his fold. Entering the arena, Zhao Yuan chose to start matching and within a few seconds found himself on the first stage platform. Opposing him was a player wielding a long spear. As the 3-second countdown ended, Zhao Yuan immediately activated his SSS-level punishing cloak adorned with a robe formed by black flames. The enemy's spear in hand used a skill that caused the tip to glow with a ghostly purple halo, swiftly thrusting over 10 times. However, had he not attacked Zhao Yuan, he might have lived a few seconds longer. Upon making contact with Zhao Yuan, exaggerated true damage reflected back onto him. The spear wielder was instantly killed, standing baffled in the settlement space as he read the combat prompt. Suffering from skill effect, receiving 3,658 points of burn damage per second, critically injured, affected by true damage reflection, health reduced by 2531 points, health 0 to match lost. This is too strong. I'm at least a second or third tier player, and yet I was killed in one encounter, the spear wielder exclaimed in shock. Is this reflection with true damage? That black flame cloak must be a skill effect clearly of a high level. Zhao Yuan secured his 37th consecutive win and continued to match. Meanwhile, Su Yuxian entered the arena and within the 3-second countdown set up a mechanical device. To his opponent's astonishment, the device rapidly transformed and expanded, forming a sci-fi styled tank by the 5th second. The tank, almost the size of those in reality but clearly belonging in this apocalyptic game, was coated in splendid steel and had a deep black cannon. Su Yuxian's opponent was almost popping his eyes out. Su Yuxian glanced at his magic value, his lips twitching slightly. Good grief, just summoning the mechanical tank nearly drained all my magic. The equipment quality he wore provided insufficient magic value and regeneration properties. Su Yuxian climbed into the mechanical tank, loading a cannon shell with the little magic he had left. His opponent was dumbfounded. Was this really a first stage platform? How could a first stage player possess a tank? The narrow and deep main gun barrel began to swivel, aiming at the enemy. Boom! A swath of blazing heat swept across, and in the immense burst of flames the enemy's health instantly vanished. As Zhao Yuan's streak of victories continued to climb, he now faced players at level 19, all of whom possessed formidable strength and high combat acumen. However, under Zhao Yuan's SSS tier punishment trenchcoat, no player could withstand 15 seconds. This skill's level was still quite low, yet it was already terrifyingly effective. Arena information: Battle 1 currently on a 76 win streak, experience gained 36,524 points, skill proficiency increased by 1456 points, *14 multiplier, arena coins gained 100, current arena coins 850. Zhao Yuan opened the arena store where even the most basic wings cost 5,000 arena coins. He opted for the high cost performance purchase of free attribute points. 5 arena coins could buy 1 free attribute point up to a maximum of 100 points. Zhao Yuan spent 500 arena coins to buy the maximum amount of this item. Arena store, spent 500 arena coins, purchased 100 free attribute points. Zhao Yuan allocated all these 100 free attribute points to his physique. Now his attribute panel was as follows. Name: Zhao Yuan. Level: LV 15, 10% per 100%. Health: 100% mana, 100% strength, 170 physique, 320 agility, 90 intelligence, 90 talent, eternal blessing, unique. All skills will permanently be at SSS level, billionfold proficiency. Unique skill levels will have no upper limit, can be upgraded indefinitely. Killing targets will continuously accumulate multipliers for skill proficiency gain. Current proficiency multiplier, 140 times. Keystone ability: Counter Armor LV 55, SSS tier passively provides high physical and magical defense. Reflects true damage based on the attacker's strength attribute when taking damage. Berserker LV 40, SSS tier passively provides 120,000 points of health, recovers 1% of maximum health per second, rapidly heals from limb injuries. Active effect: instantly heals all injuries when activated, cooldown 24 hours. Skill: Sword Draw Taunt LV 50, SSS tier passively increases monster aggro, actively charges forward a certain distance when released, applies taunt effect to enemies within 1,800 meters, lasting for 30 seconds. Punishment Trenchcoat LV 3, SSS tier passive effect. Generates a burning effect within a 90-meter radius centered on oneself. The higher the health and defense attributes, the stronger the burning effect. Active effect: upon activation, consumes 1% of max health per second. The range and damage of the burning area double, and the burn includes severe injury effects. Backpack, Oak Shield, white, iron armor, white, bronze boots +4, green, bronze bracers, green, iron hammer, white, level 1 enhancement stone *12 wilderness set, green, guild. Order *1 white equipment *65 green equipment *6 blue equipment *4 skill talisman, SSS tier dragon flamestone technique, copper coins, 114 million arena coins, 350 magic item, green jade lotus platform LV17, white, costume, barbarian bull costume, white, accessory, purple Sha ring, purple. Zhao Yuan's physique attribute had now reached 320 points, and with the level 3 punishment trenchcoat the passive effect range reached 90 meters. The addition of 100 points to his physique significantly enhanced Zhao Yuan's combat power, and even after 76 consecutive victories he had not encountered any skillers at the S level, nor had any enemy managed to threaten him with his health never dropping below 90%. Zhao Yuan also saw various items like reincarnation tokens for troops, guild supplies, wings and gems in the competitive marketplace. It was already past midnight and the 4 team members returned to the inn. They spent some copper coins on a lavish meal and paid for 4 rooms. Each member had purchased 100 free attribute points from the first tier competitive marketplace, significantly enhancing their strengths. So you complained, my mechanical tank skill really consumes too much mana. Just summoning it nearly drains all my mana, and the tank's operation and ammunition require a continuous supply of mana. Of course, we can also spend copper coins. If we team up, Yun Ning's mana regeneration aura can greatly alleviate the mana shortage. Zhongwen added, although winning in the arena also gives experience points, the amount is too little. I'm just a bit short of reaching level 15. Let's venture into the level 20 dungeon tomorrow. Not only can we gain a lot of experience, but we can also upgrade our equipment after clearing it. It's ridiculous that none of us top players even has a single piece of blue equipment. Yun Ning ate her meal elegantly. On the way back, I gathered some information. There are 5 major guilds in Qingyun town and their strengths are not much different, all being level 3 guilds. Among them, the Yuxia and Huahu guilds are bitter rivals, always green with envy at each other, competing earlier for bosses' resources and talents, which led to several player deaths. As for the other 3 guilds, they seem very harmonious on the surface, with none willing to initiate a guild war. Starting a guild war would benefit the other guilds regardless of who wins. Moreover, a terrifying presence hidden in the magma mountains above the wilderness of Qingyun town could launch an attack at any time. Thus, the 5 major guilds have maintained peace for a long time. Zhao Yuan nodded and said, we need to be careful after the 7 days of protection expire, as we might face a guild war initiated by the 5 major guilds. There are too many considerations in a battle between level 3 guilds, but they would definitely be eager to attack a level 2 guild like ours, seeing it as a risk-free opportunity. These guilds will definitely think this way. Zhao Yuan finally said, let's stick to the original plan tomorrow and venture into the level 20 dungeon to update our equipment first. However, the lowest equipment drop in this level 20 dungeon is level 20 gear, and we might not have the required level to wear it. Finally, the 4 of them returned to their own rooms, and Zhao Yuan chose to teleport to the guild's headquarters. It was already midnight, and even the pale gold quality wyvern cavalry wouldn't easily leave the city to hunt. The attributes of the wild beasts outside were doubled at night, making it a losing proposition. Moreover, both the wyverns and the cavalry riding them needed sleep and rest. Guild Master, a camp commander clad in silver armor, spoke respectfully. During this period I've spent 200,000 guild resources to reincarnate 500 units of wyvern cavalry. Before nightfall, I led them to hunt wild beasts in the wilderness and obtained a large amount of wild beast corpses as food for the cavalry. In the process, most of the wyvern cavalry advanced to level 6, with a few reaching level 7, I've discovered. A goblin tribe 3 kilometers away from the guild's location. Tomorrow morning I plan to lead all the wyvern cavalry in an air raid on this goblin tribe to secure a significant amount of guild resources. Zhao Yuan responded, it seems the attributes of the pale gold quality troops are high, but their cost is also extremely expensive. 200,000 guild resources to reincarnate just 500 wyvern cavalry. The camp commander agreed, indeed these wyvern cavalry are rare aerial cavalry capable of quickly flying dozens of kilometers. This makes me think that the troop reincarnation talismans in the competitive marketplace are very cost-effective. I'll need to go to the arena tomorrow. These talismans can directly nurture a unit of troops. The higher the quality of the troops, the greater the value of these reincarnation talismans. However, in the first-tier competitive marketplace the purchase limit for troop reincarnation talismans is 1,000. After unlocking the second-tier marketplace, more can be purchased, and this item appeared only after Zhao Yuan became the guild master. Only guild masters can buy troop reincarnation talismans, regular players don't have this option in their marketplace. Zhao Yuan then went to the guild hall to speak with the steward. Guild master, I've designed a rough blueprint for the barracks. Today I'm afraid the Wyvern cavalry will have to rest on site. Since the guild hall doesn't have enough space, luckily the cavalry and the wyverns are integrated and the wyverns' wings can serve as a shelter for the riders. Tomorrow I'll use guild resources to let the cavalry build their own huts. Zhao Yuan nodded in approval. Very well, however our guild's development needs to speed up. We only have a 7-day protection period and my enemies are not just the wild beasts above the wilderness but also 5 third-tier guilds. Zhao Yuan opened the guild panel. Second-tier guild, Cunning Soldiers, Guild Master, Zhao Yuan Vice Guild Master. None guild experience, 300,000 guild funds, 300,000 guild resources, 100,000. Guild troops, 1,500 units of Wyvern cavalry, pale gold, guild buildings, guild hall warehouse city walls guild NPCs, steward, purple, camp commander, purple, guild members, 4, limit of 3,000. Afterward Zhao Yuan chose to teleport back to the inn and went straight to bed. The next day Zhao Yuan wasn't awoken by an alarm but by a system warning. Regional announcement. A cataclysmic event has occurred. A tyrant-level creature from the Magma Mountains is attacking. Please, Qingyun Town be prepared to respond. The most terrifying creature currently known in the vicinity of Qingyun Town had initiated a beast-tide assault. Zhao Yuan went to the inn to meet up with his teammates. Regional announcement. The Overlord-class creature, the Flame Demon, is attacking. Qingyun Town must respond cautiously. Warning, if Qingyun Town is breached it will lose its safe zone status and the teleportation point will also be shut down. The 5 major guilds of Qingyun Town including the NPC town guards have assembled at the first call. Qingyun Town has a total population of 400,000 including both NPCs and players. Excluding non-combat NPCs and players of lower levels, Qingyun Town has approximately 200,000 combat units. However, the situation on the ground is complex with members from the 5 major guilds town guards led by the mayor as well as various smaller guilds and solo players. The chaos is so intense that unified command is impossible and the situation is so dire that if it weren't for the Flame Demon's invasion threatening everyone's lives, players bearing grudges against each other would have started fighting on the spot. Particularly, the Yusha and Huatu guilds, which have deep-seated animosities that are hard to resolve, are creating a highly charged atmosphere. Initially, after entering Qingyun Town from Novice Village 401, Iquani naturally took the position of vice president of the Mylan Guild. There can be up to 3 vice presidents and Wang Mu also became a vice president of the Shanggu organization. Zhou Hang, the 30-level mage and president of the Mylan Guild, spoke in the chat channel. Everyone. The Flame Demon's invasion is a disaster-level beast-tide assault. Only by joining forces can we defeat the Flame Demon. All present are experienced seasoned players. We shall not appoint a commander. Everyone should just lead their own followers in defending the town. We adapt as necessary and use our skills strategically, which gives us a great chance of holding the town. Li Sheng, the president of the Linfen Guild, echoed. I agree, our forces are mixed and no absolute ruler has emerged to command everyone's respect. It's better if each takes command of their own followers and prioritizes defending the town. With these prominent guild leaders speaking out, everyone nodded in agreement. Subsequently, 7 different battalions formed on the scene, the 5 major guilds, the town guards and the solo players with their smaller guilds. As always, melee players stood in the front and ranged players took cover in the far back, a timeless truth. The chat channel was now closed and the battlefield command channel was opened, where the top 10 players in battlefield points were granted the opportunity to speak. The battlefield score leaderboard was launched. Killing fierce beasts would accumulate battlefield points and rewards would be exchanged after the catastrophic event ended. Boom boom, a terrifying 20-meter-tall flame demon appeared with visible heat waves and black smoke rushing towards everyone. Zhao Yuan, who had previously encountered an overlord-level land vein buffalo only 30 meters long and 7 meters tall, noted that this flame demon was a massive 20 meters tall. And unlike the beast tide encountered in the novice village, this disaster event was divided into 3 waves. How could the ferocious beasts, if they were truly part of a calamity, scatter their forces and allow players to gradually whittle down their numbers? A wise flame demon would surely gather all the ferocious beasts and flatten Qingyun town in one fell swoop. Thus, what met the eye was a vast wave-like tide of pitch-black beasts pressing and colliding against each other as they rolled towards Qingyun town. At the heart of this tide stood the level 30 boss creature, the flame demon, towering proudly with layers of heat waves and black smoke piercing the sky. Qingyun town was fortified with a 10-meter-high blue stone wall equipped with catapults, giant crossbows and pitch. Defensive preparations were naturally thorough. The majestic blue wall, 1 meter thick, saw numerous players ascending to meet the invasion of the flame demon. Zhao Yuan and his 3 companions were among the individual players, dressed uniformly in white armor as town guards, NPCs of the town, though even guild players wore a patchwork of gear. Zhao Yuan looked out in the distance, where there were at least 100,000 beasts, and most of them were level 25 inch with a few at level 30. Flame demon stats: boss level, 30 strength, 2,500 constitution, 3,000 agility, 500 intelligence, 2,000 skills. High temperature black cloud volcanic eruption. Introduction: a top existence among boss creatures, possessing the explosive power of a volcanic eruption and the heat to melt steel. The appearance of the flame demons signifies the descent of the apocalypse. Atop the city walls, hearts were fraught with fear, but there was no retreat. Once the disaster event began, the teleportation points were temporarily disabled. Only by defeating the flame demon could the teleportation points be restored. From the moment the disaster event started, whether it was the safe zone or teleportation points, all temporarily lost their effect. Chairman Mylan Zhou spoke in the channel. Everyone stay calm, although the flame demon is formidable and the beast tide fierce, we have 200,000 combat units and each of the 5 major guilds has its own team of strong players. Plus, with these grand high walls built of blue stone, our chances of victory are great. Chairman Lin Fan of the Li Shang Guild also spoke. That's right, our human forces rarely fail when united against an external threat, and I don't need to tell you how generous the rewards from the battlefield points will be. As long as we kill the flame demon, we can all achieve a terrifying boost. Inspired by the 2 guild leaders, the ordinary individual players snapped back to reality. Right, the flame demon is strong, but we are not weak either, and the rumored flame demon is just a boss-level creature after all. Forget the disaster. As long as it's a boss, it can be killed. As the flame demon drew near, the catapults and giant crossbows atop the city walls began to fire, unleashing huge rolling stones and 6-meter-long bolts into the beast tide. In an instant, the tide suffered heavy casualties. Many of the giant stones hit the flame demon but were melted by its intense heat. Boom! Boom boom! The beast tide crazily slammed into the city walls and used their bodies as steps to send the following monsters up the high walls. All the ranged attackers in the player camp began to furiously use their skills, casting tens of thousands of ice spikes, fireballs, wind blades, thunders, and arrows downward, creating a truly spectacular scene. The ferocious beasts hit by the ranged attacks, even if not killed, were knocked down by the force and the synchronized attack from remote players. Cleared a massive amount of the beast's health in one round. Zhou Heng, the president of the Charm Blue Guild, who took the path of thunder magic, now had his spellbook floating and turning pages on its own, emitting strange halos of light. A dark cloud spread out, and from it a brilliant bolt of lightning burst forth, instantly killing any beast caught in its path. Zhao Yuan said in the team chat, "I'm going down to earn battlefield points. If you guys are in danger, take refuge in Su Yuxian's mechanical tank." Zhao Wen replied, "There you go, jumping off the city walls again. Go on then." Su Yuxian interjected, "Why do you say again?" Zhao Yuan, carrying his sword alone and at level 15, leapt into the dense horde of beasts. The nearby players were shocked, exclaiming, "Did you see someone just fall down from 10 meters high? Won't he be killed by the fall? He must have been so scared that he lost his footing, right? Don't worry about him, keep up the bombardment." Meanwhile, Yun Ning had released 3 aura skills at the start, covering a range of 4,000 meters, more than enough to envelop all friendly units. Many players began to realize something was unusual because, with many support players, having several buff skills wasn't strange. But upon closely inspecting the effects of these 3 auras, they were astoundingly powerful. Healing aura restores 1,500 health points per second, slowly healing severed limbs. Health aura increases the maximum health by 700 points. Mana aura restores 900 mana points per second. What did these 3 auras signify? A typical level 25 melee player didn't even have 7,000 health points. one health aura effectively doubled their health bar, and a regular level 25 mage might have between 1500 to 2000 mana points, so their mana was fully replenished in just 2 seconds, Kuan Yin, the vice president of the Charm Blue Guild, said to the president. Indeed, this is the aura ability user I mentioned before. Now they have advanced to this level. Soon, these 200,000 allies realized. They were under the effect of the 3 auras and were utterly astonished. Is this an S-grade skill? To cover 200,000 people, isn't this the core of a massive battle? Zhou Hang exclaimed. With this mana regeneration aura, my output can even increase by more than 3 times. This is too awesome. Can we recruit this aura ability user to our Charm Blue Guild? Kuan Yin replied. That might be difficult. The aura ability user is one thing, but President, look below. Zhou Hang flipped through his magic book and bolts of brilliant lightning struck down, melting a large number of fierce beasts. While everyone was marveling at the strong effects of the auras, they noticed something was amiss. No beasts were climbing up the city walls anymore. Looking down, they saw a huge void at the corner of the wall and a level 15 player expressionless standing beneath the wall. Zhao Yuan glanced at the battlefield scoreboard where Yun Ning was undoubtedly in first place. This was to be expected. The more participants in the battlefield, the more points Yun Ning could distribute among them. Effectively having 200,000 people working for her, Zhao Yuan mocked with a draw of his sword. With a clang, he made a sword-drawing gesture and the blade swung out, creating an invisible force of chi that spread over 1,800 meters, forcibly taunting all the fierce beasts within range. At the same time, Zhao Yuan activated the punitive effects of his black flame coat, causing monsters within 180 meters to lose health rapidly. Centered on Zhao Yuan, swathes of monsters died, some scorched to death by the black flames, others killed by rebound damage. Battle info: activated punitive black flame coat, deducting 1% of health per second with the area and damage of the scorch effect doubled. The effect causes 2,653 points of scorch damage per second to enemies within 180 meters, with additional severe injury effects. When attacked, health decreases by 486 points, triggering SSS grade recoil damage, inflicting 4,567 points of true damage. Zhao Yuan's battlefield points began to skyrocket as few fierce beasts could stay near him for long. Those attacking him from a distance were pierced straight through by the true damage. On the city walls, the mayor was stunned. Was this the strength achievable at level 15? A single person diving into a sea of 10,000 beasts, maintaining health above 80% constantly? Was this his scorching domain? The damage from these black flames was incredibly high, wasn't it? Level 25 elite monsters were burned to death within 15 seconds near him. Even more outrageous were the ranged monsters attacking him. A volley of their shots ended up causing them to die from their own rebound damage. Linfen Guild President Li Shang spoke out. 1,800 meters of force taunting, and the taunt duration is as long as 30 seconds. This guy is like a porcupine with a scorching domain on the outside and terrifying rebound effects inside, but the monsters have no choice but to approach him due to the 30-second taunting effect being too absurd. Yuxia Guild President Wang Han turned to his vice president. Can we recruit this person to become our member? He's too powerful, truly the strongest tank. The vice president replied, I just checked, he's a player with a guild, and just yesterday a guild named Zhu Bing appeared on the bulletin board in Qingyun town, jumping to second level overnight. This Xiao Yuan is the president of Zhu Bing Guild. Guilds established in Qingyun town are displayed on the bulletin board where you can see the president's name and the guild's level. However, the coordinates of the guild's headquarters are randomly placed, and with a 7-day protection period, Zhao Yuan isn't worried about other guilds forcibly initiating guild wars. Wang Han concluded that means Zhao Yuan won't submit to others. He wants to develop his own power. At that moment, Zhongwen summoned a level 30 skeletal water buffalo, huge in size, which smashed directly below the city wall. Having undergone a previous abyssal level guild trial, Zhongwen's skeletal summons included 3 dominator level creatures. There were also many lord-level ones, mostly elite, all combining to form the skeletal water buffalo with exaggeratedly high attributes, and it was level 30. The Earth Vein Buffalo's Fisher ability is a group attack that also carries a stunning effect, making it the preferred main unit against the skeletal behemoth. Su Yuxian had already placed 3 fixed turrets on top of the city walls. As for the SS-grade mechanical tanks, there was simply no room for them on the walls. Under Yun Ning's mana regeneration aura, the firepower of Zhongwen and Su Yuxian could be unleashed without limit. Su Yuxian's turrets fired wildly, continuously launching small missiles that knocked down the monsters climbing the walls. Zhao Yun also kept releasing the Earth Vein Buffalo's wrestling and fisher abilities, steadily increasing his battlefield score. A summon creature, a level 30 Overlord class summon, Chairman Wang Hansheng of the Yusha Guild exclaimed in shock. Its size is almost catching up to the Flame Demon, and it even has a group stun ability. With the participation of Zhao Yuan's 4-person team, the Beast Tide's assault seemed less daunting than anticipated. However, the Flame Demon was steadily approaching Qingyun town, making everyone feel hot and sweaty. A thick black mist suddenly sprayed out from the Flame Demon's bright red body, quickly covering the sky above the walls and plunging everyone into an apocalyptic scene. Black clouds. The Flame Demon had created a dense black fog obscuring everyone's vision, but this was just the beginning. Heat, boom. A strange red crystal appeared on the chest of the Flame Demon, spewing exaggerated flames. The flames ignited the black clouds, which contained explosive materials, causing the black fog above the walls to burst into flames and detonate completely. Boom, boom, boom. The Flame Demon, still over 2,000 meters away from the walls, managed to directly attack the players above. In an instant, many were severely injured or killed, and screams filled the air. Thankfully, Yun Ning's health aura was strong enough to keep a large number of players alive. The healing aura also helped mend severed limbs, and with other support players' healing skills, the defenders' losses were not as severe as expected. Zhao Yuan hadn't anticipated that the Flame Demon could strike the defenders from such a long distance. He charged forward, facing tens of thousands of ferocious beasts alone, continually approaching the Flame Demon. Zhao Yuan intended to withstand the Flame Demon's attacks, giving the defenders enough time to eliminate the remaining beasts. Guild President Zhou Hang of the Meilon Guild was covered in soot, his health halved, but his dedicated support player immediately restored his health completely. Truly a Flame Demon, it completely ignored the durability of the walls and attacked us from such a distance. Wait, Zhao Yuan is going to face the Flame Demon alone. Is he joking? Zhou Hang used his skills, launching clusters of spherical thunderstorms that decimated a large number of climbing monsters. These two abilities alone, Black Cloud and High Heat, were terrifying, and the Flame Demon still had one last trick up its sleeve: a volcanic eruption. Guild President Li Sheng of the Lin Fan Guild also had his face covered in soot, and the health bars of several fragile players near him were nearly depleted. Battle report. After slaying the target, the talent for billionfold proficiency was triggered, currently at a 15x multiplier. Experience points gained from killing fierce beasts are 8,965. 6539. More experience points gained. The SSS grade sanction code gained 1885 skill proficiency points, *15 multiplier, more skill proficiency gained. Zhao Yuan continuously harvested experience points, proficiency, and battlefield points, yet the top rank still belonged to Yun Ning, who overwhelmingly dominated. Yun Ning's healing aura alone had a greater effect than all other healers present combined, not to mention the additional effects from her other two auras. Even Zhao Yuan, in a short time, could not catch up to Yun Ning because the SSS grade sanction code was still too low level to incinerate enemies on a large scale. Drawing sword taunt. Zhao Yuan once again performed the sword drawing motion, gaining a charging effect, instantly killing all monsters he collided with and pulling the Flame Demon into a taunting state. Zhao Yuan was immediately targeted by the Flame Demon, with its 3 pairs of demonic pupils staring at him, spewing copious amounts of black smoke from its pores, covering the area where Zhao Yuan stood. High temperature. The Flame Demon exhaled an exaggerated pillar of flame, enveloping Zhao Yuan and igniting the nearby black smoke. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Yuan's health dropped to 70%. He immediately turned off the active effect of the sanction coat, relying on the Berserker's skill to heal. At the same time, he activated the active effect of a white talisman, supplemented by Yun Ning's healing aura, continuously recovering his health. On the other hand, the Flame Demon, far from killing Zhao Yuan, showed numerous cracks on its demon-like body, as if the surface of ceramics had shattered, reducing its health by a tenth. Battle report. Suffering from the skills of black clouds and high temperature, health decreased by 36,251 points, triggering SSS grade spite armor, causing 26853 points of true damage, causing 32,551 points of true damage. As the Flame Demon's skill combination attack caused multiple damages, the spite armor also triggered multiple times, directly reflecting 1/10 of the Flame Demon's health. The players on the city wall were once again utterly shocked. Fighting the beast swarm alone, beating the Flame Demon? The catastrophic boss's health actually reduced by a tenth. Isn't this cheating? Isn't cheating at level 15 turning into such an anomaly? I see. Could it be that Zhao Yuan's reflective damage effect is determined based on the attacker's damage attributes? A player speculated. The flame demon's health bar is thick, but its attacks are also extremely terrifying. Only this could explain why Zhao Yuan could reduce the boss's health by a tenth. Zhou Heng spoke up. The distance is too far, the healer's skills simply can't reach, he can only rely on himself. Quan Yin. Plus, these 3 aura effects can support Zhao Yuan. The range of these 3 auras has already exceeded 4,000 meters. But it's still not enough. After all, he's facing the flame demon. Linfen Guild leader Li Shang spoke in the war channel. Everyone go all out, at least we can help lighten the kid's burden a little. Zhongwen's summoned creature couldn't stray too far from him. His white bone buffalo could not support Zhao Yuan, he could only control the white bone buffalo, frantically killing nearby fierce beasts. The mayor looked towards the distant infernal demon and commanded, aim all the heavy machinery at the infernal demon and fire. The town guards operated the giant crossbows and catapults to support Zhao Yuan. Only the range of these heavy machineries could exceed 1,000 meters. However, the damage inflicted by the massive stones and giant crossbow bolts on the infernal demon was insignificant, barely making a dent in its health bar, highlighting the terrifying nature of Zhao Yuan's SSS rank anti-armor. Boom, boom. 2 streaks of golden light struck Zhongwen and Yun Ning, who were just a small step away from leveling up. Now they successfully ascended to level 15. A halo of light emanated from Yun Ning, radiating outward and casting her delicate and exquisite features in a captivating light. SSS rank vampiric aura, vampiric attribute plus 1%. The presidents of the 5 guilds were utterly dumbfounded. A crimson halo enveloped them and they suddenly gained a 1% vampiric attribute aura. Is this the aura ability from Yun Ning, who's ranked first on the battlefield scoreboard? Zhou Heng exclaimed excitedly. Just at level 1 and it's already providing a 1% vampiric attribute. What if this skill's level is further enhanced? Could it reach 5%, 10%? Is this defying the heavens? Remember, this is an aura. It's not just a single target boost, but a massive area enhancement. I'm going crazy. President Li Sheng of Linfen Guild twitched at the corner of his mouth. This is just a level 1 aura and it can cover 500 meters. I feel like this aura wielder is even more monstrous than Zhao Yuan. We should report this directly to the top guilds of Xia country. Numerous powerhouses will voluntarily help her level up, then make her their guild's mascot, though she's still too low level to be more than that. Once her level increases, she'll be the strongest support in the large-scale battles of Xia country. President Wang Han from Xia Guild added, I can imagine these big shots fighting over Yun Ning, possibly even causing internal strife amongst the top guilds of Xia country, especially some top fighters who use vampiric streams. With the addition of Yun Ning's vampiric aura, their strength could undergo a qualitative change, rising dramatically. Vice President of Xia Guild interjected, Big Brother, stop talking. Zhao Yuan is about to be hammered into the ground by the infernal demon. If Zhao Yuan dies, although we can contend with the infernal demon, our casualties will be heavy. Wang Han cursed, what can I do? Jump off the city wall to save him. Just then, a figure leaped from the city wall. It was Zhongwen, who had just reached level 15. Wang Han, someone really jumped. Zhongwen's newly acquired skill at level 15 was SS rank Bone Demon Possession, a follow-up skill of the giant bone beast, transforming all bone units into demonic forms and possessing the user. The attributes of the bone demon are influenced by the strength of the bone units, the user's own attributes, and the skill level. This was akin to a fusion technique, allowing a summoned creature to possess Zhongwen's body, effectively eliminating the vulnerability summoners face when enemies close in on them. After jumping off the city wall, Zhongwen utilized an SS-grade Bone Demon Possession. A strange, misty purple halo bloomed around him and numerous mysterious symbols crawled over his skin. Below the city walls, a colossal skeleton beast disassembled itself, its parts reassembling onto Zhongwen's body, giving birth to a humanoid skeletal demon. Enveloped in a ghostly purple flame, Zhongwen, now possessed by the SS-grade Bone Demon, possessed the strength to confront the flame demon head-on. Yun Ning, having only a level 1 aura after her upgrade, which couldn't reach Zhao Yuan's position, prompted Zhongwen, who had acquired new skills, to rush to support Zhao Yuan immediately. Su Yushen exclaimed, hey, this kid making it seem like I'm disloyal or something. Don't hold me back, I want to jump down and help Zhao Yuan too. Don't hold me back, don't hold me back. Yun Ning retorted, "Why are you looking at me? Zhang Wen has new skills, and if you just jump down there you'll be critically injured in no time." Su Yuxian, realizing the logic in her words, responded, "Makes sense, then I won't jump. It's just that the terrain isn't favorable for my skills, otherwise I'd drive a tank carrying you around." Zhao Yuan, with his vampiric traits, Zhao Yuan could rely on the terrifying true damage reflection to instantly restore his full health. He could even kill the flame demon at full health, and that broken boss wouldn't be able to escape. Yun Ning glanced around and noted Zhao Yuan doesn't need our support now. He and Zhang Wen should be enough to handle the flame demon, but after this cataclysm event it might not be so easy for us anymore. Su Yuxian, with a sharp sense of realization, asked, "Are you talking about the other powers in Qingyun Town?" Yun Ning said in the team chat, "Our 4-person squad strength is exposed in front of Qingyun Town's forces for the first time. Crucially, Zhao Yuan has also established his own guild, which for the 5 major guilds, if they can't have us, they might as well forcefully take us." Su Yuxian replied, "So you mean if the 5 major guilds can't recruit us, they might become jealous and greedy, thinking about killing us to inherit our SSS skills? Human nature is indeed despicable." "That's nothing new," Yun Ning casually said. "If it were you and there was a chance to obtain SSS grade skills right before you, wouldn't you give it a shot for a chance to rise to prominence?" Zhao Yuan spoke in the team chat, "Let them come. We are not afraid of strong enemies, besides our new guild is most in need of guild resources. It is said that winning a guild war allows one to plunder all the resources and troops of the other guild." Su Yuxian suddenly realized, "No wonder, Zhao Yuan, you were so boldly displaying your strength. This is actively fishing, isn't it?" "Fishing for what?" Zhao Yuan replied, "Strength is the foundation of all morality. Although we are low level, our odds against these guilds are still very good." Boom! Just as Zhao Yuan finished his sentence, he was blasted away by the flame demon's punch like a cannonball, embedding him directly into the limestone city wall. The durability of the city walls had clearly diminished. Su Yuxian spoke up, Zhao Yuan, when you're fighting the boss, try not to get distracted. You got smashed into the city wall by the flame demon." Ugh! Zhao Yuan crawled out from the crater, his mouth full of dust. It seemed that the flame demon was scared off by the backlash damage, tossing him out of the battlefield, or else it would have been in danger. Zhang Wen cried out, "Hey brother, come save me, I'm panicking here alone." Zhang Wen was enveloped by layers of bone shards, becoming the heart of the bone demon. The original attributes of the skeletal buffalo were extremely powerful, and combined with his own attributes and the effects of the SS-grade Bone Demon possession skill, the Bone Demon could now match the Flame Demon in a test of strength. Bone Demon, Fusion, Quality, Overlord level, 30 strength, 1500 constitution, 1500 agility, 1200 intelligence, 1200 skills. Earth Split, Random Strike, Bloodsucking. Among the Bone Demon's 3 abilities, Zhongwen could choose any from the skeletal units. He chose the life-saving skill of Bloodsucking. The people on the city wall watched as if observing gods fighting the skeletal bone demon wrapped in dark purple flames, fiercely thrusting its bone hand deep into the flesh of the flame demon. However, the bone demon's arm was melted by the high temperature and the blood inside the flame demon flowed like magma. Then the flame demon grabbed the skeleton's body and tore it apart with all its might, pulling off the skeleton's arms and about to crush its skull underfoot. Zhao Yuan quickly drew his sword to taunt and save Zhongwen, the two of them jointly bearing the flame demon's damage and then mainly relying on the triple S-grade backlash armor for damage. In an inn at Qingyun Town, Lu Qingjun was conversing with Taku Xin. "Why not attack Zhao Yuan? Under the disaster event, Zhao Yuan's health would severely drop, making it possible for us to kill him," Lu Qingjun said, puzzled. Ever since the last assassination attempt on Zhao Yuan failed and Sakura Country lost an SSS-grade skilled ninja, Lu Qingjun had lost Taku Xin's trust. Taku Xin believed that Lu Qingjun had not provided comprehensive information leading to the failed assassination at the mountain base. Having once enjoyed the resources of Sakura Country, Lu Qingjun was unwilling to become mediocre again, not knowing when he might die under a disaster event. Thus, Lu Qingjun signed a system agreement with Sakura Country. From then on, Lu Qingjun could never betray Sakura Country, becoming their lackey, and Taku Xin began to re-employ him. "You fool," Taku Xin scolded. "The last cross-national teleportation has already caught the attention of Xia Country's higher-ups. If we strike to assassinate Zhao Yuan again, we must be fully assured of success, only then can we make a move." "The time is not yet right, just wait." Lu Qingjun showed no reaction to Taku Xin's scolding. after signing the system agreement written by Taku Shin, Lu Qingjun obtained the true support of Sakura country and greatly increased his strength, but he also lost his dignity as a human being treated by Taku Shin as nothing more than a stray dog. Taku Shin added, by the way, I've already made contact with Pretty Country and there's someone just like you in Qingyun Town, you two can team up. Both Pretty Country and our Sakura country want to stifle the genius of Xia Country. We are already covert allies, someone like me, Lu Qingjun murmured. Indeed, this person named Huang Xian signed a system agreement with the beautiful country, Huang Xian. It turned out to be him. He's not dead yet. Lu Qingjun, who also came from the newbie village 401, naturally remembered that Huang Xian had initiated a gambling command and lost. Oh, Takushin smiled meaningfully, you know him? It seems fate has truly brought this about. When the time is right, I will make sure Zhao Yuan and his 3 subordinates are all dead. I will use skilled talismans to imprint their abilities and give them to the geniuses of my Sakura country. The flame demon's health was already reduced by half, all due to Zhao Yuan's thorn armor damage. The flame demon, standing on the skull of a skeletal bone demon, emanated a high temperature from its lava-like body, continuously melting the head of the skeletal bone demon. Much of the skull had already melted into liquid. Zhao Yuan arrived just in time, activating his sword-drawing taunt to attract the flame demon's aggro. Volcanic eruption. As the absolute protagonist of this catastrophic event, the flame demon used its final skill, transforming its body completely into magma, turning half the sky a fiery red. At this moment, the flame demon seemed to transform into a living volcano, erupting magnificently. Blobs of magma shot out from its body, rising into the air before crazily plummeting under the force of gravity, forming huge half-red semi-solid meteorites. Meanwhile, thick mushroom clouds rose from the flame demon, creating a doomsday scene of meteoric apocalypse. Zhou Hang exclaimed, "This is a map-wide cleansing skill. Even though it's aimed at Zhao Yuan, the meteorites at the edges can still hit us. Shield players, protect the fragile ones. Healers, release your skills with full power. Meteorites incoming, dodge carefully." Zhou Hang had just finished speaking in the wartime channel when hundreds of grotesque meteorites plummeted towards the city walls, as the taunter Zhao Yuan naturally faced the fire of thousands of meteorites. He activated the 5-second invincibility of his barbarian costume and used the active effect of a white magic treasure. He drank a precious health potion and then held a shield above him. The volcanic eruption, a map-wide bombardment skill, dealt multiple segments of damage, meaning that as long as Zhao Yuan survived, he could repeatedly reflect damage on the flame demon, emptying its half-health bar. Boom. The scene turned into a vast expanse of red, with numerous meteorite craters emerging. The flame demon's volcanic eruption skill ended. Zhao Yuan timely activated the active effect of the Marauder, fully regaining his health, yet he was still smashed down to just 30%. Battle information. Suffered damage from volcanic eruption skill, health decreased by 36,255 points. Triggered SSS grade reflect damage, dealing 96,523 points of true damage. Triggered SSS grade reflect. Triggered, using the skill Marauder, all injuries recovered. Meanwhile, the flame demon, pierced repeatedly by the true damage of the reflect, could not withstand it and died on the spot. Zhao Yuan and Zhong Wen also leveled up on the spot, advancing to level 16. As for the walls of Qingyun Town, they were heavily dented by meteorites and nearly half destroyed. Without a doubt, the missions available to players in the coming months will involve gathering materials to repair these walls. The volcanic eruption from the map cannon claimed hundreds of lives on the walls, instantly killing those with low durability who couldn't recover health in time. Additionally, tens of thousands were severely injured. Losing limbs was the least of concerns for some, as their internal organs were contaminated with magma and corroded beyond recognition, virtually burnt through by the splashing lava. A chorus of wails filled the air above the walls, but fortunately Yun Ning's healing aura was powerful enough to save even those with damaged organs and severed limbs. However, the pain was something they had to endure themselves. Guild leader Mei Lan, Zhou Hang quickly stood up and looked down, realizing that the meteors formed by the volcanic eruption caused indiscriminate damage, crushing a large number of fierce beasts and leaving only a few alive. These two creatures, having faced the flame demon's volcanic eruption head-on, actually survived and managed to kill the flame demon through reflect damage, Quan Yin said. Because Zhao Yuan taunted the boss, the meteors that hit us were the least in number and most dispersed, otherwise the death toll wouldn't have been just hundreds, but tens of thousands. And without Yunning's health aura, most of the fragile ones would have been killed instantly without a chance for treatment. It's also thanks to Yunning's healing aura that these severely injured players could slowly recover. Otherwise, those with melted organs or severed limbs would have died within minutes, as normal healing skills wouldn't work. Zhou Hang laughed. It's all thanks to Zhao Yuan's team, otherwise I would have had to use the transfer command seal summoning our guild's 70,000 blue troops and guild warrior NPCs. These guys are more cunning than monkeys. Other guilds don't need to use the transfer command seal. Whoever uses it would suffer heavy casualties under the flame demon's volcanic eruption. Kuan Yin added, these old foxes. Zhou Hang and Kuan Yin joked, cough cough, the guild leader is far-sighted. It's the other 4 guilds leaders who are the real old foxes. Players who were still able to move continued to attack the monsters below. Although the meteorites formed by the volcanic eruption killed most of the fierce beasts, some were still left. Guild leader Lin Funli Shang spoke up, luckily I didn't use the transfer command seal or my 80,000 blue troops would have been annihilated. And isn't this a bit too easy? It's the flame demon after all, and he was killed just like that. It's only been a few hours. I was expecting the battle to last until nighttime. The deputy leader responded, boss, Zhao Yuan's reflect must be based on the attacker's damage properties, using the flame demon's attack to reflect the damage back onto him. Otherwise, how many lives would it take to deplete those millions of health points? It's not that the flame demon is too weak, but that Zhao Yuan is too terrifying. 90% of the boss's health was taken out by his reflect. Li Sheng stroked his chin and said, this just got interesting. With the flame demon dead, Qingyun town won't likely experience calamities for a long while. Our 5 great guilds, each so ambitious, especially Huahou and Yuxia, how could I believe that they wouldn't engage in a guild war? The deputy guild leader said, it will be a storm of blood and violence again. We humans might not perish by the mouths of monsters but by the blades of our own kind. Zhao Yuan paid no further attention to other fierce beasts. Such a small scale wouldn't make any waves. Battle information: slaying a level 30 tyrant creature. The flame demon earned 1,000 battlefield points, triggering the talent of billionfold proficiency. The current multiplier is 16 times. Earned 180000 experience points. Player level increased to 16. Strength and constitution attributes increased by 20 points. Agility and intelligence attributes increased by 5 points. Acquired a total of 150,000 skill proficiency, asterisk 16 times. SSS grade anti-armor upgraded to level 60. SSS grade quick draw taunt upgraded to level 55. SSS grade berserker upgraded to level 50. SSS grade punishing code upgraded to level 25. Current battlefield points are 1900. With the same upgrade to level 16, Zhongwen's health was fully restored. The first thing he would surely do is use the S-grade bone summoning to awaken the bones of the flame demon. This was the flame demon's skeleton. With it, Zhongwen felt he could ascend to the heavens. What's going on? The skill failed. Zhongwen was stunned. It can't be, it just can't. Zhao Yuan wondered, why did the skill fail? It's an S-grade skill after all. Zhongwen on the verge of tears. The flame demon's body has no skeleton, only magma-like blood, so the bones can't be summoned. Zhao Yuan, no worries, it's just a level 30 tyrant creature, the flame demon, right? Just a map cannon's volcanic eruption skill, nothing serious. Zhongwen grimacing, are you trying to comfort me? Why does it hurt more the more I hear it? Oh, Zhao Yuan, wait, we'll go to the level 20 dungeon next. You can just summon the final boss's skeleton. An hour later, the remaining fierce beasts were all slain, and at this point the leaderboard for battlefield points was: first, Yun Ning, 2,500 points; second, Zhao Yuan, 2,200 points; third, Zhongwen, 1,500 points; fourth, Zhou Hang, 1,100 points; fifth, Wang Hansheng, 900 points. Area announcement: the Cataclysm event has ended. Qingyun Town's safe zone and teleportation points are restored. Battlefield points reward settlement in progress. Players may choose their rewards. Now comes the eagerly anticipated rewards segment, where every surviving player can choose the type of their reward. In front of Zhao Yuan appeared multiple options: guild supplies, equipment enhancement, stones, gems, copper coins, attribute points, military command talismans. Zhao Yuan could freely choose 4 items, a straightforward choice since the guild was in a developmental phase, obviously selecting the military command talisman and guild supplies. Zhao Yuan's own gear was still a set of green armor, seriously outdated, so the third choice naturally was equipment. The last choice, Zhao Yuan picked copper coins. Even if there were enhancement stones and gems, without copper coins the gems couldn't be set nor the equipment enhanced. Copper coins were indeed the true currency. Reward settlement. Player received 300,000 guild supplies, 3 blue equipment items, 1 military command talisman and 3 million copper coins. The 3 blue items consisted of a level 15 breastplate belt and one-handed shield. The molten breastplate boasts a blue quality with a requirement of level 15 and offers enhancements such as plus 200 physical defense, plus 100 magical defense and plus 1000 health points. The molten belt, also blue, requires level 15 to wear and provides plus 5000 health points and plus 50 resistance. The molten shield, needing the same level requirement, aids in combat by adding plus 300 to both physical and magical defenses when successfully blocking attacks with the shield. Zhao Yuan replaced his 3 green items with these blue counterparts, significantly boosting his personal attributes. In the apocalyptic game, though the shield offered substantial defense stats, these were only effective when attacks were physically blocked with the shield, making the mastery of shield usage a crucial measure of a player's resilience. Melee fighters often aim to exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities by bypassing their shields to strike directly, dealing significant damage. The other 3 members of the squad also received their rewards, but only the guild leader had access to options like guild supplies and the command talisman. Yunning, standing first in the points table, received 5 blue items, numerous gems, attribute points and copper coins, markedly increasing her strength. Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen returned to Qingyun town, where Zhou Hang approached Zhao Yuan and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thanks to your team, the death toll under the volcanic eruption was only a few hundred, not the at least 30,000 it could have been." Zhao Yuan modestly replied that his abilities were minor, noting that if the 5 major guilds used the command talisman, they could summon over 100,000 blue troops to easily defeat the flame demon. Zhou Hang, recognizing Zhao Yuan's ambition in founding his own guild, suggested adding each other as friends for potential future alliances. Zhao Yuan and the leaders of the 5 guilds exchanged friend requests only 5 hours into the disaster event. However, unbeknownst to everyone, a red crystal-like heart was still beating within the corpse of the flame demon and was eventually carried away by a bizarre bird with an old man's face. Yunning chose not to share the attribute chart of her SSS tier vampiric aura skill in the group chat, instead sending it directly to Zhao Yuan. He understood the caution. Though Su Yuxian seemed simple-minded, Yunning was wary. Sharing an SS tier skill in the group might have been fine since Su Yuxian also possessed one, but Yunning's SSS tier vampiric aura was exceptionally powerful and discretion was advisable. The vampiric aura skill at level 5, SSS, covered a 700-meter radius, providing a 15% vampiric attribute to allied units. The essence of a vampiric build was the terrifying burst damage followed by rapid health recovery from the vampirism, creating a self-sustaining cycle of high damage and recovery, crucial for Zhao Yuan's SSS tier counter when facing horrific creatures like the flame demon. A single counterattack from a real injury could deal over 90,000 damage, even with just 5% lifesteal. It was extraordinarily exaggerated. As the level of this lifesteal aura increased, Zhao Yuan could even kill a boss at full health. Zhao Yuan said, "You guys go ahead and do your own thing, I'll make a trip to the guild's headquarters and then we'll start the level 20 dungeon." Zhao Yuan chose to teleport to the guild building while the other 3 teammates opted to go to the arena, where the competitive mall had many tempting items. In the guild headquarters, only the steward was present. The commander of the barracks led 1,500 winged dragon cavalry units traveling 3 kilometers to air raid a goblin tribe. Zhao Yuan had just obtained 300,000 guild resources, and with the existing 100,000 that made 400,000 in total. The initial 100,000 was meant to be reserved for the food for the winged dragon cavalry, but it was completely unnecessary now, as the winged dragon cavalry could hunt enough ferocious beasts every day. During the guild's protection period, it might be better to go all out and increase the number of troops first. Zhao Yuan went near the reincarnation pool and chose to use 400,000 guild resources to reincarnate 1,000 level 5 winged dragon cavalry units. Just then, as the reincarnation ended, a squadron of winged dragons appeared in the sky, marking the commander's victorious return. Among this batch of winged dragon cavalry, there were level 8 units of pale golden quality. Each level up significantly increased their attributes. The commander jumped down from his winged dragon and reported to Zhao Yuan, "President, mission accomplished. I led the winged dragon cavalry and completely destroyed the goblin tribe 3 kilometers away, obtaining 100,000 guild resources and 50,000 guild experience. Moreover, I found a level 10 dwarf village. Once the overall level of the winged dragon cavalry increases a bit more, I plan to destroy this dwarf village. Killing ferocious beasts only yields their bodies as food, while guild resources must be obtained by occupying other factions' resources. Zhao Yuan asked. Not a single unit was lost in battle? The commander replied, only some of the winged dragons were injured, but none died, as the goblin tribe mostly consisted of melee fighters. Only a few archers could reach the winged dragon cavalry. We used our aerial advantage for suppression, employing dragon flame and projectile skills for air-to-ground attacks. Thus, not a single winged dragon cavalry died. These pale gold quality troops are too powerful. Zhao Yuan pointed to the newly reincarnated 1,000 winged dragon cavalry and said, we don't need to wait for the average level to reach 10. Take all 2,500 winged dragon cavalry units and directly destroy the level 10 dwarf village. Zhao Yuan then reinvested the newly obtained 100,000 guild resources back into the reincarnation pool, and 250 new winged dragons emerged. He opened the guild panel. Level 2 guild, crafty soldiers, president, Zhao Yuan vice president, Yunning guild experience, 350,000 guild funds, 300,000 guild resources, 0 guild troops, 2,750 units of winged dragon cavalry, pale gold, guild buildings, guild hall, warehouse, city walls, guild NPCs, steward, purple, barracks commander, purple, guild members, 4, limit 3,000. Zhao Yuan promoted Yunning to vice president because of her suspicious, cautious nature and strong capabilities. The commander, leading 2,750 units of winged dragon cavalry, took to the skies again. On their way, they would casually kill any ferocious beasts they encountered, but their main target was the destruction of the level 10 dwarf village, which would at least yield another 300,000 guild resources. Zhao Yuan entered the guild hall and asked the steward, what are the ways to upgrade the guild's level? The steward replied, other than destroying other forces, setting up guild tasks for every member to complete daily can slowly accumulate guild experience points. However, our guild only has 4 members, and you, the guild leader, do not intend to fill the ranks with just anyone, so that option is not viable. Another way is to initiate a guild war. Winning a guild war allows us to seize all the resources, funds, experience, and troops that another guild has painstakingly accumulated. This is undoubtedly the fastest way to upgrade, though it is also the most dangerous. Guild funds are used to maintain guild tasks in the guild store and are not needed. For the time being, after settling everything, Zhao Yuan left the guild and teleported back to Qingyun town. He gathered his teammates to start a level 20 dungeon raid. In the main hall of the Charm Blue Guild's headquarters, Zhou Heng sat in a room. Outside the guild building, there were 70,000 blue-quality griffin beasts with an average level of 23. Guild members came and went, picking up tasks or buying exclusive items from the guild store. Quanin spoke up, guild leader, someone has already scouted the lava mountains. With the flame demon dead, this area is no longer forbidden and has even become a popular leveling area for level 30. Zhou Heng responded, with the external enemy gone, we can proceed with our plans. Quanin asked, plans? What plans? Are you thinking of starting a guild war to advance to a level 4 guild? Zhou Heng smiled and said, a guild war? It's not time for that yet, let's wait a bit longer. But you're right, upgrading to a level 4 guild by just waiting is too difficult. Attacking other guilds and plundering their resources could cut down the process by a great deal. Then Zhou Heng received a mail with an unknown coordinate. After the flame demon in the lava mountains was slain, the area became a manageable level 30 zone. A huge volcano fell silent, and a strange bird with an old man's face flew over the volcano, dropping a bizarre red crystal into it. Zhao Yuan and his 3 companions assembled and headed towards the mayor's residence. After passing through many guards, Zhao Yuan met the mayor. Sir Mayor, we are here to start the level 20 dungeon. The middle-aged mayor, dressed elaborately, recognized Zhao Yuan at first glance as the one who had slain the flame demon. Are there only 4 of you? The maximum number for this level 20 dungeon is 25 people, but with your strength, 4 is enough. The mayor continued, our town of Qingyun has gone through many years of turmoil, defeating disaster after disaster. However, the spirits of the beasts that perished linger above Qingyun, never dissipating, eventually forming this level 20 dungeon. Zhao Yuan interjected, oh, can these spirits come back to life? The mayor explained, as time passes, it seems these spirits do indeed revive, but each time their spirits are vanquished, the speed of their revival slows. He then assigned a mission to defeat these spirits, with the reward being a substantial amount of experience points and a key to a mystical realm. The mayor's mansion was built with care, situated directly above the domain of the spirits. He pointed to his backyard. At the very end, open the hidden underground passage and you can enter. Zhao Yuan and his companions reached the entrance of the tunnel, where they found a teleportation point. 3 seconds later, they were transported to a frigid area covered in ice crystals. Su Yuxian pulled out a mechanical device, placed it on the ground, and after a brief transformation, a sci-fi style mechanical tank appeared before them. This terrain is all ice crystals, easy to slip on. Adding a layer of difficulty, Su Yuxian commented. Yun Ning, who had climbed atop the mechanical tank, sat in the cockpit and said, I checked, and it seems this key opens a pet-catching mystical realm. The higher the quality of the key, the rarer the pets that appear in the realm. With his new fusion technique, Zhongwen was no longer afraid of monsters getting close, nor did he rush into the tank immediately, and instead sat with Zhao Yuan on top of the tank. Zhongwen casually remarked, the treads of this tank are fully adapted to the icy terrain. During his conversation, Su Yuxian placed a fixed turret on top of the tank, a platform specifically designed for this purpose. The other 2 mechanical floaters hovered in midair, having flown far ahead to scout the area. After the battle with the Flame Demon, Zhao Yuan's attribute panel was as follows. Name: Zhao Yuan. Level: LV16, 50% per 100%. Health: 310k. Magic: 2000 Strength, 190 Constitution, 340 Agility, 95 Intelligence, 95 Physical Attack, 2460 Physical Defense, 170k Magical Defense, 160k Talents. Eternal Blessing, Unique, Billionfold Mastery, Unique Current Mastery Multiplier at 160x. Core Abilities: Counter Armor LV60, SSS grade, Berserker LV50, SSS grade. Skills: Sword Draw Taunt LV55, SSS grade. Taunt range 2300 meters, taunt duration 30 seconds. Punishment code LV25, SSS grade. Passive effect: 400 meters range, Scorching. Domain active effect: upon activation, consumes 1% of max health per second, doubling the range and damage of the scorching domain, and adds severe injury effect. Inventory: Level 1 Enhancement Stone * 12-inch Wilderness Set, Green, Skill Talisman, SSS grade. Dragon Flame Song, Commanding Tiger Talisman * 1 Blue Equipment * 3 Copper Coins, 414k Competition Coins, 335 Magical Item, Xingyu Lotus Platform LV17, White, Costume, Barbarian Bull Costume, White, Accessory, Purple Sha Ring, Purple. Su Yuxian's glasses projected the scouting footage from the mechanical floaters. 500 meters ahead lies the monster zone, inhabited by level 20 ice crystal spiders. Their heads are crowned with sharp icicles that could fall at any moment, and the ice beneath grows ever smoother. The mechanical tanks, swift and quiet with their thick steel plates, boast a durability of 300,000. Upon reaching the ice cave, one can see a dense swarm of these spiders, resembling ice sculptures, awakening from their slumber to charge wildly at the group. Zhao Yuan glanced over the numbers. Just within sight, there were no fewer than 10,000. The deeper dark depths seemed to hide even more creatures. Ice Crystal Spider Stats: Elite Level, LV 20-inch Strength, 900 Constitution, 900 Agility, 900 Intelligence, 900 Skill. Frost: Yun Ning activated 4 layers of aura covering the team, indicating that this level 20 elite monster with only 1 skill was particularly troublesome and tough to handle. Siu used his magic to load shells into the cannon. The fully automatic mechanical tanks only required magic to operate everything autonomously. Click-clack, sharp, large shells were loaded in a brass-colored shell was fired from the main cannon of the mechanical tank, blasting a blazing fireball in the distance and instantly killing hundreds of ice crystal spiders. Meanwhile, mounted turrets on the tank began to fire wildly, and small missiles continuously launched into the monster crowd. Zhao Yuan activated his taunting skill and donned the punishing coat, charging into the throng of monsters. Once the punishing coat was activated, the severe burn zone of 800 meters caused the health bars of the ice crystal spiders to plummet drastically. Still, Zhao Yuan found himself surrounded by an endless swarm of the spiders. With his SSS grade counter-armor constantly triggered, Zhao Yuan stood still, letting the counter-armor and punishing coat swiftly eliminate all creatures in the vicinity. However, a layer of frost began to form on Zhao Yuan's arm, making it stiff. Battle information. Affected by the frost skill, frost value +1 reaching a frost value of 100 will result in being frozen for 2 seconds, during which no actions can be taken. Zhao Yuan said in the team chat, "This frost skill is strong. Every ice crystal spider that gets close adds 1 point to my frost value, and with 100 spiders I'd be instantly frozen. Given there are tens of thousands of them here, players could very well be frozen to death without a chance to resist." Zhongwen replied, "But for you, being frozen is irrelevant. Your counter armor and punishing coat will keep killing the monsters crazily." Zhao Yuan responded, "True, for me being frozen doesn't matter, but for the average player who enters here, it's a certain death with no chance of escape." He could only watch as he was slowly devoured, experiencing indescribable agonizing pain, succumbing to despair and death. Battle information: suffering an attack health reduced by 463 points, triggering SSS tier counter armor, dealing 6,639 true damage. SSS tier sanction code activated, deducting 1% of own health per second, inflicting 4652 burn damage per second to enemy units within an 800-meter radius, with severe injury effect added. Battle information: freeze level reached 100, entering a frozen state for 2 seconds. Zhao Yuan was trapped in an endless frozen state, continuously accumulating freeze levels, and ice spikes from high above would occasionally fall, causing massive damage and triggering a 2-second freeze effect. However, with only the sanction coats group burning and Yunling's vampiric aura providing 15% lifesteal, Zhao Yuan's health remained at 99%. Centered around Zhao Yuan, the health bars of the ice crystal spiders within 800 meters plummeted. In less than 10 seconds they were all burned to death by the dark flames, and more ice crystal spiders filled the gaps surrounding Zhao Yuan. Zhongwen commented, "Zhao Yuan's sanction code is simply a godsend for dungeon grinding. After being upgraded to level 25 during the Flame Demon campaign, its passive effect reached a 400-meter radius. Once activated, the 800-meter dark flame burning is more terrifying than any mage." Zhongwen also summoned his own Bone Buffalo to join the fight. While the SS tier Bone Demon possession had a limited time, it could possess for 30 minutes, but the skill cooldown was 50 minutes, meaning there was a 20-minute gap. As the level of SS tier Bone Demon possession increased, this gap should reduce significantly. With an upgraded mana regeneration aura, Zhongwen and Su Yuxian unleashed relentless firepower, killing hundreds to thousands of ice crystal spiders, turning them into experience points and proficiency. Dungeon creatures do not drop items. All benefits are accumulated in the dungeon gift box obtained after clearing. The president of Qingyun Town holding a black gold token engraved with the word campaign in his hand. Wang Han had 30,000 guild members under him and further out 80,000 units of blue-tier flame archers. Damn the Huahu Guild, today let the name Huahu vanish from Qingyun Town. Wang Han roared as he used the campaign order, a special item that initiates a guild war. Once the campaign order is used, the opponent cannot refuse the guild war, they must face the battle. The system creates a random terrain space, relocating the 2 guild buildings into this random space. Within each guild building lies a core crystal. The guild that shatters the opponent's crystal is declared the victor of the guild war. Players who die in a guild war will drop 1 level and can resurrect from their guild building after 3 seconds. The victorious guild will acquire all of the defeated guild's funds, materials, experience, and their troops' reincarnation pool. In other words, some players, in their efforts to protect the guild crystal, are killed multiple times, causing their levels to significantly drop. This drop in levels results in a deduction of attribute points and may even result in the players not meeting the requirements to wear their own equipment. Players can also choose to give up resistance, allow the guild crystal to shatter, and stop protecting it, which at most results in dying only once rather than being forcibly killed back to level 0. Guild battles triggered using a war command token are protected by the system and players do not actually die. However, once the coordinates of a guild's building are discovered by the enemy, they can attack it without using a war command token. They can directly locate the enemy's guild building and kill all the players inside. Death under these circumstances is real, therefore the coordinates of the guild are truly confidential. Without the enemy's guild coordinates, one must use the precious war command token to initiate a guild battle. At this moment, the buildings of the Huahu Guild and the Yusha Guild have been transported to the battle space. The long-standing grievances between the two sides are about to erupt, especially since the death of the Flame Demon means that no calamity will occur for a while and internal strife is imminent. The Huahu Guild's 30,000 players, along with 80,000 high-quality colorful tiger troops, are charging out. The Yusha Guild's 30,000 players and 80,000 flame archers are defending from the walls. What a major event! Ordinary players who were just doing their daily tasks helping Qingyun Town collect materials to repair the walls suddenly saw on the town's notice board that the Yusha Guild had used a war command token to provoke a war against the Huahu Guild. Truly a major event. In just a few hours, one of these guilds is destined to face a dire situation, while the victorious side will gain a massive amount of guild resources, able to resurrect more guild troops and become even stronger than before. The war command token is an extremely rare item that forces the other side into battle without the option to refuse. Whichever side wins, the victors will obtain a vast amount of resources and potentially triple the number of their guild troops. The balance among the 5 major guilds is disrupted, and how will the other 3 respond? For us solo players, as long as we can barely survive, making just a few copper coins all day long, spending dozens of minutes to kill a beast of the same level, we just watch these big guilds dramas for entertainment. The number of monsters in the level 20 dungeon requires 25 players fighting continuously for 7 days and nights. Such as the terrifying number, but Zhao Yuan's sanctioning win code is called a monster clearing divine skill, scorching a massive area of 800 meters. Within this range, at least 1,000 ice crystal spiders are piled up, but it only takes about 10 seconds to scorch them to death. Su Yuxian, relying on the high-strength armor of her mechanical tank, drives straight into the monster pile, crushing and continuously firing the main cannon. The dense ice crystal spiders crazily smash against the tank's steel plates, but the 300,000 durability only slowly decreases. Su Yuxian discovered that Yunning's health regeneration aura and health pool aura could also affect tanks. Though the life-stealing attribute did not work, it seemed that only living creatures could utilize it. Zhongwen activated his SS-level bone demon possession, his body covered in layers of white bone scales, transforming into a skeletal bone demon with ethereal purple flames rising from his body, furiously battling amidst a pile of monsters. Yun Ning remarked, "It seems our skills are fully developed. These mere level 20 elite creatures pose no threat to us, it's just a matter of how much time they consume." Su Yuxian, piloting the mechanical tank, charged through the battlefield, saying the difficulty with these ice crystal spiders lies in their freezing state, which can literally freeze a person to death, leaving no chance to fight back. Plus the severe cold terrain limits us. Ordinary players could easily die here. It's only because we're in a mechanical tank that we're able to manage on this slick ice crystal surface. Just try running on it, any slight increase in speed and you'd slip and fall, let alone fight fierce beasts. Zhao Yuan was still being endlessly frozen. Once he managed to thaw out, he would be hit by falling icicles. However, thanks to the effects of the life-stealing aura, Zhao Yuan maintained 99% of his health, with his experience points rapidly increasing. After battling for 3 hours, they finally cleared all the fierce beasts in the ice cave. Zhao Yuan's semi-digitalized body couldn't stop trembling. For the next 2 hours he sat in the tank, activating the punishment coat to scorch ice crystal spiders within an 800-meter radius. Zhao Yuan estimated that there were at least 50,000 ice crystal spiders in this batch. Battle information. Kill target, trigger talent of billionfold proficiency, current multiplier is 17 times. Kill target, gain 6,352 experience points. Gain 4,522 experience points. Gain. Using skills to kill fierce beasts, a total of 40,000 skill proficiency, asterisk 17 times, was gained. SS level counter armor increased by 1 level. SS level quick draw taunt increased by 1 level. SS level berserker increased by 3 levels. SS level punishment code increased by 5 levels. After killing the flame demon, Zhao Yuan's level reached 50% of level 16, now it's at 96%. Continuing further, he would soon advance to level 17, all thanks to the effect of the punishment code, granting Zhao Yuan an 800-meter scorching domain. Yun Ning and Su Yuxian also successfully advanced to level 16, gaining attribute points. All 4 of them were slightly cramped inside the mechanical tank. Su Yuxian spoke, "The journey in this dungeon is extremely long, but with the mechanical tank we can reach our destination in just a few minutes, whereas it might take a normal player team about 2 hours by foot." Yun Ning munched on snacks purchased from the system store. Surprisingly, the tank even had a heating function. Despite the harsh cold outside, the interior maintained a normal temperature. Could these ice crystal spiders be the souls lost to the calamity that struck Qingyun Town and the severe weather reformed into monsters ultimately becoming part of the dungeon? Zhao Yuan noted the weather system in this apocalyptic game is close to real. Under severe cold, players will gradually freeze. In the midst of a hurricane, most long-range attacks tend to veer off course. In sandstorm conditions, visibility is obscured and there is a slight drain on health. Under normal circumstances, the weather has little impact, but in major battles such as guild wars and national wars, the effects can be profound. Zhongwen touched his buzz cut and said, I checked the forum for strategies on the level 20 dungeon. Many teams in Qingyun Town have conquered this dungeon, so the process is clear now. There are 4 stages in total and we haven't even passed the first stage. However, the level 30 dungeon in Qingyun Town remains uncleared by anyone. It's too difficult, limiting entry to 30 people with all creatures at least level 30, and the monsters get stronger the further you go. Zhao Yuan opened the guild panel and saw that the guild's resources had increased by 300,000 inch and the guild experience had gone up by 50,000. Additionally, the average level of the Wyvern Riders had reached level 7, with some even reaching level 8. This must have been because the barracks commander led 2,750 Wyvern Rider units to destroy a level 10 dwarf village, earning the corresponding rewards. Subsequently, the guild's resources decreased by 300,000 and the number of Wyvern Rider units increased by 750. In total, there were now 3,456 Wyvern Rider units. As many new level 5 Wyvern Riders were added, the average level of the troops dropped to level 6. In the battle to destroy the level 10 dwarf village, 44 Wyvern Riders perished, but this was deemed acceptable. If Yun Ning were present, she could cover all the troops with 4 layers of aura, a thought that alone was staggering. Moreover, Zhao Yuan had the military token which allowed him to teleport all the Wyvern Riders to his side immediately and then send them back afterwards. 4 hours had passed and the fierce battle between Huahu Guild and Yuxia Guild continued. The scales of victory were tilting towards Yuxia Guild, especially since Wang Hanshang had initiated the guild battle with confidence using the campaign order himself. It wasn't just about the rivalry between the two factions. Guild battles allowed for the plundering of the opponent's resources and troops. Wang Hanshang's pretext of avenging a brother who died in past competitions was actually a guise for seizing guild resources. The minds of those who sit on the guild leader's chair are never that simple. To risk a massive guild war under the pretense of avenging a brother was purely for profit. Yuxia's guild troops consisted of flame archers, a strong unit among the blue troops. A single volley of their arrows could kill hundreds of Huahu Guild's troops and players. The Huahu Guild was battered until its walls collapsed and its buildings were reduced to ruins, leaving only their guild crystal with half its durability and a few thousand of their colorful tiger troops remaining. The guild leader of Huahu fought bloodily, utterly disregarding the excruciating pain of arrows piercing his body, and many Huahu Guild players died more than 5 times, losing 5 levels each. Wang Hanshang watched all this indifferently. A large number of his players had revived. Although 40,000 flame archers had died, 40,000 still remained. With a grand gesture, Wang Hanshang unleashed another volley of flaming arrows, completely enveloping the Huahu Guild's crystal. Regional announcement. In the guild battle, Yuxia Guild led by Wang Hanshang defeated Huahu Guild, seizing all their guild funds, experience materials and the troop reincarnation pool. Huahu Guild's experience dropped to 0, forcing its dissolution. Wang Hanshang, the president of Yuxia Guild, emerged without a scratch. He disliked fighting alongside common soldiers the most, preferring to command from the rear, sweeping through the ranks. The vice president of Yuxia Guild respectfully said, President, in this battle, although we lost 40,000 flame archers and 20,000 players had their levels drop by 1 to 2 levels, we didn't suffer any losses. Instead, we gained millions in guild materials. Most importantly, guilds that have participated in a guild battle can refuse to engage in combat if challenged with a conquest order within 3 days. Other guilds wishing to attack us during this period can be forcefully rejected. Wang Hanshang scoffed, attack us? With the resources gained from this guild battle, I can produce 120,000 flame archers. Together with the current 40,000, that makes 160,000. We are now the strongest force. If I had more than one conquest order, I would be attacking the Mountain Ghost Guild right now. You understand the principle of snowballing, Vice President? So we are in an absolutely advantageous position now, and the other 3 guilds have to play by our rules. Wang Hanshang. Now, those 3 must either provoke each other or form alliances. otherwise they're no match for us. Let's just watch and see. The drop rate for the conquest order is too low. Wang Hansheng then invested all the guild materials into the troop reincarnation pool, now possessing two types of troops, one melee and one ranged. Ultimately, Wang Hansheng reincarnated 80,000 flame archers and 50,000 spotted tigers, with the latter requiring fewer materials than the flame archers. Now Yuxia Guild's forces included 120,000 flame archers and 50,000 spotted tigers, though their average levels were somewhat low. In a dungeon, Zhao Yuan's team also saw the regional announcement. Su Yuxian expressed his surprise. How long has it been? This day has been too thrilling. A flame demon invasion in the morning and the forced dissolution of Huahu Guild in the afternoon. I feel like our guild's 7-day protection period might not be enough. Yun Ning was less surprised. Once external threats are eliminated, internal strife naturally arises. The 5 major guilds all want to defeat each other and seize all the guild materials and troops, but indeed it was too quick. They were well prepared. These cunning folks hardly allowed their own guild troops to get damaged during the flame demon fight. Zhongwen added, so what level of strength does Yuxia Guild have now? Both guild battles and disaster events open a battlefield leaderboard where players from the victorious side can exchange points for rewards. Yuxia Guild, whether its players or guild troops, has significantly improved. Zhao Yuan leaned back in his chair and responded, the old balance has been broken and a new one will now be established. Now that Huahu has been forcibly disbanded, Yuxia stands alone at the top, leaving the other 3 guilds with the choice to either form an alliance or initiate another guild war to create a force capable of contending with Yuxia. However, we are still in the protection period for new guilds, which guarantees our safety, so let them create chaos. No matter which force remains in the end, our guild will crush it and gather all the resources in our hands, possibly even advancing to a level 5 guild soon. Zhongwen said, it feels a bit risky, doesn't it? Although we have troops of pale gold quality, our development time has been too short to achieve scale. As they were talking, everyone suddenly felt a momentary loss of gravity. The mechanical tank, being too heavy, had crushed the ice layer below. The tank slid rapidly down a slope covered with ice. The 4 inside were tossed around wildly inside the tank until it abruptly came to a halt. Zhongwen had summoned the Bone Mountain Behemoth and used brute force to stop the tank. This tank doesn't have seatbelts. Bad review. Zhongwen felt his brain almost spinning. Su Xian operated a mechanical floater scouting ahead and saw a much larger ice crystal spider. It seemed they were nearing the end of the first stage. The higher the level and quality of the monsters, the more experience they would gain. The recent wave of ice crystal spiders had even leveled up his SS grade mechanical tank by 3 levels. Zhao Yuan opened the hatch and a bone-chilling wind howled in, making him shiver. The lower the player's level, the less resistance they have to severe cold. Players around level 35 could become immune to this degree of cold. Might as well stay in the tank and activate the punishment overcoat to kill the monsters anyway. Ice crystal spider quality, Lord level, LV 23 strength, 1100 constitution, 1100 agility, 1100 intelligence, 1100 skills. Frostbite, bone chilling. There were hundreds of Lord level ice crystal spiders and even more of the elite creatures at level 23. These beings, seemingly carved from a single block of ice crystal, had crimson light spots for eyes. The 4 of them stayed in the mechanical tank, relying on its high armor to ram through the horde of monsters. Zhao Yuan activated the active effect of the punishment overcoat inside the tank, enveloping himself in a black flame coat, causing severe burning injuries within an 800-meter radius. The tank's main cannon continuously loaded ammunition and the fixed turret above unleashed a barrage of firepower. Even if the turret was destroyed, just summon another mechanical floater, since mana wasn't an issue. Wu Zhongwen also summoned his own Bone Buffalo, and with an Earth Split skill, he could instantly kill hundreds of ice crystal spiders. Su Xian sat in the driver's seat while the other 3 started playing a game of Dodiju in the back. Double or not, I'll be the landlord. I'll be the landlord. Zhongwen, straight flush. Yun Ning, bomb. Zhao Yuan, I'll treat you to a cup of cappuccino. The 3 of them enjoyed the game immensely while Su Xian's mouth twitched. Why can even playing Dodiju produce voice output? Qingyun Town was swirling with undercurrents. One of the 5 major guilds had been forcibly disbanded. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan and his 3 companions leisurely cleared the dungeons, their experience points soaring rapidly. Boom, a familiar brilliant golden light enveloped Zhao Yuan as he leveled up to 17. Equipped with the SSS tier sanction coat, Zhao Yuan's leveling speed was comparable to that of a pure mage with an S tier skill. Mages possessed wide-ranging magical skills that could kill at least hundreds of ferocious beasts with a single spell, though their own health was perilously low, making them easy targets for instant kills in the apocalyptic game. Su Yuxian also reached level 17, the tank's main cannon in the fixed turret small missiles dealt area damage, which also sped up his leveling. Battle information: target killed, experience gained 6,325 points. Experience gained 7,523 points. Player level increased to LV17 in strength and constitution attributes plus 20, agility and intelligence attributes plus 5. Even the Lord level ice crystal spider seemed weak under the SSS tier sanction code, guaranteed to be scorched within a minute. Countless ice crystal spiders furiously surrounded the mechanical tank, violently striking its steel plates with their spikes. But this was an SS tier mechanical tank with armor so hard that Yun Ning's healing aura could keep the tank's durability within a safe range. Yun Ning commented, "The challenge of this first phase is undoubtedly the freezing state, but we simply ignored this deadly negative effect. The ice crystal spider's attributes are quite moderate, not too strong, so this first phase is essentially over." By the time all the ice crystal spiders were defeated, it was already 9 in the evening. Normally, players would need to set up tents and rest overnight, regaining their energy before continuing the next day to tackle the second phase. However, with Su Yuxian's mechanical tank, which was much warmer inside than outside, the four of them sat in the seats to rest and sleep. Meanwhile, Zhongwen's bone buffalo guarded outside, ensuring absolute safety. Under the night sky of Qingyun town, lights were dim. Some people rejoiced while others mourned. The public announcement of the disbandment of the Huahu Guild truly ignited the beginning of the internal strife. In a room of an inn, Lu Qingjun and Huang Xian met. Both were high-level players with exceptionally good equipment, almost exaggeratedly so, each tailored to their skill types. One had signed a system agreement with the Beautiful Country and the other a slavery treaty with the Sakura Country. Lu Qingjun took the initiative to speak to Kuzan. "Didn't have me assassinate during the Flame Demon invasion. Instead, he wanted me to stay hidden. At first, I couldn't figure out what I was waiting for, but now I might have some idea." Huang Xian looked at this man who, like himself, had embarked on a point of no return and responded, "You mean because the Huahu Guild lost and was disbanded?" "Exactly," Lu Qingjun affirmed. "I've come to know Takuzan quite well. He's a thorough scoundrel. I suspect Takuzan intends to use the 5 major guilds as a blade to ultimately turn against Zhao Yuan and his companions." Huang Xian was puzzled, but how did Takuzan determine that Qingyun town would fall into chaos? Could it be that Takuzan and Ebert are secretly promoting the internal strife among the 5 major guilds? Lu Qingjun had an epiphany. It's not just us, others in different regions have also signed system agreements, and these people have infiltrated the 5 major guilds. The long-standing enmity between the Huahu Guild and the Yusha Guild, could it be instigated internally by people from Tuazhan? Disguised as members of the Huahu Guild, Tuazhan's people assassinated players from Yusha, leading to an irreconcilable hatred. Huang Xian laughed and said, "No matter who remains from the 5 major guilds, their power will expand wildly, and once their power surges, they will covet Zhao Yuan's SSS tier skills. Human greed knows no bounds. Only then is it possible to kill the now fully formed Zhao Yuan, who also has assassins from the Beautiful Country and Sakura Country targeting him." Lu Qingjun sighed. "What a clever move. Zhao Yuan is undoubtedly doomed this time. The only variable is what scale Zhao Yuan's guild can reach during the 7-day protection period." Huang Xian walked towards the door of the inn, ready to return to his room, and finally said, "Just 7 days. The 5 major guilds took several years to advance to level 3 and accumulate their current foundation. What can be done in 7 days? Guild leaders Zhou Hong of the Meilan Guild and Li Xing of the Linfen Guild exchanged private messages. Is this coordinate information accurate?" Li Xing replied, "Of course, it's true. I've sent an assassin with high-level invisibility skills to scout the area. He was cautious enough not to approach too closely, only observing from a distance. He saw a large number of Shankue soldiers leaving the guild building to hunt ferocious beasts. These Shankue soldiers are exclusive to the Shangue Guild, so the information is accurate." Zhou Hong remained cautious and replied, "Is the person who gave you this coordinate information reliable?" Li Sheng, "What, are you worried it's a trap? This person was personally placed by me in the Shangue Guild and has been there for nearly 6 months. Absolutely reliable. Besides, since the guild coordinates have been exposed, whether it's a trap or not, we are bound together and we fear no traps." we'll just slaughter them all. Zhou Hong. Indeed, guild coordinates are absolutely confidential and cannot be used to set up traps. If we're to strike, it should be at dawn in a surprise attack, and this is without the protection of the war command system. Those who die will truly die. We will also suffer considerable losses. Li Sheng responded, I've calculated the time already. We'll charge in 20 minutes, arriving at 4 a.m., then use the troop deployment talisman. Losses are inevitable, we don't have much time. Wang Hanqing has already reincarnated 120,000 flame archers and 50,000 Banlan tigers, currently improving their average level. Once he bursts out another war command, our fate might be even more tragic than that of Huahu Bzhou Hong. Indeed, Wang Hanqing's archers wielding flaming bows must be among the stronger blue tier units, otherwise they couldn't have so effortlessly defeated Huahua while retaining half of their numbers. No one would guess that we were once brothers who had risked our lives for each other. We planned to swallow Qingyun Town whole. The players from the Milan and Linfen guilds secretly gathered and set off in the dead of night, heading towards the coordinates of the Shangua guild's building. The next day, Zhao Yuan's squad woke up early and continued to drive the mechanical tank, entering the second phase of the dungeon. Through the tank's lens, Zhao Yuan saw the ice on the road thinning, transforming into normal soil. Standing at the cave entrance were goats with unnervingly strange faces featuring both human facial traits and goat characteristics. Goatman stats: Lord level, LV 25, Strength, 1500 Constitution, 1500 Agility, 1500 Intelligence, 500 Skills. Frenzy chase. As the mechanical tank approached, all the goatmen fixed their gaze on it, their pupils red and corners of their mouths lifted in a bizarre semblance of a smile. Smile, I'll give you a reason to smile. Su Yushin pulled the trigger on the driving handle and the tank's main cannon roared, emitting a huge burst of recoil and dust, sinking slightly into the ground. Boom! The brass-colored shell hit the midst of the goatmen, instantly killing a swath of them with flesh and blood flying everywhere. Zhao Yuan also jumped out of the tank, activated his sword-drawing taunt, and charged into the crowd of monsters, turning on the active effect of his sanction coat draped in Yun Ning's fourfold aura. A 25-player dungeon, the quantity of monsters required 25 players to fight for 7 days and nights, a feat only possible for top-tier players. Less skilled teams might take 10 days or more, or simply perish in the onslaught. With a 2,300-meter force taunt, Zhao Yuan was instantly targeted by countless crimson eyes. Chase. The goatmen activated their chase skill, increasing their movement speed by more than 5 times, rapidly closing in on Zhao Yuan, trying to twist his head off with their hands. However, Zhao Yuan's defense was formidable, only a small amount of health was lost. In the next second, hundreds of goatmen activated the chase skill, swiftly closing in on Zhao Yuan and launching a terrifying barrage of attacks. Combat information: suffered frenzy skill damage, health reduced by 700 points, triggered SSS grade counterarmor, dealing 9,633 points of true damage. Triggered SSS grade counterarmor, dealing 8,652 points of true damage. As the goatmen furiously attacked, their own health bars plummeted rapidly, dying from the damage reflected back at them. Among the more than 50,000 level 25 elite goatmen, there were thousands of fierce giant goats, level 25 lord creatures. Zhao Yuan was surrounded, but every second a large number of goatmen were cleared from their health bars by the counter-armor. Zhao Yuan, draped in a black flame coat, had upgraded to a 1,000-meter severe burn domain after leveling up, paired with Yun Ning's blood-sucking aura. Even with 10 times more goatmen, Zhao Yuan could maintain 99% of his health. The sanction coat, combined with the blood-sucking aura, was truly a divine technique for farming monster waves. A few lord-level goatmen used the chase skill, their limbs hitting the ground, instantly rushing towards Zhao Yuan, attempting to break Zhao Yuan's neck with terrifying force, crush his skull and snap his limbs proved futile. Zhao Yuan didn't feel any pain at all. Instead, within a 1,000-meter radius, the goatmen were covered in what seemed to be lightweight black flames, visibly losing health. Battle information: the sanction coat activated, inflicting 7,655 points of severe burn damage per second to enemy units within a 1,000-meter radius. Blood absorbed: 191 points, 183 points, 199 points. Dense numbers of blood absorption appeared in the battle information. Even in critical condition, Zhao Yuan could instantly restore his health surrounded by thousands of fierce beasts. Zhongwen activated the SS-grade Bone Demon Possession, entering the battlefield as if playing a mowing game with only the Lord-level goatmen able to withstand 2 hits. members of the Milan and Leanthan guilds totaling 60,000 raided at night, quickly dealing with numerous monsters encountered along the way. Finally, as dawn approached, they located the Mountain Ghost Guild's headquarters. Zhou Hang and Li Shang, using the troop summoning talismans, teleported 70,000 blue troops of griffin beasts and 80,000 venomous spike wasps to the scene. A total of 60,000 players, along with 150,000 blue troops, launched a surprise attack while the Mountain Ghost Guild's troops were resting. This was a battle without system protection where real deaths could occur. At dawn, the Mountain Ghost Guild had only 80,000 Mountain Ogre troops and a few guild generals. Most players were resting in the inn. How could they possibly withstand an army of 210,000? Led by the top-tier powerhouses Zhou Hang and Li Shang, they forcefully demolished the walls of the Mountain Ghost Guild. In just 15 minutes, all 80,000 Mountain Ogres were slaughtered. By the time the guild leader of the Mountain Ghost Guild, Shu Ji, realized what was happening and summoned guild members to defend their headquarters, it was too late. This blitzkrieg made the Mountain Ghost Guild lose their bargaining chips and resistance. Zhou Hang, surrounded by pale blue lightning, declared, "Shu Ji, you are already defeated. If you continue to resist, your teammates will truly die. Alternatively, you can disband the Mountain Ghost Guild and cease resistance, then you and your teammates might survive." Shu Ji, looking at the corpses of mountain ogres, his years of hard work, responded, "Did you too really join forces just to split the resources? If the spoils aren't divided equally, won't you also become enemies fighting each other?" Li Shang replied with a smile, "That's no longer your concern. The great river flows eastward, washing everything away. You've already fallen off the competitive stage. Make your choice quickly. I don't mind killing all of you and taking your dear money and experience points, but after all, we are of the same kind. I'm not that cruel." Shu Ji turned his head to look at the members behind him. Most, fearful of death, had already teleported away, leaving only his trusted aides. "You've planted spies in my guild, haven't you? That's how you found out the coordinates of my guild's base. You've won, I am thoroughly convinced. I never expected you two to join forces and locate my guild's coordinates. All the guild's materials here are now yours, including the troop reincarnation pools." Following this, the Mountain Ghost Guild was stripped bare, with millions in guild materials, a vast amount of guild funds, experience points, and troop reincarnation pools being taken. The regional announcement declared, "The Mountain Ghost Guild has voluntarily disbanded." Zhongwen, who was in the middle of slaying a lord-level goatman, exclaimed in surprise, "Wasn't there a guild war and then a forced dissolution? Did the president choose to disband on his own? What's going on? With us clearing the new dungeon these past few days, has the outside world really become so turbulent?" Yun Ning also expressed her astonishment. "This is too fast. Could it be that by the time we clear the dungeon, only one guild will be left in Qingyun town? Is this the doing of Yu Xia or pressure from the other two guilds?" Zhao Yuan comforted her, "It doesn't matter. Our guild is developing rapidly. With generals of purple quality leading troops of pale gold quality, we can crush any enemy. We are now destroying the nearby ferocious beast forces to acquire guild materials. The average level of our pterosaur cavalry has reached level 7, Roar, a tyrant level." Goatman appeared before Zhao Yuan, marking the last barrier of the second stage. Zhao Yuan activated his sword-drawing taunt, and Zhongwen controlled a skeletal bone demon to collide head-on with the tyrant-level Goatman. With tens of thousands of elite Goatmen nearby, Zhao Yuan activated the severe burn domain, and, with a vampiric aura of 25%, he was healing tens of thousands every second. Fighting the tyrant-level Goatman was no difficulty at all, especially with an SSS-level taunt and counter-armor. The tyrant-level Goatman, with 3 pairs of curved demonic horns on its head, charged at Zhao Yuan, its arms sprouting numerous ferocious fangs, madly striking at Zhao Yuan's head. As Zhao Yuan's health began to decline, the true damage from his counter-armor was triggered, and the tyrant-level Goatman could not escape a death by counter-damage. With the death of the tyrant-level Goatman, Yun Ning and Zhongwen advanced to level 17, gaining attribute points. Zhao Yuan's own experience also reached 56% of level 17. The number of monsters that would normally require the strength of 25 people to kill in a whole day seemed insignificant before Zhao Yuan and his 3 companions, all of whom possessed wide-range attack capabilities plus an infinite mana regeneration aura. This second stage only took 5 hours in total, and everyone gained a massive amount of experience and skill proficiency. The higher the skill level, the more proficiency required for the next level, but Zhao Yuan, with his billionfold proficiency talent, could gain 18 times the proficiency. Therefore, not only did Zhao Yuan's skill upgrading speed not slow down, but it actually accelerated significantly. Even the highest level skill among Yun Ning and others does not exceed level 40, while Zhao Yuan, after completing this level 20 dungeon, could break his counter armor skill through to level 70. The upper limit for skill levels is 100, and after reaching level 100, skills can undergo an awakening to achieve a fundamental enhancement. Moreover, the talent of billions of times proficiency has removed the skill level cap for Zhao Yuan. Level 100 is no longer the endpoint. Even when facing SSS rank ability users, Zhao Yuan has his own advantages and can match any genius battle. Information: target killed 9980 experience points obtained. 8552 experience points obtained. Experience points obtained. Target killed, triggering the talent of billions of times proficiency. Current multiplier is 18 times. Using skills to kill fierce beasts, a total of 60,000 skill proficiency points, asterisk 18 times, were obtained. SSS rank counter armor increased by 3 levels. SSS rank draw sword taunt increased by 3 levels. SSS rank berserk increased by 4 levels. SSS rank punishment code increased by 6 levels. Zhao Yuan's team cleared the second phase of the dungeon, and after traveling some distance, they are about to start the third phase. The four of them boarded a mechanical tank, speeding up their travel by more than 6 times. Combat mounts are very precious items. Most are non-combat mounts, and one must dismount immediately upon entering combat. Yun Ning spoke up. My vampiric aura has now upgraded to level 21, adding 4% vampiric property. I guess that reaching level 100 could add up to 20% vampiric property, which is quite terrifying. As the vice president of the guild, Yun Ning could also check the development process of the guild. She opened the guild log. Pterosaur cavalry troops went out to hunt fierce beasts. Average level +04 food +900 units. Discovered a level 10 Monkey Mountain cave. The barracks commander led 3,915 units of Pterosaur cavalry. Destroyed the level 10 Monkey Mountain cave. Battle losses: 45 units of Pterosaur cavalry. Acquired 300,000 guild materials, 50,000 guild experience. Consumed 300,000 guild materials. Reincarnation pool output +750. Warning: catastrophic event triggered. Wind disaster incoming. The guild is in a protection period. Catastrophic event has ended. Current troop count is 4,620 units. Average level 7. Yun Ning exclaimed. Has our guild developed too quickly? How long has it been? We didn't even participate, and now we have developed 4,620 units of Pterosaur cavalry, Zhao Yuan explained. The reason is simple: the pale gold quality surpasses the overlord rank, and Pterosaur cavalry are rare aerial units. Encountering fierce beast forces, they can easily and with minimal losses complete the occupation. Whereas ordinary blue and purple troop types suffer heavy casualties during the occupation of fierce beast forces, in the end it might not be worth the cost, as the guild materials gained from occupying the forces might not even cover the losses of these troops. Adding a purple quality military NPC once the protection period ends, at least 40,000 units of Pterosaur cavalry could be reborn. Zhang Wen added, that's the minimal scenario. If we finish the dungeons early and significantly enhance our combat power, we can totally join the guild's troops. Together we can eliminate the wild beasts on the wastelands, which would accelerate the accumulation of guild resources. After completing the second phase, each of the 4 members gained a substantial amount of skill proficiency and leveled up. Suyu's SS grade mechanical tank skill level increased, making the tank's steel armor tougher and its firepower more formidable. After plundering the Mountain Ghost Guild, Zhou Hang and Li Shang obtained millions in guild resources. Instead of splitting it, all of it was given to Zhou Hang because his griffin troops were more powerful and could even be used as mounts in battles. Zhou Hang invested all the acquired guild resources into the troop reincarnation pool, producing 90,000 level 1 blue griffins. He said to Li Shang, during the blitz against the Mountain Ghost Guild, we lost 20,000 griffin units and your poison sting wasps lost 30,000 units. Only by launching such a costly offensive could we annihilate all 80,000 mountain brutes in 15 minutes. With the newly reincarnated griffins, we now have a total of 140,000 blue griffins, 50,000 blue poison sting wasps, and 60,000 players. Compared to the current range shelter, we have the upper hand, Li Shang responded while sitting beside. Although we have an advantage, it's not significant. Moreover, the flame archers are long-range troops with high damage output. Zhou Hang fiddled with the magic tome in his hands, faint arcs of electricity leaping between the pages. Right now we can't make any moves. We don't have a war order, nor do we have the coordinates of the Rain Shelter Guild. We can only continue developing our guild troops and increase the average level of this new batch of reincarnated griffins. Once we obtain the war order, we can launch the final battle. Li Sheng smiled. Once Rain Shelter is defeated, Charm Blue will become a level 4 guild with a membership limit of 300,000, and we can fully merge into one organization. It's said that when a town's player power is united, it triggers a hidden mission. Zhou Hang replied, even if there is a hidden mission, it's just icing on the cake. Let's focus on how to defeat Rain Shelter. As for the remnants of the Flower Tiger and Mountain Ghost guilds, they are too weak and unutilizable without their guild troops. It's impossible for them to rise again. Keep in mind, both guilds took 3 years to reach their current scale. Outside Qingyun town in the level 25 area, Huang Xian and Lu Qingjun teamed up, continuously hunting the nearby wild beasts. While wielding his sword, Huang Xian said, "I've got news." It turns out that Lin Fan and Charm Blue joined forces, mobilizing all their troops, and launched an overnight raid on the Mountain Ghost Guild headquarters. They wiped out all the blue-quality mountain brutes in a 15-minute blitz. Lu Qingjun, pulling his bow and shooting rune-glowing arrows, responded, "These two guilds joining forces makes sense, but how did they know the coordinates of the Mountain Ghost Guild? Could it be that Tuazhan was pushing this in the shadows? I see people under Tuazhan first joined Lin Fan Guild, then were sent to the Mountain Ghost Guild. That's a tough play, and how much time must it have taken?" Huang Xian spoke up. "When did Tuazhan start his plans in Qingyun town? In wars between nations, all tactics are fair game. If you can't win the war outright, you have to find ways to undermine the enemy's grassroots structure and create a talent gap in Xia country. Don't think of Tuazhan as omnipotent. Even he might not have anticipated this scenario." Zhao Yuan and the others reached the third phase of the dungeon, facing a surge of over 50,000 monsters. Corrupted ghoul stats: Lord level, LV 25 strength, 1600 constitution, 700 agility, 1600 intelligence, 700 skills, invisibility, backstab. These monsters appeared like human corpses that had been dead for many years, with ghastly pale skin and faces frozen in terror, dressed in tattered white clothes and wielding serrated daggers dripping with blood. "Is this an assassin-type monster?" "This is my first encounter," commented Zhong Wan. "Although the combination of invisibility and backstab seemed tricky, Suyu pointed out. One of us is a tank, one a skeletal demon, and one the strongest shield. Even with high damage, invisibility and backstab can't penetrate us." Yun Ning's fourfold aura was always active, her SS grade mana recovery aura allowing her to be self-sufficient. Even with continuous use of the 4 auras, her mana remained at 100%. This is just the second day into the dungeon, and we've already reached the third phase. "Perhaps it won't be long before we clear it," Zhao Yuan added. "And the toughest boss fights for me are actually easier. Normal players spend 7 to 8 hours to drain a final boss's health, and any mistake could wipe the team. But my SSS grade thorns can reflect true damage based on the attacker's attributes. Facing the ultimate boss, I might only need half an hour. The stronger the boss, the quicker it dies." Zhao Yuan glanced at his status bar. Health aura, increases health cap by 40,000, health. Regeneration aura, restores 3,000 health per second. Mana regeneration aura, restores 1,500 mana per second. Vampirism aura, plus 4% lifesteal. Berserker, restores 1% of maximum health per second. After numerous battles, Yun Ning's skill levels continued to rise, along with her intelligence, attack attributes, and even the special effects of her equipment. These 4 auras had become terrifyingly powerful, and it was anyone's guess what kind of aura skill Yun Ning would acquire once she reached level 20. Zhao Yuan always had the effect of his sanction code active, donning a black flame coat, using his sword draw taunt, turning into a blur as he charged into the horde of corpse ghosts. As he drew closer, Zhao Yuan could see more clearly. The Lord-level corpse ghosts numbered in the thousands, and it was uncertain when a Supreme Lord-level corpse ghost might emerge. Each second phase had 1 Supreme Lord-level creature, and at least 2 would appear in the third phase. Suddenly Zhao Yuan's vision cleared. The corpse ghosts in front of him vanished, but he could still see clear footprints and hear the sounds of their movements. In the next second, countless daggers appeared from behind Zhao Yuan, accompanied by a fierce wind violently striking at his back. Clang, clang, numerous corpse ghosts revealed themselves from their invisibility, their serrated daggers striking against Zhao Yuan as if they were hitting steel, clearly breaking upon impact. It turns out the backstab skill was a short-range teleport skill appearing behind the target to inflict lethal damage. Zhao Yuan analyzed. The difficulty of this stage had clearly increased a lot even for top-tier player teams facing this terrifying combination of group invisibility and group teleport backstab skills. They could be instantly killed, especially when the frontline players couldn't hold aggro, leaving the more vulnerable players in the team exposed to the concentrated backstab attacks of hundreds of invisible assassins. Yun Ning spoke from within the tank. This level is indeed very tough. These assassin type monsters are truly a nightmare for players. However, these assassin-type monsters have very low health, so as long as we withstand the first wave of invisibility plus backstab, one skill can take them out. That means, as long as we withstand the damage from the corpse ghosts, we can pass through in a shorter time than the previous two phases. Zhao Yuan's level 36 sanction coat, once activated, covered an area of 1,200 meters, with black flames slowly rising like flowing water sticking to the corpse ghosts. The health bars of the corpse ghosts plummeted. Although they were strong in attack, their own health and defense were too weak to withstand the severe burn damage of the sanction domain for 7 seconds. Battle info. Activating SSS-level sanction coat, inflicting 8,559 points of severe burn damage per second to enemy units within 1,200 meters. Absorbing 256 points of health. 221 points. 199 points, hit by backstab skill, health decreased by 3621 points, triggering SSS level Thorn Armor, dealing 15,000 true damage. Puff, puff. The corpse ghosts using backstab attacks on Zhao Yuan were instantly killed by the true damage retaliation. They seemed to be rushing to their deaths, turning invisible, then backstabbing Zhao Yuan only to be annihilated themselves. But Zhao Yuan's health was also dropping fast, reduced by 15% in an instant from the constant backstabbing. However, in the next second, a massive amount of health absorption effects refilled his health bar. The damage from the sanction coat could absorb health, and the true damage from retaliation also had a 4% lifesteal effect, locking Zhao Yuan's health at 99%. Zhao Yuan's experience points skyrocketed. The Lord rank level 25 corpse ghosts providing a substantial amount of experience and skill proficiency. After this third phase, he was certain to level up to 18. Although Zhongwen's SS level bone demon attachment had a cooldown, he summoned it immediately without reservation. After all, using skills was the only way to gain proficiency in them. Zhongwen used his S-level bone summoning to awaken the bones of the Lord level corpse ghosts. Now Zhongwen's limit for bone summons was 3,000. The 3 skill slots of the bone demon attachment could be freely chosen. As long as they were skills of the internal bone units, they could be combined at will. Zhongwen chose invisibility, backstab and earth split as his 3 skills, instantly transforming into a supreme lord level terrifying assassin. Invisibility. Zhongwen was covered by huge bone fragments, becoming the heart of the skeleton bone demon. The bone demon's form vanished, hiding among the group of monsters. Backstab. The skeleton bone demon teleported behind a lord-level ghoul and pierced its back with a dagger formed from bone shards. Earthsplit. At the same time, the bone demon stomped on the ground, causing area damage and adding a stun effect. It nearly slew a full-health lord ghoul. Zhongwen exclaimed excitedly, "I have mastered the essence of the SS-grade bone demon possession." Zhao Yuan responded, "I see it too. You've transformed into a dominator-level assassin," Zhongwen replied. "Exactly, the bone demon possession not only allows me to have combat power and not be easily killed by enemies at close range, it also allows me to freely combine skills. As long as it is a skill possessed by bone units, I can embed it into the bone demon's skill bar, and as the skill level increases, the bone demon's skill bar will expand. In the later stages, I can even combine various boss skills. I can be an assassin, a mage, or even a priest," Yun Ning added, "but the prerequisite is that you can kill various bosses. With our team's combined effort, you will be able to acquire more and more boss skills." 3 hours later, the ghouls at the scene were almost completely slaughtered. With a vampiric aura, everyone fought very casually, easily regaining health. A ghoul with the silhouette of a young girl emerged from the shadows, dressed in tattered red clothes, barefoot on the hard ground, her face shadowed, making her features indistinct. Blood-clothed ghoul quality. Dominator level, LV 25 strength, 2100. Constitution, 1000 agility, 2100 intelligence, 1000 skills. Invisibility, backstab, howl, tendon picking, regardless of the enemy's skills. Zhao Yuan always starts with drawing sword taunt, imposing a taunting status on the enemy. The blood-clothed ghoul disappeared and instantly appeared behind Zhao Yuan. Instead of raising a dagger, it opened its mouth and let out a sharp, miserable howl. Covered by the howl, Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen both fell into a 3-second confusion state. In this confused state, players' actions become distorted. When they want to move forward, their bodies move to the left. When they want to attack, their bodies just stand there dazed. At this moment, Zhao Yuan did not have immunity to control abilities and fell into a 3-second confused state, which, unlike stun, affected his actions differently. Dizzy and vulnerable, Zhao Yuan was jolted awake when attacked, unable to escape his negative state no matter how much more he was bombarded. The blood-soaked ghoul's arm turned into a blur, a sword aimed directly at Zhao Yuan's neck, intending to sever his carotid arteries. The ghoul's attack was swift, hitting Zhao Yuan with a tendon-picking skill. A wound appeared on Zhao Yuan's neck, gushing blood, while a similar wound appeared on the ghoul, its health dropping by 1/6. A battle info: suffered tendon-picking skill damage, health decreased by 18%, triggered SSS-grade counter armor causing 35,000 real damage, drained 1,400 health points. Now in a state of confusion, his actions were uncontrollable. Su Yuxian's fixed turret madly fired at the blood-soaked ghoul, and tank main guns shot out massive brass-colored shells covering the ghoul. Protected by his teammates' damage immunity, Zhao Yuan was unharmed by the artillery fire. After 3 seconds, the confusion ended, and Zhao Yuan regained normalcy. With few regular ghouls around, he deactivated the active effect of his punitive coat. Relying on the passive health regeneration of the berserker, Zhongwen controlled the skeleton bone demon using stealth plus backstab to approach the ghoul from behind, practicing a taste of its own medicine, as the skeleton bone demon was far superior in attributes. Zhao Yuan, relying on his SSS-grade berserker passive along with the regenerative aura and blood drain effects, quickly recovered his lost health. Zhao Yuan remarked this blood-soaked ghoul could kill itself with just 6 swords due to the backlash from real damage. Such assassin-type sovereign-class creatures are like Grim Reapers before ordinary players, taking a life with each strike, and it even cost me 18% of my health. It took Zhao Yuan only 5 minutes to slay the sovereign-class blood-soaked ghoul under the counter-effects of real damage. With each strike, the ghoul lost 1/6 of its health and it couldn't escape, forced into a taunting battle, desperately attacking Zhao Yuan until its demise. Boom! With the fall of the sovereign-class ghoul, Zhao Yuan was enveloped in brilliant golden light, leveling up to 18, just 2 more levels to acquire a new cornerstone ability. Zhongwen was also close to reaching level 18, while the other 3 were still at level 17, making Zhao Yuan the only one at level 18. Battle info: killed a sovereign-class blood-soaked ghoul, gained 90,000 experience points, player level up to 18, strength and constitution increased by 20 points, agility and intelligence by 5 points. Killing the target triggered talent of billionfold proficiency, current multiplier at 19 times. Using skills, killing the target, total skill proficiency gained 120,000 points, * 19 times. SSS grade counter armor upgraded by 3 levels, SSS grade sword drawing taunt upgraded by 3 levels, SSS grade berserker upgraded by 5 levels, SSS grade punitive coat upgraded by 5 levels. After upgrading the counter armor skill by 3 levels, the passive provided nearly 10,000 points increase in both magic and physical defense. Currently, Zhao Yuan's physical defense is at 180,000, while his magic defense stands at 170,000. Additionally, his SSS-level berserker status has advanced by 5 levels, increasing his health by nearly 20,000 points. The coverage of the sanction coat has expanded to 700 meters, and the range of the sword draw taunt has also been enhanced, though the taunt duration seems to be fixed at 30 seconds and hasn't changed for many levels. Zhao Yuan's skills have essentially taken shape. When facing beast tides, he can activate the sanction coat to burn a wide area of fierce beasts, clearing them out swiftly. When dealing with highly powerful overlord creatures, by shutting off the sanction coat and relying on true damage from counter armor, he can also achieve rapid kills. Thus, regardless of the situation, Zhao Yuan appears very composed. Dungeon information: the total time taken to pass the 3 stages is 16 hours with 4 participants, and the secret condition has been successfully triggered. The team leader can now select the hidden difficulty for the 4th stage, Nightmare, Hell or Abyss. Warning: the difficulty of the hidden levels is extremely high, but clearing them will yield incredibly valuable rewards, so choose wisely. Zhao Yuan spoke up. There's even a hidden difficulty option, without the usual normal, elite and hard options. Does that mean this dungeon's actual difficulty is just hard? Yun Ning cautiously said, the higher the difficulty, the more precious the rewards, but the danger also multiplies. Moreover, this is a 25-person dungeon and we've been only 4 from the start. Zhongwen rubbed his buzzcut. A nightmare level seems quite easy for us. The real choice is between hell and abyss. Su Yuxian took off his glasses and wiped them with a special handkerchief, saying, I believe we can take on the hardest, the abyss level, because as long as Zhao Yuan can withstand the boss's attacks, we can rely on SSS-level counterarmor to kill the final boss. We don't need to worry about output, it's naturally sufficient. The only thing we need to consider is survival, and I have a skill that I haven't had the chance to use yet, which is the S-level mechanical repair. Zhao Yuan instantly understood Su Yuxian's idea. You mean relying on your mechanical tank to help me withstand the boss's attacks, then using that gap for Berserker to regenerate health? Su Yuxian snapped his fingers. Exactly. With Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen's skeleton bone demon and my mechanical tank, in fact, it's about spreading the damage across 3 units. This way we can rely on the SSS counterarmor's true damage to kill the final boss. Yun Ning interjected, the final boss of the abyss level might not spread damage. Creatures of this caliber are highly intelligent and aren't easy to fool. Zhongwen countered, even if the boss is intelligent, we can still form a tripartite damage sharing. We just need to agree on some details in advance. First, let Zhao Yuan withstand the final boss's damage, then when Zhao Yuan's health drops to 50%, I'll activate Possession Bone Demon to take on the boss. When my skeleton bone demon's health is failing, then retreat into the mechanical tank, which has very high durability. That should be enough for Zhao Yuan to fully recover his health, then we just keep repeating, Su Yuxian added. Once the skilled mechanical tank reaches level 20, I can summon 2 tanks at the same time. However, the power and ammunition consumption of the 2 tanks require mana to maintain. Even with a mana regeneration aura, I cannot power both tanks simultaneously, but if I use the tanks just as a safety pod to resist the boss for a moment, the mana consumption is acceptable. Even if the mechanical tanks are destroyed, the cooldown time is very short and I can quickly summon another one, Zhao Yuan decisively said. Alright, let's choose the hardest, the abyss level. Dungeon info. The player team has selected abyss difficulty, preparing to enter the final stage. Although Zhao Yuan chose the abyss difficulty, there was still a long way to go, so the 4 of them once again boarded the mechanical tanks and headed for the final area. The magma mountain range had now become a leveling area for level 25 players. The monsters nearby all had lava attributes. Just by bringing a few water or ice mages, their leveling speed would be greatly increased. A female ice mage looked towards the distant towering volcano and said, wasn't this volcano dormant? Why do I see heat emanating from the crater? Her teammate hearing this looked towards the volcano and said, indeed there's a subtle heat being emitted. Could it be that this volcano is awakening? When the flame demon died, this largest active volcano was supposed to have become completely dormant. Let's kill these few lava dogs and then return to Qingyun town. After all, we've used up all the mana potions we brought with us. A strange bird with the face of an old man stood on the edge of the active volcano, and as its gaze extended downward, one could see a majestic silhouette slumbering at the bottom of the magma. Meanwhile, the main strategies of the Milan Guild and the Yusha Guild were to develop their guild troops, with all the players in the guild joining the troop forces. They would explore the areas around the guild buildings, and the wilderness was never short of ferocious beasts. As soon as they found a monster tribe with a certain level of intelligence, they would launch an attack, destroy the entire tribe and loot all their resources to convert into troops. However, the wilderness was fraught with danger and the encounters could be with monster tribes of level 10-15 or more likely ferocious beast powers of level 20-25. At a minimum, there were 200,000 ferocious beasts, and the beast leaders were not lacking in wisdom. Thus, the development of these 2 guilds was actually very slow, with expenses exceeding income, and many troops died in the process of conquering these beast powers. Even with the addition of player teams, it was equally difficult, and both guilds had long passed their protection periods. Therefore, it was essential to keep a certain number of troop units to protect the guild's base. With a bit of bad luck, encountering a powerful beast power in the wilderness could lead to the death of the entire troop army, including the players. The highest known level around Qingyun town was level 30, but some unexplored foggy areas might contain dangers of levels 35 or 40. after a busy day both the Milan and Yuxia guilds, despite the casualties, managed to increase their forces by over 200 units. However, in stark contrast, Zhao Yuan's Juebing guild, possessing superior pale gold tier troops, has dramatically cleared the surrounding monster forces after leveling up, adding at least 500 units daily. On a good day, the addition of over 1,000 Wyvern cavalry units was not out of reach. Zhao Yuan and his 3 companions rode in a mechanical tank for about 30 minutes, eventually arriving at the grand and ancient main gate of a great hall. The gate was tightly shut, its surface engraved with numerous symbols bearing religious connotations. Zhao Yuan spoke, opening this door, we enter the final stage of the abyss difficulty. Let's proceed with the plan we agreed upon in the tank. With a creak, Zhao Yuan, using one arm, pushed open the heavy door. Despite the lack of any visible light sources, the interior of the hall was surprisingly bright. At the center lay a huge, bizarre figure that opened its eyes as soon as Zhao Yuan opened the door. Bang! The door behind them closed automatically and the dungeon information appeared. Entered the final stage of the abyss level. No exit midway. Warning: a king-level creature has awakened. Extremely dangerous. Is king level. This must be a rank above the overlord level, Yun Ning said with a grave expression. What a terrifying aura! Even though my body is half digitized, I feel an urge to kneel before this creature, exclaimed Su Yuxian. Yun Ning and Su Yuxian immediately retreated to the farthest corner of the hall. Yun Ning's task was to protect herself while applying a fourfold aura effect to the others. Su Yuxian abandoned the idea of attacking, leaving it all to Zhao Yuan's SSS tier counter armor. Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen faced the king-level creature, Ghost-Face Demon quality. King level, LV 25 strength, 5,000 constitution, 5,000 agility, 5,000 intelligence, 1,000 skills, punch charge, bloodthirsty fist, mountain crushing fist. The Ghost-Face Demon, towering over 25 meters, had a dark green wrinkled skin and wore a cow bone mask with downward curving black horns hiding human pupils underneath. 5,000 strength, constitution and agility, and just by the names these skills sound incredibly powerful, Zhongwen remarked. Even with 3 health bars, the Ghost-Face Demon, though only 25 meters tall, made Zhao Yuan certain that even the 20-meter-tall overlord creatures would unconditionally submit before it. With thoughts racing, Zhao Yuan commanded Zhongwen, back off a bit. The punch charge is clearly a piercing skill, bloodthirsty fist and mountain crushing fist seem to be area of effect abilities. Zhao Yuan then moved forward, activating his draw sword taunt and dashed towards the Ghost-Face Demon, applying a 30-second taunt effect. Fortuitously, his SSS tier skill was equally effective against a king-level creature, maintaining a full 30 seconds of taunt control without any reduction. Zhao Yuan gripped his blue quality shield with both hands, bracing for the attack of the Ghost-Face Demon. Blood Fiend Fist. The Ghost-Face Demon's fists were wrapped with heavy chains resembling a pair of gauntlets. As he leaped into the air in an instant, he positioned himself above Zhao Yuan and began to furiously unleash crimson punches. The dense barrage of punches rained down on Zhao Yuan, causing his health to rapidly decrease until the Blood Fiend Fist skill ended. In just 3 seconds, the Ghost-Face Demon had thrown dozens of punches, reducing Zhao Yuan's health by 32%. Not bad. If I can withstand it, I have a chance to kill. Zhao Yuan spoke in the team chat. Combat information: suffered damage from Blood Fiend Fist skill, health reduced by 32%, triggered SSS grade reactive armor, dealing 55,000 points of true damage, absorbed 2200 health, absorbed 251 health, absorbed 263 health. The first health absorption was 4% of the true damage from the reactive armor, while the subsequent minor absorptions were from the passive burn damage of the punishment wind coat. Zhao Yuan was now in a crippled state, with his movement speed reduced by 35% for 5 seconds. Puff, clear fist imprints appeared on the Ghost-Face Demon, reducing 1/7 of its first health bar. Zhao Yuan drank a high-quality health potion and his Berserker passive restored 1% of his health per second, supplemented by Yun Ning's healing aura. His health visibly increased and Zhao Yuan completely abandoned attacking, focusing solely on withstanding the boss's assaults to counterattack and kill it. When it came to enduring hits, Zhao Yuan was exceptionally skilled. While enduring the bombardment of the Ghost-Face Demon's fists, Zhao Yuan continually adjusted the angle of his shield to minimize the damage taken. However, the punches were too fast and Zhao Yuan could only perfectly block the first with his shield, struggling to keep up with the subsequent blows. The Ghost-Face Demon, puzzled, glanced at its own wounds and then at the ethereal thorn armor appearing on Zhao Yuan. It quickly realized it was hurt by the reactive armor, but it was controlled by a 30-second taunt, unable to change its attack target and compelled to focus all its strength on Zhao Yuan. Rush Punch. The ghost-faced demon moved its body enveloped in a bloody aura, transforming into an afterimage as it instantly sprinted towards Zhao Yuan and landed a punch on his face. Zhao Yuan was sent flying backward, rolling continuously even after hitting the ground. He was somewhat dazed, the pain spreading across his face. The earlier Blood Fiend fist was mostly blocked by the shield, so the pain wasn't as intense, but now the ghost-faced demon directly targeted Zhao Yuan's weak spot, almost causing him to drop his shield. Zhao Yuan's SSS-grade reactive armor triggered, and a ghostly thorn armor appeared on his body. The ghost-faced demon's fist seemed to be pierced by thorns, constantly bleeding. The ghost-faced demon's health decreased by another 7th, while Zhao Yuan's health decreased by 16%. The damage from Rush Punch wasn't as high as Blood Fiend Fist, but it included a rushing effect. Zhao Yuan shook his head to stay alert, however the cooldown interval of the ghost-faced demon's skills was absurdly short. It was ready to unleash Blood Fiend Fist again. This time, the ghost-faced demon furiously launched crimson punches, aiming at tricky angles, targeting areas outside Zhao Yuan's shield. Zhao Yuan's health rapidly plummeted, while the SSS rank true damage counterarmor was successfully triggered. The health of the ghost-faced demon drastically dropped again, and in the pupils of the human eyes beneath the enemy's skull mask, Zhao Yuan saw a hint of contemplation and intelligence. In an instant, Zhao Yuan realized that the ghost-faced demon had figured out his team's tactics, relying on the damage from the counterarmor to deal damage. The ghost-faced demon's choice was simple: to kill Zhao Yuan before being killed by the counterarmor effect. Given the health of both sides, the choice of the ghost-faced demon was undoubtedly correct. As the 30-second taunting duration ended, Zhao Yuan's health dropped to 45%, and he quickly activated the active effect of his white artifact, then Zhong. When charged forward using his SS rank Bone Demon possession, his skin crawled with eerie and sinister symbols and his body was covered with countless bone shards, becoming the heart of the skeleton Bone Demon. After killing the Overlord-level Blood Cloak female ghost, Zhongwen naturally used the S-rank bone summoning to awaken the bones of the Blood Cloak female ghost. As a result, Zhongwen also acquired the skills of the Blood Cloak female ghost, selecting 3 control skills: Earth Split, Howl and Repel. Zhongwen used the Earth Split, Howl and Repel skills to frantically delay the attacks of the ghost-faced demon, buying time for Zhao Yuan to regenerate health, even if Zhongwen was captured by the ghost-faced demon and bombarded with a series of powerful punches, he could survive, as the attributes of the skeleton Bone Demon were very high, capable of withstanding at least 3 Blood Fiend Fist skills. Zhao Yuan had 4 types of health regeneration effects: the health potion he drank, the madman's passive, the regeneration aura, and the active effect of the white artifact. Therefore, it took less than 30 seconds for his health to recover to over 95%, and now Zhongwen, not to mention lasting 30 seconds, could even hold out for 90 seconds. Every time the ghost-faced demon tried to bypass Zhongwen to attack Zhao Yuan, one of the 3 control skills, Earth Split, Howl or Repel, would hit him. Su Yuxian said in the team chat, "It seems my mechanical tank isn't needed. After every beast-tied Zhongwen replaces his bone units each battle, making him stronger." Yun Ning cautiously said, "This ghost-faced demon is very intelligent. The worst outcome would be if it attacks us too directly during Zhao Yuan's taunting control interval." Su Yuxian replied, "No worries, I have my mechanical tanks. I can now summon 2, one for protection and 1 for Zhao Yuan, and the others as a safety pod." After Zhao Yuan's health was fully restored, he took over from Zhongwen, withstanding the attacks of the ghost-faced demon under the effects of the SSS grade drawsword taunt. Even a king-level creature could only be toyed with, attacking Zhao Yuan recklessly, each punch reducing its own health by 1/7, yet unable to control itself. Mountain Crushing Fist. The demon-faced monster suddenly leaped up, launching a powerful punch that not only left Zhao Yuan reeling but also caused giant rock spikes to burst from the ground within a 20-meter radius, creating a terrifying scene. However, this punch only depleted 36% of Zhao Yuan's health, a manageable loss. Now all 3 abilities of the king-level creature, the demon-faced monster, were revealed. The Sprint Punch, which added extra damage; the Blood Fury Punch, a combo attack that could somewhat control the angle of its shadow punches; and the Mountain Crusher Punch, the most damaging, with a range of 20 meters, capable of annihilating groups. One punch could decimate players standing close together, impaling them on the spikes erupting from the ground. The unknown is always the most formidable enemy, but knowing the skills of the demon-faced monster Zhao Yuan became even calmer. Crack. The demon-faced monster's bullhorn mask cracked, half of it shattered, leaving the other half still covering its face because it had lost a segment of its health bar. As a result, the crimson evil aura around the monster intensified, boosting its attack power. Zhao Yuan, when his health was no longer robust, would switch places with Zhongwen's skeletal demon. Although the skeletal demon had a time limit, given the current rate of health loss, it was unlikely for the demon-faced monster to last 30 minutes until the skeletal possession ended. However, Zhongwen's self-healing properties were quite low, and with the monster's increased damage due to its loss of health and enhanced evil aura, sometimes it couldn't help Zhao Yuan withstand the damage. At such times, Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen would retreat into the mechanical tank. Zhongwen's skeletal possession could change size and even form a set of bone armor around him, allowing him to fit inside the mechanical tank. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Yuan, sitting inside the mechanical tank, heard the steel plates of the tank denting under the monster's furious punches. During this assault, Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen continuously healed themselves, quickly consuming high-quality healing potions as soon as they cooled down. Su Yuxian, from inside a second mechanical tank in the corner, remarked, "My S-class mechanical repair can quickly increase the tank's durability, but I need to be close to use this skill." Yun Ning responded, "That's enough for now. A single tank's armor can withstand the demon-faced monster for at least 45 seconds, and with Zhao Yuan's Mad Berserker recovering 45% of his health, let alone the other overlapping healing effects." Looking at the dense punch marks all around, Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Why has it stopped? My sword draw taunt isn't ready yet. Could it be that the demon-faced monster is?" Boom! Having broken free from the extremely irritating taunt control, the demon-faced monster used its sprint punch, targeting the tank where Yun Ning and the others were, and started furiously pounding its steel armor. Su Yuxian immediately reassured the team over the group chat, "Don't panic, we're fine. Even with its full force, it will take more than 45 seconds to break through, and I still have my S-class mechanical repair skills." Su Yuxian then took out a special firearm from his toolkit, a laser spray gun designed for mechanical repairs. Using his S-class mechanical repair skills, he held the sci-fi styled spray gun, continuously repairing the tank itself. The durability of the mechanical tank, which was rapidly dropping, began to recover quickly, now able to withstand at least another 90 seconds. And in less than 12 seconds, Zhao Yuan's sword draw taunt was ready again. Just like that, Zhao Yuan's team formed a three-way damage sharing formation, relying on the unique traits of their skills to achieve a plan that existed only in conjecture. Although the ghost-faced demon knew that Yun Ning was the key person and that killing her would cause the aura effects on the other three to vanish, with the mechanical tank and bone demon skills no longer able to be cast, these people would also die under its fists. However, the SSS-ranked quick draw taunt was truly an insoluble problem. The mighty king-level creature was now down to its last bar of health. Its bullhorn mask completely shattered, revealing a human's cold face. Battle information: Ghost-faced demon loses its second health bar, its evil aura reaches the highest stage, enhancing its damage. Hit by the mountain-crushing fist, health reduced by 50%, triggers SSS-ranked thorn armor, dealing 65,000 true damage, absorbed 2600 health. 256 health. 226 health. The less health the ghost-faced demon had, the heavier its evil aura became and the higher the true damage from the thorn armor. In this state, the ghost-faced demon couldn't throw many punches before being killed by the reflected true damage, but Zhao Yuan couldn't withstand many punches either. Seeing his health drop to 9%, Zhao Yuan activated the Berserker's active effect, which had a 24-hour cooldown, instantly healing all injuries. At the same time, Zhao Yuan activated the Barbarian Outfit's sturdy body effect, immunizing him from the enemy's crippling blood fist. Finally, under the alternating damage sharing of Zhao Yuan, the Bone Demon, and the two mechanical tanks, the Ghost-faced Demon was killed by its own reflected attacks. When its health bar hit 0, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it hadn't died, the outcome could very well have been reversed. After all, Zhao Yuan's Berserker active effect had a 24-hour cooldown. The body of the Ghost-faced Demon thunderously fell, and Zhongwen immediately cast an S-ranked bone summoning, awakening the bones of the Ghost-faced Demon. My heavens! The bones of a king-level creature. Zhongwen jumped excitedly on the spot, although it only had 50% of the Attributes: when combined with another 3,000 units of bone creatures, it rounded up to being equivalent to having a full-fledged king-level summon. What's more, I still have the bone demon possession, allowing me to merge with a king-level creature. Boom, a brilliant golden light splashed over the four of them. In the abyss difficulty, after the death of a king-level creature, the experience granted was naturally extremely generous. Battle information: killed a king-level creature, gained 260,000 experience points. Player level increased to 19, 56%. Strength and constitution increased by 20 points, agility and intelligence by 5 points. Upon defeating the target, Zhao Yuan triggered a talent that multiplies his proficiency by 1,000,000,000, currently at a multiplier of 20 times. Using skills to defeat the target, he gained a total of 160,000 points in skill proficiency, * 20 times. His SSS-level counter armor increased by 3 levels, SSS-level quick draw taunt by 3 levels, SSS-level berserker by 4 levels, and SSS-level punitive coat by 5 levels. As the battle information streamed in, Zhao Yuan soared from level 18 to 56% of level 19, he was only 44% away from reaching level 20, at which point he could undergo a second transformation and gain a new foundational ability. Then came the thrilling moment of opening the loot box. After enduring such a lengthy dungeon which almost turned Qingyun town upside down, the goal was to obtain the dungeon gift box. After clearing it, dungeon information: dungeon cleared, total time 35 hours. 4 participants, abyss level difficulty, scoring and process. The player team received an SSS rating for abyss level difficulty and the dungeon gift boxes were being distributed. Global announcement: the level 20 dungeon clearing record has been refreshed. The current record is hidden difficulty, abyss, with an SSS rating. Global announcement: the level 20 dungeon clearing record has been refreshed. The global announcement sounded 3 times, but the 4 players paid no mind, each holding a beautifully crafted wooden box that seemed to be carved from silvery white wood. Zhao Yuan opened the SSS-rated dungeon gift box and a gentle modeled halo spilled from the box. The player obtained level 20 blue equipment, 8-piece set, thick earth bell, blue talisman, pet secret realm key, pale gold, 2 campaign orders, 2,500 troop reincarnation charms, 50 million copper coins, 10 medium proficiency potions, and 50 free attribute points. And this was just Zhao Yuan's reward. The other 3 players each received items suitable for themselves from their SSS-rated clearance gift boxes. Zhao Yuan saw that the task of defeating the ghost in his taskbar was automatically checked and the reward was the pale gold quality pet secret realm key which appeared inside the dungeon gift box. All 4 players were overjoyed, their eyes gleaming as they reviewed their rewards. First was the 8-piece set of level 20 blue equipment. The player's equipment slot had 9 spaces because this set's weapon was a 2-handed shield occupying both the weapon and offhand slots, so it was an 8-piece set, but Zhao Yuan was still at level 19, unable to wear this level 20 set just yet. Then there was the blue quality talisman, thick earth bell with level 1 properties, upgradable, including plus 5,000 health, plus 150 physical defense, plus 150 magical defense, plus 25 resistance, and a special effect. When activated, it provides a 5% damage reduction effect for 3 minutes with a cooldown time of 10 minutes. These were just the level 1 properties which could be continuously upgraded using copper coins, enhancing the base attributes and active effects. Talismans were already rare and blue quality talismans even more so, but among all the rewards the pale gold quality pet secret realm key shone the brightest. Pet sanctuary key quality, pale gold effect. Upon activation, it randomly opens a passage to a sanctuary where you have the chance to encounter pale gold quality pets. War command, used to initiate a guild war without the option for the other side to refuse. Cannot be used on any target that has participated in a guild war within the last 3 days. 2,500 troop reincarnation symbols goes without saying. These can reincarnate 2,500 units of terrace or cavalry, significantly accelerating the development progress of the Crafty Soldiers Guild. Proficiency potion quality, medium effect. Upon use, grants 10,000 freely distributable skill proficiency points and 50 free attribute points, which Zhao Yuan naturally allocated all to his constitution. Now Zhao Yuan's attribute panel reads: name, Zhao Yuan level, LV 19, 46% per 100%. Health, 370000 magic, 2300 strength, 250 constitution, 450 agility, 110 intelligence, 110 physical attack, 2630 physical defense, 190000 magic defense, 180,000 talents, eternal blessing, unique, billionfold proficiency, unique. Current proficiency acquisition multiplier is 200 times keystone abilities, reflective armor LV70, SSS grade, berserker LV66, SSS grade, skills, sword draw taunt LV65, SSS grade taunt range 2800 meters taunt duration 30 seconds sanction code LV46, SSS grade. Passive effect 800 meter radius scorching domain active effect backpack contents, level 1 enhancement stone * 12 skill talisman, SSS grade dragon flamestone technique, troop command tiger talisman * 1 blue equipment, 9-piece set, war command * 2 troop reincarnation symbol * 2500 pet sanctuary key, pale gold, proficiency potion, medium, * 10 copper coins, 5,484 million competition coins, 335 magic treasure, thick earth bell LV1, blue, costume, barbarian bull costume, white, accessories, purple. Sha ring, purple, although all four of them have greatly improved it feels like. Zhongwen is the biggest beneficiary. A king-level summoned 3 powerful fist skills and Zhongwen also has the ability to use Bone Demon Possession for fusion. Zhao Yuan looked at the 10 bottles of medium proficiency potions in his backpack. After drinking them all he would gain 100,000 points of skill proficiency. Zhao Yuan is about to reach level 20 and he plans to save it to improve new skills. For these level 60 and above SSS grade skills, these 100,000 skill proficiency points would at most improve them by 1 level, which is not very noticeable. Zhao Yuan was the first to speak. Did you all get the pet sanctuary key? Yun Ning replied. It seems everyone got one. It was a reward from the mayor for the soul crushing task, all distributed in the dungeon gift box. My key is of purple quality, said Zhongwen. Su Yuxian. Same here, Zhao Yuan continued. Mine is of pale gold quality and this sanctuary is for individual entry. We will be separated from each other. Yun Ning, you'd better ensure you have enough combat power before you open this sanctuary key or it could be very dangerous. Su Yuxian, it's uncomfortable. I got a set of level 20 blue equipment but I'm only level 18. Still a distant 2 levels away from being able to wear it, Zhongwen said with a laugh. I'm content now. With a king level summon like the flame demon at the overlord level, I feel like I'm already one of the top contenders in my class. I'm off to thrash some opponents in the arena. Speaking of the arena, Zhao Yuan remembered that there was still a 1,000 unit troop reincarnation token in the first tier arena store that he hadn't bought yet. Once he reached level 20 he wouldn't be able to enter the first tier arena anymore. Soon after the 4 of them chose to exit the dungeon, it was about to turn night, and while the other 3 decided to go eat and fill their stomachs before heading to the arena store for several hours of duels, Zhao Yuan planned to first return to the guild headquarters and use up the 2,500 units of troop reincarnation tokens. Meanwhile, a recent global announcement had caused quite a stir across different national zones. Most players were baffled. What was this hidden difficulty? Weren't dungeon difficulties supposed to be fixed? How did this team, which set the new global record, trigger a hidden difficulty, an abyssal level SSS rating? Although I don't know the specifics, surely this is incredibly valuable. Side, when we try to tackle a dungeon, we can't even reach the final stage before we're slaughtered by mid-level monsters and forced to retreat, or else we'd lose our lives. How can these geniuses be so freakishly strong? Another player munching on popcorn laughed and said it must be a newbie player with freakishly good luck getting S or even SS level skills. How else could they have broken the global record? If I had S level skills I could do the same thing. Another player retorted, stop dreaming. The hidden score system in this apocalyptic game only ensures that the next skill won't be too low. It doesn't determine the final level of the skill, even if you are an SSS level talent. And the hidden score peaks, it only ensures that the next skill's minimum is S level. As for the maximum, that really depends on fate. The surrounding onlookers suddenly realized, so that's how it is. I always thought the hidden score determined the final level of the next skill, but it only ensures the minimum isn't poor, the maximum still depends on luck. This global announcement didn't even specify the country, so it's unclear which national zone's genius player it was. Zhao Yuan teleported back to the guild headquarters, and since it was almost night, most of the Pterosaur cavalry were lying down on the ground within the guild. as the levels of the pterosaur cavalry increased, the size of the pterosaurs grew and their rock-like gray-white scales became even more ancient and hard. With dragon blood in their veins, their upright pupils were filled with a wild aura. The barracks commander was nearby and immediately came forward to report, "Guild leader, the development of the guild is going smoothly. We will definitely be able to form a scale sufficient for self-protection before the protection period ends." This is a terrain map I drew myself. I wrote a pterosaur to scout the surrounding areas and marked some points of monstrous forces. Zhao Yuan took the map, thinking to himself that as a purple quality general, although the drawing wasn't very good, it was simple and clear. On this hand-drawn map, Zhao Yuan saw many points of monstrous forces, all marked with levels, numbers and races. "What is this?" Zhao Yuan asked, pointing at a red cross on the map. The barracks commander suddenly showed a complex expression and replied, "There lies a level 40 pureblood red dragon in slumber." "Pure blood? Are you sure it's pure blood? How did you survive?" exclaimed Zhao Yuan. Recalling the experience with a hint of fear, the barracks commander said, "At that time I didn't even see the red dragon. The pterosaur I was riding trembled all over. If it weren't for my group invigoration skill, I would have fallen to my death. Later I witnessed the red dragon leaving its lair to hunt nearby formidable beasts. The body of this red dragon was truly magnificent, as if it was a sculpture crafted by an artisan over a lifetime. Each scale on its body seemed meticulously calculated, even beautiful." Zhao Yuan nodded. "I understand. A dragon with such a form, even if it's not pure blood, is almost there. We absolutely must not approach this dragon lair before we grow stronger." Zhao Yuan patted the barracks commander on the shoulder. "You've worked hard." Following this, Zhao Yuan went to the center of the clearing to the troop reincarnation pool, choosing to use 2,500 troop reincarnation tokens. 2,500 units of level 5 pterosaur cavalry emerged, a notable advantage since newly reincarnated troops are usually just level 1. Zhao Yuan opened the guild panel. Level 2 guild, cunning soldiers, president, Zhao Yuan vice president, Yunning guild experience, 400,000 guild funds, 300,000 guild supplies, 0 guild troops, 6,412 units of pterosaur cavalry, pale gold, guild buildings, guild hall, warehouse, city wall, guild NPCs, steward, purple, barracks commander, purple, guild members, 4, limit 3,000. After using 2,500 troop reincarnation tokens, the total number of troops reached 6,412 units. These were pale gold troops, not those blue quality ones. Every 200,000 guild supplies could only reincarnate 500 units. The higher the quality of the troops, the more valuable the troop reincarnation token. There were also 1,000 tokens in the arena waiting for Zhao Yuan to purchase. The pale gold quality corresponds to king level, but obviously the pterosaur cavalry wouldn't have the exaggerated attributes of the demon with a ghost face. The guild's troops relied on numbers, a sea of people. Zhao Yuan went to the guild hall, which was rather quiet. The middle-aged steward respectfully said, "Has the president finished the dungeon journey? Will you join the pterosaur corps tomorrow?" Zhao Yuan nodded. "Yes, tomorrow our small team of 4 will join the pterosaur corps to conquer those level 20 formidable monstrous forces. Although just relying on the pterosaur cavalry we could destroy these monstrous tribes, but with our small team joining we can minimize troop casualties to the greatest extent." Actually, in a normal guild, steward class NPCs are much busier than generals. Tens of thousands of guild members come daily to undertake guild missions, to open the guild store, to contribute funds and supplies. All these tasks need a steward to handle them. Even the guild missions are managed by one NPC, while the guild store, contributions and warehouse each have their own assigned NPCs. However, the Ju Bing guild is quite unique with only 4 members, so the steward has quite a bit of free time. Nevertheless, the Dragonback cavalry members are intelligent enough to communicate with the steward. Zhao Yuan spoke up, "Don't worry, our guild will soon increase in numbers." It should. After handling the guild affairs, Zhao Yuan teleported back to Qingyun town. After making some quick purchases of food in the system mall to satiate his hunger, he headed to the arena. Zhao Yuan had realized that in such a small place like Qingyun town it was impossible for another S-rank skill user to appear. Meeting Su Yuxian was purely due to good fortune. Had there been another S-rank talent in Qingyun town, they would have surely emerged during the Flame Demon invasion and made it into the top 10 of the battlefield scoreboards. Thus, the only way to find new S-rank teammates was through the arena. Zhao Yuan aimed to be the strongest in the first-tier arena of Qingyun town, which would allow him to unlock matches with talents from other towns. Of course, S-rank skill users have their pride, so whether he could successfully recruit or invite them would depend on Zhao Yuan's own skills. Before starting the matchmaking, Zhao Yuan spent a few copper coins to inherit the level from a white-grade magical item to the thick earth bell. However, since upgrading a white-grade magical item costs less copper than a blue-grade, after successful inheritance the level of the thick earth bell was still much lower than level 17. The magical item inheritance was successful and the thick earth bell upgraded to level 7. Zhao Yuan still had over 54 million copper coins, all of which he poured into the blue-grade thick earth bell. After all, the copper spent on magical items could be inherited to new items, ensuring no loss. Spending 190000 copper coins, the thick earth bell upgraded to level 8. Spending 240,000 copper coins, it upgraded to level 9. Spending 330,000 copper coins? Spending 460,000 copper coins, in total he spent 52 million copper coins, and the blue-grade thick earth bell reached level 37, thick earth bell quality, blue level, LV37, upgradable, attributes, plus 50,000 health, plus 10,000 physical defense, plus 10,000 magical defense, plus 2,000 resistance effect. Upon activation grants an 8% damage reduction for 3 minutes with a cooldown of 10 minutes. After reaching level 37, upgrading further required spending over 3 million copper coins, wearing the level 37 thick earth bell. Zhao Yuan's health increased by 50,000 and both his physical and magical defenses increased by 10,000 each. Additionally, the active effect of the thick earth bell provides an 8% reduction in damage. Magical treasures are rare items. Among the 4-person team, only Yun Ning has obtained one. The attributes enhanced by upgrading the magical treasure are astonishing. Zhao Yuan's health is steadily approaching 400,000 as he enters the arena and selects to start matching. On the first tier platform, Zhao Yuan faces an opponent dressed in a mage's robe. After the 3-second countdown ends, several arrows intertwined with lightning shoot towards Zhao Yuan. Hit by the lightning arrows, the mage's health bar instantly disappears. The opponent is dumbfounded. Where's my health bar? He opens the combat information to check and sees a reflection of 9,632 points of true damage, while his own health is just over 8,000 points. Zhao Yuan's SSS grade counter armor reflects damage based on the opponent's attack type, including physical and magical attacks. If a mage player faces Zhao Yuan, they will be extremely passive, with low health and facing true damage reflection based on magical attacks. The outcome is almost instant defeat. Arena information: victory in the duel 4563 experience points gained, skill proficiency increased by 1225 points, asterisk 20, 55 competition coins earned, winning streak increased by +1. Zhao Yuan continuously matches and his winning streak keeps increasing. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuan's winning streak has reached 115 matches. After 1 hour his streak has hit 200 matches. Zhao Yuan even encounters Yun Ning and Su Yuxian, but this time he is matched with Zhongwen, having obtained a king level summon. Zhongwen's strength has surged. During the 3-second countdown, Zhao Yuan sees that Zhongwen has achieved 296 consecutive wins. Zhongwen says, "Matching with you, my winning streak is definitely going to break." Zhao Yuan responds, "That's not necessarily true. Give it your all and let's see how strong you really are now." Zhongwen laughs, "I'm definitely going all out. It's just a brotherly match, it doesn't matter who wins or loses." As the 3-second countdown ends, Zhao Yuan finally says, "I'm actually looking forward to you taking the spotlight so someone can share half the danger with me." Bone Giant Beast. In Zhongwen's summoning space, all bone creatures shatter into fragments which then coalesce around a ghost-faced demon made primarily of white bones, taking the form of a humanoid bone giant with curved horns. Bone Demon Possession. Countless shattered bone fragments cover Zhongwen, merging with his summon. The final form of the skeletal bone demon is terrifyingly powerful. Skeletal bone demon, fusion, quality, king level, LV30 strength, 4,600 constitution, 4,600 agility, 4,600 inch intelligence, 1,000 skills, punch, blood fiend punch, mountain crusher punch, howl. Zhao Yuan exclaims, "Your bone demon possession already has 4 skill slots." The skeletal bone demon nods. After clearing the instance, the SS grade bone demon possession has been upgraded to level 50, gaining significant evolution. Punch, blood fiend punch, mountain crusher punch, howl. Zhao Yuan activates the active effect of the thick earth bell, gaining an 8% reduction in damage for 3 minutes holding a shield in both hands, releasing a taunting draw. After the battle with the ghost-faced demon, Zhao Yuan's shield technique has improved significantly. Blocking the enemy's attack at the perfect angle greatly reduces damage. Zhao Yuan and Zhongwen battled fiercely for 7 minutes, with Zhao Yuan leveraging the active effect of the Desperado, instantly healing all injuries. It was by the true damage reflection that Zhongwen was defeated, leaving Zhao Yuan with only 8% of his health. As close friends, Zhao Yuan was pleased to see Zhongwen's growth, signifying that the Zhu Bing Guild would no longer rely solely on him but would be supported by Yunning, Zhongwen and Zhao Yuan together. So you still had much to improve. If other enemies from different regions attempted to teleport and assassinate Zhao Yuan, then Zhongwen would certainly be a deadly trump card. After surviving an assassination attempt by an SSS tier ninja, Zhao Yuan had been cautious of similar threats. Typically, players from Sakura country would draw ninja skills, making it highly probable that Sakura country intended to suppress the emerging talents of Xia country by copying their unique skills and transferring them to suitable players in Sakura country. Arena information: victory in the duel, gained 6,658 experience points, skill proficiency 1561 points, *20, 100 competition coins, currently on a winning streak of 285 matches. Having climbed to the top as the strongest competitor in Qingyun Town's first-tier arena, Zhao Yuan had unlocked broader matchmaking, allowing him to face opponents from other towns. Now at level 19, all his matched opponents were below level 20, making him nearly invincible whether in Qingyun Town or other towns of Xia country. Zhao Yuan continued to match, facing a strong level 19 player with a mix of A and B grade skills. Strong, but not enough. Zhao Yuan was searching for S-grade abilities. However, this was good news. As long as Zhao Yuan kept matching and maintained his winning streak, he would encounter stronger players in the first tier. Zhao Yuan continued competing until midnight, reaching a winning streak of 392 matches. Arena information: players' consecutive wins +1, achieving 392 consecutive wins, totaling 6,321 competition coins. Besides some minor experience and skill proficiency, Zhao Yuan's greatest gain was naturally the 6,321 competition coins. Adding to his previous balance, Zhao Yuan now had a total of 6,856 competition coins. He accessed the competition shop where the troop reincarnation talismans were 10 competition coins each with a purchase limit of 1,000. Zhao Yuan spent 6,850 competition coins to buy 685 troop reincarnation talismans, leaving a purchase limit of 315. He then went to the guild's headquarters, used these talismans, and the total number of troops reached 7,097 units before he returned to the inn to rest. In the morning, Zhao Yuan woke up and went down to the inn's first floor to buy some light breakfast. Yun Ning was also there, and Zhao Yuan said, "Today my plan is to join the Pterosaur cavalry and destroy the nearby savage beast forces. Your aura added to the Pterosaur cavalry will have a tremendous effect." Yun Ning nodded in agreement. It's a good choice as it will help in killing the savage beasts to level up and accelerate the guild's development process. We still have 3 days of guild protection left, and Qingyun Town has 2 major forces remaining. One is UXA and the other is the joint organization of Meilon and Linfen. While eating breakfast, Zhao Yuan analyzed, let these 2 forces fight each other first. Once the situation clarifies, we'll join the competition. Zhang Wan and Su Yuxian also left their inn rooms one after another, and the 4 of them enjoyed a light and delicious breakfast together. Zhang Wan reminisced, yesterday, when I fought with Zhao Yuan, my winning streak was broken, but later I managed to maintain it again. Before leaving, I initiated broader matchmaking. Now I can compete with players from other towns in Xia country. Su Yuxian then spoke up, my short-term goal is to save up competition coins to buy a pair of wings. Although the low-level wings only add attributes and don't allow for gliding, they're definitely worth more than their cost. Meanwhile, Zhou Hang and Li Sheng found Zhang Qi, the former captain of the Flower Tiger team. After the guild war between the Flower Tiger Guild and the Yuxia Guild ended, the Flower Tiger was forcibly disbanded. However, guild leader Zhang Qi still commanded respect and could rally nearly 30,000 players. Give him some time and there is a chance for a revival. Of course, even if the Flower Tiger Guild is re-established, Wang Hansheng of Yuxia will undoubtedly initiate a guild war after the 7-day protection period ends, aiming to nip the development of the Flower Tigers in the bud. Zhou Hang from the Blue Charm approached Zhang Qi. Brother Zhang, my current enemy is Wang Hansheng of Yuxia. Our goals align. I just don't know if you want revenge. Zheng Qi responded, yes, I will join you, this is my only chance for revenge. Although Zhou Heng had anticipated Zhang Qi's agreement, he hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. With just a few words, they gained nearly 30,000 more in fighting strength. Zhou Heng said, Brother Zhang, you might want to start rallying your former guild members. It won't be long before we initiate this final battle. Li Sheng privately messaged Zhou Heng. The guild war between Flower Tiger and Yuxia was extremely fierce. Although it was initiated with a war order and the system mechanism protected players from actual death, players' levels decreased instead of them dying. During that battle, the members of the Flower Tiger Guild were enraged. One of Zhang Qi's vice leaders was killed and revived 5 times, losing 5 levels, yet he continued to fight until Flower Tiger's guild crystal was destroyed and the guild was forcibly disbanded. Zhou Heng replied, therefore, the support from Flower Tiger is extremely reliable, we don't need to worry about them betraying us. What they really want is revenge, not caring about our subsequent rise to power. With the old members of Flower Tiger joining us, we have added strength against Yuxia. Next, we should approach Shuji. What? Li Sheng frowned. The Mountain Ghost Guild was disbanded under our pressure. It's good enough that Shuji isn't helping Yuxia. How could he possibly join us? Moreover, Wang Hanshang might have already rallied the former members of Mountain Ghost as a countermeasure against us. We've considered winning over Huahu, and surely Wang Hanshang must have thought of rallying the people of the Mountain Ghosts. Zhou Heng chuckled. Who knows? Let's meet him and then decide. Li Sheng said, speaking of which, don't we have private messaging among friends? Why go personally to find Zhang Qi and Shuji? Zhou Heng replied, only by seeing them in person can I be sure whether these people can truly be utilized by us. The Magma Mountain Range had become a popular leveling area for the town of Qingyun because all the beasts here were of magma attributes. These creatures could be easily taken down with water or ice skills. Additionally, the density of monsters in the Magma Mountain Range was high and the terrain was simple, allowing for easy mass killing of magma monsters. Plus, the hidden overlord creature here had been slain, so players no longer had to worry about being chased by boss-level beasts. The highest volcano of the Magma Mountain Range, aside from occasional minor tremors, had now completely settled into dormancy. Just a few days ago, there was still heat emanating from the crater, but now it had completely disappeared. Mentioned a water mage. Indeed, the creatures here, upon their death, provided more experience points, posed low risk but yielded great rewards. One only needed to carry enough potions to grind from morning till afternoon. Zhao Yuan and his party teleported into the guild's base, where the pterosaurs were currently devouring the corpses of fierce beasts raw. Meanwhile, the cavalry on the pterosaurs' backs thoroughly cooked the beast meat to use as food. If the troops went without food for an extended period, their loyalty would greatly decrease, and they might even betray the guild. Some white or green low-grade troops were too weak. Their daily hunting gains might not even cover the cost of their food. However, the strength of the pale gold quality troops was substantial and food sources were hardly a concern. Just one outing with these troops could bring back enough food to last for more than 3 days. Zhao Yuan opened the hand-drawn map by the barracks chief, pointing at a level 20 beast power spot. Let's start with this one. It's the closest to us. Zhongwen replied, you're the guild leader, so it's your call. Zhao Yuan turned to the barracks chief, gather the pterosaur cavalry. We depart immediately. The barracks chief, armed with an iron spear and a square shield, quickly assembled all the pterosaur cavalry. The cavalrymen climbed onto the backs of the pterosaurs, equipped with plenty of bows and arrows along with short spears. With over 7,000 units of troops now beginning to take shape, Zhao Yuan had 4 cavalrymen dismount from the pterosaurs. Replacing them with 4 members, Zhao Yuan took his place on the saddle atop a pterosaur, commanding all troops, march. The pterosaurs spread their membranous wings, rising into the air and flying in the designated direction. Zhao Yuan looked down at his guild's base, shrouded in a hazy halo of light, a system protection for new guilds that prevented any strong creatures from damaging this barrier. The winged dragon squad soared through the dense clouds, the brisk wind making it hard for Zhao Yuan to keep his eyes open, but he soon got used to it. Zhongwen exclaimed excitedly, this is too thrilling. Can we consider ourselves dragon riders now? The flight of these winged dragons is smoother than I imagined, but when I look down I can't help but imagine falling. Su Yuxian also mentioned in the team chat, I will definitely be able to create a mechanical flyer similar to this which would Be much more stable and comfortable. Yun Ning's body radiated 4 different halos spreading over a range exceeding 5,000 meters from her as the center. Over 7,000 units of winged dragon cavalry were enveloped by these 4 layers of aura, significantly enhancing their combat abilities in terms of health regeneration, mana regeneration, and vampiric traits. Zhao Yuan rode a level 11 winged dragon, one of the highest levels available. He checked the dragon's attributes. Winged dragon. Cavalry quality, pale gold level, LV11, can level up by killing enemies. Health, 60,000 mana, 6,000 strength, 1,500 constitution, 1,500 agility, 1,500 intelligence, 1,000. Skills included Dragon Blood, Dragon Flame, and Projectile. Dragon Blood was a passive ability that enhanced the dragon's attributes modestly. Dragon Flame, on the other hand, was a ranged magical attack that consumed the dragon's own mana, but with Yun Ning's mana regeneration aura, the dragon could use Dragon Flame frequently. The last skill, Projectile, allowed the cavalry on the dragon's back to launch arrows and short spears, another long-range attack method. Zhao Yuan stretched out his hand, even touching the thick clouds, watching as they scattered and slipped through his fingers. After flying for nearly 50 minutes, the camp commander ordered the legion to lower their flying altitude. Zhao Yuan saw a black dot gradually enlarge. It was a level 20 Gnoll tribe. Information marked on the map indicated an average level of 20 with no less than 190,000 in number, including a dominant beast. The camp commander asked Zhao Yuan, "President, do you have any tactics?" Zhao Yuan replied, "The tactic is simple. Our 4 members will reach the ground coordinating with the aerial forces assault." Zhao Yuan's team maneuvered the winged dragons to descend successfully, landing safely while the over 7,000 units of winged dragon cavalry hovered mid-air. Zhao Yuan commanded, "Destroy the Gnoll tribe." Su Yuxian summoned a mechanical tank and he and Yun Ning entered it. Yun Ning's aura, centered on herself, covered a 5,000-meter radius, thus enveloping the entire winged dragon legion in mid-air. The Gnoll tribe also had their buildings and walls. Zhao Yuan said to Zhongwen, "Help me break the gate open." Charge, and our task is to minimize the casualties of the winged dragon cavalry. Zhongwen activated his bone demon possession, turning into the heart of a bone demon, transforming into a 10-meter-tall skeletal demon. With a mighty leap, he smashed his fist into the ground with a terrifying force, directly collapsing the city wall. Amidst the effects of the skill, rock spikes 20 meters high burst from the ground, directly undermining the city wall's foundation. Wu, the horn, unique to the Gnoll tribe, sounded, prompting a multitude of Gnolls to enter battle mode. Led by the Gnoll chieftain, they charged towards Zhao Yuan and his group. Standing on the shoulders of a skeletal bone demon, Zhao Yuan leaped directly into the thickest cluster of monsters, activating his sword draw taunt and the active effect of his sanction coat. Boom! All Gnolls within a 1,600-meter radius around Zhao Yuan were tainted by pitch-black flames, their health plummeting rapidly. Battle information. Activating the sanction coat inflicted severe burn wounds, dealing 3,521 points of damage per second to enemies within 1,600 meters. As the burning effect of the sanction coat was determined by Zhao Yuan's own defense and health attributes, the damage from the burns visibly increased as Zhao Yuan's attributes improved. Swaths of Gnolls were burned to death by the black flames. Meanwhile, the Winged Dragon Legion also joined the battlefield, with dragon-riding archers bending their bows and shooting arrows that could exceed 100 meters without losing force under the effect of their shooting skills. Clang, 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 dense arrows appeared mid-air, so numerous they seemed like a dark cloud, and in the next second the sky was covered with arrows that pierced through the Gnolls, inflicting massive damage. This was followed by a volley of short-handled spears, even more damaging, as these spears were usually reserved for boss-level creatures. The Gnolls suffered heavy casualties. Many were pinned to the ground by the spears, unable to die immediately, eventually bleeding to death. After the initial chaos, the Gnoll chieftain commanded the remaining Gnolls to counterattack. Beside the Gnoll chieftain was a Dominator-level priest, now swinging his warhammer and releasing a wide-range healing skill. The life-filled radiance fell like raindrops on their kin, yet the Gnoll's health was only slightly restored. The healing effect was halved. That was the severe injury effect of Zhao Yuan's sanction coat, which could reduce healing effects by at least 50%, and the lower the target's health, the higher the percentage reduction in healing. Thus, when a Gnoll was left with only 1% health, the severe injury effect would reduce healing by 90%. The Gnoll's screams did not abate due to the priest's mass healing. Those doomed still met their end. thousands of lord-level and dozens of dominator-level creatures appeared, their eyes blood-red, determined to take a piece of Zhao Yuan's troops even in death. But Zhao Yuan's team of 4 was there precisely to minimize the winged cavalry's casualties. Zhang won with the Bone Demon Possession was overwhelmingly powerful, using his Punch, Blood Demon Fist and Mountain Crushing Fist skills. Not only were these skills powerful, but their cooldowns were extremely short, and with the mana regeneration aura's enhancement, he used his skills madly. He slaughtered wildly among the Lord and Dominator level gnolls who simply could not withstand him. However, as a level 20 fierce beast force, they would only die in battle, never surrender, using ranged attacks to shoot at the winged dragons in mid-air. Su Yuxian drove the mechanical tank, wildly crushing totems imbued with buffs into fragments. The main cannon and fixed turrets unleashed continuous firepower. Zhao Yuan charged towards the Gnoll Chieftain. The Gnoll Chieftain's stats were impressive. Overlord level, LV 25 health, 190,000 mana, 10,000 strength, 2,600 constitution, 2,000 agility, 2,600 intelligence, 1,200. His skills included Bloodline Resurgence, Heavy Strike and Withering. The Gnoll Chieftain, robust in build, had the body of a human and the head of a canine, his skin a deep blue hue, fluent in his race's language. Before Zhao Yuan could strike, the Wyvern Legion descended from the sky. The barracks leader activated a group encouragement, and over 7,000 wyverns opened their fanged jaws, breathing out scorching flames. Dragon Flame, boom! 7,000 wyverns simultaneously unleashed the Dragon Flame skill, spewing torrents of blazing orange flames. As the wyvern swarm spewed dragon flames, they glided through the air, carving swaths of scorched ruins through the Gnoll tribe. The Gnoll Chieftain's health bar plummeted under the onslaught of dragon flames, further exacerbated by a barrage of short spears piercing his body. In just 3 seconds, this overlord-level creature was dead, reduced to a smoldering char. This was the power of the pale gold quality troops, overwhelmingly strong. The wyverns then indulged in a frenzy, with dragon flames spreading boundlessly across the area, annihilating all life. 40 minutes later, this beastly force was completely destroyed. The ground littered with gnoll corpses and the remnants of burnt buildings. Not a single wyvern perished. The worst off were merely severely injured, but under the healing aura, they quickly regenerated, aided by the passive skill Dragon Blood, which also accelerated their recovery. Battle report. Level 20 Gnoll tribe destroyed. Average level of wyvern cavalry troop increased by plus 0.4 guild resources, plus 300,000 guild funds, plus 200,000. Killing the target earns 70,000 experience points and skill proficiency increased by 800,000. Asterisk 20 multiplier. SSS grade counter armor increased by 1 level. Draw sword taunt increased by 1 level. Outlaw increased by 1 level. Sanction trenchcoat increased by 1 level. Due to the large number of troops, experience gained per unit was minimal, but the crucial gain was the guild resources, 300,000, enough to reincarnate 750 wyvern cavalry units. Zhao Yuan hadn't leveled up to 20 yet, but there was still time left in the day, and he should be able to reach level 20 by then. The wyvern cavalry lay on the ground, recuperating. Zhao Yuan remarked, "I underestimated the strength of the pale gold quality troops. The cooldown for Dragon Flame is too short, and paired with the mana regeneration aura, it allows frequent use of the Dragon Flame skill. The possession by the Bone Demon Zhongwen had ended 10 minutes ago, and he had reverted to human form. The experience gained is too little. Even slaughtering them all only yielded a 15% increase in experience." Zhao Yuan noted the average level of the wyvern cavalry increased by 0.4 inch, and the experience was distributed among them. We took a break, allowing the pterosaur cavalry to fully recover under the healing aura before moving on to the next stronghold. Yun Ning commented, "The mass attack of the troops is terrifying, capable of focusing fire to instantly kill overlord-level creatures." At this moment, Zhou Hang had located Shu Ji, the former leader of the Mountain Ghosts Guild, whom he had personally defeated. Shu Ji, surprised, said, "You're looking for me, surely not to ask me to join your forces and attack you, Xia?" Together, Zhou Hang smiled and replied, "Exactly." Shu Ji shook his head and said, "Although I am convinced by my defeat the Mountain Ghosts Guild is my life's work, not helping Wang Han Sheng against you is already a favor." Behind Zhou Hang, Li Sheng couldn't understand either. Seeking help from an enemy seemed like a risk. One misstep could become a lifelong regret. Zhou Hang continued, "Has Wang Han Sheng approached you?" Shu Ji replied, "He has, but I refused. With the betrayal of my subordinates and the exposure of our guild's coordinates, the shadow still lingers, and I'm not interested in getting involved in these power struggles for now." Zhou Hang shook his head. No, you must help me, you owe me. Shu Ji fell silent. Zhou Hang added, when we found your guild's coordinates, if I had been ruthless I could have killed all your guild members, ensuring their true death, but I let them teleport away, including you. Killing players earns a lot of experience, skill proficiency, and their equipment and skills, so you owe me a favor. Now help me this once and we'll be even. Li Sheng couldn't grasp what Zhou Hang was planning, but he controlled his emotions and remained silent. Shu Ji begrudgingly agreed. I hate owing favors to anyone. Fine, I agree. However, confused about how to participate, he asked, the guild war is to be initiated with a conquest order and only the 30,000 members of Meilon can participate. How can I join in? Zhou Hang explained, I know the coordinates of Lin Fen's guild. Take your men there and loot all their resources, experience, and the troop reincarnation pools. That amount of experience will be enough to upgrade Meilon to a level 4 guild, where the membership limit will be 300,000. Shuji seemed to reminisce about the past. Right, you consumed all the experience from my guild, and with Lin Fen's it indeed suffices to upgrade to level 4. After Zhou Hang and Li Sheng left, Li Sheng confidently messaged, Shuji has already teamed up with Wang Han Shang. He wants to infiltrate our team to backstab us. Zhou Hang countered, you've known Shuji for so long, yet you still don't understand his character. Shuji is a man of pride and only respects those more talented than himself, despising the mediocre. Plus, I gave him enough dignity and face. I didn't touch a single member of his guild. Do you really think I've gone soft, that I don't dare to make the kill? The reason I didn't kill him is precisely because I need him now. He owes me a favor and won't betray me until he has repaid it. Zhou Hang said with determination, I plan to unify all the forces in Qingyun town. Only then, as I enter the state city, will I qualify to become the vice president of the Charm Blue Guild in the city. Then I will push out the president and step by step climb to the pinnacle. Li Sheng laughed and said, there's really no helping it. I just love your grand ambition. I believe in your choices. Haha. Zhou Hang, patting Li Sheng on the shoulder, whispered, brother, let's talk heart to heart. You don't like men, do you? Li Sheng replied, go to hell. As night approached, Zhao Yuan led the Wyvern Legion back to the guild's base. With the addition of 4 team members, they had destroyed 4 level 20 fierce beast forces today. A lot of time was wasted on the journey. Battle results: a total of 12 million in guild resources, 500,000 in guild funds, 9,000 units of food, and an average increase of 12 levels for the Wyvern Cavalry. There were no casualties. Battle information: players have leveled up to LV20 and can go to town for their second transformation. Strength and physique attributes plus 20 points, agility and constitution attributes plus 5 points, 3 cornerstone abilities appeared before Zhao Yuan. Option 1, Oath. Option 2, Steel Transformation. Option 3, Jin Slash. Oath is a skill that helps teammates share damage, while Steel Transformation purely enhances defense. Jin Slash is an area of effect damage skill. Without a doubt, Zhao Yuan chose Steel Transformation as among all his abilities he lacked one that purely increased defense value. The focus of the SSS grade counter armor is on reflecting true damage, and even after reaching level 70, the total physical defense added was only 19,000 points. Thus, Zhao Yuan's defense appeared particularly fragile when facing high-strength fierce beasts. Player has selected the S-grade Steel Transformation skill, affected by the talent Eternal Blessing. All skills will permanently remain at SSS grade. S-grade Steel Transformation upgraded to SSS grade Ironback Copperhead. Ironback Copperhead LV1. SSS grade passively increases physical defense by 15,000 points and magical defense by 15,000 points. Active effect: the player will gain 5 seconds of indestructible golden body effect, during which defense values double and weapons striking the indestructible golden body will significantly lose durability. Cooldown time 1 minute. With the SSS grade Ironback Copperhead skill, Zhao Yuan is finally fully formed. Even if Zhongwen reaches level 20, he cannot match Zhao Yuan. Sitting on the wyvern, Zhao Yuan mused silently. At level 1, it increases physical and magical defense by 15,000 points, and as levels increase, breaking through to 1 million defense points becomes very feasible. The 5-second indestructible golden body is also easy to understand. When facing an enemy's ultimate move, seize the moment, activate the active effect, and the defense value will double, and the enemy's weapon touching the indestructible golden body will be shattered by the extremely hard golden body, unless it's a very high-grade weapon. Otherwise, touching it just once will reduce the durability to 0. This skill is also easy to understand if one white weapon clashes with a golden blade. That white weapon would surely break in an instant, just like how Zhao Yuan becomes akin to a golden blade during his 5-second state. Although it only lasts 5 seconds, this duration will undoubtedly extend as his level increases. Moreover, with a cooldown of only 1 minute, it can be frequently used in battle. Should he confront melee-type royal creatures, it's possible that halfway through the boss's weapon would shatter and victory would already be sealed. Zhao Yuan took out 10 medium skill proficiency potions from his backpack and drank them all in one go. He gained 100,000 skill proficiency points, *20 multiplier. With the multiplier of millions of proficiency points, Zhao Yuan instantly obtained 2 million points of freely distributable proficiency. He invested all 2 million proficiency points into the SSS tier skill Iron Head Copperback. 2 million proficiency points were consumed in Iron Head Copperback advanced to level 37. At level 37, SSS tier, it passively increases both physical and magical defense by 555,000 points. Its active effect grants an indestructible body for 9 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. Now truly invincible with a dual defense of 555,000 points, even level 30 royal creatures couldn't breach his defenses. Moreover, the 9-second indestructible body effect provides significant leeway for operations. When facing enemy attacks, simply activate this effect to double the defense value, rendering the enemy's skills ineffective in breaching his defenses. At this point, Zhao Yuan's attribute panel reads: Name, Zhao Yuan level, 20, 6% per 100%. Health, 430000 mana, 2350 strength, 270 constitution, 470 agility, 115 intelligence, 115 physical attack, 2710 physical defense, 755000 magical defense, 755,000 talents, eternal blessing, unique, multi-million proficiency, unique, core abilities. Counter Shell LV72, Berserker LV68, Iron Head Copperback LV37 skills, Sword Draw Taunt LV68, Punitive Cloak LV48 with a dual defense of 755,000. Once the 9-second indestructible body is activated, the defense value spikes to 151 million. Zhao Yuan's defense is now much higher than his health. As night fell, the Pterosaur Legion was still some distance away from reaching the guild's base, but fortunately they encountered no dangers. Upon returning to the guild base, Zhao Yuan approached the troop reincarnation pool and spent 12 million guild resources to reincarnate over 3,000 level 5 Pterosaur cavalry. The number of troops has now reached 10,097, finally breaking the 10,000 mark, though the average level has dropped considerably with the addition of 3,000 level 5 Pterosaur cavalry. The injuries on these Pterosaur cavalry were completely healed thanks to Yunning's powerful healing aura. Even if their membranous wings were broken, they could slowly regrow. The Pterosaur cavalry began to feast, and Zhao Yuan and his 3 companions teleported back to Qingyun town. The 4 also purchased food to replenish their hunger, then rested a while, preparing to head to the arena. Now that Zhao Yuan has leveled up to 20, he can access the competitive panel anytime, anywhere without having to run to the arena. However, the trouble is, at level 20 he can no longer enter the first tier arena or the first tier market. He also didn't purchase the troop reincarnation charm with a 315 limit. Yunning spoke up. Milan and Yuxia are also continuously developing their guild strength, but the difference in their capabilities isn't significant. Meilon is likely to directly consume the guild resources and experience points of Linfen's guild, then upgrade to a level 4 guild, increasing the member cap to 300,000. This will significantly enhance the durability of the guild's buildings, and the number of members will reach 60,000. Zhao Yuan nodded and said the former members of Hua will definitely join Meilon temporarily for their own revenge, so in the end, Meilon will have 90,000 guild members. Thinking about it, if both sides launch a guild war, Meilon is very likely to win. Zhongwen added, that's not necessarily true. Who knows what kind of adventures Wang Han might have during this period. Suyu adjusted his glasses and said, I hope they start fighting soon, preferably before our guild's protection period ends and both suffer losses. Zhao Yuan chuckled interestingly, the ultimate victor of these two will see a surge in strength and may very well target our guild. During the Flame Demon invasion, our performance was too strong. Any normal person could see that we possess S-level or even SS-level skills. Once the final victor unifies all the forces, they might choose to attack us, perhaps even use the Tiger Talisman item in the wilderness to summon all kinds of troops to overpower us and replace our SS level skills. Subsequently, all 4 of them chose to enter the arena. Zhao Yuan had other options, such as accepting the second accessory slot mission or going to the class change hall for a second-tier class change to gain more attribute points. However, Zhao Yuan preferred to wait until all the squad members reached level 20 before teaming up to complete the accessory slot mission and class change tasks. After all 3 of the members were already level 19 and would soon level up, Zhao Yuan opened the arena panel and found that he had been forcibly entered into the second-tier arena. Fortunately, he could still match with other second-tier players from different towns. The second-tier arena store offered a limit of 200 free attribute points for purchase as well as 2,000 troop reincarnation charms. There were even pet capture bottle items, and the higher the quality of the capture bottle, the higher the success rate of capturing higher-level pets. If the quality of the capture bottle was too low, even if the player was lucky enough to encounter a divine beast cub, they could not successfully capture it. Also, the wing items in the second-tier arena store were upgraded to green quality, and of course, the price had risen significantly. And when Zhao Yuan reached level 20, he met the requirements to wear the blue 8-piece set from the SSS-level dungeon gift box. Zhao Yuan swapped out all his equipment, donning the level 20 blue 8-piece set and his attribute sword once again. Among them, the double-handed shield's attributes were particularly notable. Azure copper round shield quality, blue type, double-handed shield were requirement, LV 20 attributes. When blocking an attack with this shield, add 1500 points to physical and magical defense during damage. Determination, using this round shield to block attacks increases both physical and magical defense by 1500 points. Zhao Yuan's equipment looked brand new, and the enormous round shield he held seemed to be carved out of a solid block of copper as thick as a door, covering 2/3 of his body. The dual-handed shield provided an exaggerated amount of defense, though it occupied both the weapon and offhand slots. However, Zhao Yuan's damage output never depended on his weapon, so this was not much of a concern for him. With this full set of level 20 blue gear, Zhao Yuan's health points gradually approached 500,000. After a few seconds of matchmaking, Zhao Yuan's opponent appeared on the opposite side of the second stage arena. This was a level 21 player wielding a 2-handed greatsword, which seemed to be of blue quality as well. The moment the opponent saw Zhao Yuan, he was dumbfounded. What's going on? Nearly 400 consecutive wins, and he's only level 20. Did I just match with a top-tier player? Whatever, I'm only on a 4-win streak. If it ends, it ends. As the battle commenced, Zhao Yuan didn't use any skills. He even disarmed his dual-handed greatshield and simply waited for his opponent to attack. Underestimating me, that's pretty bold. Combined with his nearly 400 consecutive wins, he's undoubtedly a top player. The greatsword player muttered to himself, but my sword is a level 20 blue 2-handed sword, heavily fortified with a lot of copper coins and embedded with 4 second-level gems. Even if the enemy is formidable, he's still only level 20. I don't believe he won't lose a single drop of blood. The greatsword player unleashed 2 skills, one to enhance his attack speed and strength, and a C-grade single-target output skill called Power Slash. With all his might he swung at Zhao Yuan's head. Under the effect of Power Slash, the sword stroke was immensely forceful, as if it could split Zhao Yuan in half. Zhao Yuan remained calm, timing it perfectly, and activated the active effect of his invincible golden body. Clang! The two collided, creating a clear and lingering roar. Zhao Yuan's body was covered in a thin, faint golden aura which flashed by as it lasted only 9 seconds. The greatsword player's palms split instantly, blood gushing from his hands, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. His level 20 plus 15 fortified blue greatsword now had a fist-sized notch, and its durability had nearly halved. The greatsword player also triggered an SSS-grade counter-armor effect, causing his health bar to vanish, leaving only a sliver of health. How is this possible? My blue greatsword is almost completely broken. If it shatters completely, I'd be devastated. This is the most expensive piece of equipment I own. Though his hands were in severe pain, it was nothing compared to the heartache of his severely damaged blue greatsword. This guy must be a monster, right? I was striking his head, and although he wore a helmet, how could it be so tough? If he had used his dual-handed greatshield to block, I would have accepted that, but he actually used his head to bear my greatsword. Seeing Zhao Yuan move a few steps, the greatsword player panicked. I surrender, I can't fight anymore. If we continue, my weapon will completely break and become useless. As it is now, it can still be repaired. The greatsword player immediately chose to surrender, and Zhao Yuan's victories increased by 1. In that strike, Zhao Yuan didn't lose a single point of health, because the moment he activated Invincible Golden Body, his defense value doubled, reaching 151,000 points. Zhao Yuan had essentially perfected his form at this point. Any new skills he acquired were merely icing on the cake. He continued to enter matches, his winning streak growing steadily. Arena information flashed: victory in the duel, earning 6,658 experience points, 2531 skill proficiency points, *20, and 215 competition coins. His current winning streak, 456 matches. Zhao Yuan kept on matching one duel after another, each barely lasting 6 seconds. When his winning streak reached 768, he encountered a swordsman player clad in plain white robes, wielding a simple sword. Truly, the swordsman had eyebrows sharp as blades and an imposing demeanor. At level 23, Zhao Yuan noticed that his opponent had a winning streak of 685 matches. Could this be an S-tier skill holder? As the battle commenced, the swordsman's heart seemed to transform into a blazing sun, radiating golden inner energy flames. His entire being was enveloped in this power, and even from a distance, Zhao Yuan could feel the heat. With a metallic ring, the enemy drew his sword, and in that moment his whole figure seemed to swirl with dense sword energy. Could this be a skill effect available to a level 23 player? It must be an ability of at least S tier. Zhao Yuan made his judgment. Lone sword of Dugut, breaking sword strike. The swordsman's arm movements weren't fast, but his plain sword kept flipping and flying, slashing towards Zhao Yuan with the agility of an antelope's horn. Zhao Yuan chose his moment, carefully activating the Ironback Copper Head effect, gaining 9 seconds of invulnerability. Clang! The swordsman's palm split open, his long sword snapped, and the backlash effect triggered, staining his pristine white robe with his own blood. How powerful, though only a level 20 player. His winning streak was even longer than Zhao Yuan's. Had he never lost a match since entering the arena? Jiang Fengwu spat out a mouthful of blood, but his health was still over half. If not for the S-tier 9 Yang scripture enhancing his physique with inner energy, he would have been instantly killed by the real damage reflection earlier. As the golden inner energy flames around Jiang Fengwu gradually intensified, his health bar began to rapidly fill, soon fully restored. Was this healing through inner energy properties? Indeed, once accumulated, inner energy was much more useful than mana. Zhao Yuan activated his draw sword taunt and charged toward his opponent, his massive round shield smashing towards Jiang Fengwu's face. Universe-shifting great move. With a single palm strike, Jiang Fengwu sent Zhao Yuan reeling uncontrollably, nearly tumbling off the stage from the immense invisible force. Zhao Yuan also sustained significant internal injuries, and the SSS grade counter armor activated once again. Jiang Fengwu accrued more injuries. Could his own internal force attacks really trigger a backlash? What sort of perverse skill was this? Jiang Fengwu was almost ready to surrender. This fight was unwinnable. His plain sword was even broken, and a 30-second taunting effect had been added on top of it. His defense was terrifyingly high, but under the percentage-based armor-piercing skill, there was a chance to seriously wound him. But currently, I lacked any percentage-based armor-piercing abilities. It seems there are even more monstrous people than me. Truly, my country is full of geniuses. Zhao Yuan shook off the taunting effect and took the initiative to speak. I'm assembling a strong team of S-grade ability holders, and the minimum requirement is to have one S-grade skill. I would like to extend an invitation to you. Oh, Jiang Fengwu, intrigued, stood up. A strong team? You're the leader. That's right, I have no interest in mediocrity. I only want to build a team of geniuses. After all, with guild troops, a small team size doesn't matter in the least. Jiang Fengwu inquired. You're only level 20-inch. How many teammates do you have? For in total, and one of them can defeat you. Someone other than you can defeat me? I find that hard to believe. Jiang Fengwu shook his head. Seeing your honesty, I'll be straightforward. I'm indeed interested in joining the strong team you described. But I don't trust you. However, we can start by adding each other as friends. There's no harm in that. Agreed. Once you join my team, you can leave anytime you wish. Zhao Yuan and Jiang Fengwu added each other as friends. Since we are in different towns, when we reach level 30 and head to the state city, we can arrange a meeting point in advance. This way we can join forces. Jiang Fengwu was indeed convinced, his own top-notch martial arts proving insufficient to even breach defenses. By the way, I'm not a lone wolf player. I have another teammate who is almost as strong as I am. Zhao Yuan was inwardly delighted but responded with a cool demeanor. As long as they are S-grade ability holders they can join my team, but just as you will assess me I will also evaluate you during the team formation. If you harbor ill intentions I will not be merciful. Jiang Fengwu waved his hand dismissively. Of course it's just a pity that my 600+ winning streak had to end this way. Feeling some regret over shattered achievements, then Jiang Fengwu chose to surrender and Zhao Yuan claimed victory in the duel. Buy one get one free, Zhao Yuan muttered to himself, but it won't be until level 30 that I can meet with these two. And Jiang Fengwu's strength was indeed formidable, his swordsmanship was definitely SS tier. Even after I activated my indestructible aura I still lost 700 health points, and that intense, profound internal energy. Could it be the renowned Zhuoyang scripture, the ability that forcibly moved me? Could it be similar to Tai Chi? Arena information. Victory in the duel gained 6,532 experience points. Skill proficiency 3,396 points, asterisk 20. 320 competition coins. Win streak +1. Zhao Yuan now has a total of 15,632 competition coins, but he's reached his activity limit for the day and was feeling very sleepy. He decided to head back to the inn to rest immediately. In Ampul Town, Zhang Fengwu was walking down the street with a petite girl. What? There are players who can overpower you? The girl asked in surprise. Zhang Fengwu replied, I have 3 S-tier and 2 SS-tier skills and I was completely crushed by him without any chance to fight back. Even my blue quality sword was broken. This shield player must possess several SSS-tier skills to be this monstrous. He invited us to join his elite squad, and from the tone of his voice it seems he has also established a guild. The girl asked, so should we join his team? Zhang Fengwu responded, let's see how it goes. We can't join up until level 30 anyway, so there's plenty of time. Zhou Hang spoke gravely, everything is ready. We can't give Wang Hansheng too much time where there could be complications. Li Sheng agreed. Wang Hansheng has been quiet for so many days, he must have prepared a lot behind the scenes. Zhou Hang chuckled, he's preparing his cards and I have my countermeasures. However, we haven't heard from Zhao Yuan and his group. He must have an SSS tier counter armor, if we could take him down. Li Sheng said cautiously, the risk is too high. You and I both know the strength of Zhao Yuan and his 3 companions, there's a real risk of death. Zhou Hang nodded, indeed the risk is too significant. Even if we use the troop dispatch command to bring all the troops over, they might still not be a match for Zhao Yuan alone. But if we could seize all the resources of Rain Mansion, there might just be a chance for battle. The next day, as usual, Zhao Yuan went down to the inn's dining area to buy breakfast. The other 3 had gotten up even earlier than him. Zhao Yuan said, yesterday in the arena I encountered a swordsman who likely possesses SS tier skills. I've added him as a friend and we've agreed to teleport to the same state city after reaching level 30. Zhang Wen was curious, an SS tier swordsman, does he follow the ancient martial arts style? Zhao Yuan nodded. Indeed, he follows the ancient martial arts. Internal energy is the hardest to cultivate, yet his internal energy is already manifesting externally and is powerful enough to cover his entire body. I suspect it might be the Zhuoyang scripture. This Jiang Fengwu seems to have an internal energy sun inside him. Zhang Wen was thrilled, sounds really cool, but we'll have to wait until level 30 to meet him. Zhao Yuan recalled, indeed his sword moves were light and elegant and his white robe was spotless. Jun Ning tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear and said, we must be cautious. Even though he agreed to join our team, we need to evaluate him slowly. Regional announcement. The Milan Guild has destroyed the Linfen Guild's headquarters, seizing all their materials, troops, money and experience. The Linfen Guild has been disbanded. The Milan Guild has been promoted to the first level 4 guild in Qingyun Town. Zhao Yuan spoke with a heavy tone, it has begun. This marks the start of the guild war. At this moment, Zhou Hang used a speaking prop to pin his announcement at the top of the Qingyun Town's public channel. Fellow solo players of Qingyun Town, our Milan Guild has now advanced to a level 4 with a membership capacity of 300,000. We welcome you to join us. Also, those who wish to apply should hurry, as I am about to initiate a guild war. Guild wars enable the activation of battlefield points and our Milan Guild is bound to win. You can earn substantial battlefield points as rewards. Zhou Hang. Zhang Wen expressed his admiration. Zhou Hang's move is indeed brilliant. Not only is he utilizing the former members of Huahu, but he is also absorbing a large number of solo players. Yun Ning added, you see, solo players often want to join these big guilds, but the membership cap is usually 30,000, so only the players with considerable strength can enter these guilds. but now it's different with the level 4 guild raising the cap to 300,000 combined with the battlefield point rewards. A large number of solo players will choose to join Milan. Not only do they get a backing, but they can also earn points from the guild battlefield, achieving 2 goals at once, so you also spoke up. Moreover, the more solo players that join Milan, the higher Milan's chances of winning, which alleviates the solo players' concerns. With so many people, how could we possibly lose? Even if we lose, we only drop 1 level. The situation unfolded just as Zhao Yuan and the others analyzed. A massive number of solo players joined the Milan Guild, and within just over 10 minutes, 50,000 new members had joined. Although they were not very strong, their numbers were sufficient. However, some cautious solo players did not join Milan so easily, as Milan did not have a 100% win rate. These players were all above level 25, and the penalty of lowering a level was quite severe, requiring over 10 days of continuous hunting of fierce beasts to recover. Zhou Heng watched as the number of his guild members increased from 60,000 to 120,000, and then the growth stopped. This did not even include the members from Huahu and Shangue. Zhou Heng took out a campaign token and chose the Yusha Guild as the target. Regional announcement: Milan Guild has used the campaign token. Yusha Guild cannot refuse the fight. Both guilds' headquarters will be teleported into a confined battle space, and the first to break the enemy guild's crystal wins the guild war. Players who die in the guild war will drop 1 level and their attribute points will decrease accordingly. Dead players can revive within 3 seconds from inside their guild headquarters. The battlefield points leaderboard is now active, and the winning guild will distribute rewards based on the battlefield points. The level 3 guild buildings of Yusha and the level 4 guild buildings of Milan were transported into a confined battle space. On the surface, Zhou Heng controlled a formidable force of 120,000 players, along with 150,000 griffin beasts and 50,000 poisonous sting wasps, totaling an astounding 320,000 units. Mounted on a level 20 blue griffin, Zhou Heng spoke in the channel, "Everyone follow me on the griffins. We'll charge in one wave and destroy the enemy's guild crystal. This will minimize our losses. Charge." The 120,000 players, with varying levels of strength, all mounted the blue griffins and surged towards the opposing guild's building. Wang Hansheng sat calmly in the high-backed chair of the guild hall. His vice president asked, "President, aren't you worried?" Wang Hansheng replied indifferently, "These are all standard tactics. I'd only be shocked if Zhou Heng doesn't upgrade to a level 4 guild and absorb those independent players." In the channel, Wang Hansheng commanded, "Use the rotating ballistae to shoot them down." Atop the guild walls of Yusha, 130,000 flame archers stood ready alongside 50,000 vibrant tigers. Massive crossbows crafted from purple blueprints Wang had obtained in previous battles lined the walls. Wang had been collecting materials continuously, eventually producing 10 of these giant rotating ballistae. A vice president on the wall commanded, "Adjust the direction of the ballistae, fire at 600 meters. As the enemy entered the range, the ballistae fired. Zing, zing, 10 massive bolts shot out violently, each bolt's head fitted with twin whips laden with blades. As the bolts spun rapidly mid-air, the blade whips swirled, creating deadly afterimages that reaped lives mercilessly. Thud, thud, numerous griffin beasts and the players on their backs were shredded into pieces by the blade whips, turning into a deadly rain of arrows intended to obliterate the enemy. Though the griffin beasts were easily crushed as well, the troops of the Milan Guild suffered heavy casualties, and the 130,000 flame archers on the walls began their assault, unleashing a vast volley of flaming arrows that caused great despair for Milan's forces. Zhou Heng, far from angry, smiled and said, "As expected, I knew Wang Hansheng would be preparing his trump card, but this first wave of independent players was intentionally sent to die just to probe the enemy's strength." Li Sheng spoke up, "Let me lead the remnants of Huahu's old faction to climb the walls and destroy these war crossbows." "Good, take our main raid team and Huahu's remnants and destroy their trump card in one fell swoop." Li Sheng, already level 30 and a strong player of his level, led 60,000 main force players and 30,000 vengeful members of Huahu's faction. Zhang Qi exclaimed, "Even if I die 3 more times, I will destroy these war machines and let Wang Hansheng taste the bitterness of loss." Li Sheng added, "Together we will undoubtedly succeed." The outcome was clear, as Milan's main forces, combined with the remnants of Huahu bearing the attacks from the purple rotating ballistae and the flame archers, stormed from the skies to the walls. Zhang Qi, with reckless abandon, destroyed 3 massive rotating crossbows. In the rear, President Wang Hansheng of the Yuxia Association coolly commanded, all troops retreat to the second defense line, activate the defense totems, this is our turf. Does Zhang Qi think he's up for revenge? He hasn't suffered enough yet. On the open ground of Yuxia, towering totem structures were erected capable of launching area attacks against enemy units. In essence, these were defense towers. Zhang Qi was instantly killed by a totem structure, reviving 3 seconds later at the guild's base, with Li Sheng narrowly escaping the same fate. A formidable force, comprising numerous defense towers, flame archers, variegated tigers and guild members, inflicted severe casualties on the Charm Blue side. As time ticked away, Zhao Yuan and his 3 companions teleported to the guild building, joining the Winged Dragon Legion to begin eradicating the ferocious beasts. Zhao Yuan accessed the second-tier competitive market, where the price of a troop reincarnation charm was 20 competition coins. Zhao Yuan spent all his 15600 plus competition coins on troop reincarnation charms, neglecting to buy attribute points first due to the high cost-effectiveness of the charms. He purchased a total of 780 charms with a remaining limit of 1220. By using the troop reincarnation charms, he added 780 level 5 pale gold quality Winged Dragon Cavalrymen. The Winged Dragon Cavalry, following a map drawn by the barracks chief, took to the skies. En route, Zhao Yuan's Winged Dragon Cavalry encountered a massive beast migration numbering in the millions. A battle was imminent, and Zhao Yuan, now a nearly invincible level 20 with an SSS grade ironclad rating, actively sought out Dominator level creatures to fight. Under the boosting effect of the mana regeneration aura, the Winged Dragon Cavalry frequently used their Dragon Flame skill, gradually wearing down the beast tide without any losses. In the guild battlefield, the Charm Blue Guild suffered heavy casualties under the onslaught of numerous defense totems. Affected players and troops were instantly annihilated. The vice president of Yuxia exclaimed excitedly, "The tide has turned against Charm Blue." Many individual players, after dying once, chose to leave the battlefield. These players aren't willing to die for Charm Blue, they're just here for their own benefits. Wang Hansheng also spoke up. These individual players have shown their true colors. Huahu's old followers also fell to the defense totems. The main forces of Charm Blue can hold for at most 20 minutes, it seemed. The scales of victory were tipping in Yuxia's favor as Charm Blue had played all their cards. However, Zhou Hang remained calm, checking the time. "Shouldn't Shu Ji be arriving soon?" Li Sheng said. "If they don't arrive soon, I'll die to these defense totems." At that moment, Shu Ji, leading the remnants of the mountain ghosts, had set out from behind the guild building at the start of the battle. Due to the circular battle space, the mountain ghosts had circled a semicircle and now arrived at the rear of Yuxia's guild. Shu Ji declared, "Brothers, tear down Yuxia's guild crystal." Xia was caught in a pincer attack critically without defense totems at the rear, and the situation instantly reversed. Wang Hansheng, incredulous, stepped out of the guild hall to confront the mountain ghost remnants. He challenged Shu Ji. "What's wrong with you, Shu Ji? I invited you to join my force and you refused, but your mountain ghost guild was destroyed by Zhou Hang. You were betrayed by Zhou Hang's mole and now you help him attack me?" Shu Ji simply laughed. "An unexpected card plays the best. You've lost. If it weren't for the battle space set by the system, the Yuxia Guild's building would be backed by mountains." However, once teleported into the battle space, the rear unmistakably became the greatest point of breakthrough. Under Shu Ji's surprise attack, the Yuxia Guild's crystal was destroyed. Until the very last moment, Wang Han could not understand why Shu Ji would help his enemy. In the end, Wang Han said, "I have planned in every possible way, but I still failed to account for human nature. This game I have lost." Zhou Hang responded, "Human nature is the most complex, profound and unknown thing in this world. You still have much to learn." Regional announcement. The Meilan Guild has won the guild battle. They have gained all the funds, materials, experience and troops of the opposing guild. Yuxia Guild's experience points have been reset to 0 and the guild has been forcefully disbanded. Meilan Guild members will receive rewards based on their battlefield scores. Meilan Guild has obtained all resources from Yuxia and can now potentially produce at least 100,000 griffin beasts, although they gained a lot of experience points, but they are still far from reaching level 5 guild, which has a member limit of 900,000. While clearing beast tides, Zhao Yuan and his group saw the regional announcement. Distracted, Zhao Yuan said, "Zhou Hang has won. He has successfully destroyed the other 4 major guilds and almost unified Qingyun town." Zhongwen, possessed by a bone demon, frantically used his punch, Blood Fiend Punch and Mountain Crushing Punch. Indeed, having absorbed lone players and former members of Hua who Meilan won in our protection period is only 2 days left. Yun Ning analyzed. Zhou Hang has his own ambitions, but he can also distinguish between benefits and risks. He wouldn't act rashly against us unless he was absolutely sure he could eliminate us without fail. Suyu looked at his experience bar almost reaching level 20 and couldn't hide his excitement. Hey, if Zhou Hang dares to attack us, tens of thousands of pale gold-winged dragon cavalry will show him what despair means. Zhao Yuan alone battled a level 35 overlord creature which wielded a steel trident. After being rebounded twice by Zhao Yuan's invincible body, the trident shattered completely, as the overlord creature's skills required the weapon to be executed. Losing, the trident halved its combat power and it was quickly killed by Zhao Yuan's reflective damage. Boom! Yun Ning was enveloped in golden light, becoming the second person to reach level 20 as 4 layers of aura enveloped the tens of thousands of winged dragon cavalry. The pterosaur riders were able to share a portion of their experience with her. Before Yun Ning appeared 3 foundational ability options. Option 1, Speed Aura. Option 2, Suen V Heart Sutra. Option 3, Experience Aura. Immediately she ruled out option 2, which clearly was a martial arts skill, leaving her with the choices between option 1 and 3. Without hesitation, Yun Ning chose the Experience Aura. Player has obtained SS rank experience. Aura Experience Aura LV1, SS rank experience gain plus 5% covering friendly units within a radius of 500 meters from oneself. A soft, pure white halo spread out from Yun Ning, growing fainter as it expanded outward. Zhao Yuan was the first to check his buff effects, noting an additional 5% experience gain. 5% increase at level 1. Doesn't that mean 500% at level 100? That's 5 times the leveling speed. The crucial point was that this aura could also envelop the guild's troops, potentially increasing the pterosaur riders' leveling progress by 5-fold. Zhongwen exclaimed excitedly, "Nice, leveling up is such a pain, but with Yun Ning's experience aura this painful process can be greatly shortened." Yun Ning remarked there was also the option of the speed aura, but obviously it couldn't compare to the experience aura. Protected by Zhao Yuan and his team, the pterosaur rider legion never suffered any losses again, and with an overwhelming force they destroyed several level 25 fierce beast powers nearby. The Mei-Lan Guild crushed the other 4 major forces, becoming the only dominant power. Zhou Hang, using the resources looted from the Yu Xia Guild, explosively increased his troops, amassing 100,000 blue-quality griffin beasts. At the same time, Zhou Hang forcefully expelled those individual players who chose to leave the guild after dying once in guild battles. These myopic players lamented, "Damn it, had I known it would end like this I would have fought on even if I died 3 times. Now I'd been forcibly kicked out by Mei-Lan, and if I hadn't chosen to leave I could be exchanging battlefield points for rewards now." Meanwhile, those who continued to fight in the guild wars despite a drop in levels after death were welcomed by Zhou Hang as guild members. Zhang Qi bid his farewell. "I refuse to be subservient to others. After completing my revenge I will re-establish the Huahu Guild." Not a single old member of Huahu stayed. They all left with Zhang Qi. Shu Ji told Zhou Hang, "I have repaid the favor I owed you, and neither I nor my men will continue to stay in Mei-Lan. But I'm curious, shouldn't conquering the entire town's forces trigger a hidden mission?" Well, Zhou Hang shook his head. "There's still a second-tier Ju Bing guild to deal with, and that's a tough nut to crack." Shu Ji smiled. "Indeed, although Ju Bing only has 4 members in his second tier, they might be more troublesome than Yu Xia, and perhaps I can enjoy another good show. With all your cards played, how will you deal with Ju Bing?" After Shu Ji finished speaking, he led the former members of the Mountain Spirits out of the Charm Blue Guild. Standing by, Li Shang said, "The Cunning Soldiers Guild still has 2 days of protection left. I just got a campaign command token from the battlefield score. Rewards, maybe." Zhou Hang, caressing the magic tome in his hands, said, "After accounting for the troops we lost in battle and summoning 100,000 blue griffin beasts, we now have a total of 200,000 griffin beasts, 30,000 venomous wasps, and nearly 100,000 players. That's a total of 430,000 units of combat power. However, the accounting doesn't quite work like that. These newly summoned griffin beasts are only level 1. To raise their average level back to 20 will need a lot of time. It looks like our forces have increased, but our overall strength has undoubtedly decreased. Level 1 blue troops are almost useless, and many of our key players have died once during the guild wars. Even with the battlefield score rewards, it does not compensate for the penalty of decreased levels after death. Lastly, managing these individual players is actually quite a troublesome matter. As night falls, the attributes of the wild beasts double, and the occasional appearance of a blood moon can double the attributes of the wild beasts again. After a day's battle, Zhongwen and Su Yuxian have both successfully leveled up to 20. Zhongwen's luck wasn't great this time. He obtained an S-level Bone Tomb skill. Although it's S-level, the effects are quite impressive. Bone Tomb LV1, SSS-level summons a desolate tomb of bones covering the target enemy and causing an immobilization effect under which the enemy cannot move but can still attack. The range of level 1 Bone Tomb reaches 25 meters, creating a 5-meter wide tomb. This is a group control skill with just a 3-minute cooldown, and at this stage, the only thing that can slightly hinder Zhao Yuan for a while is a control skill. Zhao Yuan still lacks skills to remove abnormal statuses, but it's not a big deal. Su Yuxian obtained an S-level modification upgrade skill capable of retrofitting and upgrading mechanical products, for instance upgrading fixed turrets and mechanical tanks, and more importantly Su Yuxian can retrofit and upgrade a series of mechanical skills he will acquire in the future. Battle information. A total of 3 level 25 wild beast forces were destroyed. One wave of beast tide totaling 12 million guild materials, 200,000 guild funds, and 50,000 guild experience points. The average level of the pterosaur cavalry increased by 15 levels, and they obtained a group invisibility talisman *1. The group invisibility talisman is of purple quality, capable of making 800 units of creatures completely invisible. An extra reward obtained after clearing the beast tide. Normally guilds would choose to avoid such beast migrations immediately, otherwise the entire guild army could be annihilated. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan looked up. He seemed to see a shadow swooping by like the figure of an owl. The shadow moved extremely fast, and with the protection period of the guild, Zhou Yuan was surprised but did not pay too much attention to it. The daily food expense for tens of thousands of pterosaur riders is a horrifying amount. Fortunately, the pterosaur cavalry of pale gold quality is extremely powerful and can easily hunt enough food for themselves. The riders on their backs would then set up fires to thoroughly cook the meat of the fierce beasts. Although there are no seasonings, the meat of some beasts is tender and delicious even when just roasted. Zhao Yuan approached the troop reincarnation pool, spent 12 million guild resources and reincarnated 3,000 units of level 5 pterosaur cavalry. Now Zhao Yuan commands a total of 13,877 units of pterosaur cavalry, with the highest batch reaching level 12. Yun Ning, looking at the purple quality group invisibility charm, said this item is extremely important on the battlefield. It can be used for many tactics. Zhao Yuan nodded and replied, exactly. Zhou Hang is extraordinarily strategic. To compete against him, we must unveil his prepared trump cards one by one, but preparing those cards also takes time. Having just ended a guild war, Zhou Hang has exhausted his means. In fact, this period is when the Milan guild is at its weakest. Zhongwen's eyes sparkled, and he placed a hand on his black buzz cut, saying, "You mean, we should initiate a guild war?" So you agreed. That sounds reasonable. The guild's protection period shields us from other forces' attacks, but even during the protection period we can still initiate a guild war against Milan. Zhao Yuan concluded, correct. The more time Zhou Hang has, the more troublesome his preparations will be. I also saw discussions in the chat channel just now. Zhou Hang has even brought in his former subordinates from the Mountain Ghost faction as reinforcements. From the beginning of the guild war, all actions were designed to draw Wang Hanqing's attention. The goal was to have the Mountain Ghost faction attack the rear of the Yuxia Guild. This man is not only highly strategic but also bold in his use of people. To defeat him, taking the initiative might actually be a good choice. So you speculated this leader of the Mountain Ghost, his name is Shu Ji, right? Do you think this person might have some psychological disorder? His guild was forcibly dissolved, and yet he helps others attack strong enemies? Never mind, I'm off to test my new skills in the arena. Zhongwen finally said, let's team up for the second-tier trial. Tomorrow, we can still gain a lot of attribute points as rewards. Zhao Yuan also entered the arena maintaining a streak of over 700 wins. Each victory grants him over 300 competition coins. If not for the need to buy troop reincarnation charms, Zhao Yuan might have already purchased all the attribute points in the second-tier store and even paid in full for the green wings. As Zhao Yuan continued to rack up victories, the strength of his opponents also increased significantly. He was now matched against level 27 players, yet Zhao Yuan still maintained an overwhelming dominance. Even without activating his indestructible aura, players below level 30 simply couldn't breach his defenses. Of course, someone like Zhang Fengwu, who relied on his profound internal strength, could marginally penetrate Zhao Yuan's defenses due to his armor-piercing, burning and crippling attributes. However, Zhao Yuan's Berserker's passive allowed him to recover in just 1 second, and during subsequent competitive battles he focused more on the timing of activating his indestructible aura. Although as the skill level increased the duration of indestructible aura would likely reach 3 seconds, it was currently only at 1 second. A misjudgment in prediction meant that an enemy's attack could hit Zhao Yuan before the aura was activated or right after it had ended. Some highly skilled players, upon seeing the faint golden halo effect, would even pause their attacks. Of course, drawing his sword to taunt could address this vulnerability. Meanwhile, the other 3 players had reached level 20 and unlocked the ability to enter the arena at any time. In a match against a level 21 mage, Zhang Wen used his S-rank Bone Tomb skill. The ground under the mage's feet cracked and skeletal claws emerged, quickly encasing his entire body. These claws pieced together into a structure resembling a desolate tomb, leaving only the mage's head and arms exposed. So that's how it's used, Zhang Wen muttered to himself. The S-rank Bone Tomb did no damage. It was purely a crowd control skill whose range would increase with skill levels. The Bone Tomb had durability, and until it was destroyed the target would remain trapped inside indefinitely. Zhang Wen could strike at the target's head as the Bone Tomb had high durability, and weaker players ensnared by it couldn't hope to break free themselves, remaining immobilized. Additionally, the Bone Tomb was considered a friendly unit, capable of adding effects like Yun Ning's health aura and healing aura. The Bone Tomb could slightly restrain Zhao Yuan, who was now seemingly invincible, sealing him as the only option. However, Zhao Yuan's punishing coat could quickly burn through these Bone Tombs, limiting their effectiveness. Zhang Wen left the mage aside, pondering his next sparring session with Zhao Yuan and what tactics to use. No use, Zhao Yuan is unsolvable. Even if I activate the Bone Demon possession, I could only slightly penetrate his current defenses. The mage continued to bombard the Bone Tomb, imprisoning him with spells, only to realize its terrifyingly high durability. He eventually chose to surrender, no longer enduring Zhang Wen's humiliation. Elsewhere, Su Yuxian on the second-tier arena summoned an SS-grade mechanical tank and used an S-rank modification upgrade. Battle information: mechanical tank successfully upgraded, main cannon loading speed reduced by 1 second, tank armor increased by 20%. This was merely the effect of a level 1 modification upgrade. As the S-rank modification upgrade level increased, it could be upgraded multiple times. To compensate for the flaws in mechanical products, we must strive for perfection. Su Yuxian's opponents were completely overwhelmed. The mechanical tank was already terrifying enough, but then the enemy saw the tank's steel armor morphing, its thickness increased and the angles of the armor became sloped. Facing the dark and deep main cannon pointed directly at them, the enemy swallowed hard and said, "I surrender. If I'm hit by that cannon, wouldn't it be agonizingly painful?" However, Yun Ning's streak of consecutive victories was repeatedly broken, never surpassing 15 matches, as her own combat strength wasn't very strong. It was all due to overpowering the enemy with her equipment and attributes. She relied only on basic attacks, but soon she would be able to start team competitions. Zhao Yuan kept racking up consecutive victories in competitions, occasionally matching against opponents of high caliber that caught his eye. These opponents might have B-level or A-level skills, but they still did not impress Zhao Yuan, and most of them belonged to guilds. Then Zhao Yuan received a private message from a friend, Zhang Fengwu. Zhang Fengwu wrote, "My teammate wants to see your strength. She doesn't believe anyone could dominate me so easily. I've sent you a friend request." Zhao Yuan accepted the friend request, and friends could challenge each other without any penalties. Your friend Chu Shaoqing challenges you to a duel. There are no penalties for losing a duel among friends. Zhao Yuan decided to accept the duel. Was this the teammate Zhang Fengwu mentioned, who was as strong as he was? Zhang Fengwu could break through my defenses even when I activated my indestructible aura, indicating his internal strength was profound, with attributes like penetrating power, armor piercing and crippling stacked very high, possessing at least 2 SS-level skills. What kind of player was this teammate? Opposite Zhao Yuan appeared a petite young girl with a somewhat naive face and delicate, beautiful features, giving off the vibe of a grown-up match girl from fairy tales. The girl's name was Chu Shaoqing, and she spoke up. "If you want us to join your team, show us your strength. I only follow the strong." Despite her sweet and cute appearance, her tone was firm. Zhao Yuan thought to himself, Zhao Yuan activated his punishing cloak's active effect, donning a cloak made of pitch-black flames. He had no intention of holding back. He activated his draw sword taunt and charged, swinging his huge dual-hand round shield at the petite girl. Clang! Zhao Yuan's attack missed as Chu Xiaqing's body turned into a cluster of beautiful fragile bubbles that rose and then burst. She reappeared 20 meters away. Zhao Yuan didn't stop his assault, while Chu Xiaqing's skills seemed to have no cooldown, constantly transforming into stunning bubbles that exploded upon impact. This was an S-level mermaid skill with only a 3-second cooldown. As long as she had enough mana, Chu Xiaoqing could continually morph into magical bubbles, dodging all attacks. Then Chu Xiaoqing extended her flawless right palm towards Zhao Yuan. SS-level Last Supper. Zhao Yuan's equipment seemed to come alive. His dual-hand round shield grew angry eyes and struggled to break free from Zhao Yuan's control. His armor also opened its eyes and grew limbs, continuously trying to strangle Zhao Yuan, its theoretical master. What kind of bizarre skill was this? Zhao Yuan discovered that all the enhancements on his equipment had vanished, as if his gear had betrayed him. This could be fatal for other players, but even without the attribute boosts from my equipment, you still couldn't breach my defenses. Zhao Yuan stripped off all his gear, freeing himself from their constraints. He swung his fist, aiming at the cute-faced but resolute Chu Xiaoqing, an SS-level Hades invisibility cap. Chu Xiaoqing pulled out a hat engraved with patterns symbolizing death and put it on, then completely disappeared. Zhao Yuan was truly shocked. With his magical bubble skill combined with this invisibility ability, wasn't this invincibility? How could he be defeated? Moreover, the invisibility skill was of a high level, leaving no footprint sounds or flaws. Zhao Yuan could not detect Chu Xiaoqing's position at all. Zhao Yuan's sword draw taunt could be negated by the magical bubble, but Chu Xiaoqing also couldn't kill Zhao Yuan. SS-level Saint. Behind Zhao Yuan appeared a massive dark cross heavy as mountains. Zhao Yuan was forcibly fixed to the cross in an inverted position, sharp pyramids symbolizing religious significance piercing into his flesh. The indestructible golden body. A faint golden aura emerged on Zhao Yuan's skin, shattering the pyramids embedded in his flesh. Zhao Yuan sustained damage, and Chu Xiaoqing suffered recoil from the true damage inflicted, which was of the highest tier. Thus, all the magical bubbles burst, causing Chu Xiaoqing to fall, nearly emptying his health bar. No wonder Jiang Fengwu said Chu Xiaoqing was not weaker than himself. They indeed made a remarkable duo symbolizing ancient Eastern martial arts, while Chu Xiaoqing's abilities were imbued with the essence of Western religion. A divine blend of East and West. Chu Xiaoqing spoke up. You truly are worthy of my allegiance, but I still need to assess your character. Zhao Yuan responded, of course you can leave whenever you wish, I will never stop you. By the way, when we clear the level 30 dungeon in Xingyun town, I can invite friends to join the battle and we can form our first team then. Chu Xiaoqing agreed. Alright, just let us know in advance. Then Chu Xiaoqing chose to surrender. Since it was a friendly battle, there were no penalties or rewards. Zhao Yuan glanced at the time. It was still early, so he continued to match in the arena until midnight. At 12 o'clock, Zhao Yuan finally ended his matches. Arena info: win streak plus 953, earned experience points 96352, skill proficiency 36521, * 20, total arena coins gained 16232, SS-level Iron Head Bronze back upgraded by 3 levels. Zhao Yuan opened the second-tier arena store and saw a pet capturing bottle item green quality, priced at 300 arena coins. To activate the pet mystery key in one's backpack, one must first purchase the capture bottle item. Zhao Yuan spent all his competition coins to buy the troop reincarnation charms, acquiring a total of 811 pieces. With a remaining purchase limit of 409 inch, Zhao Yuan also noticed a product called the low-level Pet Evolution Stone, seemingly an item to enhance a pet's form. He teleported to the guild's base, used the troop reincarnation charms and obtained 811 level 5 Pterosaur Knights. Afterwards he returned to his room in the inn to rest. Zhao Yuan's plan for the next day was to first form a team to complete the second-tier trial. Upon promotion he would then consider whether to actively attack the Charm Blue Guild. Although the Charm Blue had obtained a large amount of guild materials, the newly reincarnated troops were all at level 1. A level 1 blue troop was practically no different from trash. The next day Zhao Yuan woke up on time. After breakfast with his team of 4, they headed to the job transfer hall. The Zhu Bing Guild's protection period was still 1 day away, but their troop count had already reached around 14,000. Upon entering the transfer hall, Zhao Yuan spoke with the Transfer mentor, please open the Abyss difficulty of the second tier trial for us. The mentor was shocked. Abyss level, are you sure? Normal, elite, hard, nightmare, hell. Abyss, 6 levels of difficulty, even choosing nightmare level, everyone would be wiped out. I've never seen anyone successfully clear the nightmare level second tier trial in my life. Zhao Yuan simply replied, I'm sure, please open the portal for us. The mentor looked at them as if they were already dead, and a blood-red teleportation gate materialized before him. The four sequentially entered, arriving at a bridge that seemed to connect the underworld to the realm of the living. Second-tier trial rules: prevent the souls from crossing the bridge. Missing even one would result in trial failure. Yun Ning spoke up, I've looked into the second-tier trials before. If it's just the normal difficulty, these crossing souls won't attack players. They will only focus on crossing the bridge, and their movement speed is very slow. As the difficulty increases, these souls have more health and will start attacking players. We've chosen the highest level of Abyss difficulty, so the strength of these crossing souls will be extremely exaggerated and their movement speed will be very fast. Zhao Yuan said, no worries, even king-level creatures are subject to my SSS grade sword drawing taunt, forced to taunt for 30 seconds. No matter how strong these souls are, it won't matter. A 3-second countdown appeared above the bridge and the four appeared mid-span with a dark purple gate behind them. Trial information. Under Abyss difficulty, players must not only prevent the souls from crossing but also kill all the souls within a limited time. Time ran out and not all the souls perished. The trial was deemed a failure. From the outset, Su Yuxian summoned 4 mechanical floaters, employing the fixed turret skill to set up 4 turrets at the end of the bridge. His mana rapidly depleted but was quickly replenished under the effects of Yun Ning's mana regeneration aura. Then Su Yuxian summoned a mechanical tank into which both Yun Ning and he entered. Following that, Su Yuxian used an S-class modification and upgrade skill. Battle info: using the modification and upgrade skill, the fixed turret's firing rate increased by 20% and the missile blast radius also increased by 20%. The mechanical tank's armor strength was enhanced by 20% and the main cannon's reload time was reduced by 1 second. Naturally, Yun Ning activated 5 aura abilities and then they could just sit back and watch the show. Zhongwen summoned a bone behemoth, bringing forth a king-level ghost-faced demon. At the fog-enshrouded front end of the bridge, a vast array of souls appeared, varying in size and form. Large soul stats: Dominator level, LV 25 health, 200k mana, 20k strength, 2900 agility, 2900 intelligence, 2000 skills, acceleration, possession. Over 10,000 such large souls appeared, moving at an extremely fast pace, seemingly capable of crossing the pallet bridge in just a few minutes. The 4 fixed turrets at the rear fired wildly, with missile launchers on both sides continuously activating. A torrent of bullets, missiles and shells unleashed fully upon the advancing army of souls. Many souls died and Zhongwen activated the bone demon possession, covered by countless fine bone scales, becoming the heart of the ghost-faced demon. Punch, blood fiend punch, mountain crumbling punch, earth split. As soon as the cooldowns for these 4 skills were up, Zhongwen immediately used them, as the next second, the mana regeneration aura would refill his mana. With king-level Zhongwen in action, the army of souls was wiped out in swathes. These souls then activated their acceleration skill, leaving trails of afterimages, increasing their speed by about 50%. Zhao Yuan activated his drawsword taunt, forcibly taunting all the undead. These souls no longer madly surged towards the end of the bridge but continuously attacked Zhao Yuan instead. Zhao Yuan activated his SSS-level sanction code, furiously burning these souls. Centered on Zhao Yuan, swathes of souls dissipated into smoke, either pierced by counter damage or scorched to death by the burning domain. The burning damage of the sanction code was determined based on Zhao Yuan's health and defense attributes. Having acquired the SSS-level Iron Head Ironback skill, Zhao Yuan's defense reached 755,000. The burning damage of the sanction code increased nearly 7-fold. Battle info: activating the sanction code, causing 21k severe burn damage per second to hostile units within 1,800 meters. What does 21k severe burn damage per second mean? Large souls with only 200k health would die in about 10 seconds. SSS-level Iron Head Ironback plus sanction code can only be described as monstrous. The seemingly unstoppable army of souls had not even crossed a third of the bridge before they were completely incinerated. More soul legions appeared from the front, even including gigantic souls with stronger attributes. For a typical level 20 player, a single touch would leave them with only 1/10 of their health. The Spectres used their acceleration skills while simultaneously deploying their possession abilities. Zhao Yuan was possessed by a gigantic spectre, his body turning ice cold. The obscure sensation filled his limbs, making it difficult to move normally, yet Zhao Yuan was still able to unleash his sword-drawing taunt. His punishing coat domain continually scorched these huge specters, an S-grade bone tomb. Dark and sinister inscriptions emanated from Zhong Wen's staff, and a multitude of white skeletal claws stretched out from the bridge's surface, forming a desolate tomb with a 10-meter radius. The priority of S-grade skills was so high that it could even restrain these incorporeal specters. Zhong Wen, aware of the specter's possession skill, did not allow the enemies to approach him, furiously swinging his fist energies to obliterate a multitude of specters. Yun Ning began analyzing. Our skill combination has taken shape. Coupled with level 20 blue gear, even facing abyss-level difficulties seems easy. Zhao Yuan reminded, we can't be careless. If time runs out and not all specters are killed, it will still be considered a trial failure. At this point, Yun Ning's 5 ring aura effects were: Health Aura, increases health limit by 90,000 points, Regeneration Aura, recovers 10,000 health points per second, Mana Recovery Aura, recovers 9,000 mana points per second, Life Drain Aura, adds 9% life drain property, Experience Aura, 50% extra experience gain. As the reach of these auras extended, even covering up to 6,000 meters, once the entire winged dragon cavalry was enveloped by the 5 layers of auras, their combat power would see a tremendous increase. Sword drawing taunt, indestructible body. Even the giant specter's attacks could not breach Zhao Yuan's defenses. Instead, they were killed by the true damage of his reflective armor. Although the possession skills of the specters were troublesome, they had little effect on Zhao Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Yuxian's firepower never ceased. The ground near the artillery piled high with brass-colored shell casings. The final wave of the specter army was so numerous that they even overlapped the vast pale bridge, overwhelmed by countless specters. All were gigantic specters, red as blood. Fortunately, all 3 of their output skills included area damage. Coupled with Zhao Yuan's sword-drawing taunts, force taunting, these specters could only get through 2/3 of their number before they could no longer advance and dissipated into blue smoke. With 15 seconds left on the countdown, the last specter was killed, and the second-tier trial finally ended. Battle information: target killed, gained 13,000 experience points, gained 17,000 experience points. Player experience has peaked, and after completing the second tier, the level can continue to increase. Triggered talent: billionfold proficiency. Current multiplier is 23 times, total proficiency gained is 230,000, at 23 times multiplier. SSS grade reflective armor increased by 3 levels, SSS grade sword drawing taunt increased by 3 levels, outlaw increased by 4 levels, punishing coat increased by 4 levels, iron head iron back increased by 5 levels, earned 3,000,000 copper coins. Zhao Yuan's current attribute panel reads as follows: Name, Zhao Yuan. Level, LV 20, 100% per 100%. Health points, 470,000. Inch mana points, 2,350. Strength, 270. Constitution, 470. Agility, 115. Intelligence, 115. Physical attack, 2,710. Physical defense, 885,000. Magic defense, 885,000. His talents include Eternal Blessing, unique, and Billionfold Proficiency, unique, which currently increases proficiency gains by a factor of 23. His cornerstone abilities are Counter Armor LV 73, SSS grade, Berserker LV 68, SSS grade, and Iron Skull LV 45, SSS grade, providing dual defense of plus 675,000 and a 14. Second invulnerability effect. His skills include Sword Draw Taunt LV 73, SSS grade, which taunts within a 3,000 meter range for 30 seconds, and Punitive Coat LV 52, SSS grade, with a passive effect of a 900 meter scorching field and an active effect. His backpack contains Level 1 Enhancement Stone X12 Skill Talisman, SSS grade Dragon Flamestone Technique, Command Tiger Talisman X1 Blue Equipment, 8-piece set, Campaign Command X2 Pet Mystery Key, Pale Gold. He possesses copper coins 584000 and competition coins 15. His magic item is the Stout Earth Bell LV 37, blue, and he wears Barbarian Ox attire, white, and the Purple Evil Ring, purple. With 470,000 health points plus Yun Ning's health aura, he reaches 560000, with 885000 dual defense activating his 14-second invulnerability sees it soar to 177,000. This 885000 defense value, in addition to the 120000 added by Iron Skull, also includes 10,000 from counter armor. The control duration of Sword Draw Taunt remains at 30 seconds, leading Zhao Yuan to suspect that reaching level 100 and awakening the skill might further extend the taunting duration. Trial information: he has successfully cleared the second-class trial at Abyss difficulty, earning 300 free attribute points. Each player level up increases strength and constitution by 40 points and agility and intelligence by 10 points. Subsequently, the four were sent out of the trial secret realm. As Zhao Yuan and his companions stepped out of the blood-red portal, their job transfer mentor's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. All four of you survived, and you even successfully cleared the second class trial under Abyss difficulty. How is that possible? Considering the increase in number, the quantity of the Undead Legion would quadruple, which is simply unbelievable. Zhao Yuan and his team paid no mind to the shocked mentor. After all, it was just another secret realm challenge, and Zhao Yuan was at full health throughout, with the only real challenge being the time restriction. Insufficient output could indeed prevent passing the trial. Having just completed his second transfer, Zhao Yuan advanced to level 21, his experience already maxed out, and the moment of successful transfer bathed him in golden light. His personal level rising to 21, his strength and constitution attributes increased by 40 points, and agility and intelligence by 10 points. Zhao Yuan allocated all 300 free attribute points to his constitution, bringing his 4 basic attributes to name, Zhao Yuan level, LV21, 1% per 100%. Health points, 500,000 inch mana points, 2,600 strength, 310 constitution, 810 agility, 125 intelligence, 125. Zhongwen joyfully allocated his 300 free attribute points to his intelligence, remarking, only the Abyss difficulty of the job transfer trial can grant so many attribute points in one go. My intelligence attribute has increased, and so will the attributes of my summon creatures. Yun Ning and Su Yuxian having allocated their 300 attribute points according to their own strategy prompted Zhao Yuan to speak. I've made up my mind, we're launching a guild war today. We can't give Zhou Hang enough time to prepare. With his cunning we might not have a certain victory. Yun Ning nodded in agreement. Now is the time when the Blue Charm Guild is at its weakest, plus with that purple grade mass invisibility charm we can opt for a surprise attack on their guild crystal. Zhongwen added, the enemy will never expect us to initiate an attack, especially during the guild protection period. A surprise move will make Zhou Hang lose his composure. Zhao Yuan concluded, instead of waiting for the enemy to come to us, we should take the initiative to strike. Of course, strength is the only criterion that truly matters. We have 14,000 Wyvern cavalry units, each at an average level of 10, coupled with Yun Ning's 5-layered aura, they can easily take on 20 blue troops each, and that's not to mention the 4 of us. Vice President Yun Ning, along with the independently capable Zhang Wan and the unrivaled Zhao Yuan, these are the 3 main pillars of our Zhu Bing Guild, with Zhao Yuan being the core.